Chapter 1. The Reversal Destiny Artifact Left by My Master Volume 1. 9 Layers of Hell. For the past 3 years, Chu Chen has been repeatedly doing a strange thing. He bows 3 times and knocks his head 9 times to a plain pendant. This was instructed by his master, Cang Yuan Sage. Chu Chen is an orphan, taken in as a disciple by Cang Yuan Sage at a young age. 3 years ago, Cang Yuan Sage suddenly went out, returned severely injured, and before dying, handed Chu Chen a pendant. Disciple. This pendant is a reversal destiny artifact left for you by your master. It can traverse yin and yang, stabilize the world, and move through the ages. After I die, you must bow 3 times and knock your head 9 times to this pendant every day without fail, until the day you completely unlock it. Do you understand? Master, what does reversal destiny artifact mean? Can you use it to reverse your fate? No. This pendant is yours. It can only be yours. You will know its secret when you unlock it. Disciple, I am leaving. After saying this, Cang Yuan Sage passed away peacefully in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed, and Chu Chen has diligently bowed to this pendant for 3 years, yet he still has not uncovered its secret. At this moment, after once again bowing sincerely to the pendant, Chu Chen gazed at it on the table and murmured, Master, I am already 16 years old, yet I still have not unlocked the secret of this pendant. You said it is my reversal destiny artifact. What exactly is it reversing about my fate? Receiving no response, Chu Chen sighed and hung the pendant back around his neck. He carefully took out a spiritual herb from his bosom. Looking at the herb, a smile appeared on his face. If Wana knows that I brought her sword spirit grass this time, she will definitely be very surprised. After Cang Yuan Sage's death 3 years ago, Chu Chen fell into deep sorrow until he met Lin Wan'er, who was also cultivating in the Sword Dao department of Qinghe Dao Academy. Lin Wan'er is pure and beautiful, and she took the initiative to become his partner, bringing light back in his life that he and Lin Wan'er are very much in love. He often gifts her cultivation resources, believing that as long as Lin Wan'er is happy, anything he does is worth it. It's almost time to meet Wan'er. There's a pavilion on the back mountain of Qinghe Dao Academy, a place where Chu Chen and Lin Wan'er often meet. He had previously agreed with her to meet there today. With the sword spirit grass in hand, Chu Chen excitedly rushed towards the back mountain of Qinghe Dao Academy. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Chen finally arrived outside the pavilion. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a familiar voice coming from inside. Fengge, hurry up. Chu Chen might be here soon. The voice was laced with tremors, and one could imagine the pleasure its owner was currently experiencing. Chu Chen's expression changed. Wasn't that Lin Wan'er's voice? How could this be? Furrowing his brows, he listened again. That waste Chu Chen, after talking to you for so long, hasn't even touched you a few times. It's just laughable. A heavy male voice rang out. Fengge, you know that Chu Chen is just my lapdog. If it weren't for his monthly cultivation resources, who would want to look at him? My heart and body have always been with you, Fengge. You have good taste, but it's even better that he comes. Playing with you in front of him will be even more exciting. Hearing these voices, Chu Chen felt as if struck by lightning. Lin Wan'er had betrayed him. She was having an affair with another man. Boom! Chu Chen could no longer contain himself and rushed out from the pavilion in anger. Lin Wan'er, who had been lying on the bench in the pavilion, quickly stood up upon seeing Chu Chen, hastily wrapping her clothing around her bare body, inadvertently revealing a large expanse of skin. Her face flushed, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She exclaimed, Chu Chen, when did you arrive? When did I arrive? What? Did I come too early? Did I interrupt your good time? Lin Wan'er, why are you treating me like this? Have I ever wronged you in this past year? Chu Chen's eyes turned blood red. His fingernails dug into his flesh, drawing blood without him even realizing it. Why? Have you even looked at yourself? What kind of person are you? Lin Wan'er's face first flashed with a hint of shame, but soon it returned to calm, ultimately becoming indifferent. Did you think I was genuinely with you? No, you're just my lapdog. To even consider you a lapdog is already looking highly of you. After all, you are just a student from the Southern Academy of the Sword Dao department. How many resources can you have in a month? Do you know him? He is the genius Lu Yunfeng from the Northern Academy of the Blade Dao department. At 14, he unlocked the blade vein. At 15, he condensed the blade bone. At 16, he nurtured the blade heart. Now at 18, he is already a top genius at the 7th level of the condensation pill realm. Only a genius like Feng Ge can be my man. Lin Wan'er. You Chu Chen? You are not even worthy to carry my shoes. Qinghe Dao Academy is divided into three main departments: Sword Dao, Blade Dao, and Martial Dao. Each department is further divided into Southern Academy, Northern Academy, and Heavenly Academy. The martial realms are divided into Gathering Essence, Condensation Pill, Turning Yang, Stargate, Divine Union, Cave Heaven. Each realm has 9 levels. Chu Chen is only at the 8th level of the Gathering Essence realm, while Lu Yunfeng has reached the 7th level of the Condensation Pill realm, a huge gap between them. Lu Yunfeng leisurely finished putting on his clothes, looking down at Chu Chen as if he were an ant. Chu Chen, this is the first time I've seen your face. Several times in the past when you delivered things to Wan'er, I arrived but was busy with Wan'er, only seeing your back. Speaking of which, you poor waste being with Lin Wan'er for more than a year, yet you haven't even touched her hand a few times, let alone taking things further. This is your old dating spot, right? Let me tell you, in just the past 6 months, we've had fun here more than a dozen times. Hey, race a secret. Do you know that the Wan'er you dream of and treat like a goddess, whom you hardly dare to touch, is really very... Feng Ge, Lin Wan'er's face turned shy. Lu Yunfeng looked at Lin Wan'er and smiled. What? Did I say something wrong? That's right. Lin Wan'er bashfully threw herself into Lu Yunfeng's arms. You pair of dogmen and women. Chu Chen could no longer hold back. His energy erupted, and he charged forward. Bang! Chu Chen had unleashed his full speed, but Lu Yunfeng was even faster. A shadow appeared in midair, and Lu Yunfeng's fist struck heavily against Chu Chen's abdomen. Poof! Chu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His blood splattered on me. Feng Ge, be more careful, Lin Wan'er said disdainfully, wiping her skirt. My apologies. Then Feng Ge, you need to compensate me well? Oh, I don't want to be compensated. I want Feng Ge to come to me every night. All right. I'll fulfill your shameless request. Chu Chen trembled with rage. He was severely injured, but what hurt even more was his heart. He regarded Lin Wan'er as his beloved. He had given all his cultivation resources to Lin Wan'er, and every time she let him touch her hand, he felt incredibly happy. He thought Lin Wan'er was pure and clean. Now he realizes that Lin Wan'er is such a dirty and shameless woman. Not only did she betray him, he toyed with him from beginning to end. Sword Spirit Grass. Lin Wan'er looked at the spirit herb Sword Spirit Grass that had fallen from Chu Chen's arms, raised her hand, and drew it to herself. Chu Chen, this is the spirit herb you prepared for me, right? You worked hard for a month just to gather one, but Feng Ge can give me dozens in the blink of an eye. I'll accept this gift from you, my little dog, for now, but it's still not enough. She tucked the Sword Spirit Grass into her bosom and threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Yunfeng. Feng Ge. Lu Yunfeng took out a dagger and approached Chu Chen with a cold smile. What were you two bitches going to do? Chu Chen's gaze trembled violently. You focus on swordsmanship in the sword path department, and to pursue the sword path, one must open the sword meridians, condense the sword bones, and nurture the sword heart. You have decent talent, boy. By the age of 16, you've already nurtured a sword heart, but Wan'er is still stuck at the sword bone stage and hasn't been able to nurture her sword heart. Today, we will extract your sword meridians, dig out your sword bones, and carve out your sword heart. We will use secret methods to graft all of it onto Wan'er, helping her to nurture her sword heart. Tomorrow is the Sword King Bell assessment for your sword path department in the South Courtyard. Wan'er must rely on that sword heart to secure first place in the assessment. What? Chu Chen's expression changed dramatically. Lu Yunfeng began to cut into Chu Chen's body with a dagger. Chu Chen let out a scream that echoed through the skies. It was a hellish torment. Soon, Lu Yunfeng retrieved a sword meridian, a sword bone, and a sword heart that he placed them in a low-temperature ice box and handed it to Lin Wan'er. Then, he infused some of his Yuan power into Chu Chen's body to ensure he wouldn't die. Feng Ge, it's your turn now. Lin Wan'er took the jade box and smiled sweetly at Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng walked towards Chu Chen again. Chu Chen struggled to speak. What else do you want to do? Lu Yunfeng chuckled. I heard you have a Qilin bone. Qilin bone. This is something even more precious than sword meridians, sword bones, and sword hearts. It can unleash the power of the Qilin. It is an exceptionally strong physique. Chu Chen had just awakened it 3 days ago. After awakening, he couldn't wait to tell Lin Wan'er. Needless to say, it must have been Lin Wan'er who told Lu Yunfeng. Chu Chen trembled all over. Lin Wanner, you, don't look at me like that. Things like Qilin bones are only for top-tier geniuses to possess. Your talent is decent, but compared to Feng Ge, it's nothing. Only Feng Ge deserves that unseen a million Qilin bone. Feng Ge found in an ancient book that a recently awakened Qilin bone can be grafted onto someone else using a secret method, and the success rate is quite high. Lin Wanner sneered, I'll gladly accept your sword meridian, sword bone, and sword heart. The Qilin bone, I want it for my Feng Ge. Lu Yunfeng coldly stabbed down again, and extreme pain spread throughout Chu Chen's body. The Qilin bone was located deep within Chu Chen's body, and when Lu Yunfeng extracted it, Chu Chen's entire body was nearly completely pierced through. His Qi was also brutally pierced, and all his cultivation disappeared. Lin Wanner approached Chu Chen, lifted her long skirt, and stomped her bare, white foot down hard on his face. Chu Chen, remember this. In this lifetime, you can only be my little dog and will never rise again. By the way, after your chief master, who is a revered elder of the South Courtyard, died, he must have left you and your master wife quite a few good things. Don't worry, they'll take good care of your master wife for you. Lin Wanner, Lu Yunfeng. Chu Chen's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, if I, Chu Chen, do not die, I will make you pay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. If I die, I will become a vengeful spirit and come to claim your lives. You will never know peace in this lifetime. After saying this, he completely closed his eyes, and his life force rapidly faded. Lu Yunfeng collected the Qilin bone and said indifferently, he's dead. Lin Wanner replied, with such severe injuries, he won't survive anyway. Feng Ge, I know there's a nest of azure-scaled eagles in the back mountain. Let's just throw him into that nest. When the azure-scaled eagles return to hunt, they'll eat him clean, and it will help destroy the evidence. How does that sound? You're still so thoughtful. The Tao Academy doesn't allow killing. In this way, they won't find his body, so we won't be implicated. Lu Yunfeng smiled, carrying Chu Chen's body, and soon arrived at the nest, throwing Chu Chen inside. Let's go. We're going to merge now. Lu Yunfeng smiled wickedly, wrapping his arm around Lin Wanner as they left. Chu Chen, covered in blood, lay in the dry nest of the azure-scaled eagle, with only the last trace of life remaining. Am I really going to die? Am I really going to be harmed to death by those two bitches, Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfeng? No, I refuse to accept this. I won't give in. Chu Chen felt the last trace of his life force slipping away. He struggled to open his eyes, but couldn't. His heart sank into the darkest moment of his life. Suddenly, the blood from his heart flowed onto the small, tower-shaped pendant on his neck. The pendant instantly erupted with brilliance, enveloping Chu Chen within. Chu Chen felt the world spinning around him, and his consciousness entered a strange space. This strange space resembled a purgatory, surrounded by burning black-red flames. In this purgatory, there stood only one treasure tower. This tower was 9 stories high, seemingly reaching the heavens. Chu Chen stood beneath the tower like the tiniest speck of dust. A voice echoing like a great bell resonated in Chu Chen's ears, as if it had crossed through the ages. The 9-fold suppression tower. 1 layer, 1 world. As the heavens and stars shift, all worlds can be extinguished. Fated 1. Welcome to the 9-fold suppression tower. Reverse fate activated. Before my death, I challenged the world, invincible and unparalleled. I only regret that I could not slay all strong enemies before I died. Hate. Fated 1. If you can enter the 9-fold town prison tower, it proves you are qualified to receive my inheritance. Today, I shall impart my life's ultimate technique, the Heaven Devouring Emperor Sutra, to you. Once you cultivate the Heaven Devouring Emperor Sutra, you will inherit my legacy. That I have one regret in my life, which is that I was unable to return to the sword sect I founded, the 9 Heaven Sword Sect. If in the future you can enter the Divine Realm, you must visit the 9 Heaven Sword Sect and look after it. As Chu Chen barely touched that sword, a series of desolate voices suddenly entered his mind like layers of rippling water. Divine Realm? The continent where Chu Chen resided was called the Heavenly Tsang Continent. The Heavenly Tsang Continent is vast and boundless, with countless empires and endless sects. A 1,000-year-old great religion, a 10,000-year-old ancient clan, and miraculous mountains and divine realms are everywhere. The Qinghe Tao Academy, where Chu Chen was, is located in the southern domain of the Tianyin Empire. But he had never heard of a place called the Divine Realm. Where is the divine realm? Boom! Just as Chu Chen was pondering, a massive surge of information flooded into his mind. The Heaven-Devouring Emperor Sutra has begun to be inherited. This Heaven-Devouring Emperor Sutra is actually an emperor-grade technique. In the world, martial arts techniques are generally divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each further divided into 9 tiers. Chu Chen had never heard of an emperor-grade technique, but it is easy to imagine that an emperor-grade technique far surpasses a heaven-grade technique. Boom! As the Heaven-Devouring Emperor Sutra began to be inherited, a tremendous energy suddenly surged into Chu Chen's body. Chu Chen's energy instantly recovered, and even his cultivation began to skyrocket. First level of Gathering Yuan Realm. Second level of Gathering Yuan Realm. Third level of Gathering Yuan Realm. Fourth level of Gathering Yuan Realm. Fifth level of Gathering Yuan Realm. In just a moment, he had recovered to the 5th level of Gathering Yuan Realm. Although there was still a gap from his original 8th level of Gathering Yuan Realm, a sudden increase of 5 levels was something never seen or heard of before. Swish, 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 swish. At the same time, in this enormous battlefield, aside from the sword that the Heaven-Devouring Sword Demon was wielding, countless treasured swords embedded in the earth all soared into the sky. These treasured swords floated in the void, each releasing an incredibly terrifying sword aura, their might capable of tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Then, these sword auras, like an endless flood, suddenly descended from the sky, violently rushing into Chu Chen's body. Chu Chen felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. An extreme pain surged through him, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar of agony. As those sword auras invaded his body, Chu Chen clearly felt that the sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart that had been excavated were rapidly being reshaped. In just a moment, they were completely restored. Moreover, their strength exceeded that of before by countless times. 10,000 divine swords, reshaping the battle body. This is divine sword body sculpting. Boom! Next, a majestic sword intent erupted from within Chu Chen's body, surging like an ocean. Sword intent. This is actually sword intent. The beginning of the sword path has 3 small levels, which are sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart. Only by passing through these 3 small levels can one step into the first major realm of the sword path, sword intent. Sword intent is a kind of sword path realm. Those who comprehend sword intent can greatly amplify their sword's power. Even a regular strike can unleash terrifying divine might. However, comprehending sword intent is not easy. It requires the integration of sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart, evolving into a realm of understanding. Even those who have nurtured a sword heart need half a year or even a year to finally comprehend sword intent. There are many sword practitioners in the Southern Academy of the Qinghe Dao Academy, but those who can comprehend sword intent are extremely rare. This is a segment of sword intent. Sword intent is divided into 9 segments. But even if Chu Chen has only reached the first segment of sword intent, his sword path realm is already 100 times stronger than before. Boom! Not yet finished. Deep within Chu Chen's body, where the Qilin bone had been excavated, a sudden tingling sensation arose. Chu Chen discovered that a bone resembling a Qilin bone, but appearing even more sacred, was forming there. Heaven-Devouring Emperor Sutra. Bestow upon you the heavenly Dao Qilin bone. The heavenly Dao Qilin bone is a type of innate Dao bone, the supreme among Qilin bones. The desolate voice once again entered Chu Chen's mind. Heavenly Dao Qilin bone. Chu Chen was taken aback. Not only had it helped him recover his cultivation, reshape the 3 small levels, and comprehend sword intent, but it had even repaired and upgraded the Qilin bone. The Qilin bone can not only release Qilin power, but also accelerate a warrior's cultivation speed. The Qilin bone can increase a warrior's cultivation speed by 10 times. The heavenly Dao Qilin bone is 10 times faster than the Qilin bone. Boom! A powerful force suddenly erupted within the tower, forcing Chu Chen back, and his consciousness left the high tower. In the nest of the Qinglin eagle, Chu Chen woke up. At this moment, he felt no more intense pain. His body was filled with vigorous blood energy. He raised his hand to feel his body and realized that everything he experienced in that high tower was real. It was not a dream. Reverse fate object. Reverse fate object. Could it be that the pendant mentioned by my master is this reverse fate object? Chu Chen held the ninefold town prison tower pendant, his hands trembling. He was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He had never understood what the reverse fate object mentioned by Qin Jianzi was. But now he gradually understood. Having been harmed by Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfeng, he was near death, and his life had completely fallen into despair and darkness. However, the ninefold town prison tower granted him rebirth. What else could it be but a reverse fate object? Most importantly, he felt that the reverse fate effect of the ninefold town prison tower was far from over, as this was just the first layer, and there were so many more layers for him to explore. Master Chu Chen's eyes were moved. He never expected the treasure Qin Jianzi gave him to be so miraculous. Where did Qin Jianzi obtain it? Thank you, Senior. Chu Chen took a deep breath and then knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to the heavens and earth. These 3 bows were to the Devouring Sword Demon. Senior, I have inherited your legacy and will not disappoint your reputation. I will do my utmost to fulfill your entrustment. The Devouring Sword Demon had saved Chu Chen's life. Even though Chu Chen did not know where the Divine Realm and 9 Heaven Sword Sect were, once his strength was sufficient, he would definitely seek them out to repay the great favor of the Sword Demon. Lin Wanner, Lu Yunfeng, you wait for me. Given time, I will definitely shatter your corpses and scatter your ashes. A fierce fire ignited in Chu Chen's eyes. With the inheritance of the Devouring Sword Demon, he surpassed Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfeng by hundreds of streets in both sword talent and cultivation talent. Once his strength was sufficient, he would personally slay these 2 despicable people, making them experience 1,000 times the pain he had endured. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside the nest. A giant green-scaled eagle fiercely walked in the nest. It had a body covered in green scales, with a beak and sharp claws gleaming with a cold light. This was a first-tier demon beast, the Qinglin Eagle. Its cultivation was equivalent to a human in the 7th level of Gathering Yuan realm. The Qinglin Eagle was known for its vicious nature, devouring humans on sight, with human flesh and blood being its greatest delicacy. Upon seeing Chu Chen, the Qinglin Eagle's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and it charged directly at him. Chu Chen sidestepped, avoiding the attack from the Qinglin Eagle's beak, and then punched it in the chest. Boom! The several hundred pounds heavy Qinglin Eagle was sent flying by Chu Chen's punch, its chest scales exploding, spilling bright red blood. Chu Chen was shocked. His simple punch actually held such powerful strength. It must be due to the Devouring Emperor Sutra. The Divine Scripture of Devouring Heaven is an imperial-grade cultivation method that molds Chu Chen's body with 10,000 swords, greatly enhancing his physical qualities. With just his physical prowess, Chu Chen can easily fight opponents of higher ranks. Chu Chen was overjoyed and immediately charged out, riding on the back of the Azure Scale Eagle, unleashing a flurry of punches. After a dozen punches, the Azure Scale Eagle's head was utterly shattered, blood spilling everywhere. Chu Chen retrieved a demon core from the chest of the Azure Scale Eagle. The demon core of the Azure Scale Eagle is worth quite a number of spirit stones, and Chu Chen, being broke, decided to keep it. The Divine Scripture of Devouring Heaven can devour the heavens and the earth, consume demons and gods, and can absorb various energies from the world to enhance martial arts, cultivation, and swordsmanship. That a desolate voice echoed once more. Absorb energy? Chu Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately grasped the demon core of the Azure Scale Eagle, activating the Divine Scripture of Devouring Heaven. Boom! As he activated the Divine Scripture of Devouring Heaven, pure energy suddenly surged from the demon core of the Azure Scale Eagle, entering his body. His cultivation level experienced a sudden increase. Although he had not yet broken through, it was significantly more robust than before. That a portion of his sword intent also received some enhancement, nearing the 2nd stage of sword intent. Chu Chen's eyes brightened. Just one demon core from the Azure Scale Eagle provided such a noticeable boost. If he had more rare materials, wouldn't the enhancement be even more terrifying? Others need to cultivate step by step. But for him, he just needed to keep devouring. Simple and brutal. Great. Chu Chen felt ecstatic. After collecting some valuable items from the Azure Scale Eagle, he exited the lair. This moment, he realized it was already the morning of the 2nd day. A whole day had passed. Buzz. Suddenly, A buzzing vibration came from Chu Chen's embrace. He took out a talisman and found it was glowing. Not good. My master's wife is in danger. Chu Chen's master, Cang Yuan Sage, had brought back his master's wife, Shen Yuqing, 10 years ago. Shen Yuqing was just a mortal without any cultivation, but Cang Yuan Sage loved her dearly. Shen Yuqing also loved Chu Chen very much. For the past 10 years, the three of them had lived together in a small courtyard in the southern part of the estate, relying on each other. After Cang Yuan Sage's passing, Shen Yuqing and Chu Chen became even more dependent on each other. Even the clothes Chu Chen wore were sewn by Shen Yuqing. Before Cang Yuan Sage passed away, Chu Chen promised him that he would take good care of Shen Yuqing. Chu Chen bought 2 sensing talismans, instructing Shen Yuqing to crush the talisman if she was ever in danger. Lin Wan'er, if you dare to harm my master's wife, I will make you pay with your life. Chu Chen recalled Lin Wan'er's words about taking care of his master's wife before he left yesterday, and in a fit of rage, he dashed straight towards the small courtyard. Chapter 3 Blood for Blood. In a small courtyard of the Sword Dao Department's Southern Academy, a beautiful woman in her 30s was harshly slapped to the ground. Red fingerprints appearing on her face, blood oozing from the corner of her lips. A young disciple was blocking her. 3 other young disciples were rummaging through the rooms, searching for treasures. Shameless woman, tell us where you've hidden the treasures. You were once the wife of Elder Qing Yun, and although your lineage has fallen since his death, you must have more than just this little wealth. Hand over the treasures quickly. After searching for a long time, the items they found were worth less than 100 low-grade yuan stones, and they were furious, demanding answers from the woman. There is nothing left, it's all here. The woman was Shen Yuqing. Though in her 30s, time had not marked her much. Her fair skin remained smooth and delicate. All here? Are you joking with us? Didn't Qing Yun leave you any good things before he died? Shameless woman, are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't, I'll slash your face and make you a monster. One disciple drew a long sword. They were all disciples from the Sword Dao Department's Southern Academy. Slightly weaker than Lin Wan'er, but they were not her lackeys. They had come to Shen Yuqing's place to search for things purely to save face for Lu Yinfeng, whom they feared. Seeing the sword in the disciple's hand, Shen Yuqing stepped back in fear. You're looking for death, you shameless whore. The disciple, enraged, advanced with the sword aimed at Shen Yuqing's face. Bang! At that moment, the courtyard door was rudely pushed open. Who dares to touch my master's wife? Chu Chen appeared. Xiao Chun. Shen Yuqing was overjoyed to see Chu Chen. Chu Chen, you're still alive? The young disciples looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. Lu Yinfeng had told them that Chu Chen was dead. How could he be here now? Master's wife. Seeing the 5 fingerprints on Shen Yuqing's face, Chu Chen's hair stood on end, his anger surging as he charged directly at the sword-wielding disciple. Looking for death, the disciple hardened his gaze and swung his sword at Chu Chen. He was at the 7th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, but much stronger than the Azure Scale Eagle. Chu Chen dodged the sword by swaying his body and then punched the disciple in the chest. Boom! The disciple spat out blood, flying backward to crash into the beam of the house, then fell to the ground. What? You were supposed to have your cultivation ruined. The disciple was extremely shocked. Just yesterday, Lu Yinfeng had told him that Chu Chen was dead and that his cultivation had been destroyed. But he looked anything but ruined. My martial arts power has improved. This must be the enhancement from the heavenly Dao Qilin bone. Chu Chen was also slightly surprised. This disciple was stronger than the Azure Scale Eagle, so he had just used a footwork technique called 7-star steps and a fist technique called Diamond Fist. He had only mastered these techniques to great success before, but he had just easily unleashed their full power. With the heavenly Dao Qilin bone, his comprehension had greatly increased, making it easy to understand martial arts. Fight! Hit me! The disciple who had been knocked away shouted loudly. The other 3 disciples immediately drew their swords and attacked Chu Chen together. Chu Chen dodged left and right, easily avoiding their attacks, then punched out 3 times. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds echoed as the 3 flew out at the same time, spitting blood and crashing heavily to the ground. The 4 disciples had extremely ugly expressions. Lu Yinfeng had deceived them. Chu Chen picked up a sword from the ground and walked toward them with cold eyes. Chu Chen, you. The 4 disciples were filled with fear. Was it Lin Wan'er who sent you here? Chu Chen's tone was icy. Yes, yes. It was Lin Wanner who sent us. We were all urged by her. She and Lu Yunfeng forced us. If we didn't come, we would be in trouble. They begged for mercy. Chu Chen, we were wrong. Please spare us. Where's Lin Wanner now? She went to participate in the Sword King Bell assessment of Class 4. Death penalties can be avoided, but living penalties are hard to escape. The rules of the Qinghe Dao Academy are strict, and killing without reason is forbidden. If this were in the deep mountains, I wouldn't mind sending them to the west. But this is my home. I can't kill. Chu Chen swung his sword down. The tendons of each disciple's legs were severed. The four of them cried out in pain, clutching their legs. Get lost. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. Go, go. We're leaving. The four, drenched in sweat, crawled away on their hands. Having their tendons severed would delay their cultivation progress by at least a few months. This was a severe punishment. Xiao Chun. Shen Yuqing walked toward Chu Chen. Chu Chen hurried to support Shen Yuqing. Master S. wife, are you okay? Shen Yuqing shook her head. Mifine. Xiao Chen, why are there so many holes and blood on your clothes? Are you hurt? What happened with Wanner? These people said they were sent by her? Previously, when Chu Chen and Lin Wanner were close, Shen Yuqing often saw Lin Wanner. To her, Lin Wanner seemed like a pure and lovely girl. Meanwhile, the holes and blood on Chu Chen's clothes made her extremely worried about what had happened to him. Master S. wife, don't worry, I'm fine. From now on, don't trust Lin Wanner anymore. She is not what we thought. She is a shameless person, and there is no one worse than her in this world, Chu Chen said to Shen Yuqing. Xiao Chun. Shen Yuqing was still very worried. Master S. wife, I really am fine. Just remember what I said. Let me help you with the medicine first. Chu Chen took a medicine box from the room and helped Shen Yuqing apply the medicine. Then, he started cleaning the house. However, Shen Yuqing insisted on helping to clean. After tidying up, Chu Chen changed his clothes, took his sword from the wall, and walked outside. Xiao Chun, where are you going? To participate in the Sword King Bell assessment. Okay, Master S. wife will make dinner and wait for you. All right, Master S. wife. The Sword King Bell assessment was conducted periodically for each class in the Sword Dao Department's Southern Academy. There were 12 classes in total. And today, it was Class 4's turn. Both Chu Chen and Lin Wanner were in Class 4. The Sword King Bell assessment aimed to test the students' swordsmanship rather than their cultivation level. It was said that the Sword King Bell was forged by a Sword King from the Sword Dao Department of the Qinghe Dao Academy hundreds of years ago. Containing the essence of that Sword King's swordsmanship, students could attack the Sword King Bell, and depending on their swordsmanship, they could cause the bell to resonate and produce sound. The student who performed best in the assessment could pick a sword technique from the Scripture Pavilion, regardless of its rank. Lin Wanner, relying on Chu Chen's sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart, had cultivated her own sword heart. Among the many students in Class 4, she was quite outstanding. She participated in the Sword King Bell assessment to aim for first place and enter the Scripture Pavilion to select a sword technique. Lin Vania, I want to let you succeed. On the way to the assessment site, Chu Chen's eyes glinted with coldness. Chapter 4 Sword King Bell Assessment, Southern Academy. A peak stood upright like a sword, piercing the sky. At the top of this peak was a plaza. The Sword King Bell assessment took place here. This assessment was presided over by 3 stewards and an elder from the Southern Academy. Most of the students from Class 4 had arrived, including Lin Wanner. After merging with Feng Gu all night, I have completely condensed my own sword heart. During this assessment, I will definitely take first place and then go to the Scripture Pavilion to select the best sword techniques. Lin Wanner was filled with confidence. The elder from the Southern Academy was named Gu Yun. Gu Yun glanced at the students and said, Let's begin the roll call. Yes. A steward nodded slightly, took out a roster, and began the roll call. After a while, the roll call was completed. There were 41 students in total in Class 4, with 40 present. Only one, Chu Chen, was missing. The steward didn't mind this. Once the roll call was done, Gu Yun spoke. You all know the rules for the Sword King Bell assessment. Each person has 2 chances. The more sounds you strike from the Sword King Bell, the better your performance. The one with the best performance can enter the 3rd level of the Scripture Pavilion to select a sword technique, regardless of its level. Yes. Elder Gu. The students were quite excited. Then let's get started. Gu Yun waved his hand. Wait. A voice suddenly rang out as Chu Chen rushed in from outside the square. looking disheveled. Chu Chen. The student saw him. Chu Chen. Lin Wanner was taken aback, her lips trembling wildly. Wasn't he already dead? How could he be here? Chu Chen, how are you here? Are you disappointed to see me? Chu Chen coldly looked at Lin Wanner, his voice icy. Don't worry, there will be more disappointments for you. In the past, he regarded Lin Wanner as a goddess, but at this moment, all he felt for her was deep-seated disgust. What happened between Chu Chen and Lin Wanner? Some students looked at the scene in confusion. They knew that Chu Chen and Lin Wanner were partners, but why were they at odds? Some students were not surprised. They were aware of the inappropriate relationship between Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfeng. Gu Yun looked at a steward beside him. Is he the disciple of Qin Jianzi, Chu Chen? The steward nodded. Exactly. Gu Yun nodded slightly, but his gaze towards Chu Chen was calm. When Qin Jianzi was alive, he had a slight acquaintance with him. However, with Qin Jianzi gone, the remaining Shin Yuqing was just a mortal, who would still invest energy in them. To put it simply, their relationship had faded. But this was normal in the cultivation world. How are you still alive? Lin Wanner looked at Chu Chen in shock. The heavens did not forsake me, of course. I'm still alive. Just wait for me. You and Lu Yunfeng with your next clean. I will make you pay blood for blood. Chu Chen said coldly. Blood for blood? You think you deserve it? Lin Wanner felt that after they had dug out Chu Chen's sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart, he had barely clung to life, finally crawling out of the Qinglin eagle's nest. She scoffed at Chu Chen's words. Even if he was alive, he was just a useless person. What kind of storm could a useless person stir up? She could step on Chu Chen once, and she could do a second time. All right, since you're here, let's participate in the Sword King Bell assessment together. Lin Wanner wanted to say more, but Gu Yun spoke lightly. Lin Wanner had to swallow her words. Chu Chen walked into the square, but as he brushed past Lin Wanner, she coldly sneered at him. Even if you've come back, you're still just a useless person. At most, I will just kill you once more. However, before I kill you, I will let you see how I use the sword heart you gave me to achieve first place. I await your response. Chu Chen coldly replied. All right, let us see. Now let us begin. Gu Yun signaled for a steward to start. The steward looked at the roster in his hand and said, First, Ning Chuan. A student immediately stepped forward into the center of the square. In the center of the square hung a large golden bell. This bell was about 10 feet high, inscribed with strange runes, its overall color deep and restrained, exuding an ancient and weathered feeling. This was the Sword King Bell. The student stood 5 meters away from the Sword King Bell, drew his sword, and struck out. Heavenly Star Sword Technique. A beam of starlight, sword energy, struck the Sword King Bell. Dong! The Sword King Bell emitted a crisp, loud sound, but it was only one sound. The crowd was not surprised. Southern Academy students could learn many low-level sword techniques, and the Heavenly Star Sword Technique was one of them. The student only used the Heavenly Star Sword Technique without tapping into his sword realm, so producing just one sound was normal. The student was not discouraged. He slightly closed his eyes, and suddenly a sharp sword energy surged within him, like a torrent. He struck out again with the Heavenly Star Sword Technique, but this time, the torrent-like sword energy was added to the sword light, making it more dazzling. Dong! 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 The sword light struck the Sword King Bell, and this time, it surprisingly caused the Sword King Bell to emit 3 sounds. Gu Yun watched this scene and nodded slightly. The sword energy is like a torrent. You have already condensed your sword bones good. The first 3 small levels of the sword path each have their special marks. If one opens the sword veins, the sword energy is like water. If one condenses the sword bones, the sword energy is like a torrent. If one nurtures the sword heart, the sword energy is like the sea. This student had already reached the level of sword bones. Sword bones. Ning Chuan has actually condensed sword bones. His progress is remarkable. Many students looked at this student with envy. Thank you, Elder, for your praise. Although 3 sounds were not entirely satisfying, the student knew that this was his limit. Slightly cupped his fists and turned to leave. Next, Ding Hao. The steward continued. A student stepped forward without saying a word and struck out with his sword. Dong! A sword light struck the Sword King Bell. This time, he did not use his sword realm, and the Sword King Bell only produced 1 sound. Snowfall Sword Technique. The student then struck out again, this time not only using the sword technique, but also releasing his sword realm. He had just opened his sword veins, and a snow white, cold sword light struck the Sword King bell. Dong dong, the Sword King bell only produced 2 sounds. Next, Muyun. The steward glanced at him and continued to announce. Next one. Before long, more than half of the students had completed their assessments. All of those students scored within 3 sounds. There were none with 4 or 5 sounds. The strongest among them had only condensed their sword bones, while most were still at the level of opening sword veins, and no one had nurtured a sword heart. This was normal. Most of these students were only 15 or 16 years old. At this age, being able to condense sword bones was already considered talented. Next, Lin Wanner. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Wanner smiled proudly and walked towards the Sword King bell. Cold plum sword technique. A torrent-like sword energy suddenly erupted from her body. Sword bones. She wanted to show off, using her sword bones for the first strike. Swish. A sword pierced out, and a plum blossom-like bright red sword light suddenly appeared in the void. The torrent sword energy added to the sword light, crashing into the Sword King bell. Zong, zong, dong. The Sword King bell rang out 3 loud sounds in succession. The next moment, Lin Wanner slightly closed her eyes. Boom! A wave-like sword energy suddenly erupted from within her, spreading out and enveloping a radius of 5 meters. She struck down with her sword like lightning. Swish! Again, it was the same sword. The bright red sword light, under the massive sword energy's enhancement, struck the Sword King bell. Zong, 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 zong. This time, the Sword King bell actually erupted with 5 sounds. Long and grand, deafening. 5 sounds. Sword energy like the sea. Sword heart. Lin Wanner actually nurtured a sword heart. How terrifying. When did she nurture a sword heart? Everyone was astonished. Sword heart. In the entire class 4, there are very few students who have comprehended a sword heart. Indeed, Guyan praised slightly. If condensing the sword bone at 16 years old is considered a genius, then nurturing the sword heart at 16 is undoubtedly a top-tier genius. After comprehending the sword heart, the next step is the sword intent. If the speed is fast, Lin Wanner could comprehend the sword intent within 6 months. Lin Wanner will definitely become the top student in our class for this assessment. No one can compete with her. The other students believe that no one can match Lin Wanner's results. Chu Chen watched this scene with icy eyes. Lin Wanner's sword heart was condensed from his sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart. One day, he would personally take them back. Now the first place is mine for the taking. Lin Wanner smiled proudly, very satisfied with her performance. As she walked down, she passed by Chu Chen and said smugly, "Did you see that? A true treasure can only shine in the hands of a true genius. Someone like you, a waste, is not worthy of having it. I advise you not to be too happy too soon." Chu Chen replied indifferently. "Don't be too happy too soon. Oomph. I want to see how you will make me unhappy." Lin Wanner mocked mercilessly. Next, the assessment continued. Among the next dozen students, most only condensed their sword bones, with results at 3 sounds or below. There was one student who also nurtured the sword heart, but he only produced 4 sounds. He had already been advised by Lu Yunfeng not to compete with Lin Wanner. The last one, Chu Chen. Finally, it was Chu Chen's turn. Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Chen walked towards the Sword King bell. His eyes were cold. "Lin Wanner, I will make your heart break for the first time. Chu Chen, I want to see how you will embarrass yourself." Lin Wanner sneered as she watched Chu Chen walk towards the Sword King bell. Chu Chen's cultivation had already been crippled by Lu Yunfeng. In the Sword King bell assessment, students must attack from 5 meters away. Without cultivation, how could Chu Chen release his elemental force to attack the Sword King bell from 5 meters away? Chu Chen couldn't even ring the Sword King bell. She was already waiting to see Chu Chen's joke. Chu Chen arrived 5 meters away from the Sword King bell. He slightly closed his eyes. Then, he drew his sword and slashed. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, a low-level sword technique mastered by Chu Chen. Swish! A sword light as white as a cloud rushed towards the Sword King bell. Boom! The Sword King bell trembled slightly, then emitted a loud sound. Then boom! Boom! 2 more sounds. A total of 3 sounds. However, after the 3rd sound, the bell stopped vibrating, and the Sword King bell no longer made a sound. 3 sounds? My God. Chu Chen just used the sword technique, right? Just using the sword technique. He rang the bell 3 times. That's terrifying. The other students were incredibly surprised. 3 sounds are not many. Many previous students had reached that. But those students had all released their sword path realms. Students who only used sword techniques had at most produced 1 sound. Chu Chen did not release the sword path realm just now. He only used the low-level sword technique, flowing cloud sword technique, and produced 3 sounds, comparable to others' results after using their sword bones. This overturned everyone's understanding of the effectiveness of sword techniques. 5th level of Gathering Element Realm? Huh. Why is Chu Chen only at the 5th level of Gathering Element Realm? Wasn't he at the 8th level before? It really is. What's wrong with Chu Chen? Why did he drop in realm? Because of this sword? Everyone also noticed Chu Chen's realm, and they were all puzzled. How is this possible? How does he still have a realm? Lin Wanner's face also instantly froze. She thought Chu Chen had lost all his cultivation, but unexpectedly, he still had the 5th level of Gathering Element Realm. Could it be that yesterday, they didn't completely cripple his chi? Yes, it must be like that. Otherwise, it can't be explained. 3 sounds. Then, she was also shocked by Chu Chen's 3 sounds. Just using the sword technique, his results were already on par with her after using her sword bone. If she had just released her sword heart and taken all the limelight, now that limelight had all been taken by Chu Chen. Because producing 3 sounds with just a sword technique is more difficult than comprehending the sword heart. This kid is a bit special. Guyan's eyes also brightened, clearly surprised by Chu Chen's result. Chu Chen understood why he could produce 3 sounds. The Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture is the innate technique of the Devouring Sword Demon. In other words, it is a sword path technique. Moreover, it is an invincible sword path technique. With the Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture and the heavenly Dao Qilan Bone, his comprehension of sword techniques far exceeds that of ordinary people. The same set of sword techniques, when he uses it, its power is several times that of others. That's why he could achieve such an effect. He turned his head to look at Lin Wanner and said indifferently, Lin Wanner, pay attention to what happens next. Pay attention? How should I pay attention? Can you produce more than 3 sounds? No matter how you jump around, you're still just rolling in the mud. The first place still belongs to me, Lin Wanner said confidently. Although she was shocked by Chu Chen's performance, she also understood that his performance would stop here. After all, Chu Chen had already lost his sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart, and had no sword path realm. Without the enhancement of the sword path realm, he could at most produce 3 sounds, and it was impossible to produce more. The first place still belonged to her. Just open your eyes wide and watch. Chu Chen coldly smiled, then held the sword again with both hands and closed his eyes. Buzz. As Chu Chen closed his eyes, an invisible sword chi suddenly burst forth from his body. Those sword chi were dense, formless, like an ocean. After they appeared, they quickly alternated and evolved, forming a certain kind of artistic conception. Flowing cloud sword technique. Chu Chen opened his eyes, and 2 sword shadows seemed to rise from his pupils, sharp and imposing. He slashed with his sword. A sword light like a cloud surged out. The artistic conception formed by the endless sword chi was added to this sword light, causing the sword light's brilliance to suddenly increase 100-fold, extremely dazzling. Boom! The sword light slammed down onto the Sword King bell. Boom! In an instant, the Sword King bell emitted a terrifying bell sound. This bell sound was so grand that it was louder than all the previous sounds produced by everyone. Boom, boom, boom. Then, 3 bell sounds rang out in quick succession, as if they were consecutive cannon fire. Everyone was stunned. For sounds? Boom! At this moment, the Sword King bell rang for the 5th time. He had already tied with Lin Wanner's results. Lin Wanner's mouth gaped, her expression suddenly frozen. Boom! The 6th sound. The 6th bell sound rang out, and everyone in the field fell silent. Only Guyan suddenly stood up from his seat, his lips trembling. This is... His face was filled with disbelief. Boom! Boom! 2 more sounds came, the 7th and 8th sounds, like the roar of thunder. Everything in the sky fell silent. The raging wind stopped, the leaves froze, and the birds no longer flew in the sky. Boom! The 9th sound. This sound was incredibly long, ancient, and desolate, as if it had traversed hundreds of years. It not only filled this mountain peak, but also spread to other peaks. In an instant, more than a dozen surrounding peaks were enveloped by this bell sound. Its clarity and resonance were like piercing clouds and splitting stones, resounding endlessly. After more than 10 breaths, the Sword King bell finally returned to calm, and the echoes gradually dissipated. The entire venue had fallen into a deathly silence. 9 sounds. 9 sounds. Holy crap. Did I hear that right? Chu Chen just produced 9 sounds. Yes, you heard it right. He indeed struck 9 times. Wow. My goodness. 9 times. It has been so many years since such a thing happened in the history of our Southern Academy. What kind of person or ghost is this Chu Chen? What realm of swordsmanship did he just unleash? It doesn't feel like sword bone or sword heart to me. After the silence, there was a burst of noise. All the students erupted, their eyes staring at Chu Chen as if they had seen a ghost. 9 times. What a terrifying achievement. You must know, the most that Lin Wanner struck before was only 5 times. Most people only got 2 or 3. Compared to Chu Chen, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Sword intent. This is sword intent. And above the square, Gu Yun's trembling lips finally uttered these 2 words. Sword intent. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly stunned. The sword energy surged like the sea, alternating and evolving, forming the realm of swordsmanship. What else could this be if not sword intent? Gu Yun said decisively. Chu Chen has comprehended a segment of sword intent. What? Everyone was completely shocked. Sword intent, what a profound realm of swordsmanship that is. They practiced diligently in the Southern Academy in hopes of one day comprehending sword intent and becoming true sword cultivators. Yes, in the world, there are many sword practitioners, but only those who have comprehended sword intent are qualified to be called sword cultivators. Others, even if they have reached the levels of sword vein, sword bone, or even sword heart, are not worthy of being called sword cultivators. At most, they can only be considered sword users. Similarly, the same applies to knife cultivators, gun cultivators, and so on. Sword intent, knife intent, gun intent are their dividing lines. How old is Chu Chen? Just over 16 years old, and he has comprehended sword intent, becoming a sword cultivator. How terrifying is that? Quickly check how many years have passed since the last time Sword King Zhong struck 9 times. Gu Yun hurriedly asked the steward. The steward took out an ancient book, flipped through it for a long time, and then said in a trembling voice, Elder Gu, in the history of our Southern Academy, there have only been 3 instances of striking 9 times. The first time was 350 years ago. The second time was 200 years ago. This time, it has been 200 years since the last occurrence. 200 years. The crowd gasped in disbelief. They looked at Chu Chen. In their impression, it seemed that Chu Chen had only nurtured sword heart. When did he comprehend sword intent? How is that possible? How could Chu Chen comprehend sword intent? Lin Wanner turned pale, her face bloodless, and she shouted in madness. Whether it was the trembling gaze or the chaotic voice, it revealed her extreme shock. Useless. He was supposed to be a useless person. How could he take my first place? How could he comprehend sword intent? She couldn't understand how Chu Chen, who had lost sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart, could still comprehend sword intent, even though she had already nurtured sword heart. It would still take her at least half a year to comprehend sword intent. She was unwilling, and even more resentful. Chu Chen was also slightly surprised that he had struck 9 times. However, he soon smiled inwardly and stopped thinking about it. Having received the inheritance of the Sky-eating Sword Demon, it seemed that any performance in swordsmanship was normal. Chu Chen turned and left the Sword King bell, coming to Lin Wanner, and said indifferently, Lin Wanner, are you satisfied? I came to participate in the Sword King bell assessment specifically to give you this great gift. Lin Wanner's face turned ashen, her nails digging into her flesh. Chu Chen, all right, I announce that the Sword King bell assessment for Class 4 is hereby concluded. Chu Chen has obtained first place in the Sword King bell assessment and has also qualified to choose any sword technique from the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Chu Chen, here is your token to the Scripture Pavilion. Go ahead. Gu Yun threw a token to Chu Chen. Chu Chen caught the token and said, Thank you, Elder. Lin Wanner, filled with unwillingness, shouted, Elder Gu, wait. Wait for what? Gu Yin said. I suspect Chu Chen cheated. With his talent in swordsmanship, how could he possibly comprehend sword intent? I request the Elder to check his sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart. Chu Chen's sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart had already been dug out and were now rooted in Lin Wanner's body. Lin Wanner would never believe that Chu Chen could comprehend sword intent overnight. She thought there must be something wrong with his body. Lin Wanner, my judgment is never wrong. What Chu Chen just released was indeed sword intent, Gu Yin said. No way. It must be wrong, Lin Wanner said urgently. Lin Wanner, you really have no shame. Unable to win against me, you start to slander me. You say my sword intent is wrong, and I say your sword heart is wrong. Dare you let Elder Gu check your sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart? Chu Chen said with a half smile. Lin Wanner was immediately speechless. Although she had already fused with Chu Chen's sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart overnight, the time was still too short, and there were still flaws. If seriously examined, it could very likely reveal something suspicious, and she didn't dare let the Elder check. But she was still unwilling. After all, that third floor of the Scripture Pavilion was what she had been yearning for. Elder, no, it's really not right. Chu Chen, Enough. Gu Yin was a bit angry and coldly snorted. Lin Wanner, do not create a scene here. Although he didn't pay much attention to Chu Chen because of Qing Yunzi's passing, after Chu Chen comprehended sword intent, he began to view him with new eyes. Lin Wanner's unreasonable behavior not only slandered Chu Chen, but also provoked his authority. He would not allow Lin Wanner to cause any more trouble. Seeing that Gu Yin was already angry, Lin Wanner dared not speak anymore. First place is Chu Chen, you all can disperse. Gu Yin said. Yes, Elder. The students dispersed one after another. Chu Chen looked at Lin Wanner and said with a cold smile, Lin Wanner, it must feel terrible, right? Don't worry. The Sword King Bell assessment is just the beginning. Next, there will be more things that I will return to you one by one. I will return it to you in Lu Yinfeng. Lin Wanner wanted to deal with Chu Chen right now, but with Gu Yin present, she dared not make a move. Chu Chen, you wait. I won't let you go. After leaving a harsh word filled with hatred, Lin Wanner also left. Chu Chen turned and gently cupped his fist towards Gu Yin and then left. In fact, Chu Chen could report to the Elder that Lin Wanner had dug out his sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart. However, this matter involved Lu Yinfeng. Lu Yinfeng was a genius student of the Knife Dao system in the Northern Academy. A Southern Academy Elder could not touch him. So Chu Chen said nothing. Chu Chen wanted to take revenge in his own way. As Chu Chen left, Gu Yin and 3 stewards also departed. Chu Chen's first revenge against Lin Wanner ended with Chu Chen's victory. Chu Chen returned to his small courtyard. Shen Yuqing had already prepared a meal waiting for him. Are you hungry, Xiao Chen? Upon seeing Chu Chen, Shen Yuqing immediately smiled and welcomed him. Yes, I'm hungry, master. I'll wash my hands. Chu Chen rubbed his belly and smiled. How did you do in the Sword King Bell assessment this time? At the dining table, Shen Yuqing picked up a piece of meat for Chu Chen and asked, Master, I have good news for you. I got first place in this assessment. Chu Chen swallowed the piece of meat and said, What? Xiao Chen, you actually got first place. You are amazing. Shen Yuqing was extremely excited. I knew our Xiao Chen was the best. Then she sighed. If your master knew, he would be so pleased. Remembering that figure, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel sad. Then Chu Chen asked, Master, what kind of person is your master? What kind of person is your master? Shen Yuqing was somewhat surprised. Xiao Chen, why do you ask this question? Chu Chen smiled and said, just asking casually. Chu Chen was able to undergo a transformation and be reborn, all thanks to the 9-tiered prison tower. In Chu Chen's view, the 9-tiered prison tower was definitely a top-notch treasure in the world. Such a treasure, not to mention the elders of the Southern Academy. Even the head of the Qinghe Dao Academy would probably find it hard to reach. The 9-fold town prison tower was left to him by his master. Chu Chen felt that his master was somewhat extraordinary. Shen Yuqing said, Don't you understand your master yet? Speaking of which, you should know your master better than I do. After all, you've been with your master since you were 3 years old, and it's already been over 13 years. I only returned with your master 10 years ago, so you've known your master for 3 years longer than I have. As for your master, Shen Yuqing had a look of nostalgia on her face. He is an elder of the South Courtyard of the Qinghe Dao Academy. Usually, he enjoys drinking old wine, traveling, and living a carefree life. He values friendship and loyalty, loves to tell jokes to make people laugh, and can also be quite annoying. Chu Chen nodded, recalling that his master did indeed have an ordinary appearance. He then chose not to mention his master any further. Every time his master was brought up, it didn't take long for Shen Yuqing to become very sad. He didn't want to see his beloved master's wife fall into sorrow. Soon, the two finished their meal. Shen Yuqing cleaned up the dishes while Chu Chen retreated into his room. Inside, Chu Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, took down the pendant of a ninefold town prison tower, held it in his hand, closed his eyes slightly, and focused his consciousness into the ninefold town prison tower. Since there was a sky-eating sword demon on the first level, he wanted to see what was on the second level. His vision spun, and then he found himself in an endless purgatory engulfed in flames. In the center of this purgatory, the ninefold town prison tower stood level with the heavens, as if suppressing the vastness of eternity. Chu Chen entered the first level of the ninefold town prison tower, where he still saw the battlefield filled with broken swords and corpses. The body of the sky-eating sword demon stood there, exuding an overwhelming aura. Chu Chen approached the sky-eating sword demon, bowed deeply 3 times, and then continued forward. He discovered a black pillar of light deep within the battlefield. The pillar had a root but seemed endless, not knowing where it led. However, his intuition told Chu Chen that this was the path to the second level. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards the pillar of light. Chapter 7. The Anomaly of the Ninefold Town Prison Tower. Bang! But as soon as Chu Chen approached the pillar of light within 3 zhong, a terrifying force erupted from within, sending Chu Chen flying and crashing to the ground. Although it was only his consciousness that had entered the ninefold town prison tower, Chu Chen still felt quite embarrassed at that moment. Either his cultivation was insufficient, or the opportunity had not yet arrived. It seemed he wouldn't be able to enter the second level of the ninefold town prison tower in the short term. Chu Chen shook his head slightly, and then withdrew from the ninefold town prison tower. On the wooden bed, Chu Chen opened his eyes and began his cultivation. He activated the Sky-Eating Emperor Sutra and opened the heavenly Dao Qilan bone. Streams of rich heaven and earth essence began to gather from outside the room, flowing in through the window and entering his body. Under the refinement of the Sky-Eating Emperor Sutra, the heaven and earth essence rapidly transformed into pure elemental power. Infusing his qi, absorbing the heaven and earth essence was the most basic form of cultivation, often yielding slow results. But Chu Chen's Sky-Eating Emperor Sutra and heavenly Dao Qilan bone both had astonishing effects in speeding up cultivation. Thus, even when using this simplest method, Chu Chen could still clearly feel his qi becoming fuller and his cultivation becoming denser. A night passed without incident. The next morning, after finishing the breakfast prepared by Shen Yuqing, Chu Chen headed to the Scripture Pavilion. It was time to exchange for that reward. The South Courtyard Scripture Pavilion was built of blue bricks and red tiles, looking very grand. It had 3 floors. The first 2 floors were freely accessible to students, while the third floor could only be entered by students who had made contributions to the South Courtyard or those who had ranked first in the Sword King Bell assessment. The martial arts on the first 2 floors were mostly at the yellow grade, 3rd tier, and below. The martial arts on the 3rd floor could reach up to the yellow grade, 6th tier. In front of the Scripture Pavilion, an elder from the South Courtyard was dozing at a table. Chu Chen gently tapped the elder's table. The elder groggily said, "Just go look for yourself and register when you've made your choice." "Elder, I want to go to the 3rd floor," Chu Chen said, handing the elder a token inscribed with the words, "First in the South Courtyard Assessment of Class 4. "You're the first in the South Courtyard Assessment of Class 4? The elder raised an eyebrow. "That's right," Chu Chen nodded. "All right, here is the spirit pearl that the seal on the 3rd floor. You can go in, but you can only choose one sword technique." The elder handed Chu Chen a round pearl. Chu Chen accepted it and walked into the Scripture Pavilion as the elder continued to doze. On the 1st and 2nd floors of the Scripture Pavilion, there were currently 30 to 40 people browsing through martial arts. Chu Chen did not linger on the 1st and 2nd floors and headed straight for the 3rd floor. The entrance to the 3rd floor was sealed with a powerful sword intent, reaching at least the 9th stage. Sword cultivators also had titles, and those with 9th stage sword intent could be referred to as sword lords. This was a layer of sword lord level sword intent. Beyond sword intent, there was sword domain. Reaching a certain level within the sword domain could earn one the title of Sword King. It was said that the current head of the Qinghe Dao Academy was a powerful sword king. Chu Chen placed a round pearl into a nearby slot, and the sword intent seal immediately disappeared. He entered, finding a spacious floor lined with shelves. There were hundreds of martial arts books, and even dozens of sword techniques. Star-picking 9 swords, yellow grade 6 tier martial arts, consisting of 9 forms. Star extinguishing form, star sweeping form, star breaking form. Ice sword technique. Yellow grade 4th tier martial arts, condensing sword energy into ice, freezing all things. Rootless sword technique. Yellow grade 5th tier martial arts. To practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Flying sword technique. Yellow grade 5th tier martial arts. Chu Chen saw many sword techniques, each with varying levels and unique characteristics. Before long, Chu Chen had finished looking through all the sword techniques and focused his gaze on those of the yellow grade 6 tier, falling into hesitation. Suddenly, the 9-fold town prison tower pendant around his neck moved slightly, flying on its own and pointing to a specific location. It was a corner of the wooden rack. Chu Chen noticed that there was a dark red sword technique in that corner. He picked up the sword technique and looked. Blood Prison 9 swords. Yellow grade, 5th tier martial arts, extremely wild, violent, fierce, and murderous. Chu Chen shook his head slightly. The introduction was quite impressive, but it was only yellow grade 5th tier. However, just as Chu Chen's hand was about to touch the manual, the Sky Devouring Emperor Sutra within his body suddenly activated on its own. Immediately, more information regarding this manual appeared in Chu Chen's mind. What? This Blood Prison 9 sword originally had a level as high as the mysterious grade 1st tier. It was incomplete, originally consisting of 13 swords. The first 9 swords were at yellow grade 5th tier, while the last 4 swords were all at mysterious grade 1st tier. Chu Chen's eyes widened. Since it was the 9-fold town prison tower and the Sky Devouring Emperor Sutra guiding him, then this information must be correct. He was filled with astonishment, never expecting the level of this sword technique to be so high. Unable to resist, he opened the Blood Prison 9 swords manual. As the pages turned, the little figures holding swords within the manual seemed to dance before Chu Chen's eyes, and the Sky Devouring Emperor Sutra within him also operated rapidly. Whoosh! A massive crimson sword energy suddenly shot up from Chu Chen's body. This sword energy soared over the roof of the Scripture Pavilion without causing any damage, shooting straight into the sky above the pavilion. Boom! Above the Scripture Pavilion, high in the heavens, a crimson sword energy approximately 100 meters long suddenly burst forth. It loomed high, like a deity looking down upon mortals, releasing a chilling aura. In front of the Scripture Pavilion, the elder who had been dozing suddenly opened his eyes wide, then took a quick step and flew 100 meters away, looking up at the enormous sword energy above the pavilion, feeling a deep shock in his heart. This is whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And besides this guarding elder, 3 other elders appeared from 3 different directions. They quickly arrived in front of the guarding elder, their eyes filled with intense shock. Such powerful sword energy. Moreover, it was generated within the Scripture Pavilion, which indicates that an unparalleled genius has triggered a resonance with the secret technique. The elders exclaimed in surprise. Some top geniuses can indeed activate secret techniques, causing them to resonate. This has happened in the Scripture Pavilion before. However, the resonances that occurred previously were far less impressive than this one, even less than 1/10 of this event. The sword energy, 100 meters long, pierced through the sky. This scene was incredibly impactful. Find this genius. The elder guarding the pavilion rushed towards the Scripture Pavilion with 3 other elders. Buzz. But suddenly, that sword energy vanished. It disappeared without a trace, leaving no aura behind. The elder guarding the pavilion had to stop and said, "It's useless. The sword energy has disappeared, and the aura has dissipated, making it impossible to trace." He then sighed. It seems that a rare sword talent has emerged in this scripture pavilion. Inside the scripture pavilion, Chu Chen was also startled. He quickly dispersed the Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture. With the dispersal of the Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture, the massive crimson sword energy also vanished. He took a deep breath. The Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture is indeed powerful, but it's just too ostentatious. He didn't want it so high profile. His speed had increased too quickly. If someone were to investigate the secrets on him and uncover his 9-story town prison tower, he would have nowhere to cry. After the sword energy disappeared, he waited for several breaths, and when no elders came up, Chu Chen finally felt relieved. He then looked at the Blood Prison 9 swords and smiled. It's you. Although the surface level of the Blood Prison 9 swords is only yellow rank, 5th stage. Knowing its true level, Chu Chen definitely chose it. Even though the Blood Prison 9 swords is incomplete, with the heavenly Dao Qilan Bone and the Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture, he was very confident he could cultivate it. Chu Chen took the Blood Prison 9 swords and left the 3rd floor. At the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion, due to the earlier incident with the Crimson Sword Energy, the elder guarding the pavilion was now full of spirit and didn't dare to sleep. Elder, I made my choice. Chu Chen handed the orb to the elder guarding the pavilion. The elder glanced at the secret technique and frowned. You actually chose the Blood Prison 9 swords. Are you sure you want to choose the Blood Prison 9 swords? Yes. Chu Chen nodded. Seeing that you ranked first in this Sword King Bell assessment, I kindly advise you, this Blood Prison 9 swords is not easy to cultivate. On one hand, it is an incomplete sword technique. Its actual level is much higher than yellow rank, 5th stage. On the other hand, this sword technique is extremely wild, violent, fierce, and aggressive. It is not only extremely difficult for ordinary people to control, but it can also easily backfire. For these 2 reasons, you may not even be able to learn all 9 swords of it. Many students have chosen the Blood Prison 9 swords in the past, but most of them could only learn 5 swords at most, and more than half of them were injured by its backlash, ultimately having to give up and wasting a lot of cultivation time. I advise you to choose a yellow rank, 6th stage sword technique instead. If you want to choose again now, I will give you this opportunity. The elder guarding the pavilion advised. Thank you for the information, but I still want to choose this Blood Prison 9 swords. Chu Chen shook his head. You're really stubborn. Do as you wish. The elder guarding the pavilion was speechless and could only let Chu Chen be. Young people have high ambitions, I can understand. When you fail, you will regret not listening to me today. The elder guarding the pavilion completed the registration for Chu Chen. Thank you, elder. Chu Chen turned and left with the Blood Prison 9 swords. Could the student who triggered the resonance and produced the 100-meter crimson sword energy be him? After Chu Chen left, the elder guarding the pavilion murmured as he looked at his retreating figure. Chu Chen is the first in the Sword King Bell assessment of Class 4. It is reasonable to suspect that he has good sword talent. However, the elder quickly dismissed this thought. No, anyone could be the one, but it definitely cannot be him. If Chu Chen had chosen another sword technique, the elder would have thought it could very well be him. But since Chu Chen chose the Blood Prison 9 swords, then it was impossible. Chu Chen couldn't even cultivate the Blood Prison 9 swords. So how could he cause it to resonate and unleash a 100-meter sword energy? The one who unleashed the 100-meter crimson sword energy must be someone else. Chu Chen left the scripture pavilion and headed towards the small courtyard. Along the way, he passed many peaks and buildings. When he reached a certain small path, suddenly, 5 figures rushed out from the end of the path. Leading them was Lin Wanner. Besides her, there were 4 other students from the southern courtyard, all at the 7th stage of gathering Yuan. Chu Chen, you finally showed up. Lin Wanner said fiercely to Chu Chen. It seems you've been waiting for me for a long time. Chu Chen was not surprised by Lin Wanner's appearance. It hadn't been too long, just an hour. But as long as I can wait for you, it's all worth it. Yesterday, with Gu Yun present, Lin Wanner couldn't attack Chu Chen. So today, she brought these people to block him. Although Chu Chen's sword realm was strange, his actual cultivation level was only at the 5th stage of gathering Yuan, making him easy to deal with. This time, in addition to teaching Chu Chen a lesson, she wanted to know what secrets he had. Recovering to the 5th stage of gathering Yuan overnight and breaking through the sword realm to sword intent. If she believed that Chu Chen had no secrets, She wouldn't believe it. You shameless person. I knew you wouldn't behave yourself. Chu Chen looked at Lin Vanna. His eyes filled with disgust and contempt. Chu Chen, what did you call me? Lin Wanner shouted angrily. I called you shameless. Chu Chen said calmly. Didn't you hear enough? Then let me say more. You shameless whore, you filthy woman, you dog, you rotten bitch. Lin Wanner's face turned pale with anger. Chu Chen, you're seeking death. Her anger stemmed not only from Chu Chen's insults, but also from the discomfort of facing someone who used to be her biggest sycophant. She made Chu Chen go east, and he wouldn't dare go west. She made him lie down, and he wouldn't dare stand up. Now, this sycophant was insulting her like this. The feeling of control had completely disappeared. Someone take him down. Lin Vanna yet. Yes, Sister Wanner. The 4 students were called by Lu Yunfeng to be Lin Wanner's lackeys. As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately drew their long swords and charged at Chu Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold sword lights tore through the air, attacking Chu Chen. Using the yellow rank. 3rd stage movement technique, 7-star step, Chu Chen ghosted past the sword strikes of the 4. He then unleashed the yellow rank. 3rd stage fist technique, diamond fist, striking 2 of the students. Bang, bang. The 2 students were instantly sent flying, their chests surging with blood as they spat out blood, falling to the ground. Unable to get up, their internal organs felt like they were about to rupture. Diamond hammer. Chu Chen turned around and performed the diamond hammer move from diamond fist, striking the other 2 students. Bang, bang. Those 2 students also spat blood and collapsed on the ground. Lin Wanner was shocked. How could Chu Chen, who was only at the 5th stage of gathering Yuan, have such powerful combat strength? Lin Vanna. Chu Chen looked at Lin Wanner and shouted. Lin Wanner was startled and shivered. Chu Chen's voice was too cold, as if she were wrapped in endless ice. Oomph. So what if you defeated all 4 of them? I, Lin Wanner, have the cultivation of the 8th stage of gathering Yuan. Do you think you can defeat me? But then Lin Wanner steadied her mind. She was at the 8th stage of gathering Yuan, not comparable to the 7th stage of gathering Yuan. Chu Chen, kneel before me. Lin Wanner slashed her sword at Chu Chen, using the cold plum sword technique that she had been practicing for a long time. Swish! A bright red sword light whistled towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen drew his long sword from its sheath and slashed out. Swish! A sword light shot out as well. Bang! The 2 sword lights collided and shattered simultaneously. Next, Chu Chen stepped into the 7-star steps, advancing forward, flowing like clouds and flowing water. What he executed was precisely the flowing water style from the cloud sword technique. A beam of sword light struck towards Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner blocked with her sword, but was directly pushed back. Then, Chu Chen struck down again with another sword. In this strike, Chu Chen utilized a portion of his sword intent. A vast sword intent surged down towards Lin Wanner. Li Vena activated her soul hot, releasing a sea-like sword aura to block with all her strength. Boom! But the next moment, the sword light sliced through her sea of sword aura, landing on the long sword she had raised in front of her chest. Poof! She was sent flying by this sword, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. 3 swords. In just 3 strikes, Chu Chen had defeated Lin Wanner. After obtaining the Devouring Emperor Scripture, relying solely on his physical qualities, Chu Chen could already challenge opponents 2 levels higher. Coupled with his extraordinary mastery of sword techniques and a powerful segment of sword intent, defeating someone at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm was no problem at all. Chu Chen, how could you be so strong? Lin Wanner completely broke down, her face looking as if she had eaten something disgusting. She never imagined that Chu Chen could defeat her so easily. Chapter 9. Black Moon Mountains, Blood Red Lotus. It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. Chu Chen coldly stared at Lin Wanner with my sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart. You are still this weak. Lin Wanner, tell me, are you a waste? His eyes were filled with deep disdain and disregard. Feeling Chu Chen's contempt, Lin Wanner's heart erupted with rage like a volcano. She jumped up. Chu Chen, how dare you insult me? Insult you? That's still light. I'm going to hit you. Chu Chen suddenly vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he had already slapped Lin Wanner's face. Lin Wanner was instantly sent flying. 5 bright, red fingerprints appearing on her face, quickly swelling up. Chu Chen. Lin Wanner completely lost her composure, having been slapped. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. She shouted angrily, "Remember, the humiliation you gave me today, one day, I will return it 100-fold. My humiliation?" Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Lin Wanner had betrayed him first and joined forces with Lu Yunfeng to seize his sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart. Now she still had the face to say she would return the humiliation he gave her 100-fold? Did she have no shame at all? "You are truly the most despicable woman I have ever seen in my life. No exceptions. Well, since you don't care about your face anymore, let me help you." Chu Chen rushed forward, both hands flying out, slapping Lin Wanner's face again and again. Slap, 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 slap. The crisp sound of slaps echoed continuously on this winding path, each slap solidly hitting Lin Wanner's face, the sound of flesh colliding ringing out across the ground. After giving Lin Wanner more than a dozen slaps, Chu Chen finally stopped. When he stopped, Lin Wanner's once delicate face had completely swollen up, covered in countless bloody handprints, unrecognizable from her original appearance. Lin Wanner covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. She trembled as she looked at Chu Chen, nearly incoherent with rage. "What now?" Chu Chen said coldly. Thud. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Lin Wanner took a few steps back, trembling in fear of being hit again. Then, covering her face, she said fiercely, "Even if you come back, so what? Do you really think you can compete with me and Fengge? Yes. You got first place in the Sword King Bell assessment. But in a month, it's the Southern Academy assessment. You treat me like this today, my Fengge will definitely not let you go in the Southern Academy assessment." Southern Academy assessment? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The Southern Academy assessment was the largest assessment in the Southern Academy of the Sword Dao department, incomparable to the Sword King Bell assessment. All students from the Southern Academy's classes in the Sword Dao department could participate in the Southern Academy assessment. Those who performed the best would have the chance to enter the Northern Academy of the Sword Dao department. The Southern Academy assessment was held once a year. This year's Southern Academy assessment was exactly 1 month away. Although Lu Yunfeng was not from the Sword Dao department, with his influence, he could definitely find ways to deal with Chu Chen during the Southern Academy assessment. Especially today, after Chu Chen had beaten Lin Wanner so badly. He would not let it go. "If you want to kill me, I'm always up for it. But still, let me say this. If you have a chance, you better kill me all at once. If you can't kill me, I will definitely kill you." Chu Chen calmly finished speaking and turned to leave. He wanted to kill Lin Wanner too, but this was the Dao Academy, and it wasn't appropriate to take lethal action. However, giving Lin Wanner so many slaps felt quite satisfying, relieving much of the pent-up frustration in his heart. "Wait for it. We will definitely not let you go in the Southern Academy assessment," Lin Wanner said angrily as she watched Chu Chen's departing figure. "Sister Wanner, are you okay?" The 4 students at the 7th level of the Gathering Yuan realm approached Lin Wanner. "Okay. Does it look like I'm okay?" "Get lost," Lin Wanner shouted. Chu Chen returned to the small courtyard without stopping, said goodbye to Shun Yuqing, and left the Qinghe Dao Academy, heading to the Black Moon Mountains. The Black Moon Mountains were the largest mountain range near the Qinghe Dao Academy, filled with many demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. Chu Chen wanted to enhance his strength, and staying in the Dao Academy was definitely not enough. He had to go out and train. After 2 hours, he finally arrived at the Black Moon Mountains. Looking up, a massive mountain range lay on the ground, exuding a primitive aura. If one listened carefully, they could hear many roars of demonic beasts. Chu Chen directly entered. On the first day in the mountains, he encountered 3 demonic beasts, all at the first level, but they were very weak, not even comparable to the Azure Scale Eagle. Chu Chen killed them, took their demonic cores, and absorbed them using the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra, temporarily enhancing both his cultivation and sword intent, but not by much. Possibly because the demonic beasts were too weak. There weren't many powerful demonic beasts or precious spiritual herbs on the outskirts of the Black Moon Mountains. So Chu Chen headed towards the central part of the mountains. 3 days later, he was almost close to the center of the Black Moon Mountains. At this point, His cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and his sword realm had also reached a peak stage. Thanks to these past few days, he had killed more than a dozen low-level demonic beasts. This was entirely thanks to the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra. Normally, it would take at least a month to bring both cultivation and sword realm to their peaks, but with the devouring power of the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra, it took just a few days. At this moment, Chu Chen finally discovered a precious spiritual herb, a blood-colored red lotus, growing between two rocks 50 meters away from him. It was about a foot in diameter, approximately 2 feet tall, with 9 petals, emitting a dim blood light under the gloomy sunlight. The blood-red lotus. A first-level supreme spiritual herb. Spiritual herbs are divided into 1st to 9th levels, and each level is further divided into middle, upper, and supreme grades. A first-level supreme spiritual herb is the most precious among first-level spiritual herbs, containing much more potent medicinal effects than other first-level spiritual herbs. The blood-red lotus contains an incredibly vast amount of energy. If Chu Chen absorbs it, he is 100% sure he can break through his realm. Chu Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly flew in front of the blood-red lotus. But just as he was about to pick the blood-red lotus, suddenly a sound of wind breaking came from afar. 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the distant forest, shouting at Chu Chen, "Wait." Chu Chen turned around and saw that these 3 people were all wearing similar uniforms from the Southern Academy of the Sword Dao Department. Zhang Tao, Wei Xing, Chen Xiao. Chu Chen murmured. These 3 were actually acquaintances, all from another class in the Sword Dao Department, Class 6. The cultivation levels of the 3 were, just like as before, at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. "Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out to be you, Chu Chen." One of them sneered. "Chu Chen, I heard that your cultivation level dropped to the 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm while you were in the South Courtyard. I didn't quite believe it at the time, but it seems to be true now. What happened to you? Why did you fall in level? I heard it has something to do with Lin Wanner, your partner. She seems to have run off with someone else. Is that true?" The 3 looked at Chu Chen with mocking expressions. In the South Courtyard, the news among the classes was very fluid, and they had already heard about what happened during the Sword King Zhong's assessment in Class 4. Chu Chen's expression was indifferent. Speaking of which, these 3 used to be his followers. After all, at that time, his master, Cang Yuan Sage, was an elder of the South Courtyard, and he enjoyed great prestige, which led many to curry favor with him. But ever since Cang Yuan Sage died, the situation changed drastically. Their faction's status plummeted, becoming the bottom feeders of the Sword Dao system in the South Courtyard, and everyone who once flattered him left. These 3 often teamed up to bully him, perhaps trying to cover up the humiliation of once following him around like a puppy. "Chu Chen, hand over the blood-red lotus obediently, and don't try any tricks," Zhang Tao among the 3 said coldly, staring at Chu Chen. They had discovered the blood-red lotus after Chu Chen, and initially thought they would retreat if they encountered a tough opponent, but they didn't expect to run into Chu Chen, who would be easy to bully. "Want to die? I'll help you." Chu Chen was too lazy to waste words with them. As soon as he finished speaking, his body charged toward them, and his long sword was drawn, radiating a cold light. Looking for death, the 3 were taken aback, not expecting Chu Chen to dare to charge at them. "Get down." Wei Xing among them acted first, stepping forward with his long sword raised, striking down. Clang! The 2 long swords clashed, producing a sound of metal striking. Wei Xing's long sword was immediately deflected by Chu Chen, who then slashed diagonally with his sword. Puffed! A line of blood appeared on Wei Xing's neck, and even though he dropped his long sword and desperately covered his neck with both hands, blood gushed out uncontrollably. Wei Xing fell to the ground and soon lost his breath. Dead. The reason Wei Xing died was largely due to his carelessness. He underestimated Chu Chen too much. However, even without that carelessness, it would only take Chu Chen 2 strikes to kill him. Wei Xing, Zhang Tao, and Chen Xiao were stunned. How could Wei Xing die at Chu Chen's hands with just 1 strike? You actually killed Wei Xing? Their pupils dilated. Not only do I want to kill him, I also want to kill you. Chu Chen swept his sword toward the 2. Block. The 2 drew their long swords to defend. Bang! Their bodies were instantly sent flying by Chu Chen. At that moment, they realized the immense power Wei Xing had faced from Chu Chen Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Snowfall Sword Technique. After regaining their footing, the two immediately charged at Chu Chen, each unleashing a set of third-tier yellow rank sword techniques. Since both had condensed sword bones, as they struck, two torrents of sword energy surged toward Chu Chen. On the ground, two sword paths appeared, torn apart by the sword energy. Cloudless Sky. Chu Chen unleashed another technique from the cloud movement sword technique, slicing out with his sword. A massive sword light directly shattered the two streams of sword energy. 7-star step. Immediately, Chu Chen activated the 7-star step, leaping high into the air and slashing down at the two. Sword intent. This time, he activated his sword intent. A terrifying beam of sword light rushed down toward the two, accompanied by a terrifying sword intent that howled forth like a storm, tearing apart the ground. Block. The two dared not be careless and immediately exerted all their strength to swing their swords to block. Sizzle. But in an instant, their offensive was shattered. Their bodies were sent flying, with each of them sustaining a massive wound on their chests, deep enough to see bone. The two were utterly terrified. Chu Chen, you can't kill us. We are students of the Sword Dao system in the South Courtyard. We are fellow disciples. If you kill us, the Dao Academy will punish you. Chu Chen landed on the ground, coldly looking at the two. Is this the Dao Academy? No. The two thought for a moment and replied. Then what good is your threat? Sizzle. Chu Chen slashed down with his sword, and the heads of the two flew off. In the Qinghut Dao Academy, Chu Chen couldn't kill, but outside of it, who would know he had killed? After killing the three, Chu Chen searched their bodies and found over 30 low-grade Yuan stones. Yuan stones are the common currency in this world, containing pure heaven and earth vitality. Martial artists absorb Yuan stones to cultivate, which is more effective than absorbing heaven and earth vitality directly. Yuan stones are divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 1,000. In the Qinghut Dao Academy, students usually used low-grade Yuan stones. Chu Chen's family also had some low-grade Yuan stones, but less than 100. A few students had previously been incited by Lin Wanner to rob him, but were intercepted by Chu Chen before they could leave. Zhang Tao and the others' assets were certainly more than just these 30 or so stones, but they didn't carry many when going out. Most were likely left in the Dao Academy, since he would need to train in the Black Moon Mountain Range next. Carrying these 30 or so low-grade Yuan stones would be quite inconvenient. Chu Chen simply dug a hole, marked it, and buried them, planning to retrieve them when he returned to the Dao Academy. Then, Chu Chen approached the blood-red lotus and picked it from the crevice. The blood-red lotus was icy to the touch, and just holding it, Chu Chen could feel a rich wave of energy. He clasped the blood-red lotus with both hands and activated the Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture. Boom! A powerful devouring force erupted from Chu Chen's hands. Visibly, torrents of energy surged out from the blood-red lotus, rushing into Chu Chen's body. Every cell in Chu Chen's body rejoiced, and his energy sea-roiled. At the same time, an invisible sword intent spontaneously emitted from within Chu Chen, enveloping the surroundings and forming a storm that tore the ground apart. In just a moment, the blood-red lotus turned to ashes. Chu Chen's cultivation successfully broke through to the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and his sword intent also advanced from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. Chu Chen's overall strength had surged dramatically. High-quality spiritual herbs are truly the best. Ordinary demon essence and spiritual herbs are just too slow to improve. Chu Chen's my. If an ordinary person heard Chu Chen say this, they would surely be infuriated. Even ordinary demon essence and spiritual herbs take a long time for regular people to reach their peak, unlike him who reached it in just a few days. Moreover, many demon essences and spiritual herbs are not even absorbable for regular folks. Only he, possessing the Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture, could devour everything like a glutton. After his cultivation breakthrough, Chu Chen was in a great mood. He dug a hole to bury Zhang Tao and the others' bodies and then continued on. In the following time, aside from killing demon beasts and looking for spiritual herbs, Chu Chen also practiced the Blood Prison 9 swords. With the heavenly Dao Qilan Bone and the Devouring Heaven Emperor Scripture, his comprehension was like that of a demon, and in just 3 days, He successfully cultivated all 9 swords of the blood prison 9 swords. After another 3 days, he also successfully cultivated the 10th sword. The 10th sword belongs to the incomplete part of the blood prison 9 swords, which ordinary people could not deduce at all. But Chu Chen managed to succeed in just 3 days, a speed that could only be described as terrifying. It turned out that the first 9 swords were merely the basic sword techniques of the blood prison 9 swords, and only the last 4 swords were the true killing moves. Chu Chen muttered. He also understood why other students practicing the blood prison 9 swords often suffered backlash. As Elder Shogu said, this sword technique is too violent, requiring a very fast frequency of Yuan power operation, and it also demands a large amount of Yuan power. Under the condition of Yuan power operating at an extremely high frequency and in large quantities, ordinary warriors with weak meridians simply cannot withstand the destruction. However, Chu Chen possesses the Heaven Devouring Emperor Sutra, and once the sutra is activated, the violent power released by the high-speed operation of Yuan power is devoured. The blood prison 9 swords is as gentle as a child in front of the Heaven Devouring Emperor Sutra. Chapter 11. Encountering mercenaries in the ancient tomb. Moreover, during these days, Chu Chen's cultivation level smoothly reached the peak of the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, only a thin line away from the 7th level. If he could find a precious spiritual herb, he would surely step into the 7th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Chu Chen had arrived in the central area of the Black Moon Mountain range. One day, he saw a deep forest. The forest was so dense that sunlight was mostly blocked by the tall treetops, casting a dim light throughout. The entire forest looked dark, exuding a dangerous aura. With the intention of searching for spiritual herbs, Chu Chen walked in, stepping into the forest and walking for several hundred meters. He was about to approach the center of the woods. At that moment, Chu Chen saw a small hill about 10 meters high appear in the center of the forest. Beneath the small hill was a dark cave entrance. Outside the small hill, several figures were standing. These figures, all in tight-fitting clothes, consisted of 4 men and 1 woman, the youngest in their 20s and the oldest in their 40s. They were all filled with a murderous aura, looking fierce, and even the woman gave off a venomous vibe. At this moment, they were pacing back and forth around the cave entrance, seemingly deep in thought. Mercenaries. After just one glance at the 5 people, Chu Chen quickly judged their identity. The Black Moon Mountain Range is a place where not only the students of the Qinghe Dao Academy come to train, but also many mercenaries like to venture in. It was obvious that this group of people were mercenaries. Get away from here. Mercenaries are known for being ruthless and are all bloodthirsty types. Of course, this doesn't mean that all mercenaries are bad, but in this dangerous Black Moon Mountain Range, it was wise for Chu Chen to keep his distance from them. Chu Chen turned to leave. Big brother. At that moment, the woman in her 20s from the mercenary team spotted Chu Chen and said to the rugged man in his 40s, who was the leader of the mercenary team. The rugged man looked at the woman and asked, "What's up?" "There's a kid over there." The woman pointed at Chu Chen. The mercenary leader immediately noticed Chu Chen. The other 3 men also saw him. "I can't believe someone came to this godforsaken place. Judging by his attire, he seems to be from the Qinghe Dao Academy." The mercenary leader sneered. "Big brother, we can do this and that," the woman whispered to the mercenary leader. The mercenary leader's eyes lit up, gave the woman a thumbs up, and then said to 2 of the men, "You 2 go bring him over." The strength of this mercenary team was as follows. The leader was at the 1st level of the Condensed Dan realm. The woman and 1 other man were at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and the other 2 men were at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. The 2 men assigned by the mercenary leader were the ones at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. The 2 men grinned and said, "Got it," and quickly rushed toward Chu Chen. Before long, they caught up to Chu Chen and shouted, "Little brother, wait a minute. What do you want?" Chu Chen turned his head. He had already noticed the 2 were chasing him, but if he flew away now, it would definitely provoke a fight, so he preferred to see what they wanted. "Our team found a treasure spot in this dense forest, but we don't have enough manpower, so we specially invite you to join our team and search for treasure together. If we find any treasures, you will definitely get a share," one of the men said with a smile. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Chu Chen did not believe that they would be so kind. "Little brother, don't be so quick to refuse. Let us explain what the treasure spot is." Do you see that hill? Under that hill, there is a tomb, presumably the resting place of a powerful figure from the southern region long ago. A strong person's tomb must have treasures. If you join our team, we won't ask you to do anything. Just go into the tomb and take a look. No matter what happens, we will protect you, the two men said. It's actually a tomb? Chu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He then understood the purpose of these people coming to find him. It is common knowledge that ancient tombs often contain treasures. However, ancient tombs also frequently have traps set by the tomb's owner to avoid being disturbed after death. These people were surrounding the cave entrance, but did not go in, clearly afraid of the traps inside the ancient tomb. They wanted him to go in first to check if there were any traps. As for whether he would be killed by the traps, they did not care. Even if he survived after exploring, they would definitely kill him without hesitation. After all, they wouldn't really let him share the spoils. Stop talking nonsense, just grab him. Outside the cave, the mercenary leader shouted. He had already seen Chu Chen's cultivation level. He was only at the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, so why waste words on an ant at that level? Yes, big brother. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two men also turned cold. Yeah, why are we wasting time talking to this ant? Kid, we kindly invited you, but you refused. Now don't blame us for being rough. One of the men shouted and reached out towards Chu Chen. Swish. However, as soon as this man's hand stretched out, a sharp sword light burst forth from the void in front of him. This man's right hand, along with his head, soared into the sky, and a spray of bright red blood erupted as his headless body crashed to the ground. Old 5. Another man looked at this scene and shouted, then turned to Chu Chen with anger and shock. But before he could finish his sentence, another sword light erupted in front of him. Swish! His head also soared into the sky, with blood gushing out. Having killed 2 people, not a drop of blood was on Chu Chen's long sword, demonstrating how incredibly fast his strikes were. Old 4, Old 5. The mercenary leader, along with the woman and another man, were all wide-eyed in disbelief. They could hardly believe that a mere kid at the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm had instantly killed their Old 4 and Old 5. However, no matter how shocked they were, the most pressing matter now was to avenge Old 4 and Old 5. Big brother, let us kill that kid. The woman and another man shouted and charged towards Chu Chen. Okay, after catching him, don't kill him too quickly. I want to skin him, pull out his tendons, and dig out his bones. The mercenary leader was filled with rage. Boom, boom. As the woman and the man rushed in, their cultivation at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm made their momentum several times stronger than that of the previous 2 men. Just running through the air caused a tremendous shock in the atmosphere. Chapter 12, The 10th Sword, Heaven Slaughter, facing the woman and the man. Chu Chen's expression remained very calm. Looking for death. I'll fulfill your wish. His gaze was sharp as he stepped forward. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. With a long sword in hand, he slashed out. Swish! A blood-colored sword light cut towards the two. Blood-colored sword light? The sword light, generated by the flowing cloud sword technique, is not blood-colored. What kind of sword technique is this? Indeed, this is the Blood Prison 9 swords. The woman and the man sensed a very dangerous aura and hurriedly drew their weapons to block. The woman's weapon was a black shield and a silver short sword, while the man's weapon was a long sword. They swung their weapons to block. Bang! In an instant, the blood-red sword light shattered their attacks, sending them staggering back several meters. Chu Chen advanced, slashing at them with another sword. The two of them exerted all their strength to block, but were pushed back step by step. After just 3 strikes, Chu Chen cut down with one sword, severing the man's head. With another strike, he broke the woman's shield. However, thanks to the shield's defense, the woman did not die, but was instead knocked away. Second brother, third sister. Seeing the man die in an instant, the mercenary leader rushed over, positioning himself between Chu Chen and the woman. The woman was actually the mercenary leader's lover, and he feared that Chu Chen would kill her as well. Third sister, are you all right? The mercenary leader asked urgently. I'm fine, big brother. This guy is too strange. Kill him, avenge us. The woman said angrily, clutching her chest. All right. The mercenary leader was also shocked by Chu Chen's combat strength. But as a first-level condensation Dan expert, how could he fear Chu Chen? Kid, dare to kill so many of my men? I will tear you apart. The mercenary leader shouted, launching a punch at Chu Chen. Diamond hammer. Chu Chen also punched back. Boom. The two punches collided, and Chu Chen was sent flying several meters away. Condensation. Not only was the area of their energy sea significantly larger than that of the gathering Yuan realm, but more importantly, they had already condensed a Yuan Dan within their energy sea. The Yuan Dan could quickly absorb the natural energy of the world, converting it into usable Yuan power for the martial artist. With a Yuan Dan, the Yuan power available to a condensation Dan martial artist was more than 10 times that of a 9th level gathering Yuan martial artist, both in quantity and quality. Kid, it seems your strength is also limited. I thought you were truly terrifying. The mercenary leader sneered and charged at Chu Chen. In his hand appeared a blue long spear, which he thrust at Chu Chen. Blood Hell 9 swords. Compared to his fist techniques, Chu Chen's sword techniques were naturally more powerful. He unleashed the Blood Hell 9 swords, simultaneously activating the second stage of sword intent, thrusting a sword at the mercenary leader. Clang! The second stage of sword intent enhanced the long sword, doubling its power. When the long sword struck the spear trembled violently. Chu Chen took a few steps back, and the mercenary leader also retreated a few steps. Second stage sword intent. Kid, you actually released second stage sword intent. The mercenary leader exclaimed in shock. Your eyesight is quite good, Chu Chen replied. Are you a student from the Northern Academy of the Sword Dao at Qinghe Dao Institute? No, I am just a student from the Southern Academy of the Sword Dao at Qinghe Dao Institute. Impossible. How could a student from the Southern Academy of the Sword Dao comprehend second stage sword intent? The mercenary leader couldn't believe it. However, Chu Chen ignored him and thrust his sword at the mercenary leader again. The mercenary leader immediately raised his spear to block. Ding, 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 ding. The two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging dozens of blows in an instant. Ha ha ha. So what if you've comprehended second stage sword intent? I'm a first-level expert in the condensation Dan realm. Just relying on your second stage sword intent and 6th level gathering Yuan cultivation won't be enough to defeat me. I can slowly wear you down. The mercenary leader laughed. After dozens of exchanges, Chu Chen had yet to gain the upper hand, and he was confident he could kill Chu Chen. Not necessarily. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened as he created a 10-meter distance from the mercenary leader. He then held his sword with both hands, slightly closing his eyes, channeling all his essence, energy, and spirit into the sword. Suddenly opening his eyes, 2 blood-red sword shadows rose from his eyes. One sword struck down. Heavenly Kill. What is Heavenly Kill? Heavenly Kill is the 10th sword of the Blood Hell 9 swords. Previously, the Blood Hell 9 swords that Chu Chen had executed were just the first 9 swords, which were basic sword techniques. But Heavenly Kill is a first-tier mystic technique. Boom! A torrent of majestic blood-red sword light surged forth, wide as a river of blood, pressing down on the mercenary leader. With the second stage sword intent enhancing it, the sword's might was overwhelming. The mercenary leader's face changed drastically. This sword was too powerful, sending chills down his spine. Démonter spear technique. The mercenary leader immediately unleashed his strongest spear technique, thrusting his spear out. A blue spear shadow collided with the torrent of blood-red sword light. Bang! The spear's shadow exploded instantly. The torrent of blood-red sword light crushed against the mercenary leader's body, and the spear he had raised in front of his chest was instantly blown away. The mercenary leader was sent flying back, crashing into a large tree, a grotesque wound appearing on his chest, exposing his internal organs. What a powerful sword! The mercenary leader exclaimed in horror. I originally wanted to keep things peaceful, but since you insisted on seeking death, don't blame me. Swish! Chu Chen struck down with his sword, a beam of sword light descending, severing the mercenary leader's head. Then, Chu Chen turned to the terrified woman beside him. At that moment, the woman had lost all courage to escape. She never expected that the mercenary leader would also die at Chu Chen's hands. Suddenly, the woman tore off her clothes, completely exposing her curvaceous, fair body to Chu Chen's eyes. Little brother, don't kill me. I can be your woman. I'm very good at serving people. I know many positions. I will definitely make you taste a flavor you have never experienced before. She flirted with Chu Chen, making seductive gestures. Swish! A beam of sword light flashed, and the woman's head fell to the ground. Women! Chu Chen glanced at the woman's headless corpse and said coldly, only slows down my sword draw. After Lin Wanner's betrayal, Chu Chen had no thoughts regarding romantic relationships at the moment. Moreover, this woman was too dirty for his taste. After killing the mercenary squad, Chu Chen continued to collect spoils. The low-grade yuan stones carried by these 5 were clearly more than those of Zhang Tao and the others, totaling over 100. This was certainly not all the wealth of these 5. As mercenaries, their wealth should at least be 10 times more. However, just like Zhang Tao, their wealth was likely stored at home, not all kept on their person. Chu Chen dug a pit and buried these low-grade yuan stones, then turned his gaze to the entrance of the ancient tomb before him. Would there be treasures in this ancient tomb? Chapter 13. A very odd senior sister. The entrance to the ancient tomb was pitch black, obscuring any view of the inside. Chu Chen picked up the headless corpse of the mercenary leader and threw it forcefully into the entrance. Inside the entrance, aside from the sound of the mercenary leader's body hitting the ground, there was no other noise. Chu Chen then threw in a dozen small stones, still receiving no response. Is it only living beings that can probe for traps inside? Chu Chen thought to himself. Looking around, there were no wild beasts, and his curiosity about the ancient tomb grew stronger. He took a deep breath, focused all his attention, and cautiously entered. If there was any danger, he would immediately retreat. Using a firestone to ignite a wooden stick, he lit up the surroundings as he moved forward, finally seeing the inside. It was no different from an ordinary cave wall, the only difference being that there were at least hundreds of thumb-sized holes in the cave walls. Chu Chen observed closely, noticing that black arrows were haphazardly shot into the ground, most of which were rusted and embedded halfway into the ground. Had this ancient tomb already been explored? The arrows were the traps. The arrows had already been shot out, and without a doubt, this ancient tomb had been explored before. Based on the rust on these arrows, it could be determined that the exploration had occurred a long time ago. Poor mercenaries. If they had known that the traps in the ancient tomb had already been triggered, they wouldn't have needed to hunt Chu Chen, and their lives could have been spared. However, it's also their own fault for being so malicious. Even if they are not killed by Chu Chen this time, they are very likely to be killed by others in the future. Although the ancient tomb had been explored by others, Chu Chen still wanted to go in and take a look. Along the way, he encountered no dangers, and after walking about 50 meters, he finally reached the end. The end was a space about 10 meters wide and high. In this space, there was a coffin, and inside the coffin was a corpse. Both the coffin and the corpse had decayed. Chu Chen carefully examined the area and found that all the burial items had disappeared. Clearly, those who entered this ancient tomb before had taken them away. Suddenly, Chu Chen's gaze shifted, and he noticed something growing beneath the coffin lid. He raised his torch and looked down, only to see a fist-sized plant resembling matsutake. Overall dark yellow in color, with a subdued and deep hue. Could this be the moss recorded in the spiritual medicine classics? Moss is a type of first-grade spiritual medicine. However, it is quite special, as its grade varies depending on its age. Moss that is 10 years old is classified as a mid-grade, first-grade spiritual medicine. Moss that is 30 years old is classified as a superior grade, first-grade spiritual medicine. And 50-year-old moss is classified as an excellent grade, first-grade spiritual medicine. As for 100-year-old moss, its grade can even reach the second grade. The method of determining the age of moss is based on its color. 10-year-old moss is white, 30-year-old moss is black, 50-year-old moss is yellow, and 100-year-old moss is purple. The moss in front of him was dark yellow, indicating it was transitioning from yellow to purple. This means its age is between 50 and 100 years. It is a first-grade excellent spiritual medicine. Once moss reaches the first-grade excellent level, it will contain immense energy, which, once absorbed by martial artists, will greatly benefit their cultivation. Its effectiveness is much stronger than that of the crimson blood red lotus. Chu Chen initially thought that there were no treasures left in this ancient tomb, but unexpectedly, there was an excellent grade moss growing beneath the coffin lid. Wonderful! Chu Chen was overjoyed. It seems that the last person who entered was at least 50 years ago. Otherwise, this moss would have been taken away long ago. Of course, the growth conditions for moss are very harsh, besides temperature and humidity. It is crucial to have rare ancient wood. The coffin in front of him must be made of high-quality materials. The strong person in the coffin must have been a figure of great power in life. However, now all that remains is a pile of bones. Chu Chen carefully took the moss and then left the ancient tomb. He was very satisfied with this trip. If it weren't for the previous person having come here, he might not have even been able to break the mechanisms of the tomb. This piece of moss was completely a windfall. Chu Chen activated the Devouring Emperor Scripture to refine the moss. Half an hour later, his cultivation successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. His sword intent reached the peak of the 2nd stage. The sword intent did not break through, as breaking through sword intent is inherently more difficult than improving cultivation. Chu Chen left the dense forest and continued on. Several days later, he had comprehended the 11th sword of blood prison 9 swords. During the process of slaying demon beasts, his cultivation surged, reaching the peak of the 7th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Chu Chen continued his training. One day, he arrived at the edge of a small river. The water flowed gently, and the scenery was beautiful. Not far away, 2 fawns were drinking water. In this dangerous Black Moon Mountain range, it was indeed a rare paradise. Chu Chen squatted by the river to wash his face, when suddenly, sharp wind-breaking sounds came from a distance. "Ha ha ha, Li Wuchan! You have fallen into my flirtatious, quick-acting powder. You cannot escape from my grasp. You should obediently submit to me, and I will make you feel like you are in heaven, soaring to the clouds." A lascivious laughter rang out, followed by 2 figures landing on the other side of the river, one after the other. Chu Chen barely had time to see who the 2 were before quickly leaving the riverbank and hiding behind a large rock. Just from listening to their sharp, wind-breaking sounds, Chu Chen could tell that their cultivation was far beyond his own. Chu Chen peeked out cautiously to look at the 2. What came into view was a girl about 17 years old. She held a jade-colored longsword and wore a pure white long dress like snow. Her appearance was exquisite and serene, with a delicate nose and a pair of clear, beautiful eyes that seemed to hold a pool of crystal-clear water. Her ears were like jade, her lips were moist and rosy, and every feature of her face seemed like a meticulously crafted work of art by the creator. With no flaws to be found, she was tall and well-proportioned, with a slim waist that could be grasped with one hand, and her long, flowing hair danced lightly in the wind. The hand gripping the sword exposed from her sleeve was so pure white, with distinct fingers like onion-white jade, that even the most skilled painter in the world would find it difficult to depict such perfect hands. However, at this moment, her snow-white face, which should have been as tender as jade, was flushed with color. Her eyes contained endless anger, and her small hand gripping the sword trembled as she glared fiercely at the man in front of her. Li Wuchan. Chu Chen recalled the name of the girl mentioned by the man and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Li Wuchan, the genius senior sister of the Sword Path Department in the North Courtyard. At just over 17 years old, she had already cultivated to the 8th level of the Condensed Dan realm, ranking among the best in the North Courtyard. Moreover, she was a direct disciple of the North Courtyard elder, Mu Fian. Of course, most importantly, she possessed a beauty that could captivate anyone. Her ethereal beauty stood out in the entire North Courtyard. With talent, status, and beauty all combined, countless male disciples in the Qinghe Dao Academy were infatuated with her, regarding her as a goddess. Compared to her, Lin Wanner was merely an ordinary girl. However, looking at Li Wuchan's flushed face, Chu Chen sensed that something seemed off about her. Chapter 14. The Heart-Stopping Beauty of Senior Sister. Chu Chen then looked at the man in front of Li Wuchan. This man appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in gray, with a shifty-eyed look. He was covered in sword wounds and blood, looking extremely miserable, as if he had been seriously injured. Yet, despite this, he stared at Li Wuchan with an utterly lascivious and reckless gaze. "Ning Rufu, you despicable scoundrel. Having already been defeated by me, you actually resort to poison to plot against me. I, Li Wuchan, would rather die with you than endure your humiliation." Li Wuchan glared angrily at the gray-clothed man. "Ning Rufu? Is he that notorious flower thief, Ning Rufu?" Hearing Li Yuechan's words, Chu Chen's eyebrows furrowed again. Ning Rufu, a very famous flower thief in the southern region of the Tianyan dynasty. His character was evil and ruthless, and the number of women he had defiled was countless. The Qinghe Dao Academy had always had a mission to kill him hanging in the mission hall, and it was likely that Li Yuechan had taken on that mission to kill him. According to rumors, Ning Rufu had a cultivation level of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, which was 1 level higher than Li Yuechan. But for what Li Yuechan said, it was clear that she had already defeated Ning Rufu, demonstrating her extraordinary talent. Haha, Li Yuechan, what you said is really going to kill me. If I don't use some means, am I just going to stand here and wait for you to kill me? If you want to die with me, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. After being hit by my flirtatious quick-acting powder, your body's energy is extremely unstable. Forcing it to operate will only hurt yourself. The flirtatious quick-acting powder can only be resolved by finding a man to engage with you for a full hour. Otherwise, you will self-destruct. This Black Moon Mountain range is desolate. Within hundreds of miles, I am probably the only man here. Li Yuechan, even for your own good, you should just submit to me. Otherwise, you will soon find yourself begging for my help. Ning Rufu stared at Li Yuechan, feeling an excitement akin to a cat scratching at his heart. Li Yuechan was too beautiful. So beautiful it was like a dream. Looking at Li Yuechan, he felt that the women he had played with before were no different from men. Suddenly, Ning Rufin's expression darkened as he turned to stare at a huge rock in the distance. Discovered, Chu Chen's face changed. Since he had been found, there was no need to hide anymore, so he stepped out boldly. It's my junior brother from the Sword Out department. Li Yuechan, seeing the academy uniform that Chu Chen was wearing, exclaimed joyfully, "Junior brother, come save me, kill Ning Rufin." But then she recognized that Chu Chen was wearing the South Academy's uniform, and sensed that his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Shui Yan's expression changed sharply, and she said, "Junior brother, you must leave. Otherwise, that bastard Ning Rufin will kill you. Junior brother, quickly return to Qinghe Dao Academy and call the elders to save me." Although Ning Rufin was already heavily injured and his combat power was reduced to a fraction, he was still not something a Gathering Yuan realm 7th level could compare to. If Chu Chen didn't leave, he would definitely die here. If he left, he might be able to call someone to save her, even if it was just for revenge. Leave? Can I leave? Ning Rufin sneered, spinning around and already arrived 10 meters away from Chu Chen. "Kid, are you going to kill yourself? Or do you want me to kill you personally?" Ning Rufin looked at Chu Chen with a cold smile. "I don't have a habit of killing myself," Chu Chen replied. "I see you're also heavily injured. Do you really have absolute confidence in capturing me?" "Ha ha ha, kid. Although I've been severely injured by Li Yuechan, I still have the combat power of the 2nd level of the Condensing Dan realm. You're just a little Gathering Yuan realm 7th level. Do you think I can't crush you at will? For you to say such things, you are truly the most arrogant person I've ever seen, bar none." Ning Rufin laughed wildly. 2nd level of the Condensing Dan realm? Chu Chen caught this information, feeling more at ease. Without saying a word, Chu Chen thrust his sword towards Ning Rufin. The speed of the sword was astonishing. Ning Rufin sneered and struck out with his palm. A powerful palm wind swept towards Chu Chen. PSSHH. The palm wind was broken, and Chu Chen brushed past Ning Rufin. A deep wound appeared at Ning Rufin's waist. Blood spraying out. "Hiss!" Ning Rufin cried out in pain. "Kid, how is your sword speed so fast?" Ning Rufin was alarmed. He had just let his guard down, which was why he was injured by Chu Chen's sword. Boom! Chu Chen did not stop, unleashing the 2nd stage of Sword Intent. A violent sword intent transformed into a fierce sword light under the guidance of the long sword, slashing towards Ning Rufin. 2nd stage of Sword Intent, not far away. Li Yuechan watched this scene, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. How is this possible? This junior brother has actually comprehended the 2nd stage of Sword Intent. He's only at the 7th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. How could he comprehend the 2nd stage of Sword Intent? At the level of Gathering Yuan realm, those who can comprehend the 1st stage of Sword Intent are already rare sword geniuses. Li Yuechan had never seen anyone who could comprehend the 2nd stage of Sword Intent. Even she herself only comprehended the 2nd stage of Sword Intent at the level of Condensing Dan realm. Chu Chen's ability to comprehend the second stage of sword intent at the 7th level of Gathering Yuan realm left Li Yuechan utterly astonished. Second stage of sword intent? Ning Rufin also sensed Chu Chen's second stage of sword intent, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Kid, you are truly strange. A silver hand bone appeared in Ning Rufin's hand. This hand bone, forged from black iron, had a skeletal claw at the front. It was Ning Rufin's weapon. Boom! Ning Rufin smashed down with the hand bone. A gray-white gust of wind swept towards Chu Chen. Boom! The gust of wind collided with the sword intent attack, producing a deafening roar, and then both sides dissipated in succession. Whoosh! Chu Chen closed in and began to engage in battle with Ning Rufin. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Chen utilized the 7-star step and Blood Prison 9 swords to fiercely battle with Ning Rufin, surprisingly not falling behind. This junior brother's combat power is actually so terrifying. When did the South Academy produce such a junior brother? Why have I never heard a whisper of it? Li Yuechan's heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Besides the sword realm, Chu Chen's combat power also astonished her. Who has ever seen someone at the 7th level of Gathering Yuan realm fighting against someone with at least the combat power of the 2nd level of the Condensing Dan realm? After 100 exchanges, Ning Rufin had accumulated several more wounds on his body. Damn it! At that moment, a furious shout echoed, and a blood-red sword light whistled towards Ning Rufin. Ning Rufin raised the silver hand bone to block, and amidst the dazzling sparks, he was knocked back several meters. A wound appeared on his chest, deep enough to see bone. Chu Chen stood in place and suddenly sliced out with another sword. Heavenly Wound. PSSHH. Another blood-red sword light. However, this blood-red sword light was even more powerful than the previous one. This was precisely the 11th sword of Blood Prison 9 swords. Heavenly Wound. Extreme Cold Storm. Ning Rufin's hair stood on end, and he immediately unleashed his strongest technique, fiercely slashing with the hand bone. A silver storm shot towards Chu Chen. Even the river was pulled back. PSSHH. In an instant, the silver storm was sliced apart. Ning Rufin's silver hand bone was sent flying far away, and a diagonal wound appeared in front of Ning Rufin, extending from his shoulder to his thigh, nearly splitting his body in two. Uft. Ning Rufin fell to the ground with a loud crash, dead. Ning Rufin died because he underestimated Chu Chen from the beginning. If he had used his strongest methods to deal with Chu Chen from the start, it wouldn't have been so easy for Chu Chen to kill him. After killing Ning Rufin, Chu Chen turned to look at Li Yuechan. At that moment, he turned around, a fragrant breeze hit him, and he saw that Li Yuechan had appeared behind him at some point, almost face to face with him. At such a close distance, Chu Chen could feel Li Yuechan's breathtaking beauty, truly resembling a fairy that had strayed into the mortal world. At this moment, Li Yuechan's delicate face was entirely replaced by a flush of red, her gaze hazy, embodying the utmost allure. She parted her lips. Junior brother, want me? Chapter 15. Chu Chen. Am I being forcefully pushed? Senior sister. Chu Chen was startled and quickly tried to back away, but he didn't know when. Li Yuechan's delicate arms had tightly wrapped around his body. He released his Yuan power, trying to shake off Li Yuechan, but she unexpectedly released an even more powerful Yuan power to bind him. Under the influence of the flirtatious and happy scatter, Li Yuechan's Yuan power was in an extremely unstable state, fluctuating high and low. At this moment, the poison of Li Yuechan's flirtatious and happy scatter had erupted to its peak, and she desperately wanted someone to help. So the Yuan power she erupted was actually several times more powerful than Chu Chen's. Junior brother, help me, help me, Li Yuechan called out, while freeing one hand to unfasten her snow-white dress. In no time, a body as pure as sheep-fat white jade appeared before Chu Chen without reservation. In an instant, Chu Chen felt his nose bleed. Although he had lost interest in matters of love, he was still a man. Senior sister, you. Chu Chen shouted. But before he could finish, his mouth was tightly blocked by two delicate lips, and he was forcefully pushed down. After a full hour and a half, Chu Chen lay dazed by the riverside. In fact, that chaotic scene had ended half an hour ago. However, he was still a bit dazed. Did he really just get forcefully pushed? More than 10 meters away from Chu Chen, Li Yuechan had already put on her dress. At this moment, She was kneeling on the ground, absorbing the world's yuan qi to restore her strength. After the chaos, a captivating glow floated on her stunning face, making her snow-white complexion appear even more enchanting. Anyone who saw her would have to exclaim, "What an extraordinary beauty!" Soon, Li Yuechan finally restored all her strength, radiating an extremely strong aura. The real Li Yuechan had returned. Li Yuechan stood up, looking at Chu Chen with a complex expression. For a moment, she didn't know whether to blame Chu Chen or how to react. After all, it was she who had forcefully compelled Chu Chen to have relations with her. "You, get up," Li Yuechan said to Chu Chen, her expression emotionless. Chu Chen slowly stood up, looking at Li Yuechan's expressionless face. He quickly took a few steps back and assumed a defensive posture, saying, "You can't just kill me after everything is done. After all, I'm your lifesaver. I helped you kill Ning Rufeng and saved you. I don't seek your gratitude, but at least don't be ungrateful." Li Yuechan felt a bit embarrassed. Was she really that terrifying? "What's your name?" Li Yuechan asked. "Chu Chen," he replied, knowing that he couldn't hide his name. They could find out easily. "Chu Chen, good. I remember that. You're right. I can't blame you. I should actually thank you. This token was given to me by my master, and today I'm giving it to you. From now on, we're even. You mustn't recall today's events, nor mention them to anyone." Li Yuechan tossed a token to Chu Chen. He caught it and weighed it in his hand. The material was definitely top-notch, worth quite a few spirit stones. He raised an eyebrow, wondering, what does this mean? Am I being compensated? Li Yuechan turned and walked towards Ning Rufeng's corpse. With a swift strike of her jade sword, she cleanly severed Ning Rufeng's head. The decisive manner made Chu Chen's body tremble slightly. Then, Li Yuechan's slender fingers glimmered slightly, and Ning Rufeng's head was directly stored in a ring she wore on her finger. Chu Chen knew that it was a spatial ring, a type of treasure containing a unique space for storage. In the Sword Dao department, generally only students from the North Courtyard had them, while very few from the South Courtyard possessed one. After securing Ning Rufeng's head, Li Yuechan said, "You killed Ning Rufeng, so I want to touch a spatial ring. But I still have use for his head, so I'm taking it. I hope you forget about today and don't think about it again." She paused, her words becoming a bit more severe, as this concerned her reputation. "If my reputation is tarnished in any way, I will not let you off." After speaking, Li Yuechan lightly tapped her jade foot and suddenly flew away. However, as soon as she soared into the sky, her delicate body stumbled, nearly falling. After all, it was her first time, and her body was still sore. She took a deep breath, adjusted herself, and continued flying away, her long skirt billowing, floating in the air like a celestial maiden. Watching Li Yuechan leave, Chu Chen was actually a bit surprised. After all, in such situations, if the woman was strong, she would typically kill the man to prevent any leaks. But Li Yuechan didn't even harm him. Instead, she gifted him a valuable token and left him with all of Ning Rufeng's spoils. Moreover, although her last sentence contained a threat, to be honest, the severity of her words didn't truly express any real threat. Senior Sister Li is indeed a gentle person with a good temper, Chu Chen concluded. Realizing that Li Yuechan's personality was very gentle, he had initially thought she would be a cold goddess. Soon he stopped overthinking. After experiencing the incident with Lin Wan'er, he had planned to close his heart. It was just a twist of fate that led to this absurd encounter with Li Yuechan. From now on, they would have no further interactions. Chu Chen approached Ning Rufeng's headless corpse and took a spatial ring off Ning Rufeng's finger. Chu Chen was very pleased. With the spatial ring, he could conveniently take away the items he had buried before when he returned. Every martial artist would inscribe a layer of spiritual imprint on their spatial ring, but after Ning Rufeng's death, that layer of imprint dissipated, allowing Chu Chen's consciousness to easily penetrate it. Inside the spatial ring, the dimensions were approximately 3 meters in length, width, and height, which was quite spacious. As Chu Chen's consciousness entered, he discovered it was filled with various items. There were many scales, skins, and even special bones of various magical beasts. In addition, Chu Chen also saw several large wooden boxes. When he opened one, he was astonished to find it was filled with low-grade spirit stones. Each box contained 500 stones. There were a total of 7 boxes, amounting to 3,500 stones. This was definitely a windfall. Setting those aside for the moment, Chu Chen discovered something else that delighted him. It was a demon core about the size of a human fist, radiating overwhelming energy and demonic aura. Although Chu Chen couldn't identify which magical beast it came from, he was certain it was definitely a core from a second-tier magical beast. Moreover, among second-tier beasts, it was probably comparable to a human in the third stage of the condensation realm. If he absorbed this demon core, his strength would increase significantly. Chapter 16. Sword Mountain. Chu Chen took out the demon core and continued to explore, finding many miscellaneous items. On a certain wooden rack were dozens of medicine bottles, all labeled with Windy Joy powder. Ning Ruffing truly lived up to his reputation as a flower thief. He must have obtained these from somewhere. Chu Chen also retrieved the silver hand bone that Ning Ruffing had been blasted away with earlier and placed it into the spatial ring. The silver hand bone and those magical beast materials could be sold, adding to a significant amount of low-grade spirit stones. Then, Chu Chen sat down on the ground and activated the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra to absorb the second-tier demon core. After half an hour, his cultivation broke through from the 7th to the 8th level of the Gathering Essence realm, and his swordsmanship level advanced from the 2nd stage of sword intent to the 3rd stage. Chu Chen opened his eyes, brilliance shining within them, as a strand of sword intent autonomously emanated from his body, piercing through an ancient tree 10 meters away. Unknowingly, nearly 20 days had passed since he arrived at the Black Moon Mountain range. It was time to return. Chu Chen retraced his steps, collecting the low-grade spirit stones he had buried earlier and the weapons of the mercenaries before heading straight back to the Qinghe Dao Academy. The journey back took 4 days. Chu Chen's cultivation and swordsmanship level did not break through, but he successfully mastered the 12th sword of the Blood Prison 9 swords. The 13th sword was the most difficult to practice, and mastering it was Chu Chen's goal before the assessment in the South Courtyard. Upon returning to the South Courtyard of the Sword Dao Department at Qinghe Dao Academy, Chu Chen first took 100 low-grade spirit stones to give to Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing needed money to buy groceries and cook, just for food. The ingredients that could be bought with 100 low-grade spirit stones would be enough for them for half a year. Xiao Chen, you actually earned so many spirit stones. I'm going to buy you some supplements. Shen Yuqing exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chu Chen's return, grabbing a basket and leaving. Chu Chen smiled slightly and then left the courtyard, heading towards Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain was a bustling place within the Sword Dao Department of Qinghe Dao Academy. Countless swords were plunged into the mountain, varying in rank. Weapons also had ranks, just like martial arts techniques, divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each with 9 tiers. The sword Chu Chen had been using was a yellow-grade 2nd-tier sword, which was the basic sword for students in the South Courtyard of Qinghe Dao Academy. With only average power, truly high-grade swords could enhance a martial artist's strength in battles between sword fighters of the same level. Those with higher quality swords had a 9 out of 10 chance of winning. The swords on Sword Mountain could be purchased or rented. Renting required returning them, while buying was considerably more expensive. With the South Courtyard assessment approaching, Chu Chen was determined to do everything possible to enhance his strength. So he came to select a new sword. As Chu Chen arrived at the base of Sword Mountain, he saw many students selecting swords. With the South Courtyard assessment just around the corner, they all wanted to choose a powerful sword to showcase their prowess during the assessment. Chu Chen wanted to enter Sword Mountain, but at that moment, he encountered someone. Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner quickly ran out from Sword Mountain, her face filled with anticipation. Suddenly, she spotted Chu Chen and immediately stopped, her expression turning cold. Chu Chen, I didn't expect to see you here. What, just because you can come here, I can't? Chu Chen replied, looking at Lin Wanner. After more than 20 days, there were no scars left on Lin Wanner's face. You must be here to rent a sword, right? Yes, the assessment in the Southern Courtyard is approaching, and Fengge has already found a way to deal with you. You must be trying every means to improve your strength. But can you afford to rent a sword? I don't even know how many coins you have in your pocket. Lin Wanner mocked mercilessly, causing many students around her, who were selecting swords, to laugh. In the past, Chu Chen had flattered her and provided her with all resources. She knew he was very poor, probably not even having 50 low-grade yuan stones. You don't need to worry about this, you lowly person. I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, if my hand slips and I give you a few slaps, you'll have nowhere to cry. Chu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Wanner. You. Lin Wanner was furious. Oh, Miss Wanner. Miss Wanner, you're here. At that moment, from another direction of the Sword Mountain, a man in his 30s quickly approached Lin Wanner. This was the steward of the Sword Mountain, Zhou Yao. Steward Zhou. Lin Wanner smiled brightly at Zhou Yao. Feng Ge said, Miss Wanner can rest assured. Young Master Lu Yunfeng has already instructed me. The sword Miss Wanner wants has been prepared for her. Zhou Yao waved his hand, and a student carrying a sword box walked over. This is the yellow grade 5 spirit sword, the Yushue sword. Miss Wanner is as beautiful as a flower. A snow sword paired with a beauty is truly a perfect match. Zhou Yao opened the sword box, and a slender, jade-colored long sword appeared, radiating a cool sheen and exuding a sharp aura. Steward Zhou, you really know how to flatter. Lin Wanner was overjoyed, directly taking the sword out of the box. Reluctant to part with it, she then said, the rental fee for the Yushue sword is originally 40 low-grade yuan stones for 1 month, but since it's Miss Wanner, what yuan stones are needed? I still have some say in the Sword Mountain. With me as a guarantor for Miss Wanner, she can take it directly. And the Sword Mountain, 1T collect a single low-grade yuan stone from her for 3 months. Zhou Yao said generously. However, I hope Miss Wanner can say a few nice words for me in front of young Master Lu Yunfeng. Hee. A small matter. Lin Wanner was ecstatic. She then provocatively looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen, do you see this? This is Feng Gu's face. This is the Lu family's face. Just with face. I can run a yellow grade 5 sword for free for 3 months, and what about you? I've been with you for a year. What can you give me? You can only give me a few pieces of broken copper and iron. I'm really glad I left you and turned to Feng Gu. You're just a dead poor ghost. You deserve to be useless your whole life. Chu Chen stared at Lin Wanner. You can only rely on selling your body to gain others' charity. Besides this filthy body, what else do you have, you lowly person? Also, you didn't leave me to turn to Lu Yunfeng. You were looking for Lu Yunfeng while you were with me. For a lowly person like you. Don't pretend to be blameless and clean. Yes, when I was with you, I was looking for Feng Gu. So what? With a useless person like you. Shouldn't I cheat? Should I hang myself on a dead crooked tree like you for my whole life? Isn't it your own fault for not working hard enough? I've been working hard all these years. What about you? If you had worked a little harder back then, earn more yuan stones. When I was in love with Feng Gu, maybe I would have thought of giving you a little charity to let you touch my hand. But you're just like a waste. What? You dare to have an opinion about my cheating? Chapter 17. Chu Chen's terrifying background. Chu Chen looked at Lin Wanner expressionlessly. He no longer wanted to say anything to her. Lin Wanner was a thoroughly lowly person. The most lowly person he had ever seen, without exception. Miss Wanner. This is Zhou Yao looking at Lin Wanner, whose face was flushed. This person is Chu Chen, my former dog, and he still keeps pestering me. Lin Wanner said. Chu Chen smiled. Lin Wanner's lowness always refreshed to a higher level. So he is Chu Chen. Zhou Yao's eyes narrowed. Steward Zhou, a waste like Chu Chen coming to the Sword Mountain is simply an insult to the Sword Mountain. I hope Steward Zhou can take action and expel Chu Chen from the Sword Mountain, restoring a clean atmosphere. Lin Wanner said. Good. Zhou Yao laughed. Knowing the situation between Chu Chen, Lin Wanner, and Lu Yunfeng, if he taught Chu Chen a harsh lesson, Lu Yunfeng would be very pleased to know, and he might also receive some rewards. Kid, Zhou Yao looked at Chu Chen and said, I suspect you stole a sword from the Sword Mountain. Now hand over the sword. Chu Chen frowned. He hadn't even stepped onto the Sword Mountain. How could he steal a sword? This accusation could easily be disproven. But when I want to add a crime, there's no shortage of excuses. Seeing Chu Chen silent, Lin Wanner sneered. Not speaking, it seems you are admitting it. Steward Zhou, how should we handle the theft of the Sword Mountain sword? Zhou Yao said. If you admit to stealing the sword and hand it over, you'll receive 100 strikes as punishment, and you 1T be allowed to step into the Sword Mountain for half a year. Every time you step in, someone will follow you. If you deny stealing the sword, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be expelled from the Qinghe Dao Academy. Lin Wanner's mouth curled into a smirk. Go heavy on him. Understood. A fierce look flashed in Zhou Yao's eyes. As a steward of the Sword Mountain, Are you really that shameless? At this moment, Chu Chen finally spoke. Kid, do you dare to curse me? Zhou Yao shouted angrily. Kid, you dare to insult our Steward Zhou? Steward Zhou says you stole the Sword Mountain-S sword. You stole it. Steward Zhou will punish you according to the rules of the Sword Mountain, and you must obediently accept the punishment. You dare to insult Steward Zhou. You are truly seeking death. Behind Zhou Yao, including the student who had just carried the sword box for Lin Wanner, several students looked at Chu Chen with cold expressions. People working at the Sword Mountain, besides the stewards, also include some students. The number of stewards is less than that of students, and their status is higher. These students naturally knew that Zhou Yao was framing Chu Chen, but that didn't matter. They would only stand on Zhou Yao's side. After all, stealing the Sword Mountain-S sword and daring to insult Steward Zhou, this face is thicker than a pig's butt, and so audacious. Chu Chen, you have no right to come to the Sword Mountain. Hurry up and self-abandon your cultivation and roll out of the Qinghe Dao Academy. I'm ashamed to associate with a thief who steals swords like you. I am too. On the Sword Mountain, some students who were selecting swords echoed in agreement. They also knew that Zhou Yao was framing Chu Chen, and with Zhou Yao framing him, Chu Chen wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Why not take this opportunity to kick him while he is down and help Zhou Yao humiliate Chu Chen? Perhaps they could also gain Zhou Yao's favor. Zhou Yao was the steward of the Sword Mountain. If they gained his favor, next time they rented swords, they might get a discount, or even receive Zhou Yao's guarantee like Lin Wanner, directly renting for free for a few months. In an instant, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and Chu Chen was truly the target of public criticism. What is all the noise about? At that moment, a middle-aged man walked down from the Sword Mountain. He was the mountain guardian elder, Yunifeng. The Sword Mountain only had him as a South Courtyard elder. In other words, he held the highest authority at the Sword Mountain. Elder Yun. Zhou Yao smiled respectfully at Yunifeng. There's a student here who stole our Sword Mountain-S sword and still refuses to admit it. I'm punishing him according to the rules of the Sword Mountain. Stealing the Sword Mountain-S sword? Yunifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. The Sword Mountain is heavily guarded. With people watching everywhere, no student would dare to steal a sword from the Sword Mountain. If we were to trace back, incidents of swords being stolen from the Sword Mountain date back 100 years. Looking at Zhou Yao's smiling face, Yunifeng knew that he was deliberately making things difficult for that student. He frowned slightly, but ultimately chose not to intervene. Zhou Yao has a background. He was introduced to Jian Mountain by another elder from the South Courtyard. That student is not related to him, so there is no need for him to argue with Zhou Yao. Keep it down, it's so noisy. Yunifeng waved his hand and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, his gaze suddenly caught a glimpse of a token at Chu Chen's waist. This token was golden and appeared to be made of excellent material. Most people wouldn't recognize this type of token, but Yunifeng could. This was the token of an elder from the North Courtyard. The elder from the North Courtyard has a special token that represents their esteemed identity. Such tokens can only be possessed by the elder from the North Courtyard and their closest associates. No one else is allowed to have them. Since Chu Chen possesses this token, could it be that he is someone very close to a certain elder from the North Courtyard? Yes. Yunifeng was now certain that Chu Chen was indeed someone very close to a certain elder from the North Courtyard. After all, this type of token carries the unique aura of that elder, and it cannot be faked. Even if we assume, for the sake of argument, that Chu Chen is just a student from the South Courtyard, would he dare to fake it? Damn Zhou Yao. Yunifeng's heart was shaken, and he broke out in a cold sweat. If someone close to the elder from the North Courtyard is bullied here at Jian Mountain, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Ha, good. Seeing that Yunifeng ignored him, Zhou Yao laughed maniacally and then commanded the two students behind him, "Come, capture this kid for me. I want to personally cripple his cultivation." Yes. The two students nodded seriously and stepped out, walking towards Chu Chen from both sides. Hee, Chu Chen, you're finished. I thought I would have to deal with you during the South Courtyard assessment, but I didn't expect to handle you right here in Jian Mountain. Now do you understand the difference between having status and not having status? Without status, you're just like an ant trampled underfoot. Don't worry. Once you're expelled from Qinghe Dao Academy, I'll treat you well. Lin Wana laughed, her demeanor quite lively. However, just as the two students were about to grab Chu Chen, Yin Yifeng rushed forward in a swift motion, directly flying in front of everyone from Jian Mountain. He slapped each of the two students, sending them flying with blood gushing from their mouths and noses. Then, Yin Yifeng stepped forward and slapped Zhou Yao across the face. Zhou Yao was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, losing 2 teeth in the process. Elder Yun, why did you hit me? Zhou Yao was utterly dumbfounded, covering his face in confusion. Yin Yifeng sternly said, "Who gave you the right to slander him? Who gave you the right to slander him?" Hearing Yin Yifeng's words, Zhou Yao was stunned. Lin Wanner was stunned. The other students were also stunned. Yin Yifeng, who originally didn't care about this matter, suddenly came out to defend Chu Chen and slapped Zhou Yao. Chu Chen was also somewhat bewildered. Just now, he was ready to defeat Zhou Yao and leave Jian Mountain, as he had discovered that Zhou Yao's cultivation was not high. Could it be because of this token? Chu Chen looked down at the token. This was indeed the money that Li Yuechan gave him. After Li Yuechan left, he hung it at his waist. He recalled that before Yin Yifeng turned to leave, he glanced at his waist, and then his attitude changed. It must be because of this token. Unexpectedly, you helped me once. Chu Chen originally thought he wouldn't have any further interactions with Li Yuechan, but unexpectedly, because of this token, he was helped once. And he sighed with a smile in his heart. Elder Yin, I didn't slander him. Although Zhou Yao was very shocked, he of course wouldn't admit it. The sword from Jian Mountain all have a special aura. I did not sense any aura of my Jian Mountain's swords from this young friend. How else could you not be slandering him? Yin Yifeng said sternly. Zhou Yao was a loss for words. Bang! At this moment, Yin Yifeng had already rushed to Zhou Yao's front and slapped him in the stomach. Puffed. Zhou Yao spat out a mouthful of blood and then exclaimed in horror, "My Qi Si! It's shattered! It's shattered!" The Qi Si is the place where a martial artist stores their energy, the core of their cultivation. If the Qi Si is shattered, a martial artist loses all their cultivation and becomes a useless person. As the steward of Jian Mountain, Zhou Yao broke the law and led the slander against the student. Zhou Yao, today, according to the rules of Jian Mountain, I will cripple your cultivation and expel you from Jian Mountain, never to be employed again. Zhou Yao slandering Chu Chen like this made Yin Yifeng fear that if he didn't cripple Zhou Yao, it would be hard to quell Chu Chen's anger. Zhou Yao's face turned pale, and he screamed, "Elder Yin, you actually crippled my cultivation. I was introduced by Eldarin. I will go find Elder and to seek justice. I will go find Eldarin." "Go ahead," Yin Yifeng said indifferently. If Eldarin knew you slandered someone close to an elder from the North Courtyard, he would probably be even harsher than me. Zhou Yao dragged his severely injured body away. Before leaving, he glared at Chu Chen fiercely. He did not believe that Yin Yifeng had any relationship with Chu Chen. He thought Yin Yifeng had long wanted to exclude him, and thus used Chu Chen's matter to create trouble for him. But in any case, Chu Chen was the fuse for this incident. If it weren't for Chu Chen, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Yin Yifeng looked at the student from Jian Mountain who had previously scolded Chu Chen and said coldly, "You few, slandering your fellow disciples together with Zhou Yao. Your character is extremely poor. This elder announces that you are all dismissed from Jian Mountain, and from now on, you are forbidden from applying for any position at Jian Mountain, and you are also prohibited from renting or purchasing any swords from Jian Mountain." The students turned pale instantly. "Elder Yin, we know we were wrong. Please spare us." Yin Yifeng did not pay them any attention and turned to the 6 or 7 South Courtyard students who had just mocked Chu Chen. "You all hurry and roll down here. You are also accomplices in slandering your fellow disciples. From today on, this elder forbids you from stepping into Jian Mountain and prohibits you from renting or purchasing any swords from Jian Mountain." The students were also stunned. Then one by one, they regretted it immensely. They shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. It was all because they had spoken too carelessly. Finally, Yin Yifeng looked at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was also in a daze at this moment. She had a bad premonition. "This sword was taken from my Jian Mountain?" Yin Yifeng asked. Chu Chen leisurely replied, "It was indeed taken from Jian Mountain. Just now, Steward Zhou guaranteed her to rent this sword for free for 3 months." "Free for 3 months?" Zhou Yao is quite bold. Yun Yifeng waved his hand, and the sword in Lin Wanner's arms flew directly to Yun Yifeng. He coldly said, Zhou Yao is no longer the steward of Jian Mountain. His guarantee is void. This sword will no longer be rented to you. My Yushu's sword. Lin Wanner's eyes widened. She particularly liked this sword. She felt that this sword was very compatible with her. If she missed this sword, it would be difficult to find another that suited her so well. Not renting it is fine. I can buy it, Lin Wanner hurriedly said. Buy. Yun Yifeng raised an eyebrow. A yellow-grade 5th-tier sword costs at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones at my Jian Mountain. Can you afford it? 1,000? So expensive. Lin Wanner was taken aback. She had spent money lavishly over the years, and now her remaining assets were less than 1/3 of 1,000. I want to buy it. Why go back? I will gather spirit stones. Lin Wanner gritted her teeth, preparing to return to gather spirit stones. Sorry. You are also on my Jian Mountain's blacklist. From now on, you are forbidden to step into Jian Mountain, and you're also prohibited from renting or purchasing any swords from Jian Mountain, Yun Yifeng said indifferently. You. Lin Wanner's face changed dramatically. Still want to argue with this elder? You little yellow-haired girl, don't be so temperamental. Yun Yifeng snorted coldly, waved his hand, and Lin Wanner was directly blown away by a surge of energy, letting out a muffled groan, looking very disheveled. Chu Chen, it's all your fault. You ruined my good fortune again. Lin Wanner knew that she had fallen again today. Not daring to act recklessly with Yun Yifeng, she pointed at Chu Chen and shouted, Just wait. In the South Courtyard assessment, I will definitely not let you off. Fengge will also definitely not let you off. After saying that, she turned around angrily and left. Chu Chen listened to her threat and couldn't be bothered to respond. The South Courtyard assessment? Let's see who deals with whom. Young friend, what do you think of this handling result? Yun Yifeng looked at Chu Chen with a smile, his attitude having changed 180 degrees compared to earlier. Very good, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Thank you, Elder, for being fair. You're welcome. It's the least I can do, Yun Yifeng tentatively asked. I wonder if young friend has any close relationships with any elder from the North Courtyard? Chu Chen couldn't say that the token was from Li Yuechan's master. So he paused, and then said seriously, Elder, some things are better left undisturbed. Yun Yifeng's eyes immediately lit up with this aura and momentum. He didn't believe that Chu Chen didn't have a North Courtyard elder backing him. He cleared his throat and chuckled. Understood. Young friend wants to keep a low profile. Low profile? Chu Chen smiled wryly. He couldn't even be high profile. Yun Yifeng handed the Yushu's sword to Chu Chen. Young friend has come to choose a sword. I wonder if this sword can meet your expectations? This sword is quite good among the yellow grade 5th rank. If you like it, I will directly gift it to you. No need to return it, and no charges. Upon hearing this, the students still on the Sword Mountain were shocked. This is a yellow grade 5th rank sword. Directly gifted? This treatment is too good. Chu Chen's eyes also lit up. So, generous? But then he shook his head. The sword was too slender and not suitable for him. Yun Yifeng thought. Chu Chen looked down on it and said, Young friend, any sword on the Sword Mountain that is yellow grade 6th rank or below, if you choose it, I will directly gift it. Everyone facepalmed. This is too much. Chapter 19. A rusty sword yellow grade 6th rank and below, directly gifted? Chu Chen raised his eyebrows, sighing internally. The power of this token is truly great. A yellow grade 6th rank sword costs at least 300 low grade essence stones. Although Chu Chen wasn't lacking in essence stones, who would refuse a free lunch? Then thank you, Chu Chen said with a light smile, and followed Yun Yifeng up the Sword Mountain. The Sword Mountain was not high, only about 300 meters, surrounded by thousands of swords. Among these swords, some radiated dazzling brilliance, while others were more subdued in color. Swords of different grades were placed at different heights. Yellow grade 6th rank swords were placed at about 150 meters high. Chu Chen Isamin Gafai, Thunder's sword, made primarily from Thunder Xian, or is 3 feet 1 inch long, weighing 31 pounds, cutting through iron like mud. Wind Whisper sword, made primarily from Wind Sound stone, is 4 feet 1 inch long, weighing 11 pounds, moving like the wind, not staining with blood when slaying enemies. Heavy Mountain sword, made primarily from heavy iron sand, is 2 feet 8 inches long, weighing 130 pounds, a strength-type heavy sword that can easily split mountains and rocks. Many swords had a stone tablet in front of them with a brief introduction. Chu Chen looked at many but felt uncertain. From his perspective, many of these swords were excellent among the yellow grade 6th rank, shining with brilliance. He found it hard to choose. Just as Chu Chen was hesitating, he suddenly saw a rusty sword in the corner. This sword was stuck in the sword mountain, with an ancient handle and a blade covered in rust. From a mottled rust, it could be seen that its original color was purple. In front of it, on the stone tablet, there was only one name, Purple Soul Sword. There were no other details. Chu Chen shook his head slightly. With so many excellent yellow grade 6th rank swords to choose from, why would he choose this one? Buzz. Just as he was about to look at other swords, the pendant of the 9-story prison tower on his chest suddenly vibrated. It was pushing outward vigorously, clearly pointing toward the Purple Soul Sword. Chu Chen's heart stirred. The 9-story prison tower had reacted. Could it be that the Purple Soul Sword had something special? He recalled the scene when he chose the Blood Prison 9 swords in the Scripture Pavilion. The 9-story prison tower seemed to have a special recognition function for some treasures. Chu Chen immediately walked forward, reached out to grasp the Purple Soul Sword, and activated the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra. Just like when he chose the Blood Prison 9 swords. He didn't need to actively operate it. The Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra began to operate autonomously. In the next moment, a piece of information appeared in his mind. The Purple Soul Sword had suffered heavy damage. At its peak, it was a mysterious great sword. The rust on the Purple Soul Sword was its injury. And using the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra to cleanse the sword could heal it. For every bit of rust that fell off, the power of the Purple Soul Sword would increase by 1. After receiving this information, Chu Chen couldn't help but be shocked. A mysterious great sword? Ning Rufeng, a powerful cultivator at the 9th level of the Dan condensation stage, used a weapon that only reached the yellow grade 9th rank, right? The Purple Soul Sword, at its peak, was actually a mysterious great sword. What a terrifying level. Elder, I choose it. Chu Chen directly pulled out the Purple Soul Sword. The rust on the sword was clearly difficult to remove, but since the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra could do it, Chu Chen was determined to choose the Purple Soul Sword with amazing potential. Watching Chu Chen grasp the Purple Soul Sword, Yin Yifeng had a bad feeling. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Yin Yifeng raised his eyebrows even more and said, "Young friend, don't joke around. This sword has so much rust." At a glance, it's clearly the worst among the yellow grade 6th rank. With so many excellent yellow grade 6th rank swords here, why would you choose this one? Chu Chen smiled and said, "I have made eye contact with it." Eye contact? Yin Yifeng was slightly speechless. What kind of reason was that? Young friend, to be honest, this sword was found by a strong cultivator from the Sword Dao department of our Qinghe Academy 100 years ago from a certain ruin. When he obtained this sword, it was already rusty. Because of its rust, its power was greatly reduced, and the Sword Mountain classified it as a yellow grade 6th rank. Some elders believe that if the rust fell off, the sword's power might increase. Thus, many elders used essence power or various methods to try to remove it. However, although many elders have tried various methods, including some from the North Courtyard, the rust on this sword has still not fallen off. Some elders have lamented that this sword, at its peak, probably reached the mysterious grade, but as for how many ranks, it's not clear. However, it hasn't shed its rust, and there's nothing to be done. Yin Yifeng sighed. Although this sword is currently still classified as a yellow grade 6th rank, 100 years have passed, and its power has probably only barely reached the yellow grade 5th rank. For many years, the swords around it had changed again and again, but it remained stuck here because no one had chosen it. Young friend, you should think carefully. Yin Yifeng mentioned that even the North Courtyard elders couldn't do anything with the Purple Soul Sword because he thought there might be a North Courtyard elder behind Chu Chen, hoping Chu Chen would back down. Chu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for the information, but I still choose it." Yin Yifeng opened his mouth. At this point, since Chu Chen insisted on choosing, he could only wish him good luck. "Thank you, elder." Chu Chen weighed the Purple Soul Sword, asked for an ancient sword sheath from the Sword Mountain, placed the Purple Soul Sword inside, and turned to leave. Many students looked at Chu Chen's departing figure with expressions of ridicule. The elder gifted you a yellow grade 6th rank sword. And you could have chosen the best yellow grade 6th rank sword, but you had to choose this rusty, broken sword. This broken sword probably can't even cut grass. It looks like trash. You had the opportunity, but you didn't make good use of it. Chu Chen left Sword Mountain and headed straight back to the small courtyard. Now, there were only 6 days left until the assessment at the southern courtyard. Next, he needed to practice diligently and use the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra to cleanse the purple spirit sword. On his way back, he didn't encounter any incidents. However, when he was about 50 meters away from the small courtyard, he saw a crowd surging at the entrance. Among the crowd was Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing was carrying a basket of vegetables, which contained several pieces of fresh monster meat and various vegetables. Chu Chen saw with his own eyes that a student pushed Shen Yuqing violently, knocking her heavily to the ground, causing the monster meat and vegetables to scatter everywhere. One student rolled up his sleeves and was about to slap Shen Yuqing hard across the face. Chu Chen's eyes widened in anger as he suddenly rushed out. "Teacher, you guys are asking for death." Chapter 20. Cleansing the sword. The entrance to the small courtyard was extremely crowded. Shen Yuqing was pushed to the ground, and one student was still preparing to slap her. Boom! Just as that student was about to hit Shen Yuqing's face, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Chu Chen had arrived. Chu Chen grabbed that student's wrist fiercely. "You guys are asking for death." Chu Chen unleashed his energy and gripped hard. Crack! That student's arm was directly broken by Chu Chen's grip. Then, Chu Chen kicked this student hard, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Chu Chen. They all looked at Chu Chen. "Who told you to hit my teacher?" Chu Chen asked angrily, his eyes filled with endless rage, like a bloodthirsty beast. "It was Lin Wanner," a student said. "Lieten Veneaken, Chu Chen Thou Wen." He had just slapped Lin Wanner in the face at Sword Mountain. And now she had sent someone to deal with his teacher so quickly? After listening to the student's account, Chu Chen learned the truth. It turned out that when he had just returned from the back mountain, he had chased away a group of students who had been instructed by Lin Wanner to trouble his teacher. Those students had their tendons severed by him and left the Qinghe Academy to seek treatment outside the academy. This morning, over 20 days later, they had finally managed to reattach their tendons and hobble back to the Qinghe Academy, telling Lin Wanner what had happened. Lin Wanner was furious upon hearing this and sent others to deal with Shen Yuqing. In other words, Lin Wanner had sent these people to deal with Shen Yuqing first before going to Sword Mountain. It was just a coincidence that Chu Chen had just returned from Sword Mountain and happened to catch Shen Yuqing being attacked. Damn it! Chu Chen was filled with rage. Lin Wanner was truly asking for death. Chu Chen looked at these people, his eyes radiating cold light. "Chu Chen, don't get excited. We were all instigated by Lin Wanner. You know how she is. With Lu Yunfeng backing her up, we can't survive in the southern courtyard if we don't listen to her. Chu Chen, we were wrong. Spare us. We'll leave immediately. Chu Chen, just treat us like a fart and let us go." These people looked at Chu Chen in fear. They knew that Chu Chen had even defeated Lin Wanner, and his combat power was probably no less than the 9th level of Gathering Origin Realm. "Spare you? Is that possible?" Chu Chen shouted angrily and charged into the crowd. Bang! 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 There were a total of 6 people. 3 at the 8th level of Gathering Origin Realm, and 3 at the 7th level. They were no match for Chu Chen at all. Chu Chen knocked one down with each punch, and after a few punches, the ground was already filled with people, all of them clutching their stomachs and bending over like shrimp. With a flash of his fingers, the spatial ring glimmered, and the purple spirit sword was drawn. A streak of purple with a hint of crimson light swept down. The purple was the color of the purple spirit sword itself, while the crimson was the color of rust. In an instant, the tendons of the 6 people's hands and feet were all severed. Last time, he had only cut the tendons of those few students' feet, but this time he cut both the hand and foot tendons, ensuring they would pay a heavy price. The price was indeed very heavy. To fully recover, it would take at least half a year. With the Southern Courtyard assessment in 6 days, they would not be able to participate. The 6 screamed in agony, their voices echoing through the air. "Get lost! Chu Chen Gon Li shouted." The 6 felt as if they had received a great reprieve, using their bodies to push against each other as they crawled away. "Teacher, are you okay?" Chu Chen hurriedly helped Shen Yuqing up. Shen Yuqing shook her head. "Xiao Chun, you came just in time. They just pushed me once and hadn't gone too far yet. Xiao Chun, I believe it now. Lin Wanner is really not a good girl. Seeing that Shen Yuqing indeed had no major issues, Chu Chen felt relieved and said, Teacher, I told you she is not a good person. Teacher, as long as you're fine, let us go inside. Chu Chen picked up the monster meat and vegetables scattered on the ground and helped Shen Yuqing into the house. After resting for a while inside, Shen Yuqing, despite Chu Chen's protests, insisted on making a sumptuous meal for him. Chu Chen's objections were of no use, so he could only help. The two of them busied themselves for more than half an hour before finally preparing a table of dishes, totaling 6 or 7 plates, each dish exceptionally delicious. Do you know how I got together with your master? I don't know. When I first met your master, he made me a dish using fresh monster meat. That dish was incredibly delicious, and after eating it, I couldn't forget it. I thought a man who could cook must be reliable, so I developed feelings for your master. But later, when we were really together, I found out he could only make that one dish and nothing else. Afterward, when we lived together, I cooked every meal. And every time he finished eating, he would lean back, cross his legs, and either pick his teeth or drink a little wine. It was infuriating. Ha! Why haven't I heard your master mention this? That's his embarrassing story. How could he say it? Embarrassing story? I don't think that's embarrassing at all. He used just one dish to win over such a virtuous and gentle teacher. I think that's the greatest thing your master has ever done. Xiao Chun, you sure know how to flatter. The two chatted and laughed, finishing all the dishes. Of course, 99 of the food was eaten by Chu Chen. During those 20 days in the Black Moon Mountain, he was so starved he could almost taste nothing. Shen Yuqing only tasted a few bites of each dish. At night, Chu Chen sat cross-legged on the floor of his room. He activated the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra, and an invisible energy enveloped the purple spirit sword, causing it to float in midair. That invisible energy flowed like tiny streams, constantly washing over the purple spirit sword. Accompanied by the washing of that energy, the rust on the surface of the purple spirit sword produced intense friction sounds. After half an hour, a trace of rust finally disappeared from the surface of the purple spirit sword. Chu Chen could clearly feel that the sword body of the purple spirit sword seemed to have become sharper. The disappearance of just a trace of rust, relative to the heavy rust on the purple spirit sword, was merely a drop in the ocean. However, cleansing the sword was inherently a slow process. So Chu Chen was not in a hurry. In the following days, Chu Chen primarily focused on cleansing the purple spirit sword, comprehending the 13th sword of blood prison 9 swords, and training. Chu Chen's training mainly involved using the low-grade Yuan stones from Ning Rufing's spatial ring. He absorbed the heaven and earth Yuan Qi using the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra, allowing his training speed to be much faster than others. After 2 days, a piece of rust about the size of a thumb had fallen off the purple spirit sword, revealing its sword body that looked like a purple gem. After testing, Chu Chen felt its true power had officially reached the 6th rank of yellow grade. 3 days later, Chu Chen finally succeeded in cultivating the 13th sword of blood prison 9 swords. Another day passed, and the rust ground off the sword body of the purple spirit sword had widened to the size of 2 thumbs placed together. The power of the purple spirit sword has doubled, and Chu Chen estimates that its power has reached the 7th rank of the yellow grade. As for Chu Chen's cultivation and swordsmanship realm, he is yet to break through. After all these days, he has mainly been busy washing the sword and practicing the Blood Prison 9 swords. The time dedicated to practicing specifically is less than 1/10 of the total time. However, his cultivation and swordsmanship realm have both reached their respective peaks. Chu Chen's overall state has also reached its pinnacle, and he is in high spirits. At this moment, the assessment in the South Courtyard has finally arrived. Master, I'm going to participate in the South Courtyard assessment. On the morning of the 7th day, Chu Chen walked out of his room, finished the porridge that Shen Yuqing had carefully prepared for him, and said to Shen Yuqing before heading to the assessment site in the South Courtyard, "Be careful, Master will wait for you to come back for dinner." Shen Yuqing reminded. Chapter 21. South Courtyard Assessment. At the same time, in a simple and elegant attic in the North Courtyard area of the Swordsmanship Department, a lively girl in a red dress bounced over to a stunningly beautiful woman, exclaiming, "Sister Yuechan, I heard that today is the South Courtyard Assessment for the Swordsmanship Department. Let's go take a look." The beautiful woman was Li Yuechan, who was currently meditating with her eyes closed. I'm not going. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yuechan directly refused. Oh, Sister Yuechan, you only know how to practice every day and never go out to have fun. How boring, the girl in red said. Li Yuechan ignored the girl's words, but suddenly stopped her meditation. A figure suddenly appeared in her mind. He is also from the South Courtyard of the Swordsmanship Department. You should also be participating in the South Courtyard assessment, right? Let's go take a look. A thought arose in Li Yuechan's heart. An unexpected desire to see the South Courtyard assessment. Yay, Sister Yuechan, you're willing to go. Ha, that's great. Those foolish boys in the South Courtyard will definitely drool when they see your beauty. The girl in red thought it was her words that made Li Yuechan agree, and she was extremely happy. Honging you, Li Yuechan shook her head and rolled her eyes at the girl. In the South Courtyard of the Swordsmanship Department, a mountain peak stood like a sword, piercing the clouds. This was the highest peak in the South Courtyard of the Swordsmanship Department and the location of the assessment. All eligible students from the South Courtyard had arrived. More than 600 students from 12 classes gathered in a square at the mountain summit, creating quite a lively scene. Chu Chen was among them. Some people noticed Chu Chen and began to whisper. After all, he had been quite the sensation these days. Of course, much of the gossip revolved around the matters between Chu Chen, Lu Yunfeng, and Lin Waner. After all, the affairs of the three were no longer a secret in the South Courtyard. Look, Class 7S Su Qinghe is here. Su Qinghe's cultivation had already reached the first level of the condensing Dan realm. Moreover, just a few days ago, she had formally comprehended the sword intent. Could she become the first in this assessment? The Sword King of Class 7 had achieved first place in the assessment more than once. Suddenly, many people exclaimed. A girl in a green dress, holding a turquoise long sword, walked from the other end of the square. This girl had a charming appearance, her cultivation restrained, and her sword intent was not released. However, Chu Chen, who possessed a 3-stage sword intent, could still sense a sharp sword intent emanating from her. Su Qinghe, the genius of Class 7. I'm not sure if Su Qinghe can become first, but she definitely has the qualifications to compete for first place. As for advancing to the North Courtyard, that is a certainty, someone remarked. In the South Courtyard assessment, those who pass can directly advance to the North Courtyard. Look, Class 11S Meng Yunxing is here. Meng Yunxing's cultivation had also reached the first level of the condensing Dan realm, and he had comprehended a stage of sword intent 3 days ago. He is also a strong contender for first place in the South Courtyard assessment. Another student walked over from the crowd. This was a 17-year-old boy with a handsome appearance. Unlike Su Qinghe's restraint, he exuded an unmatched sharp aura. He was the genius of Class 11, Meng Yunxing. Meng Yunxing and Su Qinghe exchanged a glance, both releasing intense fighting spirit. They were each other's main competitors. They also glanced at Chu Chen. Recently, Chu Chen had gained significant fame in the South Courtyard, having comprehended sword intent and achieved first place in the Class 4 Sword King assessment. However, they did not regard Chu Chen as a competitor. After all, his cultivation was simply too low. As for the first place in the Sword King assessment, they had both achieved it, and not just once. Meng Yunxing had secured first place in the Class 11 Sword King assessment 3 times. And Su Qinghe had also achieved first place in the Class 7 Sword King assessment 3 times. Look, Lu Yunfei is here. Lu Yunfei is the #1 genius of Class 1. Moreover, he is also the cousin of the Knife Path genius Lu Yunfeng from the North Courtyard. At just 17 years and 1 month old, he has already reached the peak of the first level of the condensing Dan realm, with a peak sword intent. He has won first place in the Class 1 Sword King assessment 5 times. He is sure to advance to the North Courtyard and is the biggest competitor for first place in the South Courtyard assessment. The crowd suddenly shouted, their voices several times louder than before. A group of people quickly approached from outside the square, with a boy surrounded in the middle. This boy bore resemblance to Lu Yunfeng. He was none other than Lu Yunfei. Like Meng Yunxing, this boy also exuded an unmatched sharp aura. However, unlike Meng Yunxing, this boy carried a strong sense of arrogance, as if looking down on everyone. It's worth noting that Meng Yunxing did not exude much arrogance. Everyone turned their gaze toward Chu Chen. Chu Chen had a grudge with Lu Yunfeng, and it was said that Lu Yunfeng had arranged for someone to deal with Chu Chen during the South Courtyard assessment. As Lu Yunfeng's cousin, Lu Yunfei was likely the one assigned for this task. Chu Chen looked at Lu Yunfei. However, the next moment, his gaze fell on a girl beside Lu Yunfei. This girl was Lin Wanner. Originally from Class 4, she was now mingling with Class 1. Lin Wanner's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. However, Chu Chen sensed that her cultivation was still quite unstable, likely due to forcibly breaking through by using medicinal pills. This was also normal, aside from having dug out her sword vein, sword bone, and sword heart to nurture her sword heart, which allowed her to have a somewhat impressive performance in the Sword King assessment. Lin Wanner's talent was actually quite mediocre. If it weren't for the medicinal pills, she would have needed at least another 3 months to break through. Chu Chen, you bastard. You're so eager to come here to die. Lin Wanner noticed Chu Chen, furrowed her brows, and coldly scolded him. Bitch, if you want to get beaten, just stick your face out. I'll grant you your wish. Chu Chen would not hold back any lines against someone like Lin Wanner. When dealing with such a person, it was best to just scold them directly. Chapter 22. Li Yuechan trembled you. Sure enough, being called a bitch by Chu Chen instantly ignited Lin Wanner's fury, causing her body to tremble. She then viciously said, arrogant. Keep being arrogant. Today Yunfei is here. I will make you regret it in the South Courtyard assessment. Directly addressing Lu Yunfei as Yunfei, Lin Wanner felt quite honored, already considering herself part of the Lu family. You are Chu Chen? Lu Yunfei's gaze shifted, looking at Chu Chen with a faint expression, his inherent arrogance unmistakable. He had the right to be proud. 5 times first place in the Sword King assessment. Although he was in a different class from Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing, making comparisons difficult, those extra 2 first places proved his talent. Moreover, when it came down to it, he was 2 months younger than Meng Yunxing. Don't underestimate those 2 months. For a genius, 2 months might be enough for them to break through to a new level. Chu Chen looked at Lu Yunfei and guessed that the person sent by Lu Yunfeng must be Lu Yunfei. Chu Chen did not respond. Lu Yunfei continued. My cousin asked me to entertain you, but I don't want to dirty my hands. Now I give you a chance. Kneel down, waste your own cultivation, and withdraw from the South Courtyard assessment. I won't bother you again. Chu Chen, kneel down, listen to Brother Yunfei, and quickly kneel down to beg for mercy. Otherwise, you want to even know how you die. Kneel down. The other students in Class 1 echoed him. Finally, Chu Chen spoke, but his words gave no face to Lu Yunfei. What do you think you are? Lu Yunfei's expression froze, and he angrily asked, what did you say? Do you want to hear it again? Are all the people from the Lu family masochists? Fine, I will fulfill you. Chu Chen enunciated each word clearly. What do you think you are? Lu Yunfei's face darkened completely. The arrogance on his face was replaced by a surge of anger. Coldly, he said, good kid, you are quite arrogant. You better pray that you don't encounter me in the South Courtyard assessment. Otherwise, I will make you understand what it means to be unable to live or die. Wow, I'm so scared. Chu Chen's expression remained calm. But remember, if you can't kill me, I will definitely kill you. The people around were astonished at this scene. They knew Chu Chen was arrogant. But what qualification did he have to be arrogant towards Lu Yunfei? Bowing his head to Lu Yunfei might leave him a glimmer of hope. But now provoking Lu Yunfei was purely seeking death. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. Wow. A fairy. Everyone looked up to see 2 women standing quietly on a big tree on the other side of the mountain. The woman on the left wore a red dress and was cute and lovely. The crowd gasped at the sight of the woman on the right. The woman on the right had a delicate nose, cherry-like lips, and skin like jade, with an extraordinary temperament. It was indeed the genius Sister Li Yuechan from our Sword Dao department in the North Courtyard. What? She is Sister Li Yuechan? It was rumored that Sister Li Yuechan was the direct disciple of Elder Mu Fian from the North Courtyard, and the most beautiful woman in the Sword Dao department. Seeing her today, the rumors were indeed true. She was stunning. No, she was even more beautiful than rumored. I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. How great would it be if she could say a word to me? Dream on. What kind of person is Sister Yuechan? How could she talk to a nameless nobody like you? If she were to talk, it would be with me. You think you are worthy. A fight broke out among the students as they rushed to impress Li Yuechan before the South Courtyard assessment even began. Chu Chen looked at Li Yuechan, raising an eyebrow. How did this sister end up here? Li Yuechan was also searching for Chu Chen among the crowd. When her gaze met Chu Chen's, she involuntarily flinched and took a step back, almost stumbling. Sister, what's wrong? Asked a girl named Hong Ying, looking at Li Yuechan. I lost my balance, Li Yuechan replied. Lost your balance? Sister, are you joking? You are the one who could defeat the flower thief Ning Rufeng, and you actually say you lost your balance? Hong Ying laughed. Ning Rufeng, the flower thief? Mentioning this name made Li Yuechan think of Chu Chen again. She simply turned her gaze away and looked elsewhere, no longer looking at the area where Chu Chen was. Chu Chen also withdrew his gaze. He did not believe that Li Yuechan had come specifically for him. On a distant big tree, Lu Yinfeng had also arrived, accompanied by several followers from the North Courtyard. Li Yuechan. Lu Yinfeng looked at Li Yuechan with a hint of surprise in his heart. Li Yuechan had a calm personality and did not like to interact with outsiders. How could she come here? Meanwhile, below, Lu Yunfei stared at Li Yuechan, and a burning feeling surged in his heart. What a beautiful sister. Once I achieve first place in the South Courtyard assessment, I must pursue her. Suddenly, beams of light descended from the sky, landing in the center of the square. These beams of light were incredibly powerful, all from the elders of the South Courtyard. There were a total of 7. The 7 elders presiding over the South Courtyard assessment showed how much importance the Academy placed on this assessment. An elder in gray robes looked at the gathered students and said, Students, I am the chief judge of this South Courtyard assessment, Han Jinzu. Since everyone is mostly here, let's get straight to the point. This South Courtyard assessment, as in previous years, is divided into 3 rounds. The first round tests aptitude. The second round tests willpower. The third round tests combat power. Those who pass the first 2 rounds can become students of the North Courtyard. Those who make it into the top 8 in the third round's combat power test will receive rewards. The 8th to 5th place will receive 2 sets of yellow-grade martial arts of the 7th rank. The 4th to 2nd place will receive 2 sets of yellow-grade martial arts of the 9th rank. The first place will receive 2 sets of martial arts. These rewards were the same as in previous South Courtyard assessments, but they still caused a stir among the students. However, unlike previous South Courtyard assessments, the first place in this assessment would also receive the opportunity to train in the Tinshue Forest. Tinshue Forest? Elder Han, isn't Tinshue Forest a forbidden area of the Academy? The Academy has stated that it is extremely dangerous inside and prohibits any students from entering. How can we go in for training? Hearing Elder Han Jinzu's words, the students were very puzzled. Tinshue Forest was indeed a forbidden area of the Qinghe Academy, where the energy was chaotic and the natural essence was disordered. However, as time passed, the chaotic energy in the outer regions of Tinshue Forest gradually evolved into a precious cultivation resource known as innate spiritual liquid. The innate spiritual liquid contains pure and abundant natural essence. For martial artists, absorbing innate spiritual liquid for cultivation is highly beneficial for their improvement. And now, inside the Tinshue Forest, a whole pool had formed. The Academy decided to award that pool of innate spiritual liquid to the person who obtains first place in the South Courtyard assessment. What? Innate spiritual liquid? Hearing Elder Han Jinzu's words, the students were astonished. Innate spiritual liquid was something that only appeared in ancient texts. There was actually a pool formed in Tinshue Forest. Meng Xingyun and Su Qinghe's eyes glimmered with a fiery light, clearly excited about the innate spiritual liquid. I must get that innate spiritual liquid. Unlike the other students, Lu Yunfei had already learned about the innate spiritual liquid. He clenched his fists, and a strong desire gleamed in his eyes. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. He was also tempted. All right, now that the rewards are announced, let's start the first test. Han Jinzu waved his hand, and a black stone tablet, about 1 meter high and half a meter wide, flew out from a spatial ring and landed on a stone table in the center of the square. This is the testing tablet. Inject your elemental power into it, and it will emit corresponding starlight. There are 10 beams of starlight, representing 10 levels of aptitude. If you emit 4 beams of starlight, you pass the first test. Now, come and collect your tokens. Han Jinzu took out a large number of tokens and randomly distributed them to everyone. Chu Chen received the number 666, which happened to be the last one. Number 1, please come up for testing. Han Jinzi said. A student immediately stepped forward and injected his elemental power into the testing tablet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The testing tablet trembled and emitted 3 beams of starlight. 3-star aptitude, not qualified next. Han Jinzu announced expressionlessly. Alas, the student sighed and turned to leave. The second student stepped up and injected his elemental power into the testing tablet. Buzz, 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 buzz. The testing tablet emitted 4 beams of starlight. 4-star aptitude, qualified. Next, Han Jinzu announced. The excited student turned to leave. The qualification test was very quick, with each person averaging only 4 or 5 breaths. Soon, nearly 200 people had passed through. However, among these nearly 200, less than 1/3 were qualified. The highest score was only 6 stars, and there were only 2 of them. Look, Su Qinghe is going up. Amidst the noise, Su Qinghe calmly walked to the testing stone, injecting her energy into it. Booz, 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 booz. The testing stone trembled violently and actually emitted 7 beams of starlight. 7 beams of starlight. 7-star qualification. As expected of Su Qinghe. Impressive. The crowd was filled with awe. Su Qinghe seemed somewhat dissatisfied and turned to leave. Meng Yunxing went up. Shortly after, Meng Yunxing also stepped up. His score was identical to Su Qinghe's, reaching 7 stars as well. Number 250. Who is number 250? I am number 250. Lin Wanner stepped out from the crowd. Go ahead. Han Jinzu glanced at Lin Wanner, and a different color flashed in his eyes. Yes, Elder. Lin Wanner nodded, placing her hand on the testing stone. No one noticed that in her palm, there was a drop of crimson liquid. This drop of liquid could alter the sensitivity of the testing stone, making it more responsive. In other words, it could help her achieve a higher score. This was given to her in advance by Han Jinzu. Han Jinzu was also someone arranged by Lu Yunfeng. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, the testing stone erupted with 7 beams of starlight. 7 beams of starlight. My goodness. How did Lin Wanner also achieve 7 beams of starlight, just like Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing? The crowd was not unfamiliar with Lin Wanner, and based on their understanding of her, her talent was certainly not on par with Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing. Hee, you are just jealous. Senior Sister Wanner has comprehended the sword heart, who in the Southern Academy can achieve a sword heart at just over 16 years old. Senior Sister Wanner's talent is indeed high. Stop being sour over there. Several students who had been arranged in advance spoke loudly at this moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd dared not question any further. They were well aware of the relationship between Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfeng. It was fine to say a few words of surprise, but if they kept it up, they would be the ones in trouble. Indeed, Lin Wanner, your qualifications are excellent, and you will surely achieve great things in the future. I have high hopes for you, Han Jinzi praised. Thank you, Elder. Lin Wanner was extremely excited as she turned and stepped down. The testing continued. 7 or 8 more people reached 6 stars, but not a single one reached 7 stars. Finally, it was Lu Yunfei's turn at number 501. It's Lu Yunfei's turn. I wonder how many stars he can achieve. Most likely 7 stars. He won't be any worse than Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing. The crowd was very eager to see Lu Yunfei's results. Lu Yunfei walked to the testing stone with a proud face, placing his palm on it and releasing his energy. Buzz. The testing stone shook violently, and a beam of starlight burst forth. Fin, booz, 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 booz. 7 more beams of starlight erupted. A total of 8 beams of starlight. 8-star qualification. 8-star qualification. My goodness. So strong. Even better than Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing. The crowd was in shock. 8-star qualification. Only 2 stars away from max level. Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing's eyes tightened slightly. As expected, Lu Yunfei was their biggest rival for the top spot. Hee. Lu Yunfei's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Unlike Lin Wanner, he didn't cheat. This was his true talent. He had absolute confidence in his qualifications. Lu Yunfei is impressive. Many elders from the Southern Academy nodded slightly at Lu Yunfei. Yunfei, you are excellent. After entering the Northern Academy this time, you will probably be among the top in just a year. Han Yin so praised. Thank you, Elder Han. Lu Yunfei nodded upon Yinsu, his expression unable to hide his pride. As Lu Yunfei turned to leave, he passed by Chu Chen and sneered. Kid, do you now know what a true genius is? I can achieve 8 stars. What about you? Lin Wanner also walked over, staring at Chu Chen with pride, mocking. And me, Chu Chen, do you now see the gap between you and me? Although I'm not as good as Yunfei, I can still achieve 7 stars. What about you? Chu Chen looked at Lin Wanner with disdain. You know how you achieved 7 stars, and you are fully aware of how pathetic your talent really is. Do you really think no one knows how limited your talent is? Chu Chen understood Lin Wanner's talent all too well. She could barely manage 5 stars, let alone 7. She must have cheated to get that score. You. Lin Wanner was furious. What? Is this how easily you break down? Chu Chen shook his head. You really are weak. Lin Wanner was left speechless. Soon, it was finally Chu Chen's turn. The last one, number 666. Han Jinzu announced. Chu Chen immediately stepped forward. As he approached, Han Jinzu also walked to the testing stone, touching it as if inspecting it. No one noticed that Han Jinzu infused a drop of black liquid into the testing stone. Chapter 24. The beauty's assistance. The drop of black liquid that Han Jinzu infused into the testing stone was called black demon liquid. Unlike the crimson liquid that Lin Wanner used earlier, black demon liquid could reduce the sensitivity of the testing stone to 1/10 of its original level. In other words, even if Chu Chen's talent were high, he could at most achieve 1 star. And 1 star was a score that hardly anyone among all the participants had. Even if Chu Chen got 1 star, he would certainly lose face. Oof. Chu Chen, I want to see how you embarrass yourself. Lin Wanner clenched her fists fiercely. Knowing full well that Han Jinzu was secretly sabotaging Chu Chen with the black demon liquid. Kid, get ready to be laughed at by everyone. Lu Yunfei sneered. On a large tree, Lu Yunfeng coldly stated, Chu Chen, this time, I will make sure to bring you down to the bottom. On another tree, Li Weichan watched Chu Chen's figure with curiosity about his results. Senior sister, do you know him? Han Ying noticed Li Weichan's unusual behavior. No, I don't know him. Li Weichan quickly denied it, her eyes flustered. Oh, I thought senior sister knew him, Hong Ying said. Many people were looking forward to Chu Chen's results. And under everyone's gaze, Chu Chen finally stood before the testing stone. Chu Chen gently placed his palm on the testing stone, releasing his energy. The testing stone trembled slightly, but remained silent. 3 full breaths passed without any reaction. Ha ha! Chu Chen, you useless waste. You can't even achieve 1 star, can you? No one has ever had such a score in a Southern Academy assessment. Chu Chen, you're making me laugh. You're really a waste. What are you doing in the Qinghai Academy? If I were you, I would have quit and found a rock to bash my head in. Lin Wanner, Liu Yunfeng, and a large number of their followers began to mock him. Even Han Jinzu showed a hint of cold laughter in his eyes. Buzz. But then, the testing stone shook violently. A burst of light enveloped the entire testing stone. Yet in the blink of an eye, this burst of light suddenly vanished. Immediately after, crack. The testing stone suddenly cracked. Thousands of fissures appeared on the testing stone. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. In previous Southern Academy assessments, the testing stone had never shattered. How could Chu Chen cause the testing stone to break? Han Jinzu was also taken aback, but after a moment of shock, he quickly reacted, saying, not even a single star, Chu Chen eliminated. No matter why it cracked, the important thing is to declare Chu Chen eliminated. Eliminated? How could he be eliminated? Li Weichan was taken aback. Chu Chen and Ning Rufeng's battle was witnessed by her throughout. Even she was surprised by Chu Chen's talent. No matter what, Chu Chen should not be eliminated. Under the test monument, after a moment of daze, Chu Chen understood the reason behind it. He possessed the Devouring Emperor Scripture, and his body had been completely refined by it, additionally having the heavenly Qilin bone, a treasure of extraordinary quality. The 10-star qualification of the test monument simply could not satisfy him. The test monument couldn't withstand his qualification and could only explode. However, this time it was troublesome. Chu Chen wanted to clear his name, but that would require exposing the heavenly Qilin bone. Yet, he didn't want to reveal the heavenly Qilin bone just yet. Chu Chen, what are you still doing up there? Aren't you embarrassed enough? Hurry up and get down. Lin Wanner would get sharply. Wait. At that moment, a figure appeared in the arena. looking as beautiful as a fairy. Senior sister? Hong Ying was startled and quickly turned around. She realized that Li Yuechan had already disappeared from her side. Oh, senior sister Yuechan, what are you doing here? The other students were astonished to see Li Yuechan. Chu Chen looked at Li Yuechan and was quite surprised as well. Wasn't Li Yuechan the one most afraid of others knowing about their relationship? Why was she appearing with him? Li Yuechan didn't look at Chu Chen. She also knew in her heart that she shouldn't come to help Chu Chen. However, knowing Chu Chen's talent, seeing him being judged as eliminated, she couldn't just stand by. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to come out. Yuechan, do you have something to say? Li Yuechan had a high status, and Han Jinzu didn't dare to neglect her. Li Yuechan said, Elder Han, the test monument shattered. Why is he judged as eliminated? Han Yin se replied. The test monument didn't even register a single star, so naturally, he is judged as eliminated. Li Yuechan posed a question, but what if there was a problem with the quality of the test monument itself, which led to the crack? The crowd nodded gently, not ruling out that possibility. However, Han Jinzu didn't believe it. The test monument was made of special metal. How could there be a quality issue? Han Jinzu said, Yuechan, you're joking. The test monument is a special product and won't have quality problems. Li Yuechan replied, just because there were no quality problems before doesn't mean there aren't any now. To give Chu Chen a fair judgment, I propose we let him test again. Elder Han, do you have another test monument? Yes, I do. Han Jinzu paused and said, all right. Since Li Yuechan said so, let's let Chu Chen retest. After all, he has plenty of black demon liquid. Seeing Han Jinzu give Chu Chen a second chance, everyone's attention turned to Chu Chen and Li Yuechan. Why would Li Yuechan help Chu Chen? Did they know each other before? Strangely, the students felt a deep sense of envy. Damn it. Lu Yunfei not only felt envy, but also jealousy. The moment he saw Li Yuechan, he had already considered her as his future woman. Yet his future woman was speaking up for a useless person. They could only be considered as having a simple acquaintance. Could it be that they are good friends? Does Chu Chen even qualify? Lin Wanner said sharply. Lu Yunfeng's expression was also not good. As for Chu Chen, after Li Yuechan appeared, he deliberately avoided her gaze. He could tell that Li Yuechan was purely acting out of kindness and couldn't stand the situation. Chu Chen felt a bit touched inside. As for Hong Ying, who was further away, her mouth was already agape, thinking, Senior sister, is this what you told me about not knowing each other? All right, Chu Chen, this is a brand new test monument. You can test now. At this moment, Han Jinzu placed the second test monument on the stone table. He added a drop of black demon liquid to this monument. This time, he wanted to make it so that no one could say anything, in front of everyone's eyes. Chu Chen extended his palm and pressed it against the test monument. Crack! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. On the test monument, countless cracks spread out like a spider web. What the hell? It cracked again. Are you kidding me? The crowd looked at the shattered test monument in astonishment. Chu Chen awkwardly smiled at Han Jinzu. Do you have another test monument? Han Jinzu also gaped, then said yes. He took out another test monument. This time, he added 2 drops of black demon liquid. Chu Chen pressed his palm on it. Crack! The test monument cracked. Do you have another test monument? Yes. This time Han Jinzu added 3 drops of black demon liquid. Chu Chen went to test again. Crack! The test monument cracked again. Elder, do you have another test monument? Yes. Han Jinzu helplessly added 4 drops of black demon liquid. Crack! It cracked again. Time passed, and Han Jinzu took out a total of 9 test monuments, all of which were shattered by Chu Chen. The audience was petrified. For the last time, Han Jinzu added a full 10 drops of black demon liquid, diluting the sensitivity of the test monument to 1%. Yet it was still shattered by Chu Chen. Chu Chen's talent was truly terrifying. Even 10 drops of black demon liquid couldn't satisfy him. In the end, Han Jinzu couldn't take out any more test monuments because he ran out of materials. Elder Han, please give me another test monument, Chu Chen said somewhat awkwardly. Give you what? Do you see if I have any left? The test monuments for next year's assessment in the Southern Academy need to be repurchased, Han Jinzu said irritably. Ahem, all right, Chu Chen replied. Li Yuechan looked at Han Jinzu. Elder Han, I think we should let Chu Chen proceed to the second test. If Chu Chen's talent truly can't even be measured to 1 star, he won't pass the second test either. Earlier, when Chu Chen was testing, Li Yuechan had observed carefully. She noticed that when Chu Chen's palm was pressed against the test monument, a layer of dazzling light appeared on the surface of the monument. Although that light disappeared in the time of a breath, Li Yuechan still noticed it. Sure enough, Chu Chen isn't unable to measure his star level. Rather, his qualifications have exceeded the detection range of the test monument, and the star light couldn't even gather before it exploded. This secret was only discovered by Li Yuechan. All right, let Chu Chen pass. He could participate in the second test. Han Jinzu had no choice but to nod. Seeing this, some previously eliminated students felt extremely regretful, wondering why their test didn't cause the test monument to break. This kid really is good luck. He actually got into the second test like this. Lin Wanner said coldly. Kid, good. Let you enter the second test. But this test won't be easy. You might be crushed to a pulp inside. Lu Yinfeng gritted his teeth. The second test measured willpower. The location was also in this square. The ground of the square was paved with bluestone slabs. The elders arranged a formation on the ground. This formation covered a vast area. Just in terms of length, it was as long as 500 bluestone slabs. This formation was called the heaven-sinking Great Formation, which would release powerful pressure. The students had to advance under this pressure, and only by successfully walking over 100 bluestone slabs could they pass. Han Jinzu held a formation disc in his hand. He brought his 2 fingers together and traced a line on the formation disc, causing the massive heaven-sinking Great Formation to start operating immediately. Pressure, under normal circumstances, is formless and shapeless. The crowd couldn't see what was in the formation. However, through the rapidly slowing air flow within the formation, they knew how immense the pressure was. I will take special care of you, kid, while controlling this formation disc. Han Jinzu glared at Chu Chen and then said, Start. I'll go first. A student immediately stepped onto the formation. He stepped onto the first bluestone slab. Boom! A wave of pressure suddenly descended, causing his body to shrink down a bit. Then, he gritted his teeth, straightened his body, and continued to move forward. As the distance changes, the intensity of the pressure in the formation also changes. This is just the first blue stone. He shouldn't have any problems. Then, a large number of students followed in. Over 100 people immediately entered the celestial array. I'm going to. Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfei went in. The 2 of them entered as if walking on flat ground, seemingly unaffected by any pressure. Han Jinzhou could control the intensity of the pressure in the formation. Han Jinzhou had secretly helped them, diluting the pressure by 90%. If others were bearing 10 times the pressure, they were only bearing it once. Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing also entered, and they only slowed down after passing through more than 10 levels. It's my turn. Chu Chen was the last to enter. Boom! When Chu Chen entered, a massive pressure suddenly pressed down on him. 10 times the pressure. Normally, a person would only bear the pressure of 1 at the first blue stone, but he was suddenly bearing 10 times the pressure. A muffled grunt escaped his mouth, but Chu Chen quickly straightened his body and continued to move forward. After being transformed by the celestial Emperor Scripture, his physical quality had far surpassed that of ordinary people. 10 times the pressure was nothing. The pressure on this route is independent. Enjoy the 10 times pressure slowly. If that is not enough, it will gradually increase later. Han Jinzhou, holding the array plate, sneered in his heart. Whoosh! Honging flew in from a distance. Honging looked at Li Yuechan and said, Senior sister, didn't you say you didn't know this guy? Li Yuechan felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I've seen him once. Hong Ying was surprised. You were willing to go to such lengths for someone you've only met once? Li Yuechan said, I've witnessed his talent. Hong Ying was non-committal and suddenly whispered, Senior sister, you're not here for him, are you? Li Yuechan's pretty face flushed, and she didn't speak. Hong Ying's eyes widened. Senior sister, I was just guessing. And you didn't answer. You are the goddess of our north courtyard. What does this kid have to deserve you? Li Yuechan shot a glare at Hong Ying. On the other side, Lu Yinfeng also flew down from the big tree, coming to Li Yuechan's side. Li Yuechan, do you know this kid? He was very curious about Li Yuechan's relationship with Chu Chen. But Li Yuechan ignored Lu Yinfeng. Li Yuechan knew Lu Yunfeng's character, sly, greedy, and ruthless. She really disliked such people. Lu Yinfeng, What does it matter to you whether senior sister Yue Chan knows that person or not? You seem to have plenty of free time. Aren't people from the Blade Path supposed to stay in their own sword path? Han Ning also didn't like Lu Yunfeng. The Qinghe Dao Academy is one big family, Lu Yunfeng said with a smile. One big family in Qinghe Dao Academy? Han Ning replied. I might believe that if it came from someone else's mouth, but from you? Haha, I would believe it at all. Lu Yunfeng, seeing he couldn't get to the bottom of it, stopped asking. At this moment, Chu Chen had already endured 10 times the pressure and reached the area of the 20th blue stone. You kid can hold on pretty well. Let us add 10 times more, up to 20 times. Han Jianzhou's finger subtly traced over the array plate. Boom! The pressure above Chu Chen increased tenfold again. In an instant, it reached 20 times. Oomph! Another muffled grunt came from Chu Chen, and his legs bent heavily. I can't stop. But Chu Chen shouted again, stood up, gritted his teeth, and pushed forward. Chapter 26. Chu Chen's superb acting skills boom. Under 20 times the pressure, Chu Chen continued to advance to the 30th blue stone. Good boy, let us add more. Han Jianzhou raised his eyebrows and then increased the pressure again. Boom! The pressure above Chu Chen reached 30 times. A tidal wave of pressure surged toward Chu Chen, and beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. He could almost hear the sound of his bones grinding against each other. But Chu Chen still withstood this pressure and continued to move forward. Look, why is Chu Chen advancing so painfully? Many students, when they reached the distance where Chu Chen was, found it not so difficult. Everyone was surprised by Chu Chen's performance. Haha, what's so surprising about it? This just proves that Chu Chen's willpower is not strong enough, someone said. Not strong enough? Li Wuchan disagreed with this statement. She recalled that day with Chu Chen when they had gone wild. That day, she had stripped them both bare, and even when he was halfway inside her, he still wanted to push her away. Only under her strong pressure, when they were perfectly aligned, did Chu Chen give up struggling. If Chu Chen's willpower wasn't strong, could he have done that? In her view, Chu Chen might be the person with the strongest willpower in the Qinghe Dao Academy. Chu Chen glanced around at the people nearby and was also somewhat surprised. He felt that the pressure he was enduring seemed a bit different from what others were experiencing. He looked ahead and saw 4 figures in front of him. Leading was Lu Yunfei, followed by Su Qinghe, Meng Yunxing, and Lin Wan'er, who were side by side with Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing. Chu Chen was very surprised with Lin Wan'er's willpower. It would be a miracle for her to pass 50 blue stones. How could she be side by side with Su Qinghe and Meng Yunxing? Something was off. Chu Chen immediately concluded that there was something strange about this formation. His side was being specially taken care of, and Lin Wan'er's side was also being specially taken care of. He turned to look at Han Jianzhou, only to see Han Jianzhou staring at him coldly. He suddenly understood that Han Jianzhou was also someone Lu Yunfeng had brought to deal with him. Chu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Being targeted by others in the celestial array was not a good thing. It seemed this challenge wouldn't be easy to pass. Celestial Emperor's Scripture. Under the heavy pressure, Chu Chen immediately activated the Celestial Emperor Scripture, preparing to enhance his physical strength to cope with this pressure. But something surprising happened. When the Celestial Emperor Scripture was activated, the pressure that touched his body was immediately absorbed into his body, vanishing into thin air. The pressure on Chu Chen suddenly lightened, making him feel incredibly relaxed. As if nothing were wrong, Chu Chen was astonished. The Celestial Emperor's Scripture can swallow the heavens and the earth, devour demons and gods, and can absorb various energies in the world, and it even swallows the pressure of this formation. That's right. The Celestial Emperor's Scripture can indeed absorb the pressure of the formation. Chu Chen was overjoyed. In that case, what's there to be afraid of? Even if you give me more pressure, I won't be afraid. Ha! Lu Yunfeng, you've painstakingly sent people to deal with me. Let us see who can outplay whom. Chu Chen sneered in his heart, activated the Celestial Emperor's Scripture, and continued to advance. However, this time, to play with Lu Yunfeng, Chu Chen deliberately walked very slowly, as if he was about to collapse under the pressure. Because Chu Chen knew that while pressure was formless, when it reached a certain level, it would trigger some chain reactions. At that time, it would be Lu Yunfeng and his companions' turn to be embarrassed. Gradually, Chu Chen actually passed over 40 blue stones. Still holding on? Han Jinzhou was astonished. All right, let me see how tough your backbone is. Han Jinzhou directly increased the pressure to 40 times. Chu Chen's body trembled slightly, but the 40 times pressure was absorbed by the celestial Emperor Scripture. Chu Chen, dripping with sweat, continued to move forward. Passed again. Han Jinzhou frowned. Let us go again. 50 times. But it was useless. Chu Chen continued to advance, slowly yet steadily. 60 times. Beads of sweat as large as beans dripped down Chu Chen's forehead as he seemed extremely exhausted, yet he kept moving forward. 70 times. The situation was the same. Han Jinzhou, what are you doing? Watching Chu Chen still holding on, Lu Yunfeng was displeased and frowned as he transmitted a message to Han Jinzhou. Young Master Yunfeng, I have already released 70 times the pressure on Chu Chen. Han Jinzhou responded through voice transmission. 70 times? How is that possible? Lu Yunfeng was extremely surprised. 70 times. Under normal circumstances, this would require close to 200 pieces of blue stone slabs to produce such pressure. Chu Chen has endured so much pressure and can still hold on. How could his willpower be so terrifying? Increase it. I want you to crush him, to flatten him. You must not pass this trial. Lu Yunfeng frantically transmitted. All right. Han Jinzhou gritted his teeth, his anger also provoked by Chu Chen. Kid, I don't believe your willpower is really that strong. Han Jinzhou continued to increase the pressure. 80 times. A massive pressure like a mountain poured down on Chu Chen. Chu Chen's body trembled, bending down directly, a heavy grunt escaping his lips, his face turning extremely pale. Good. It's effective. Continue. Lu Yunfeng was overjoyed, and Han Jinzhou was also very satisfied. However, they did not see the slight curve at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth when he bent down. Chu Chen struggled to move forward and surprisingly advanced another 10 blue stone slabs. Lu Yunfeng was dumbfounded. He could endure 80 times? This damn kid continued to increase it. All right. Han Jinzhou frowned and continued to increase it to 90 times. However, they were both still quite satisfied in their hearts, because they could tell that Chu Chen was already running out of energy. Continuing to increase, it would definitely make him fail. The pressure of 90 times crashed down, and Chu Chen felt like endless mountains and seas were colliding with him. Chu Chen activated the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra, and this pressure suddenly disappeared. But Chu Chen still let out 3 muffled grunts in succession, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his entire being looking extremely ferocious, hair disheveled, as if he was about to go crazy. So heavy. Chu Chen roared to the sky, his body hunched over. But just when Lu Yunfeng and Han Jinzhou thought he was about to fail, he suddenly took a step forward. Then, he struggled to take 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, his speed slowed down even more. How is this possible? Lu Yunfeng and Han Jinzhou were completely stunned. Immediately, Han Jinzhou said, Young Master Yunfeng need not worry. Did you not see that each of his steps is slowing down? He will definitely not be able to hold on much longer and will fail. I will slowly increase the pressure on him. Han Jinzhou began to slowly increase the pressure on Chu Chen. 93 times, 95 times, 96 times. Chu Chen's speed also slowed down increasingly, with every step leaving behind large amounts of sweat. Lu Yunfeng watched as Chu Chen walked slower and slower, and his heart finally calmed down a lot. Then he was overjoyed. Good. He is about to be finished. But even though Chu Chen walked slower and slower, he still showed no signs of stopping. In the end, he was almost at 60 blue stone slabs. At this moment, Chu Chen was completely exhausted. Lu Yunfeng was ecstatic. Hurry. Increase it one more time. This is the last time. It must be the last time. This time, he will undoubtedly die. Han Jinzhou also wanted to seize this opportunity, his finger suddenly sliding down on the array plate. He directly increased the pressure from 97 times to 100 times. But just at the moment Han Jinzhou's finger slid down, his expression suddenly changed, thinking, not good. Chapter 27. The foxtail is exposed as soon as the pressure was increased to 100 times. Han Jinzhou regretted it, because he forgot that under normal circumstances, although the pressure is formless, when the pressure reaches 100 times, the void will collapse. Because the void cannot withstand 100 times the pressure. Boom! Sure enough, at that moment, the narrow path where Chu Chen was located, the void above him suddenly collapsed. Endless pressure erupted from that void. The blue stone slabs beneath him were crushed open, countless cracks spreading like a spider web across the blue stone slabs. This was 100 times the pressure. How could the pressure above Chu Chen be 100 times? He was at the 59th blue stone slab. Under normal circumstances, this should be a pressure of more than 10 times. The elders were extremely surprised. The void collapsed, 100 times the pressure. How could Chu Chen bear 100 times the pressure? The students also shouted. They knew that 100 times the pressure would collapse the void. Li Yuechan's pretty face suddenly changed. She had always been puzzled as to why Chu Chen was walking so difficultly. It turned out that Chu Chen had been treated differently all along. Chu Chen smiled when he saw that Han Jinzu and the others finally revealed their true colors. It was hard for him to act so exhausted, but he finally pulled out the foxtails of these two. At this moment, Han Jinzu and Lu Yunfeng also looked extremely ugly. They had just been too invested and actually forgot about the sensitive point of 100 times the pressure. Elder Han, please give us an explanation. Li Yuchen looked at Han Yinsu. How could this be? I don't know either. Han Yinsu stammered, saying, I don't know when I accidentally drew the line to the route where Chu Chen was. At this point, Han Jinzu could only explain it this way. Chu Chen turned around in the formation and coldly laughed at Han Jinzu. Elder Han, how could you be so careless? Did you only draw my line? Not necessarily. Why not show the pressure on Lu Yunfei, Lin Wan'er, and their routes as well? Han Jinzu's expression changed. Elder Han, give me the array plate. Li Yuechan said expressionlessly. Li Yuechan held a high position, and Han Jinzu could not refuse. On the array plate, it was clear to see the pressure each person was bearing. Li Yuechan took the array plate, glanced at it, and said, Chu Chen is currently bearing 100 times the pressure. Lin Wan'er is bearing 3 times the pressure, and Lu Yunfei is bearing 4 times the pressure. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Wan'er was currently at 87 blue stone slabs, which should normally be 30 times the pressure. Lu Yunfei was currently at 96 blue stone slabs, which should normally be 40 times the pressure. But both of them were actually only bearing 1/10 of the original pressure. Elder Han is helping Lin Wan'er and Lu Yunfei cheat. He is not only targeting Chu Chen, but also giving Lin Wan'er and Lu Yunfei preferential treatment. Elder Han is definitely sent by Lu Yunfeng. I even suspect that the reason Lin Wan'er was able to test for 7-star qualifications before was also because Elder Han helped her achieve it. As the host of the Southern Academy assessment, Elder Han's actions are absolutely unfair. Everyone criticized Han Jinzu. In the formation, Lin Wan'er and Lu Yunfei's faces turned red. Being caught cheating, how could they not feel ashamed? Especially for someone like Lu Yunfei, whose pride was heavier than anyone else's. Being caught cheating made him feel embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Chu Chen, damn it. I will definitely kill you. It's all your fault. Lu Yunfei gritted his teeth, blaming all the mistakes on Chu Chen. Lu Yunfeng certainly would not admit to this. He transmitted, Han Jinzu, at this point, you can only bear this matter. Don't mention me. My Lu family will compensate you later. After transmitting, he spread his hands to the crowd and said, Everyone, don't accuse a good person. I don't know why Elder Han would do this. Accuse a good person? Who would believe his words? Everyone understood that it was he who made Han Jinzu do this. Lu Yunfei also said seriously, I also don't know why Elder Han would do this, Elder Han. Please clear my name. Han Jinzu remained silent for a long time, his expression changing, and finally said, I have not been on good terms with Chu Chen's master, Qinji Yunzi. For many years, I finally waited for Chu Chen to participate in the Southern Academy assessment, so I want to take this opportunity to target him. This matter has nothing to do with Lu Yunfeng, Lu Yunfei, or Lin Wan'er. I just saw that Lu Yunfei and Lin Wan'er were not on good terms with Chu Chen, so I wanted to help them. Everyone knew this was an excuse, but since Han Jinzu voluntarily accepted this outcome, they had no other way to drag Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yunfei down with him. Moreover, they did not dare to do so. Since that's the case, I hope the elders will witness and resolve this matter according to the Academy rules. It's already good enough to get Han Jinzu removed. Chu Chen doesn't expect too much. Among the other elders of the Southern Courtyard, An elder dressed in blue stepped forward and said, "For now, we will revoke Han Jinju's position as an elder of the Southern Courtyard, and the matter will be handed over to the Tao Academy." This elder had a higher status among the Southern Courtyard elders than Han Jinju. Han Jinju could not refute this, and could only leave with a very ugly expression. He knew how the Academy rules would handle such matters. The position of Southern Courtyard Elder was definitely lost. He would either be demoted to a steward or directly expelled from the Qinghe Tao Academy. As for how far he would ultimately be dealt with, it depended on how far Lu Yunfeng could help him. But no matter what step it was, that status was worlds apart from being a Southern Courtyard Elder. He felt utterly disheartened. "Chu Chen, do you have any objections to the handling of Han Jinju?" The elder asked Chu Chen. "Thank you, Elder. I have no objections." Chu Chen nodded. Then the elder looked at Li Yuechan. "Yuechan, since Han Jinju has left, why don't you let me preside over the next part?" Elder Feng's willingness to preside is naturally excellent. Li Yuechan handed the array plate to the elder. This elder's surname was Feng, and his name was Feng Yangqing. After Feng Yangqing received the array plate, the first thing he did was restore all the pressure to normal. Feng Yangqing waved his finger, and the pressure above Chu Chen returned to over 10 times. Meanwhile, the pressure above Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfei was instantly raised to 30 times and 40 times, respectively. Puff! How could Lin Wanner withstand over 30 times the pressure? With a muffled groan, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper. She was directly forced out of the formation by this pressure and was eliminated. Lu Yunfei could still endure that pressure, but after being incredibly relaxed before, the sudden tenfold increase made his face turn pale in an instant, and blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, it was not easy for him to bear. Chapter 28, Battle Power Test. Everyone watched this scene, shaking their heads. Now, they too had received their punishment. Next, everyone was very surprised by Chu Chen's perseverance. Although the 100-fold pressure imposed on Chu Chen by Han Jinju did not last long before being lifted by Feng Yangqing, Chu Chen had clearly persisted for a period under that 100-fold pressure. How could Chu Chen's willpower be so terrifying if even the 100-fold pressure could not crush him? Next, the assessment continued. Chu Chen strolled casually, stopping after walking over 100 stone slabs. With the Devouring the Heavens Emperor Scripture, he could definitely complete all 500 stone slabs without issue. However, you would have to be foolish to show off like this. Not long after, Su Qinghe, Meng Yunxing, and others also walked over 100 stone slabs. Then it was Lu Yunfei's turn. Originally the one who had gone the farthest. He was now pushed down to 4th place. Following that, more students passed the assessment. The total number of people was 64. These 64 could advance to the northern courtyard of the Sword Tao Department. All the eliminated students looked at them with immense envy. Congratulations to all students who passed the perseverance test. By passing this test, you can become students of the northern courtyard of the Sword Tao Department. Next, we will conduct the 3rd battle power test. You will have a stick of incense for a rest, and after that, we will officially begin, Feng Yangqing announced. Chu Chen, you'd better pray that you don't encounter me in the battle power test. Otherwise, I will return the humiliation you brought me 100-fold. Lu Yunfei glared at Chu Chen. Yunfei, help me teach him a lesson. If I encounter him in the battle power test, make sure to teach him a harsh lesson. Trample him into the mud so that he can never hold his head up for the rest of his life. Lin Wanner came over to echo. Chu Chen shrugged, unconcerned. Wasn't he all of this self-inflicted trouble? They had the audacity to be angry about the mess they created themselves. Well, he was also looking forward to encountering Lu Yunfei in the Southern Courtyard assessment. A stick of incense soon passed. The battle power test officially began. The battle power test was conducted in an elimination format. To ensure fairness, Feng Yangqing took 64 bamboo sticks, each marked with a number from 1 to 64. Number 1 faced number 64, number 2 faced number 63, and so on. Chu Chen's number was 11, and he had to face number 54. In the center of the square was a ring with a diameter of about 30 zhang. As the first round of matches began, the called students immediately flew onto the ring to start their matches. After the 10th match, it was Chu Chen's turn, and his opponent was a student at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, Xiang Chuan. This student cupped his hands to Chu Chen on the ring. Chu Chen. Chu Chen introduced himself. Xiang Chuan said, I know I'm not your opponent, but I won't admit defeat easily. If you respect me, let's have a serious fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Chuan drew a yellow-grade 4th tier sword and slashed at Chu Chen. Cold flow, sword technique. Bang! Chu Chen sidestepped and punched down. The student flew backward and crashed down from the ring. Chu Chen smiled and said, I respect you. The student stood up, his face somewhat ugly as he left. However, he already knew that he was no match for Chu Chen. The first round of matches quickly passed without much to see. The only thing that drew more discussion from the crowd was Lu Yunfei. However, it wasn't praise. Perhaps because he had lost face in the perseverance test. He was furious and severely injured his opponent with a single punch. All the students were afraid of encountering him next. In the second round, the number of sticks was reduced to 32. Chu Chen got number 10. After 9 matches, Chu Chen faced his opponent, another student at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. He defeated him with another punch. In the third round, the number of sticks was reduced to 16. Chu Chen got number 7. After 6 matches, Chu Chen faced a student at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. This student said to Chu Chen, I heard that you recently defeated several 8th level Gathering Yuan realm students, including Lin Waner. But I'm still not sure whether you have the strength of the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Let me test you. All right. Chu Chen made a gesture of invitation. Songlong's sword technique. That student immediately attacked Chu Chen with his sword. 3 sword lights appeared in the sky, each condensing the shadow of its Songlong. Chu Chen performed the 7-star step, stepping aside 3 times to dodge the 3 sword lights. When he reappeared, the long sword was already at this student's neck. The purple soul sword had not yet been drawn, but the sword hilt was very close to this student. As long as Chu Chen gently flicked his wrist, the blade would reveal an inch and take this student's life. You lost, Chu Chen said. The student could only leave dejectedly. Oh my! He defeated a 9th level Gathering Yuan realm student with 1 sword. Chu Chen's strength is too terrifying. His movement technique is amazing. It must be the 7-star step. I've seen many people practice the 7-star step, but none are as graceful as Chu Chen. The students exclaimed. This child has completely mastered the 7-star step, and his application of the footwork is superb, an elder said. Don't be fooled by the fact that the 7-star step is only a yellow-grade, 3rd-tier movement technique. It's not easy to master it to perfection. In the 4th round, the battle power test had reached the top 8. Even the weakest among these 8 could receive rewards. However, just receiving a reward was not enough. Everyone wanted to break into the top 4 to get more rewards. In the first match of the 4th round, Chu Chen's opponent was still a 9th level Gathering Yuan realm student. Chu Chen easily defeated him again, drawing cheers from the crowd. Not long after, the other 3 matches concluded. As expected, the winners were Su Qinghe, Meng Yunxing, and Lu Yunfei. Next was the battle for the top 4, where the winners would enter the finals to compete for the true championship. No one thought Chu Chen would make it to the finals. They all believed he was just a runner-up, especially since Meng Yunxing and the other 2 were sword cultivators at the 1st level of the condensing pill realm. Feng Yanqing had the 4 draw lots again. Chu Chen, I really hope to meet you. After the lots were drawn, Lu Yunfei said fiercely. Chu Chen looked at his lot, number 1. Lu Yunfei's lot was number 2. Meng Yunxing had number 3. Su Qinghe had number 4. Chu Chen calmly said, I'm sorry, but I didn't draw you. Number 1 against number 4. Chu Chen would face Su Qinghe. The first match of the top 4, Chu Chen versus Su Qinghe. Please step onto the stage. Chu Chen and Su Qinghe both stepped onto the stage. Su Qinghe said, I've watched every single one of your battles. It seems you have never used your full strength. The most obvious sign is that you haven't even drawn your sword. I hope that in our fight, you will draw your sword and go all out. Otherwise, you won't have the slightest chance. Chu Chen replied, you haven't used your full strength either. We're all the same. Come on. Clang. Su Qinghe suddenly drew her sword, which was a yellow-grade 6th-tier sword. Green Lotus sword technique. A talented student like Su Qinghe would naturally not have only a low-tier yellow-grade sword technique. Her technique was at the 6th tier of the yellow grade. Swish! A beam of blue sword light formed a lotus flower and shot towards Chu Chen. Chapter 29. Lu Yunfei's strength, Chu Chen sidestepped to avoid the sword light. Su Qinghe frowned and said, "Draw your sword." Su Qinghe struck again. This time, she activated a segment of sword intent, and the power of the sword light doubled, reaching the level of the second level of the condensing pill realm. Challenging opponents of a higher level has never been exclusive to Chu Chen. In this world, as long as one has high talent, they can challenge opponents of a higher level. Su Qinghe, with her understanding and rich combat experience, could challenge opponents of a higher level. As you wish. Chu Chen drew his sword. The purple soul sword was unsheathed, and a crimson light burst forth. That was the rusty light. Was that the rusty sword from Sword Mountain? The rusty sword from Sword Mountain hadn't been touched for 100 years. And Chu Chen actually chose that rusty sword? Chu Chen wasn't joking, was he? He actually chose that rusty sword? Everyone's eyes widened. The rusty sword from Sword Mountain was notorious, and everyone knew it. That kid Chu Chen actually chose that rusty sword. He must be a fool. Lin Wana looked at this scene in shock. After the incident at Sword Mountain, she had left. She thought Chu Chen would choose a precious sword, but unexpectedly, he chose that rusty sword. What a fool. The elders also stared at the purple soul sword in surprise. Feng Yangqing squinted. How was that sword emanating a hazy purple light? Some of the rust on that sword had fallen off. Wasn't it supposed to be impossible to remove? He noticed the rust on the purple soul sword. As Chu Chen drew the purple soul sword, his aura surged. A segment of sword intent erupted from within him. Boom! With one swing, a dazzling sword light directly attacked Su Qinghe. Boom! This sword light instantly shattered Su Qinghe's sword light, pushing her back over 10 steps. Su Qinghe's eyes widened in shock. What terrifying sword power! The same segment of sword intent. How could a sword be so powerful? Boom! Su Qinghe held her sword again and rushed towards Chu Chen. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Chu Chen took her 7 strikes before finally placing the purple soul sword against her neck. It wasn't that Chu Chen couldn't defeat her in 1 blow. It was that if he truly did, it would be too shocking. So he took his time. Wow. Su Qinghe's defeat left everyone astounded. That was Su Qinghe, a powerful fighter at the first level of the condensing pill realm with a segment of sword intent. Yet she was defeated by Chu Chen, who was supposed to be a runner-up. They all underestimated Chu Chen's strength. The first spot in the finals goes to Chu Chen. Feng Yangqing announced. Chu Chen sheathed the purple soul sword and walked down from the stage. Wait. Su Qinghe looked at Chu Chen with a complex expression. Chu Chen, was that your full strength? Chu Chen just smiled and said, "You were strong too." Su Qinghe's heart shook. No direct answer. Did that mean? Chu Chen, I didn't expect you, a waste, to make it to the finals. This truly surprises me. But that's fine. This means I can deal with you personally. Let you wish you were dead. Lu Yunfei stared at Chu Chen, who had already walked off the stage. Lin Wana also said fiercely, "That's right. Going to the finals will only make your defeat worse. No one in the South Courtyard can compete with Yunfei, including you." Lu Yunfei was still in the top 4. Yet they seemed to have infinite confidence in his advancement. Chu Chen said, "Then I'll wait for you." The second match of the top 4, Lu Yunfei versus Meng Yunxing. Feng Yangqing announced. Lu Yunfei and Meng Yunxing leaped onto the stage. Meng Yunxing knew Lu Yunfei was a very powerful opponent and immediately drew his long sword, releasing a segment of sword intent. Boom! His aura surged. The sword intent he unleashed sliced through the air with a hissing sound. Lu Yunfei stood with his hands behind his back. "I'll give you a chance to strike." Arrogant. Meng Yunxing shouted loudly and immediately slashed towards Lu Yunfei. Star-picking sword technique. Waves of sword lights that resembled stars shot towards Lu Yunfei, with a segment of sword intent backing it. The sword power was fierce and terrifying. "Let you see my true strength." Lu Yunfei's lips curled into a smirk as his body shook heavily. Suddenly, boom, a powerful aura erupted from within him, like a black wave sweeping in all directions. This aura had surpassed the first level of the condensing pill realm, reaching the second level. The second level of the condensing pill realm. Lu Yunfei had actually hidden his realm. How is that possible? He was hiding it so well. The other students were shocked. Lu Yunfei's followers sneered. Brother Yunfei broke through to the second level of the condensing pill realm a few days ago. He just didn't reveal it to conserve his strength. Now you know how powerful Brother Yunfei is, right? Lu Yunfei's realm shocked not only the students, but also the elders. At Lu Yunfei's age, reaching the second level of the condensing pill realm was truly terrifying. Lu Yunfei punched down. The second level of the condensing pill realm's elemental power erupted. With one punch, he shattered Meng Yunxing's sword light, sending him flying back over 10 meters. Meng Yunxing's face turned pale. The second level of the condensing pill realm. I already gave you a chance. Now it's my turn to strike. Lu Yunfei sneered as he unsheathed his long sword. It was also a yellow-grade, 6th-tier sword. Without activating a segment of sword intent, he slashed down with one sword. Swish! A massive sword energy tore through the sky, descending upon Meng Yunxing. As the sword energy approached, Meng Yunxing's hair stood on end. Meng Yunxing dared not hold back any longer. He held his sword with both hands and suddenly slashed 3 times. Clearly, he had struck 3 times. But after the 3 sword lights appeared, they overlapped, forming a single sword light. Star-picking slash. This sword light was enormous, radiating brilliant starlight, dazzling like a star. Boom! This star collided with Lu Yunfei's sword energy. The star suddenly exploded. A massive shockwave swept through, tearing Meng Yunxing's outer garment. Meng Yunxing was sent flying 10 zhang away, landing awkwardly on the ground with a sword wound appearing on his chest. Meng Yunxing defeated. What a terrifying sword. The students are horrified. Without activating sword intent, relying solely on the elemental power of the second level of the condensing pill realm to unleash sword energy, he was able to seriously injure Meng Yunxing. Lu Yunfei indeed had unique accomplishments in the sword path. An elder exclaimed, "It seems the first place in the South Courtyard assessment will be him." Lu Yunfei victory, entering the finals of the South Courtyard assessment. Feng Yangqing announced, "Next, we will take a half-incense stick of time to rest, and then proceed to the finals." Chapter 30, Life and Death Battle on the Stage. Meng Yunxing stared at Lu Yunfei, his face pale. "You actually reached the second level of the Dan condensation realm." Lu Yunfei sheathed his sword, standing with his hands behind his back. "Now you know the gap between us, right?" Although he was responding to Meng Yunxing's words, his gaze was fixed on Chu Chen. Everyone knew he was speaking to Chu Chen. "Elder Feng, I don't need this half-incense stick of rest." Lu Yunfei looked at Feng Yangqing. Feng Yangqing turned to Chu Chen. "Chu Chen, do you need it?" "Elder Feng, I don't need it either." If Lu Yunfei doesn't need it, why would Chu Chen? "All right, then Chu Chen, you can go up on stage," Feng Yangqing said. Chu Chen jumped onto the stage, and Meng Yunxing got up and left. Only Chu Chen and Feng Yangqing remained on the stage. Chu Chen looked at Lu Yunfei. "Lu Yunfei, you really hate me, don't you?" Lu Yunfei's eyes were cold. "What do you think?" Chu Chen said. "Then let's make it a big one." Lu Yunfei asked how. Chu Chen looked at Feng Yangqing and slightly cupped his hands. "Elder Feng, I request that this battle be elevated to a life and death battle, witnessed by all the elders and students, no matter life or death." Wow. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. A life and death battle? Although Chu Chen had previously defeated Su Qinghe and performed astonishingly, they all did not believe that Chu Chen could compete with Lu Yunfei. After all, Lu Yunfei had already broken through to the second level of the Dan condensation realm. Chu Chen actually proposed a life and death battle. This is senior sister Lu Chen. This guy is reckless. Lu Yunfei is at the second level of the Dan condensation realm. Ong Ying exclaimed. However, Li Yuechan remained silent. If she had seen Chu Chen kill Ning roughing that day, she wouldn't have been so surprised. A life and death battle? Ha ha ha. Kid, you really walked into hell without a door open while not walking the road to heaven. You actually took the initiative to propose a life and death battle to Yunfei. I don't know if you're too arrogant or too foolish. Yunfei agreed to him. Lu Yunfeng laughed wildly. If a life and death battle wasn't established, and Lu Yunfei killed Chu Chen, it would be hard to explain to the elders. But with this life and death battle, even if Lu Yunfei were to shred Chu Chen into pieces, no one could say anything. Yunfei, agree to him. Lin Wanner was also eager. To establish a life and death battle with me? Lu Yunfei was stunned for a moment, and then a fierce coldness and wild joy erupted in his eyes. Ha ha ha, kid. You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Good. I will fulfill you. Elder Feng, I accept Chu Chen's life-and-death battle. This battle will be to the death between me and Chu Chen. Once Chu Chen and Lu Yunfei agreed, Feng Yanqing had no reason to stop them. He sighed and had to agree. I announce that the life-and-death battle between Chu Chen and Lu Yunfei is established. After the battle, regardless of who dies or survives, no one from either side is allowed to seek revenge. Boom. The moment Feng Yanqing's words fell, a chilling murderous intent erupted from Lu Yunfei, no longer holding back. Completely exploding. Chu Chen, I really hate you, but I won't kill you with one sword. I will capture you, slowly torture you, and then annihilate you. Lu Yunfei punched towards Chu Chen. Yuan force formed a fist imprint, smashing towards Chu Chen. The purple soul sword was drawn, and a surge of sword intent burst forth. Chu Chen's strength, besides the significant enhancement of his physical quality due to the Devouring Emperor Scripture, was mainly derived from his sword techniques and sword path realm. Lu Yunfei's cultivation was not weak. Chu Chen immediately unleashed a burst of sword intent. A sharp sword light slashed out, instantly breaking Lu Yunfei's fist imprint and striking towards Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei sidestepped, avoiding the sword light, which then struck the stage behind him, creating a prominent crack. No wonder he could defeat Su Qinghe. He indeed has some skills. Lu Yunfei drew his long sword and charged at Chu Chen. Lu Yunfei used his sword technique, Sun Luo sword technique. Sun Luo sword technique is a 6th grade yellow tier sword technique. Chu Chen immediately unleashed Blood Prison 9 swords. Clang! Clang! The two engaged in close combat, their long swords clashing, producing a continuous series of crisp sounds. After dozens of clashes, Lu Yunfei pulled back, suddenly striking down with a sword, Sun Luo awakening. Swish! A black sword light, as dark as a devil's sword, immediately slashed towards Chu Chen. Sun Luo awakening. This is a powerful move from the Sun Luo sword technique. Chu Chen also took a step back and then slashed out with a sword. Heavenly kill. Swish! A blood-red sword light shot out, directly colliding with the black sword light. Boom! The two shattered simultaneously. Could this be the 10th sword of Blood Prison 9 swords? Among the elders of the Southern Academy, one elder was utterly confused. Upon closer inspection, he was the elder in charge of guarding the Scripture Pavilion. On that day, when Chu Chen went to register the Blood Prison 9 swords with the guarding elder, the elder had advised him to give up cultivation. Previously, Chu Chen had only used the initial few swords of Blood Prison 9 swords, and the guarding elder did not mind. But when Chu Chen unleashed Heavenly Kill, the guarding elder immediately recognized it. Although the guarding elder had not cultivated Blood Prison 9 swords and did not know the later moves, there was an ancient book in Qinghe Dao Academy that recorded the essence of the later swords of Blood Prison 9 swords. The sword that Chu Chen unleashed was exactly the same as the essence of the 10th sword recorded in the ancient book. Elder Huang, you said this is the 10th sword of Blood Prison 9 swords? Isn't Blood Prison 9 swords incomplete? Moreover, because it is violent and fierce, it is very difficult to cultivate, and ordinary students can't even master half of the sword techniques. How could Chu Chen have cultivated the 10th sword? One elder inquired, as they had not researched Blood Prison 9 swords deeply. This is indeed the 10th sword of Blood Prison 9 swords. Feng Yanqing, who also had considerable research on Blood Prison 9 swords, couldn't help but praise Chu Chen's talent in swordsmanship is truly unique. On the stage, after the first killing move failed, Lu Yunfei immediately used his second killing move, Sun Luo Descends. Sun Luo Descends. This is also a fierce move from the Sun Luo sword technique. Heavenly Wound. Chu Chen slashed out with a sword. A blood-red sword light once again shattered Lu Yunfei's move. Sun Luo Wild Dance. Heavenly End. Boom. Another collision. And Chu Chen once again shattered Lu Yunfei's sword move. This was the 11th and 12th swords of Blood Prison 9 swords. My heavens! Chu Chen actually comprehended the 11th and 12th swords. The guarding elder recognized the 11th and 12th swords of Blood Prison 9 swords and was shocked to the extreme. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I know. I know. He seemed to have discovered a treasure. Elder Huang, what did you find out? The other elders asked. The guarding elder looked at one of the elders and said, Elder Shao, do you remember? About a month ago, in the Scripture Pavilion, someone suddenly activated the sword technique, causing 100-meter sword energy to erupt above the Scripture Pavilion. At that time, we couldn't find that top sword talent. Do you know who it was? That Chu Chen was in the Scripture Pavilion at that time, and he specifically chose the Blood Prison 9 swords. At that time, I directly excluded him because he chose such a difficult technique to practice. Now, I am utterly certain that the sword talent that caused the resonance of the sword technique was him. Chapter 31. No bones left. The Southern Academy elders who were startled by the 100-meter sword energy that day were not only the guarding elder, but also several other elders. The elder, Shao, mentioned by the guarding elder, was one of them. Upon hearing this, his expression changed. What? It was him. What on earth is going on? Tell us. The other elders looked confused. The guarding elder immediately explained. After hearing his words, all the elders, including Feng Yangqing, were dumbfounded. Not far away, Li Yuechan also heard the elder's words, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble. With Lu Yunfei's talent, he could naturally challenge beyond his level. In the third level of the ordinary condensation realm, Lu Yunfei had already been defeated by these attacks. However, Chu Chen was not defeated, which made Lu Yunfei extremely angry. Good, Chu Chen, since that's the case, I'll just kill you with this move. Lu Yunfei took a few steps back, and a surge of sword intent erupted from his body. Holding his long sword, all his essence, energy, and spirit merged completely into the sword. Then, he slashed out with one sword. The overwhelming sword technique. The overwhelming sword technique, an 8th grade yellow-level sword technique. This sword technique was not recorded in the South Courtyard Scripture Pavilion. Instead, it belonged to the Liu family. The Qinghe Dao Academy never opposed students practicing their family's martial arts, and even encouraged it. This way, the strength of the students from Qinghe Dao Academy would also increase. Among the overwhelming sword technique, there was a powerful killing move called the overwhelming annihilation. What Lu Yunfei was using now was this very move. Overwhelming annihilation. Boom! A massive sword light cleaved towards Chu Chen. With the enhancement of a peak-level sword intent, this sword light was terrifying. Even an ordinary third-level condensation realm would be directly annihilated. Chu Chen faced this sword with calmness. All right, you want to end the battle with this sword. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Chen clenched his palm, and the purple soul sword erupted with red and purple sword light. A powerful sword intent erupted from within him. Vast like the ocean, it was not a first-stage sword intent, nor a second-stage sword intent, but a third-stage sword intent. Chu Chen slashed out with one sword. Evanes Destruction, Heaven's Destruction. This was precisely the 13th sword of the Blood Prison 9 swords. The purple sword light completely transformed into a crimson red. Boom! A fierce and grim blood-colored sword light rushed down. Carrying the overwhelming third-stage sword intent, its might seemed capable of engulfing mountains and seas. Boom! This blood-colored sword light collided with the massive sword light, resulting in a tremendous explosion on the arena. Centered at the point of collision, a shockwave engulfed a radius of dozens of meters, and the arena's ground cracked inch by inch. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Yunfei's massive sword light exploded violently. The blood-colored sword light crushed down. Lu Yunfei didn't have time to block, and his body was already crushed by the blood-colored sword light. Lu Yunfei clearly felt his flesh being torn away. In the next moment, his body completely exploded. The whole person turned into a shower of blood. Amidst the blood rain, Chu Chen stood tall, his body brushed with blood, resembling a god of slaughter. Lu Yunfei actually died? Chu Chen actually obtained first place in the South Courtyard assessment? Everyone was stunned, their hearts echoing with shock. No one expected Lu Yunfei to not be Chu Chen's opponent, let alone that Lu Yunfei would be killed by Chu Chen. But now, the facts were right before their eyes. The 13th sword of the Blood Prison 9 swords. Third stage sword intent. Chu Chen actually comprehended the 13th sword of the Blood Prison 9 swords and grasped the third stage sword intent. Feng Yangqing and the elder guarding the pavilion were both shocked. Compared to Lu Yunfei's death, what shocked them even more was that Chu Chen had comprehended the 13th sword of the Blood Prison 9 swords and the third stage sword intent. What? Chu Chen actually comprehended the third stage sword intent? Is this true? He is only at the 8th level of the Gathering Essence realm. This is too far-fetched. Could what the elders said be false? The other students, upon hearing the elders' words, were utterly horrified. Third stage sword intent. What a profound level of swordsmanship is this? It seems that no student has comprehended the third stage sword intent while in the South Courtyard in history. Hong Ying's lips trembled. This guy with the third stage sword intent. Senior sister Yu Chan, this guy's swordsmanship talent is too terrifying. Li Weichan was also stunned. When she first met Chu Chen, he had just erupted with second stage sword intent. And now he had actually comprehended third stage sword intent. His progress in swordsmanship was too frightening. Third stage sword intent. Lu Yunfeng didn't understand how difficult it was to cultivate the Blood Prison 9 swords, but he understood how hard it was to comprehend third stage sword intent. Sword intent and knife intent are inherently connected. Although his current knife path realm had far surpassed the third stage, at Chu Chen's cultivation level, his knife intent had not yet reached the third stage. How could this be? He is just a waste. He is just a waste. He should have been a lapdog lying obediently at my feet, wagging his tail and flattering me, always under my control. How could he comprehend the third stage sword intent? How could this be? Lin Wanner found it hard to accept and collapsed to the ground, as if she had been drained of all energy. Chu Chen, you dare to kill my cousin. You must pay the price. Lu Yunfeng roared as he charged at Chu Chen. Avenging Lu Yunfei was secondary. In fact, within the Lu family, he had a significant rivalry with Lu Yunfei. The main reason was that Chu Chen's third stage sword intent made him see Chu Chen's terrifying potential. This potential made him uneasy. He had to kill Chu Chen to prevent him from becoming a future threat. Li Weichan was quick to react before Hong Ying could respond. Li Weichan suddenly disappeared. In the sky, a jade hand appeared, blocking Lu Yunfeng's path. Lu Yunfeng's palm collided with this jade hand. With a loud bang, Lu Yunfeng's body was directly knocked back. Li Weichan stood suspended in the air like a goddess from the heavens, her expression emotionless. Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng's face was extremely ugly. Li Weichan, what is your relationship with him that you protect him so fiercely? Li Weichan said indifferently. I just hope you understand what a life and death battle is. Oomph. At this moment, a light snort came from the elders of the South Courtyard, who were flying towards the arena. Lu Yunfeng, Lu Yunfei, and Chu Chen's battle was a life and death battle. You cannot be unaware of the rules of this battle. Previously, you urged Lu Yunfei to engage, but now you attack Chu Chen. Lu Yunfeng, I know your talent in the knife path is astonishing, and I value you highly. But today you have truly disappointed me. Feng Yangqing said coldly. Lu Yunfeng's expression was grim. How could he not know that doing so violated the rules? But seeing Chu Chen standing proudly above, how could he endure it? Lu Yunfeng. At this moment, Chu Chen spoke to Lu Yunfeng. Chapter 32. The battle. 3 months later, Lu Yunfeng looked at Chu Chen with an ugly expression. Chu Chen said, there must be a battle between us. Since you want to kill me, I will give you a chance. 3 months later, we will fight to determine our strengths and also our lives. How about it? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunfeng's initially grim expression suddenly relaxed. You mean? What? Chu Chen actually proposed a life and death battle with Lu Yunfeng? Everyone was astonished. Who is Lu Yunfeng? A genius of the knife path from the North Courtyard. At only 18 years old, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the condensation realm. His knife path realm had already reached an astonishing 6th stage. Although Chu Chen said it would be 3 months later, would he have absolute confidence to defeat Lu Yunfeng by then? Everyone thought Chu Chen was simply being foolish. Red Cherry and Li Weichan were also slightly surprised. Li Weichan also didn't believe that Chu Chen could defeat Lu Yunfeng 3 months later. However, Li Weichan thought to herself, whether he could defeat Lu Yunfeng was none of my business. I only helped him because someone violated the rules. Chu Chen said, of course it's what I said. Chu Chen certainly knew about Lu Yunfeng's immense strength. Moreover, Possessing the Qilin bone, Lu Yunfeng's overall strength would definitely improve significantly during this time. But with the heavenly Dao Qilin bone and the devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra, Chu Chen also had absolute confidence that he could catch up to him. He set this 3-month appointment to inject motivation into his own cultivation. Ha, good. Since you proposed this battle, I accept. 3 months later, on the life and death platform, we will fight to the death. So many people are witnesses, and no one is allowed to pursue the matter regardless of the outcome. Lu Yunfeng laughed wildly and then waved his sleeve to leave. The anger that had just surged was completely gone, replaced by delight. He really wished for 3 months to pass quickly so he could crush Chu Chen. Ha, Chu Chen, daring to challenge Brother Feng, just wait to die? Lin Wanner also sneered at Chu Chen before quickly chasing after him. Brother Feng, wait for me. With Lu Yunfei dead, there was now a vacancy in the top 4. Originally, the students ranked from 5 to 8 would fight fiercely to determine the 4th place. And now, there was another vacancy in the top 8. The students ranked from 9 to 16 would also battle it out to determine the 8th place. The newly promoted top 4 and top 8 students looked at Chu Chen with immense gratitude. If it weren't for Chu Chen, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to advance and receive higher-level rewards. Feng Yangqing began distributing rewards. After distributing to the other 7, Feng Yangqing looked at Chu Chen with an extremely serious expression and said, "Next, I announce that Chu Chen has won 1st place in this Southern Academy assessment, effective immediately. He will become a Northern Academy student and will receive the opportunity to cultivate in the Blood Sky Forest, as well as 2 first-tier Xian-grade martial arts." Chu Chen, this is the Northern Academy uniform, the token to the location of the innate spiritual liquid in the Blood Sky Forest, and the token to the Northern Academy Scripture Pavilion. With these 2 tokens, you can now claim these 2 rewards. Feng Yangqing tossed a set of academy clothes and 2 tokens to Chu Chen. The students erupted in cheers. Chu Chen received the uniform and tokens, saying, "Thank you, Elder. All right, you all can disperse now. The Southern Academy assessment is over," Feng Yangqing announced. The students began to disperse. Hong Ying and Li Yuechan also left. Hong Ying said, "Sister Yuechan, aren't you going to talk to Chu Chen?" Li Yuechan replied, "I'm not familiar with him." Just as Chu Chen was about to leave, however, Feng Yangqing and the other elders surrounded him. Feng Yangqing looked at Chu Chen and smiled. "Chu Chen, how did the rust on the purple soul sword come off?" Chu Chen knew the elders must have noticed the anomaly with the purple soul sword and said, "Elders, is there something wrong?" Feng Yangqing replied with a smile, "Actually, it's nothing serious. The purple soul sword has been stuck on the Sword Mountain for 100 years without anyone touching it. Some elders from a Northern Academy try to help remove the rust, but wouldn't come off. Just now, when you used the purple soul sword, I noticed a small patch of rust had disappeared, so I wanted to ask how it happened." Chu Chen shook his head. "I don't know. When I was practicing swordplay, it just fell off suddenly. I was puzzled too." Feng Yangqing said, "Is it that simple?" Chu Chen replied, "It's that simple." "All right." The elders exchanged glances. They didn't believe that Chu Chen had any means to make the rust fall off the purple soul sword. However, hearing Chu Chen say that the rust fell off while practicing, they all thought that the removal of rust might be related to the swordsmanship talent of the sword cultivator. Since Chu Chen had high swordsmanship talent, it might have caused the rust to fall off. Feng Yangqing continued, "Chu Chen, your swordsmanship talent is quite good. We all hope you don't meet an early demise. Lu Yunfeng is not an easy opponent. Both his cultivation talent and knife skill talent are top-notch. Do you have confidence in fighting him 3 months later?" Chu Chen smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Elder. In any case, I won't act recklessly. I will work hard during these 3 months." "All right." Hearing this, Feng Yangqing had nothing more to say since it was Chu Chen who proposed the battle. After bidding farewell to the elders, Chu Chen looked in the direction Li Yuechan was leaving and immediately chased after her. In a beautiful little path in the Qinghedao Academy, Chu Chen caught up with Hong Ying and Yuechan. Hong Ying turned her head and said to Li Yuechan, "Sister Yuechan, Chu Chen is coming." Before Li Yuechan could speak, Hong Ying smiled mischievously and retreated on her own, winking playfully at Chu Chen as she passed by. Chu Chen approached Li Yuechan. Li Yuechan looked at him, remaining silent. Chu Chen said, "Sister Li, thank you for your help." Li Yuechan's expression was calm as she replied, "Don't think too much about it. I helped you simply because I couldn't stand someone breaking the rules. If that person hadn't been you today, I would have helped anyway. Chu Chen said, regardless, I will remember your kindness in speaking up for me and stopping Lu Yunfeng. Li Yuechan still showed no emotional response and said, do as you wish. Chu Chen nodded and turned to leave. He knew that Li Yuechan helped him because of her kind nature, and he came only to express his gratitude. He remembered the token Li Yuechan gave him and her actions today, and he would repay her if she ever needed help in the future. On his way back, Chu Chen ran into Hong Ying. Hong Ying asked, is that it? Chu Chen nodded yes. Hong Ying asked, what is your relationship with her? Chu Chen replied, we are fellow disciples. Hong Ying looked curious. How did you meet? Chu Chen said, we met during a training session. How did you meet during training? Can't say. TCH. Hong Ying clicked her tongue and then said to Chu Chen, let me introduce myself. My name is Hong Ying, and I am Sister Yuechan's good friend. Your talent is quite impressive, even higher than mine. I have high hopes for you, but I need to remind you of something. Sister Yuechan is recognized as the goddess of our swordsmanship department in the Northern Academy, and countless male students admire her. Even many young talents in the southern region of the Tianyan Empire admire her. It won't be long before news of Sister Yuechan helping you today spreads. Some guys might come to trouble you, so be careful. Chu Chen note that. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Hong. I will remember it. Hong Ying smiled. You're quite polite. Hong Ying parted ways with Chu Chen and caught up with Li Yuechan, gossiping. Sister Yuechan, what is your relationship with Chu Chen? Li Yuechan replied, nothing special. Chu Chen did not immediately go to claim his rewards, but returned to his small courtyard. Having achieved first place in the Southern Academy assessment, he definitely needed to share this good news with his teacher. Teacher, I'm back. You're back. How did the Southern Academy assessment go today? Teacher, I got first place. What? Little Chun, you actually got first place in the Southern Academy assessment. Wow, our little Chun is so amazing. I was lucky. Little Chun, let me see if you're injured. No, really not? Really not. Little Chun, you must be starving. Hurry, go sit by the table. Teacher will cook a couple more dishes to celebrate you. Teacher, it's not necessary. There's enough to eat on the table. How can that be? Our little Chun got first place in the Southern Academy assessment. What an honor. Teacher must celebrate you properly. All right. Chu Chen helplessly allowed Shun Yuqing to go cook. After enjoying the delicious food and some drinks, he returned to his room. Once inside, Chu Chen began to activate the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra to cleanse the purple soul sword. After a night, a bit more rust fell off the purple soul sword, increasing its might. The next morning, Chu Chen said goodbye to Shun Yuqing and headed toward the Blood Sky Forest. He planned to go to the Blood Sky Forest first before heading to the Northern Academy's Scripture Pavilion. Before leaving, he told Shun Yuqing to pack her bags during this time, and after he collected his rewards, they would move to the Northern Academy to live. The Blood Sky Forest is located to the west of Qinghe Dao Academy. It is a lush and dense forest. Most of the trees inside are dark red, resembling blood, hence the name Blood Sky Forest. It is said that hundreds of years ago, there was an internal conflict in Qinghe Dao Academy, and an intense battle broke out in the Blood Sky Forest. Even to this day, a strong bloody scent still lingers in the Blood Sky Forest. When Chu Chen arrived at the entrance of the Blood Sky Forest, he saw a steward. The deacon saw Chu Chen reveal the token and led him inside. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Blood Heaven Forest, Chu Chen saw a pool of water. Around the pool, there was a powerful sword intent barrier. The token could break the sword intent barrier, and no matter how much one absorbed, even completely, it was advised to do so within one's limits. The heavenly essence in the innate spiritual liquid was too rich, and the elder suggested that he only absorb 1/3 to avoid harming himself. After absorbing it, he should leave quickly and not venture deep into the Blood Heaven Forest, as it was dangerous. The deacon was only responsible for guiding him. After giving a few reminders, he left. Thank you. Chu Chen nodded and then waved the token towards the sword intent barrier. With a whoosh, a beam of light erupted from the token, merging into the sword intent barrier, which instantly vanished. Once the sword intent barrier disappeared, Chu Chen could clearly see the pool. The pool was about 7 meters in diameter, and the water had an amber color, transparent and pure. A rich aura wafted from the water. Just by taking a sniff at the edge of the pool, Chu Chen felt refreshed. Is this the innate spiritual liquid? Unable to contain his excitement, Chu Chen stripped down to his underwear and dove into the pool. As soon as he entered the water, his heaven-devouring Emperor Scripture began to operate autonomously. At that moment, every pore in Chu Chen's body expanded wildly. A massive amount of energy was being devoured by the heaven-devouring Emperor Scripture, entering his body through the pores. The speed was truly terrifying. Dozens of small whirlpools formed around Chu Chen, as if he were a whale swallowing its prey. The elders were worried about Chu Chen getting hurt and advised him to absorb only 1/3. However, they did not know that with the heaven-devouring Emperor Scripture, it would be impossible for Chu Chen not to absorb it all. Moreover, Chu Chen's physical quality had been significantly altered by the heaven-devouring Emperor Scripture, so he required more energy for breakthroughs than the average person. While the energy from the innate spiritual liquid was abundant, it remained uncertain how far it could take Chu Chen. I hope it can help me enter the condensation pill realm. If Chu Chen were still at the 4th or 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, he would be confident in using this energy to break through 3 or 4 small realms. But now, he had reached the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and after the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm comes the condensation pill realm. The breakthrough from the Gathering Yuan realm to the condensation pill realm was a major realm transition, requiring energy equivalent to several small realm breakthroughs. Chu Chen sincerely hoped he could directly break into the condensation pill realm. Boom! All of Chu Chen's cells were cheering, and a large amount of pure Yuan force quickly accumulated in his energy sea. While Chu Chen was absorbing the innate spiritual liquid, news from the South Courtyard assessment spread. Compared to Chu Chen winning first place, what shocked everyone the most was undoubtedly Li Yuechan's repeated interventions on Chu Chen's behalf. She was the goddess of the North Courtyard. How many people admired her as the celestial maiden? Yet she intervened for such a young man. Countless male students were filled with jealousy towards Chu Chen. Some Sword Path students from a North Courtyard even clamored to confront Chu Chen, wanting to ask about his relationship with Li Yuechan. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had gone by. After these days, the entire pool of innate spiritual liquid had completely lost its amber color, now resembling ordinary clear water. All the energy within it had been absorbed by Chu Chen. His cultivation had broken through from the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm to the 1st level of the condensation pill realm. His sword path realm had also progressed from 3 segments of sword intent to 4 segments. Both his cultivation and sword intent had received a qualitative enhancement. In the pool, Chu Chen clenched his fists, sensing above his energy sea a round object the size of a walnut, spinning rapidly. This was the hallmark of a warrior in the condensation pill realm, and as he sensed the sword intent within him, which had drastically increased in quality, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was very pleased with the enhancement the innate spiritual liquid had bestowed upon him. Chu Chen jumped ashore and put on his clothes. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang in his ears, drilling into his eardrums. This sound came from deep within the Blood Heaven forest, and he was not unfamiliar with this sound, because while he was absorbing the innate spiritual liquid, this sound had already echoed countless times. Chapter 34. The secret of the depths of the Blood Heaven forest. This sound. What could it be? Chu Chen furrowed his brow tightly. He had spent over 10 days in the Blood Heaven forest. In the first 5 days, there was no sign of any activity deep within the forest. But after 5 days, every day there would be a sharp, piercing sound from deep within the Blood Heaven forest. This sound was extremely unpleasant, as if it were a ghostly wail. If it weren't for Chu Chen's strong will, he might have been driven mad by it. Now that he was at the shore and heard the strange cry again, Chu Chen felt an odd sensation in his heart, as if it was calling him over. It's calling me? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. The deacon had repeatedly warned of the dangers deep within the Blood Heaven forest, and he certainly did not want to go there. But at this moment, a sense of curiosity inexplicably arose within him. What exactly was that sound? Could the danger the deacons spoke of come from this sound? I should take a look. Curiosity took hold of Chu Chen's mind, and he decided to investigate. As long as he was cautious and kept a safe distance to take a look, it should be fine. The strange voices continued. Keek, keek, keek. Ha ha ha. Yaya. Butterfly, butterfly, butterfly. Though there were no paths within the Blood Heaven forest, following that sound, Chu Chen swiftly approached in one direction. After passing through many tangled bushes, he finally reached the depths of the Blood Heaven forest, close to the source of the sound. However, the scene that appeared at the source profoundly shocked Chu Chen's soul. He saw that the originally dense Blood Heaven forest had been cleared into a clearing about 50 meters in diameter. In the center of this clearing, 9 swords floated in the air. The 9 swords emitted a dazzling array of colors, releasing a terrifying sword might, as if forming an incredibly powerful sword formation. Even from 50 meters away, Chu Chen could feel the terrifying power emanating from the sword formation. Qian great swords, with the Sky Devouring Emperor Scripture. Chu Chen seemed to be more sensitive to precious swords. With just one glance, he determined that the 9 swords floating in the air were all Qian grade swords. Moreover, among the Qian grade, they were definitely not ordinary. They were absolutely high-tier Qian grade. Those 9 swords were many times stronger than his purple soul sword at its peak. As Chu Chen continued to observe, through the sword formation formed by the 9 swords, he vaguely saw a shadow within. This shadow appeared to be red in color, somewhat resembling a person, but his features were unclear. At this moment, he was writhing and struggling within the sword formation, and it was from his mouth that those strange sounds were emanating. At this moment, Chu Chen's heart was exceptionally shaken. 9 swords suppressing blood shadow. Who would have thought that such a heart-stirring scene would appear deep within the Blood Heaven forest? Who was this person? Could he be the great enemy of the Qinghe Dao Academy? Or a sinner? Was he suppressed here for provoking the Qinghe Dao Academy? To warrant such cautious suppression from the Qinghe Dao Academy, how powerful must this person's strength be? Chu Chen saw that within the area of the clearing, more than a dozen scattered bones lay in disarray. Clearly, these bones were the remains of people from the Qinghe Dao Academy. They must have accidentally wandered into this area and were killed by this blood shadow. Wait a minute. Killed by the blood shadow? Even if the blood shadow is sealed by 9 swords, it still has the power to kill? Chu Chen's expression darkened, and he immediately activated the 7-star steps, turning and running wildly. He. As long as you enter my 100-meter range, you can't escape. Kid, you're only 50 meters away from me. How can you escape? Kid, obediently become my plaything. You can't run away. Ha ha. The blood shadow laughed wildly within the sword formation. In the dim light, a twisted and hideous face appeared. Then he shook his arms. Boom. The entire sword formation shook violently. A blood-red light erupted from within the sword formation, piercing through it and charging directly at Chu Chen. In the air, this light transformed into a huge blood-red hand. This blood-red hand reached out towards Chu Chen, and even before it got close, Chu Chen's body already felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if 100 mountains were pressing down. He. Kid, obediently become my plaything. I have been lonely for so long. You from the Qinghe Academy should come and keep me company. Kid, after you die, don't blame me. This is all what your Qinghe Academy owes me. He. The blood shadow laughed maniacally. Chu Chen's expression was grave. At this moment, he felt his body was extremely heavy, and every step took tremendous effort. At his current speed, he couldn't possibly escape the reach of the giant hand. Was he really going to fall into the clutches of this blood shadow? Boom! But just at this critical moment, the small pendant on Chu Chen's chest suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. This brilliant light enveloped Chu Chen. The blood-red hand finally grasped Chu Chen. However, as soon as it touched that brilliant light, it suddenly melted away and disappeared, like winter snow meeting the blazing sun. Inside the sword formation, the blood shadow suddenly let out a scream, seemingly in great pain. Kid, what is that pendant of yours? The blood shadow was shocked to discover the pendant around Chu Chen's neck. The 9-story prison tower can actually restrain the blood shadow. Looking at the vanishing blood hand, Chu Chen was equally astonished. The 9-story prison tower has always been mysterious. He never expected it could restrain the blood shadow. Kid, what kind of treasure is that pendant of yours? The blood shadow asked urgently. Why should I tell you? Chu Chen sensed the blood shadow's fear of the 9-story prison tower, and he suddenly felt a bit more confident, standing tall and replying. You. The blood shadow was furious. You must tell me. You're really funny. Just because you say I must tell you. Does that mean I have to? Chu Chen touched the 9-story prison tower pendant and said, I haven't even asked you yet. Who are you? I, Blood Shadow. Opened my mouth and proudly said, You insignificant junior. Are you worthy to know my name? Hey. Chu Chen was immediately displeased. You're being suppressed by 9 swords in the sword formation, looking so pathetic, and you still dare to look down on me. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Since you've been locked up here by the academy, it seems you're not a good person either, Chu Chen said. Kid, you don't know anything. The Blood Shadow said, Kid, come here, get closer to me. Why? I want to see your pendant. Why? What do you mean why? I'm asking why I should come over. Because I told you to come over, so you have to come. Then I can call you an idiot. Are you an idiot? You, idiot. Chapter 35, The Power of Rumors. The Blood Shadow was about to explode with anger from Chu Chen's words, screaming wildly in the sword formation. If he were at his peak, he would have given this chatterbox 100 slaps. Goodbye. Chu Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. He only came here out of curiosity. Although the 9-story prison tower could restrain the Blood Shadow was still so powerful while being suppressed. This place was undoubtedly dangerous, and he definitely needed to leave. Wait, don't go. Don't go. The Blood Shadow shouted. You can play by yourself. But Chu Chen ignored him and soon disappeared without a trace. You little brat. The Blood Shadow cursed endlessly in the sword formation. After leaving the Blood Sky Forest, Chu Chen headed straight to the northern courtyard area of the Sword Path Department. The northern courtyard area of the Sword Path Department also had its own scripture pavilion, specifically for the students of the northern courtyard to study. Like the southern courtyard scripture pavilion, the northern courtyard scripture pavilion was also divided into 3 levels. The first and second levels could be accessed by any student of the northern courtyard to borrow martial arts books. But the third level was off limits unless one had made contributions to the northern courtyard or was the top scorer in the southern courtyard's assessment. The first grade martial arts of the mysterious tier were very powerful, and only the third level had them. With Blood Prison 9 sword in hand, Chu Chen didn't plan to learn any other sword techniques for the time being. This time, he intended to choose 2 other martial arts when he went to the scripture pavilion. There was quite a distance between the Blood Sky Forest and the northern courtyard scripture pavilion. As Chu Chen walked along, he encountered many people, and they all whispered about him. Chu Chen understood that the news of him being the top scorer in the southern courtyard assessment had already spread, and now he had probably gained some fame in the northern courtyard. Chu Chen, walking along a narrow path, a male student suddenly jumped out from the side. His cultivation at the second level of the condensation Dan realm, and his sword intense, solid, and pure, having reached the second stage. What's the matter? Chu Chen sensed that this student bore hostility towards him. I am Meng Chuan from the northern courtyard, a suitor of senior sister Yuchan. I came here today to ask you what your relationship is with senior sister Yuchan. Meng Chuan said, There's nothing between us. Nothing? Then why would she stand up for you? I'm serious about this. Don't fool me, believe it or not. Regardless of your relationship with senior sister Yuchan, the fact that she stood up for you is unacceptable. Kid, stay away from senior sister Yuchan from now on. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Of course. Today I will teach you a lesson first, Meng Chuan said, drawing his long sword and stabbing it towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen laughed. I was just talking to you nicely, and you want to attack me. After one move, Meng Chuan lay on the ground with a palm mark on his face. Chu Chen rubbed his reddened fingers and said, Get lost. Woo-woo. Meng Chuan scurried away, continuing on in a stone forest. 2 male students suddenly jumped out to block Chu Chen's path. You are Chu Chen. Their tone was still filled with hostility. Yes. You and senior sister Yuchan have no relationship. No relationship? Do we believe that? Fight. After 2 breaths, the 2 male students fell in the stone forest. Chu Chen rubbed his hands and said, Get lost. The 2 male students scrambled away, continuing on by a small creek. 3 students soared up from the creek, dripping wet and looking very carefree, blocking Chu Chen's path. Chu Chen, I have no relationship with senior sister Li. I don't believe it. After 3 breaths, the 3 students were knocked back into the water. Chu Chen rubbed his hands and one leg, saying, Get lost. Splash, splash, splash. The 3 students quickly swam away from the water, continuing on in front of a pavilion. At the four corners of the pavilion stood four male students from the northern courtyard, holding swords, and, as the breeze blew, their hair fluttered. Chu Chen, do you know who we are? I don't know. We are the four swordsmen of the northern courtyard. I heard you have won the heart of senior sister Yuchan. Today we want to test what kind of virtue and ability you have to win her heart. I won senior sister Yuchan's heart? Who said that? Some students said so. Chu Chen smiled. This is just a rumor. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The four swordsmen of the northern courtyard suddenly attacked Chu Chen. After 4 breaths, all 4 fell to the ground. Chu Chen rubbed his hands and legs, shouting, "Get lost." The 4 people fled in embarrassment. After that, Chu Chen encountered no less than 10 waves of students, all of whom were here for Li Yuechan. What left Chu Chen speechless was that some students even claimed that he and Li Yuechan had a child. This made Chu Chen truly feel the power of rumors. They exaggerated with each retelling, turning black into white. This is no joke. Those who blocked him were also quite capable, with varying levels of cultivation. If it weren't for his significant increase in strength after training in the Blood Forest, it would have been quite difficult to take them down. After defeating numerous opponents, Chu Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the Scripture Pavilion. Guarding the entrance were 2 students from the North Courtyard, both at the 3rd level of the condensation stage. With very pure sword intent, having reached the 3rd stage of sword intent. When Chu Chen approached them, they stopped him. "Stop! The Scripture Pavilion is closed today." Closed? Chu Chen glanced inside, where a large number of students were still walking around on the 1st floor. Were there still people inside? It will be closed shortly. Just then, a student brazenly walked into the Scripture Pavilion, and the 2 guarding students didn't stop him. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "You are also here to cause trouble for me because of Senior Sister Li, right?" The 2 students sneered. "Do you also like Senior Sister Li?" "No." "Then why are you blocking me?" "We are here for Senior Brother Chiu Mingyu. We don't like Senior Sister Yuechan, but Senior Brother Chiu does." Senior Brother Chiu is the son of the Chiu family, a powerful clan in the southern region of the Heavenly Yin dynasty. He entered the North Courtyard a year ago and has now reached the 5th level of the condensation stage. He has a strong background and talent. Chu Chen, competing with Senior Brother Chiu for Senior Sister Yuechan, you won't end well. During this time, it just so happens that we are guarding the Scripture Pavilion. Senior Brother Chiu has ordered that if you come to the Scripture Pavilion, we will teach you a lesson. Chiu Mingyu? Chu Chen had never heard of this person, but after their introduction, he understood that this person indeed had some background. In the southern region of the dynasty, some powerful clans had lasted for hundreds of years, and their strength was indeed terrifying. "I don't care who Chiu Mingyu is. I will only give you one chance. Step aside." Chu Chen's gaze was sharp. "If you want to bully me, let us see if your teeth are strong enough." Arrogant. The expressions of the 2 students changed. A newcomer who just entered the North Courtyard dared to shout at them. But that was fine. Senior Brother Chiu wanted us to make things difficult for him, and we could use this as an excuse to teach him a good lesson. Although you got 1st place in the Southern Courtyard assessment, you are still just a newcomer who has just entered the North Courtyard. Newcomers should understand the rules and learn how to respect their seniors. But you dare to shout at us, showing no respect for your elders and acting recklessly. Today, we 2 seniors will teach you how to follow the rules. The 2 students shouted coldly, their imposing aura suddenly exploding as they attacked Chu Chen. Their fingers curled into claws, and their energy burst forth from their fingertips, easily tearing through the air. Eagle Claw Technique, a yellow level 6th grade martial art. Chu Chen stepped forward, and, just as their palms were about to make contact, he suddenly shifted his body to the side. Their palms brushed past him, piercing through the air. At that moment, Chu Chen extended his hands, gathering his energy, and heavily struck their backs. Puff, puff. The 2 bodies were sent flying backward as if struck by lightning, landing in a heap. Falling to the ground was secondary. More importantly, Chu Chen's 2 strikes were extremely forceful, causing their internal organs to shake violently, and they spat out blood. They were seriously injured. Wow. The 2 students turned pale, and just as they mentioned Chu Chen's name, they coughed up another mouthful of blood. They never expected that, even when teaming up, they couldn't last even one move against Chu Chen. Little did they know, the current Chu Chen was no longer the same as before. "This is the price you pay for blocking me," Chu Chen coldly stated, then stepped into the scripture pavilion, ignoring the two. Damn it! The two had grim expressions, but dared not do anything further. All right, you're arrogant. We can't handle you, but there are others who can. Competing with senior brother Chiu for a woman, you're just asking for death. They left, supporting each other with fierce threats. The status of the elders in the North Courtyard was too high, and they had other matters to attend to, so they wouldn't manage the scripture pavilion. The manager of the North Courtyard Scripture Pavilion was a middle-aged steward. However, this steward was also very powerful, surpassing many elders from the South Courtyard. The steward saw the scene outside, but chose not to intervene. He knew that the two students had backing from Chiu Mingyu, and he also knew that the one who had attacked them was Chu Chen, the first place from the South Courtyard assessment. Why should he meddle in the conflict between two talented students? Chu Chen presented his token to the middle-aged steward, confirmed his identity, and headed to the third floor. At the entrance of the third floor, there was a powerful sword intent barrier. Chu Chen used his token to lift the barrier and entered. The layout of the third floor was similar to the first two floors. Before coming, Chu Chen had already decided which martial arts he wanted to choose, a fist technique and a movement technique. The fist technique had extremely strong offensive capabilities, while the movement technique was a means of saving his life and could also be effective in combat. The diamond fist and 7-star steps he practiced before were too low in level. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to elevate these techniques to the first level of the profound rank. After carefully comparing for a long time, Chu Chen finally found the martial arts he was satisfied with. Fist technique, Thunder Fist. A lightning-attributed fist technique, ranked at the first level of the profound rank. It consists of 4 forms, and once mastered, it can release a series of thunderous fist power, which is incredibly formidable. Movement technique, Shadow Clone technique. A combination of speed and ghostly movements. Like Thunder Fist, is also divided into 4 forms. The first form can create 2 shadow clones. The second form can create 4 shadow clones, and so on. The fourth form can create 16 shadow clones. It is considered one of the top movement techniques at the first level of the profound rank. Chu Chen was very satisfied with these 2 martial arts, took them to the steward for registration, and then left. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Chu Chen did not immediately return to his small courtyard, because he knew he still needed to go to the internal affairs pavilion to find the stewards to arrange for accommodation. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to stay. Arriving at the internal affairs pavilion, he saw 6 or 7 students who had just entered the North Courtyard this year. Due to some delays, they had only now come to find accommodation. When they saw Chu Chen, they all showed expressions of awe, as the imposing scene of his performance during the combat assessment was still etched in their minds. There were still dozens of accommodations left in the North Courtyard. To show fairness, the steward took out a lottery tube containing dozens of lots, all representing the small courtyards that were currently vacant in the North Courtyard. The students began to draw lots. Chu Chen drew the Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. The steward needed to register everyone's lot number. When Chu Chen provided his lot number to the steward was visibly surprised. Xuanzi número 9 courtyard? You drew Xuanzi number 9 courtyard? Yes. Is there a problem? Chu Chen noticed that the steward's face showed not only surprise, but also envy. No problem. Kid, you're really lucky. The steward said, What is your name? Chu Chen, he replied. So you're Chu Chen? The steward exclaimed in surprise. Chu Chen nodded. All right, that's it. You can go, the steward said. Chu Chen was somewhat baffled. What is so lucky about it? Is there something special about Xuanzi number 9 courtyard? He asked the steward, but the steward merely smiled enviously and did not answer, so he had to leave. After Chu Chen left the internal affairs pavilion for about an hour, 6 or 7 figures rushed into the internal affairs pavilion in a hurry. Senior brother Chiu. That kid will definitely come to the internal affairs pavilion to find accommodation after receiving his rewards from the scripture pavilion. Otherwise, he has nowhere to stay. Senior brother Chiu. That guy's too arrogant. We reported your name, and he still dared to attack us. He clearly doesn't take you seriously at all. You must teach him a good lesson. Senior brother Chiu. He dared to rob senior sister Yue Chan, which is a provocation to your bottom line. This ignorant fellow. If we don't give him a bloody lesson, even the heavens won't stand for it. 2 pale-faced disciples were recounting Chu Chen's misdeeds to the leading disciple among 6 or 7 people. These 2 disciples were the ones who had been knocked down by Chu Chen earlier. The leading disciple, who looked to be over 17, was wearing a jade-green brocade robe, tall and slender. Although he couldn't be said to have sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was still quite handsome, exuding an air of nobility from an extraordinary lineage. This person was Xiao Mingyu. Xiao Mingyu's face was dark, and he did not respond. He arrived at the Internal Affairs Pavilion and directly grabbed the collar of the steward, asking, "Where is Chu Chen?" The steward was much weaker than the middle-aged steward from the Scripture Pavilion. "He has already left," the steward said, recognizing Xiao Mingyu, stammering. "Which residence did he draw?" Xiao Mingyu pressed. The steward glanced at Xiao Mingyu and, after a moment of silence, said, "Xuanzi number 9 courtyard." "What? Xuanzi numero 9 courtyard?" Xiao Mingyu's eyes widened, and he felt a volcanic rage erupting in his heart. The Xuanzi number 9 courtyard was the small courtyard next to Li Yuechan. It was Li Yuechan's neighbor. Chapter 37. The second thing left for Chu Chen by the master Li Yuechan's residence was Xuanzi number 8 courtyard. Xuanzi no. 9 courtyard was right next to Li Yuechan. For a long time, Xuanzi number 9 courtyard had been vacant. Xiao Mingyu had been eyeing Xuanzi number 9 courtyard, intending to move in and become Li Yuechan's neighbor, thus having the advantage of proximity. But Li Yuechan had always prevented him from moving. Of course, to be precise, Li Yuechan was not just preventing him from moving, but preventing all the disciples from the Sword Dao Department's North Courtyard from moving. There were too many disciples in the North Courtyard who wanted to move to Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. Li Yuechan knew they all had ulterior motives towards her, so she blocked them. However, Li Yuechan was not unreasonable. She said that if new disciples were assigned to Xuanzi number 9 courtyard, she would have no objections. This time, Chu Chen actually drew Xuanzi number 9 courtyard, and Xiao Mingyu felt both jealousy and anger. With so many vacant courtyards, why did Chu Chen specifically draw Xuanzi no 9 courtyard? He believed that Li Yuechan must have told Chu Chen in advance, and Chu Chen used some means to draw Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. His heart was filled with immense anger. His own goddess, who was above the mundane world, actually took the initiative to invite someone to be her neighbor. No wonder she had been helping him during the South Courtyard assessment. They indeed had a relationship. Xiao Mingyu angrily said, "Go to Xuanzi number 9 courtyard." Chu Chen had already informed Shen Yuqing that he would move into the North Courtyard area after receiving his rewards, so Shen Yuqing had packed their luggage early. When Chu Chen returned to the small courtyard and saw the 7 or 8 large boxes packed to the brim, he was a bit surprised. "Master, do we really have this much luggage?" He hadn't realized it before, but now he noticed they had quite a lot of belongings, filling up 7 or 8 boxes. Shen Yuqing said, "Yes, moving is really tiring work. Many things were left in the corners, and now we've just discovered them." Chu Chen noticed a small black wooden box next to one of the large boxes and asked, "Master, what is this?" "I've never seen it before." Shen Yuqing replied, "This is something your master left for you." Chu Chen asked curiously, "Left for me? What is it?" Shen Yuqing said, "It's not the right time yet. Your master said to wait until later to give it to you." "Not the right time? When will that be?" Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. However, since it was his master's arrangement, he wasn't in a hurry. Still, he was quite curious about that small black wooden box. 7 or 8 boxes were indeed a lot, and if they relied on people to move them through the mountains, it would be very laborious. But Chu Chen had a spatial ring he had obtained from Ning Rufeng, so it wasn't a problem. Chu Chen packed all their luggage into the spatial ring and took Shen Yuqing to the North Courtyard area. The living quarters for North Courtyard disciples were divided into 4 major areas: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with each area containing dozens to hundreds of courtyards. Chu Chen arrived at the Xian area and quickly found Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. Xuanzi number 9 courtyard was quite clean, and Chu Chen and Shen Yuqing didn't spend much time cleaning before making it cozy. After tidying up, Shen Yuqing went to the kitchen to busy herself, while Chu Chen went to the center of the courtyard to take out Thunder Fist and Shadow Clone technique to study. He was quite eager to practice these 2 advanced martial arts, believing that mastering them would qualitatively enhance his strength. "Chu Chen, come out." Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. Several figures violently kicked open the courtyard door and barged into the yard. These figures were Xiao Mingyu and his group. Chu Chen frowned. Anyone would be angry if their courtyard door was kicked open. Seeing the 2 figures in the crowd who had been defeated by him in front of the Scripture Pavilion. Chu Chen understood that this group was led by Xiao Mingyu. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Shen Yuqing immediately ran out of the kitchen. And upon seeing this scene, her expression was also not good. Master, it's fine. You go back inside. Chu Chen waved his hand to Shen Yuqing. No matter what, he couldn't let her get hurt. You are Chu Chen. Xiao Mingyu coldly stared at Chu Chen, and the more he stared, the angrier he became. Just this little brat. He was only a bit handsome. What could Yue Chen possibly see in him? Yes, Chu Chen replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Xiao Mingyu said coldly, do you know that Yue Chen is my woman? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen laughed. Although he didn't know what type Yue Chen liked, with Xiao Mingyu's demeanor, there was no way she would like him. Xiao Mingyu continued, you fought my two subordinates today, and I will let you off this time. I have two main purposes for coming here. First, to tell you that from now on, you are not allowed to have any contact with Yue Chen. Second, I live in DZ number 21 courtyard, which has a much better environment than yours. Starting today, you will move to DZ number 21 courtyard, and I will move here. You will swap places with me. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. What was so special about Xuanzi number 9 courtyard? Both the steward from the Internal Affairs Pavilion and Xiao Mingyu reacted specially to it. However, Chu Chen would never agree to swap with Xiao Mingyu. If he changed just because Xiao Mingyu said so, wouldn't that make him a soft persimmon for Xiao Mingyu to squeeze? Chu Chen calmly said, sorry, I won't swap. Looking for death. Xiao Mingyu's face suddenly turned ferocious. Brat, I advise you to cooperate with me, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Chen sensed Xiao Mingyu's realm, which was the 5th level of the condensation pill realm. It wasn't much higher than his own. Who gave him the confidence to bully me at will? Chu Chen stood firm in the courtyard, his aura bursting forth, the moon-white north courtyard uniform fluttering. I remember that the Sword Dao Department's north courtyard has a rule. Without permission, entering another disciple's residence to cause trouble gives that disciple the right to drive you away. And injuring you is not a crime. Now, I give you 3 breaths to leave this place. Looking for death. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Xiao Mingyu's group all changed their expressions. A disciple at the 4th level of the condensation pill realm shouted loudly to Xiao Mingyu, senior brother Xiao. Let me teach him a lesson. This brat is too arrogant. He actually dared to threaten us. Xiao Mingyu gritted his teeth and said, break one of his arms. Yes. The student at the 4th level of the condensation realm nodded heavily, then suddenly charged towards Chu Chen. In midair, 3 segments of peak-level sword intent erupted from the student's body. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, glowing brightly. Many students from a north courtyard already possessed spatial rings. This student gripped the long sword tightly and slashed towards Chu Chen. Chapter 38. The Brazen Xiao Mingyu Swish. The long sword slashed through the air with a sharp sound, tearing it apart. Chu Chen activated the 7-star step to dodge the strike, then used his right hand to perform the diamond fist, delivering a punch. The student quickly raised his left fist to strike back at Chu Chen. Bang! With a muffled sound, the student was knocked back 3 steps, while Chu Chen retreated slightly. Chu Chen stomped his foot and charged forward again, throwing another punch. The student hurriedly defended himself. The sound of continuous muffled impacts echoed. Using only the 7-star step and the diamond fist, Chu Chen could suppress this student. But it was not easy to defeat him. After more than 10 exchanges, Chu Chen leaped into the air, the purple soul sword appearing, and he slashed down fiercely. Heavenly kill. Swish. The purple light and blood-red light alternated, instantly striking the student's long sword. Bang! A loud crash echoed, and the student's body was as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The next moment, Chu Chen suddenly appeared in front of him and punched his elbow. Crack! The student's elbow broke with a scream. Earlier, he had wanted to break Chu Chen's arm, but now it was he who had lost his arm. Xiao Mingyu's expression changed dramatically. Chu Chen, at the 1st level of the condensation realm, had actually defeated a strong opponent at the 4th level in just a few moves. The 2 students who had been injured by Chu Chen earlier also took a deep breath. Clearly, at that time, Chu Chen had not used his full strength. If he had gone all out, they would have ended up with broken arms and legs too. Who dares to hit me? Xiao Mingyu. Chu Chen, you are seeking death. Xiao Mingyu shouted fiercely, "Everyone attack!" All the remaining students from the north courtyard, their faces twisted with rage, charged at Chu Chen. "Chu Chen, you are strong. But we have the numbers. We can surely overwhelm you." Chu Chen gripped the purple soul sword tightly, the sword intent radiating from him as he charged straight out. Engaging in combat with them, the sound of fierce collisions ringing out continuously. In the Xuanzi No. 8 courtyard, on the pavilion, Hong Ying and Li Yuechan were both present. Hong Ying listened carefully to the sounds outside and said, "Sister, why are there sounds of fighting coming from Xuanzi No. 9? Let us go take a look." Li Yuechan replied, "It's normal for students to fight. There's nothing to see." Hong Ying said, "Sister, Xuanzi No. 9 is your neighbor. It's been empty for so long without anyone disturbing you. Now that someone has moved in, aren't you curious about who it is? If they can fight with others today, it's likely they'll fight with others in the future too. You should find out who this person is, otherwise you'll be disturbed later." Li Yuechan thought there was some truth in that and nodded. "Then let us go take a look." In Xuanzi No. 9, originally, Xiao Mingyu's lackeys wanted to overwhelm Chu Chen with numbers. But once they truly fought against Chu Chen, they realized how naive they were. They were no match for Chu Chen at all. Holding the sword, Chu Chen was too powerful. Every sword strike sent them flying. For segments of sword intent, Xiao Mingyu sensed Chu Chen's 4 segments of sword intent and was very surprised. After practicing for so long, he had only comprehended 4 segments of sword intent 2 months ago. How could this kid also have comprehended 4 segments of sword intent? Surprise turned into anger as a long sword appeared in Xiao Mingyu's hand. 8th grade yellow rank. He held the long sword, waiting for an opportunity. When Chu Chen's line of sight was blocked by a student, he suddenly attacked. Boom! The 4 segments of sword intent burst forth. Xiao Mingyu slashed down, and a fire-red sword light extended from the sword, reaching 3 meters long. It violently descended towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen had just sent the last lackey flying when he felt a scorching heat approaching. Gripping the purple soul tightly, he slashed diagonally. Heavenly Absolute. At the moment of the diagonal slash, he rapidly retreated. Xiao Mingyu had the advantage of a surprise attack, and this sword would surely put him at a disadvantage. Dodging early would ensure he remained unharmed. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The sword light that Chu Chen had slashed out was shattered by Xiao Mingyu's sword. The fire-red sword light struck where Chu Chen had been, creating a large pit in the ground. Chu Chen had dodged in time and was completely unharmed, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Xiao Mingyu frowned. His sudden ambush had failed to injure Chu Chen. This kid really had incredible luck. With a fierce look in his eyes, Xiao Mingyu charged at Chu Chen, slapping out a palm. Chu Chen was about to strike. But at that moment, 2 graceful figures flew in. One figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Mingyu, slapping down. Boom! The 2 palms collided, and Xiao Mingyu staggered back a few steps, while the figure also retreated a few steps. It was Hong Ying. Hong Ying was also at the 5th level of the condensation realm. Hong Ying. Xiao Mingyu recognized Hong Ying and shouted. Then he saw Li Yuechan and exclaimed in surprise, "Yuechan?" Chu Chen also saw Hong Ying and Li Yuechan. Today, Li Yuechan was not wearing the North Courtyard uniform, but a simple green dress. Her skin was like her brow serene. She was still very beautiful, like a celestial being. "Chu Chen, congratulations on becoming our neighbor." Hong Ying looked at Tidi. Naturally, Xiao Mingyu could not live here, so if someone was living here, it had to be Chu Chen. If it were any other student becoming their neighbor, she might have some dissatisfaction. But she had no objections to Chu Chen as her neighbor. Li Yuechan raised her brows slightly, also realizing that Chu Chen was her neighbor. Neighbor? Chu Chen looked at Li Yuechan. No wonder the steward from the Internal Affairs Pavilion and Xiao Mingyu were so envious of this Xuanzi in No. 9 courtyard. It turned out that Xuanzi No. 9 was actually Li Yuechan's neighbor. Indeed, with Li Yuechan's unparalleled beauty in the North Courtyard, who wouldn't envy someone living next to her? Yuechan, it's really you. You are the one who brought this kid here. Why? What do I lack compared to this kid? Hong Ying's words fell into Xiao Mingyu's ears like a solid piece of evidence. What solid evidence? Chu Chen was called here by Li Yuechan to be their neighbor. Li Yuechan looked at Xiao Mingyu. I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't understand? If you hadn't informed this kid in advance, could he have chosen Xuanzi No. 9? And while I was teaching this kid a lesson, you even specifically called Hong Ying to stop me. Yuechan. Xiao Mingyu clenched his fists in anger. You actually betrayed me. Betrayal? Hearing this, Chu Chen was stunned. Hong Ying was also taken aback. Even Li Yuechan, usually calm and serene, was stunned for several breaths. Li Yuechan had never been with Xiao Mingyu, so how could there be talk of betrayal? Xiao Mingyu's words were truly shameless. Xiao Mingyu, you really are something. You can say such shameless things. Don't you look in a mirror? With your appearance? How could my senior sister ever like you? From Xiao Mingyu's words, Hong Ying already understood what he meant. Xiao Mingyu was thick-skinned and wicked. She disliked him very much. To infuriate Xiao Mingyu, she coldly laughed. Tell me, what do you have that can compare to Chu Chen? Are you more handsome than him, or is your talent higher than his? Did you rank in the top 4 during the South Courtyard assessment? It seems not. I remember the top 8 all had to bribe a student to get in. Chu Chen was called here by Sister Yuechan to be a neighbor. What do you do about it? Chapter 39. The Duel Between Min Yuechan. Listening to Hong Ying's words, Xiao Mingyu was even more furious. Chu Chen knew that Hong Ying was deliberately saying this to provoke Xiao Mingyu. He smiled bitterly in response. Hong Ying vented her anger. But this only intensified Xiao Mingyu's hatred toward her. Xiao Mingyu looked at Li Yuechan and asked, Yuechan, is what she said true? Li Yuechan, being kind-hearted, didn't want Chu Chen to be hated by Xiao Mingyu, so she replied no. However, Xiao Mingyu shouted, I don't believe it. Hong Ying sneered. Whether you believe it or not, who is forcing you to? Xiao Mingyu, I still say this. For Sister Yuechan, it's better for you to give up your feelings early. She won't ever look at you. Xiao Mingyu had a background, but Hong Ying wasn't afraid of him. She also came from a powerful family. Xiao Mingyu stared at Chu Chen and suddenly clenched his fists, saying, Chu Chen, I challenge you. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Challenge me? Xiao Mingyu affirmed, yes. Let's have a duel between men. Hong Ying became interested and said, go on. Xiao Mingyu coldly stated, Chu Chen, I invite you to fight me on the arena in 3 days. If you lose, you must move out of Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard. Never step into the Xuanzi area again. Xiao Mingyu initially wanted Chu Chen to give up Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard upon losing, but he knew that Li Yuechan would never allow him to move in, so he said it this way. For him, as long as he could force Chu Chen out of Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard, he would feel much better. Hong Ying laughed heartily, finding it amusing. Chu Chen, are you afraid of Xiao Mingyu? Chu Chen replied, not afraid. If it was just a question of fear of Xiao Mingyu, then naturally, Chu Chen was not afraid. Good. Hong Ying smiled and said, if you want to pursue Sister Yuechan, you must not fear challenges. Xiao Mingyu is the first challenge you have to face. Li Yuechan's expression darkened. Chu Chen was also slightly speechless. What is this about? How did it turn into me pursuing Li Yuechan? There were too many male students in the North Courtyard pursuing Li Yuechan, so in Hong Ying's eyes, it seemed like Chu Chen also had feelings for her. If it were someone else wanting to pursue Li Yuechan, Hong Ying would help Li Yuechan stop them. But if it were Chu Chen, Hong Ying wouldn't stop him for now, because she was also quite interested in Chu Chen, as Li Yuechan's good friend. Hong Ying didn't want her friend as pursuer to be a coward. Moreover, Hong Ying's personality was quirky. She enjoyed excitement and drama. Therefore, as long as Chu Chen wasn't afraid, she certainly wanted to watch a duel between men. Listening to Hong Ying's words, the anger in Xiao Mingyu's heart burned even more fiercely. Hong Ying said to Xiao Mingyu, since Chu Chen has to pay a price for losing, what price will you pay if you lose? Xiao Mingyu replied, I have a Xian Yu precious ginseng. If Chu Chen wins, I will give it to him. The Xian Yu precious ginseng is a top-tier spirit herb of the first rank. Chu Chen had already reached the peak of the first level of the Dan condensation realm. And if he used the Devouring Heaven Emperor Classic to refine the Xian Yu precious ginseng, he would have a high chance of breaking through his realm. Chu Chen was somewhat tempted by the Xian Yu precious ginseng. Hong Ying whispered to Chu Chen, wait, let me negotiate for a bit more. She then told Xiao Mingyu, not enough. Xiao Mingyu asked, not enough? Hong Ying replied, I know you have a purple blood Ganoderma, which is just as powerful as the Xian Yu precious ginseng. You need to include the purple blood Ganoderma as well for Chu Chen to participate. Xiao Mingyu frowned. Isn't that too much? Hong Ying countered, let me ask you, if you lived in Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard and someone offered you a Xian Yu precious ginseng, Would you be willing to give up Xuanzi number 9 courtyard? Xiao Mingyu firmly said, of course not. Hong Ying continued, so it's settled. The value of Xuanzi no. 9 courtyard is far greater than a single Xian, you precious ginseng. You want Chu Chen to bet on that with just 1 ginseng. Don't you find that laughable? Xiao Mingyu had no rebuttal and could only say, all right, I'll add a purple blood Ganoderma. Hong Ying looked at Chu Chen, crossing her slender arms. Chu Chen, it's your turn to express your stance. Chu Chen was already somewhat tempted by the Xian Yu precious ginseng, and now, with the addition of the purple blood Ganoderma, it would be foolish not to agree. All right, I accept your challenge. Let's have a fight in 3 days. A sense of relief surged in Xiao Mingyu's heart as he glared fiercely at Chu Chen, saying, in 3 days, I'll make you crawl out of Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. With that, Xiao Mingyu waved his hand and left with all his followers. After they left, Hong Ying smiled at Chu Chen. Facing someone at the 5th level of the Dan condensation realm with your 1st level, Chu Chen, you have quite the guts. Chu Chen smiled. It's just that the bet is too tempting. Hong Ying asked, although it feels good to agree, do you really have confidence in defeating Xiao Mingyu in 3 days? I'll do my best. If it were now, Chu Chen couldn't say he was 100% sure he could defeat Xiao Mingyu. However, Xiao Mingyu had given him 3 days. With the Thunderbolt Fist and Shadow Clone technique, Chu Chen would definitely be able to reach a certain level of mastery in 3 days, significantly improving his combat power. After his combat power increased, he would have much more confidence in fighting Xiao Mingyu. Hong Ying said, actually, I can guess why Xiao Mingyu gave you 3 days. Xiao Mingyu practices the sword technique, the Huang rank 9th level Golden Hound sword technique, and I've heard he has already mastered it, just a step away from perfection. He must want to use these 3 days to reach perfection. Chu Chen, after you ranked 1st in the South Courtyard assessment, what martial arts did you choose in the Scripture Pavilion? There is nothing to hide, and Chu Chen replied, the Thunderbolt Fist and Shadow Clone technique. Hong Ying raised her eyebrows. What a coincidence. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Hong Ying smiled. Sister Yuechan also practices the Thunderbolt Fist. Chu Chen laughed. That really is a coincidence. Hong Ying said, the Thunderbolt Fist can unleash thunderous fist power. If you want to quickly master it, I can recommend a place called the Thunder Domain. The Qinghe Dao Academy has many training grounds, and the Thunder Domain is one of them. It's located to the west of the Qinghe Dao Academy, and Sister Yuechan has practiced there before. Chu Chen nodded, thanking Hong Ying for the reminder. Hong Ying also informed Chu Chen that Li Yuechan lived in Xuanzi number 8 courtyard, while she lived in Xuanzi number 7 courtyard. After that, Hong Ying and Li Yuechan left. Throughout, Li Yuechan had hardly spoken to Chu Chen. That one absurd incident still lingered in her mind. She had a gentle personality and could try to treat Chu Chen like an ordinary student, but there was still a barrier in her heart. Nevertheless, no matter what, even though Li Yuechan always wanted to distance herself from Chu Chen, with him now living in Xuanzi number 9 courtyard, their bond seemed to deepen increasingly. Chapter 40. Thunder Domain Xiao Chen. That girl named Yuechan is quite nice, and she's pretty too. Shen Yuqing walked out from the house. She had already figured out the conflict among the group, centered around Li Yuechan. Chu Chen smiled at Shen Yuqing, master. Shen Yuqing said, I think this girl, although not talkative, has a clear gaze and a gentle personality. She is definitely much better than Lin Wanner from before. Anyway, I like her. Chu Chen helplessly smiled, master. What are you talking about? Shen Yuqing laughed. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You have to prepare well for your battle with Xiao Mingyu in 3 days. Don't fail, and more importantly, don't hurt yourself. Don't worry, master, I know my limits. Chu Chen nodded. After having lunch, Chu Chen bid farewell to Shen Yuqing and headed towards the Thunder Domain. Hong Ying was right. The environment of the Thunder Domain would definitely be suitable for practicing the Thunderbolt Fist. Training the Thunderbolt Fist in the Thunder Domain would allow Chu Chen to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The Thunder Domain was located to the west of the Qinghe Dao Academy, in the same direction as the Blood Forest. To reach the Thunder Domain, one would have to bypass the Blood Forest. Arriving next to the Blood Forest, Chu Chen again heard the piercing and strange cries of the Blood Shadow. Jia, 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 jia. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, mia, 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 mia. Die, 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 die. It was extremely unpleasant and made one's scalp tingle. Is this idiot sick? Chu Chen frowned, cursing inwardly. He noticed that nearby some students were acting normally. He hurried over to ask if they heard it, but they replied they hadn't heard anything. The guy's intentionally laughing to himself. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered with him and continued towards the Thunder Domain. Chu Chen finally arrived at the Thunder Domain. It is surrounded by 4 peaks, and above the peaks, a mass of dark clouds gathers, casting a gloomy hue over the sky. A large amount of lightning strikes down from the sky, enveloping the entire Thunder Domain in the power of thunder, releasing a heavy crackling sound. There is only one entrance to the Thunder Domain. At this moment, many students are entering and exiting through the entrance. Chu Chen stepped forward but was blocked by a male student holding a long knife. Wait, you can't enter the Thunder Domain. Why? Chu Chen frowned. Because new students entering the North Courtyard cannot enter the Thunder Domain for the first 3 months. The male student replied, I haven't heard of such a rule in the academy. Chu Chen squinted. He had learned about the Thunder Domain along the way. As long as one has entered the North Courtyard, all students can enter the Thunder Domain for cultivation. This is a new regulation from the academy, just issued recently. The student said blandly. When did the academy issue a new regulation regarding the Thunder Domain? How come I haven't heard about it? I just entered the martial arts system in the North Courtyard. Does that mean I have no chance to enter? Are you joking? I just entered the North Courtyard too. How did I get in? Students around them whispered. Are you targeting me? Chu Chen said coldly. You must be one of Lu Yunfeng's people, right? Xiao Mingyu had just left, so he wouldn't arrange for someone to deal with him so quickly. The student, holding the long knife, had a hidden knife intent that was clearly from the knife path system. Moreover, he mentioned the 3-month period. Chu Chen was supposed to have a battle with Lu Yunfeng in 3 months, which easily made him associate this student with Lu Yunfeng. I don't need to deliberately target anyone, but today I'm guarding this domain, and I say you can't enter, so you can't. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful sword intent erupted from Chu Chen, startling the student. Chu Chen snorted coldly. What are you? Just because you say I can't enter, I can't? You treat a chicken feather as an imperial edict. Fine. Since you say this is a new regulation issued by the academy, then go fetch the elders from the law enforcement hall. If the elders say the academy has not issued this new regulation, then let them punish you on the spot. You. The student was left speechless. Exactly. Call the elders from the law enforcement hall. Just now when I tried to enter the Thunder Domain, he took 5 low-grade elemental stones from me. He took 10 from me. He took 12 from me. I've never seen such a bully among senior students. Many students from the 3 major systems who had just entered the North Courtyard spoke out in condemnation. You guys. The student's face turned ugly. Get lost. Chu Chen stepped forward, and his sword intent erupted again, condensing into a sword light that slashed forward. The student hurriedly jumped back, and a crack appeared where he had been standing, scaring him out of his wits. Chu Chen entered the Thunder Domain without looking back. Lu Yunfeng couldn't hold back so quickly. Go back and ask Lu Yunfeng if he is afraid of losing. Damn! The student was furious, feeling extremely humiliated to be forced back by Chu Chen in front of so many people. All right, you want to provoke senior brother Lu? Then go ahead. Let's see how you die. This student was indeed sent by Lu Yunfeng. Through some means, Lu Yunfeng learned that Chu Chen had chosen the Thunder Fist in the Hidden Gold Pavilion and speculated that Chu Chen would definitely come to the Thunder Domain to cultivate. So he sent this student to obstruct Chu Chen. After saying this fiercely, the student turned and left. The surrounding students cheered. Great, that guy finally left. The Thunder Domain is finally clear. Chu Chen entered the peak area of one of the mountains in the Thunder Domain. Here, it is closest to the heavenly thunder, and the power of thunder can be felt most intensely. It is said that the lightning above the Thunder Domain is formed by the Sword Kings of Qinghe Academy, using heavenly materials and earthly treasures to arrange formations. The lightning released by the formations is already so terrifying. How powerful would it be if this lightning were truly released by nature? Looking at the charred, dried ground below, still crackling with dazzling arcs of lightning, Chu Chen sighed. Of course, Chu Chen also knew that deep within each peak of the Thunder Domain lay some powerful treasures of heaven and earth. It is those treasures that absorb the lightning striking down from the sky, allowing these peaks to remain largely undamaged over the years. Without those heavenly materials and earthly treasures to absorb it, after many years, These 4 peaks might have been completely reduced to ashes by the heavenly thunder. Chu Chen took out the thunder fist, opened the manual, and stared intently at its contents. Possessing the heavenly Tao Qilan bone, Chu Chen's comprehension surpassed that of ordinary beings. As he flipped through the pages, the words seemed to shimmer with golden light, floating into Chu Chen's mind. In just 1 hour, Chu Chen had comprehended the essence of all 4 forms of the Thunder Fist. For an average genius, it would be impossible to fully comprehend the essence of the Thunder Fist in less than a month or 2. The fact that Chu Chen comprehended it in just 1 hour showed how terrifying his comprehension was. Chapter 41. Assassination Under the Thunder. Of course, comprehending the essence is just the first step in practicing the fist. To truly master the Thunder Fist, one needs to practice diligently. Chu Chen closed the manual, spread his legs apart, and slightly crouched his body into a horse stance, lowering his center of gravity to his waist. He activated the Devouring Emperor Scripture, and a fierce suction force spread out from within him. In the void, strands of thunder power were drawn into his body. Those thunder powers circulated within him for over 10 cycles, flowing into Chu Chen's meridians, and then Chu Chen threw out a punch. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp rumbling sound erupted in the void, and the air within a meter radius was violently exploded. The effect was pretty good. An ordinary person would not be able to produce the sound of thunder when practicing the Thunder Fist for the first time. Chu Chen managed to produce the thunder sound on his first attempt. This was partly due to Chu Chen's extraordinary comprehension and partly due to the special environment of the Thunder Domain. Practicing the Thunder Fist in the Thunder Domain indeed sped up the process. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Chen continued to throw punches, and before long, he was drenched in sweat. But he felt no fatigue. In the knife path system, within a pavilion, the student who had been guarding the entrance to the Thunder Domain and stopping Chu Chen had already informed Lu Yunfeng of the situation. Possessing the Qilan bone, Lu Yunfeng's talents were extraordinary, and he had now broken through from the 7th level of the Condensing Dan realm to the 8th level. After hearing this, Lu Yunfeng squinted. That bastard Chu Chen dares to be arrogant with you. Lin Wanner, who was beside Lu Yunfeng, said fiercely, Brother Feng, we can't let Chu Chen off. I have a plan. Lu Yunfeng put his arm around Lin Wanner and asked, what plan? Lin Wanner said, aren't there many dangerous places in the Thunder Domain? In some areas, the heavenly thunder gathers and strikes down. Even some elders from his south courtyard have to avoid them. There have been instances where students practicing in the Thunder Domain accidentally entered dangerous areas and were struck to ashes by the heavenly thunder. Lu Yunfeng said, so you mean, while Chu Chen is in the Thunder Domain, we should kill him? Lin Wanner nodded. Exactly. The environment in the Thunder Domain is complex. No one would know we killed Chu Chen. Moreover, even if others guess we killed him, they have no evidence. And we can completely shift the blame to the heavenly thunder. Killing Chu Chen in the Thunder Domain can be done without anyone knowing. It's the perfect place for him to be buried. Lu Yunfeng chuckled coldly. That's indeed a clever plan. Lu Yunfeng looked at that student. Ho you. The student naturally understood that Lu Yunfeng intended to send him, and he quickly nodded, Brother Lu, leave this to me. That kid dares to provoke Brother Lu. I will definitely make him die a miserable death. Lu Yunfeng's status is too noble. Entering the Thunder Domain would certainly attract attention. The best person to kill Chu Chen is Ho Yu. Lu Yunfeng said, kill Chu Chen, and I will reward you handsomely. Ho Yu was delighted. He helped Lu Yunfeng. Wasn't it for the reward? Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. Although you have already reached the peak of the 4th level of the Dan Condensation realm. That kid has always been strange. Lu Yunfeng waved his hand and threw a black short dagger to Ho Yu. This is a yellow grade 7th tier hidden weapon. The Thunder Spirit Blade, capable of assassinating even those at the 5th level of the Dan Condensation realm. I entrust it to you. This operation must not fail. Ho Yu took the Thunder Spirit Blade with great joy. Senior Brother Lu, can I have this Thunder Spirit Blade as a reward after I kill Chu Chen? Lu Yunfeng replied, yes. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. Go. Lu Yunfeng waved his hand, and Ho Yu immediately left. Lin Wanner leaned in Lu Yunfeng's embrace and said, great. Brother Feng, this time Chu Chen is undoubtedly doomed. Lu Yunfeng held Lin Wanner and sneered. To think he can compete with me. That kid doesn't even know his own weight. Lin Wanner said sweetly. Brother Feng, about my entry into the North Courtyard. Lu Yunfeng said, I've already contacted several elders for you. It won't be long before you can join the Sword Dao department in the North Courtyard. Lin Wanner was overjoyed and then extended her delicate jade finger, gently tracing it on Lu Yunfeng's chest, saying coyly, Brother Feng, you're the best. Of course, you my woman. I must treat you well. Brother Feng, I want to thank you properly. Oh, how will you thank me? Lin Wanner's jade hand suddenly slid down, landing on Lu Yunfeng's lower body. This is how I'll thank you. Lin Wanner knelt below Lu Yunfeng. After a while, the sounds of Lin Wanner's muffled voice and Lu Yunfeng's moans echoed within the loft. Ma, in the thunder domain atop the mountain peak. The sky grew darker, and terrifying thunder rumbled everywhere. At this moment, it had been 3 hours since Chu Chen entered the thunder domain. After 3 hours of effort, Chu Chen unleashed a punch that could shatter the air within a 10-foot radius, producing a series of loud, thunderous sounds. The first style of the Thunder Fist is called Thunder Resounding in All Directions. Chu Chen was close to mastering it. After practicing for 3 hours, it was time to eat. Chu Chen, drenched in sweat, sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a bag of dry food and a jug of water from his spatial ring, which were prepared for him by Shen Yuqing. Chu Chen opened the dry food and started to eat heartily. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly felt a chilling, killing intent. This killing intent was very concealed. Even a 5th level or 6th level Dan Condensation Realm cultivator would not be able to detect it if caught off guard. However, Chu Chen possessed the heavenly Dao Qilan Bone. The heavenly Dao Qilan Bone not only accelerated his cultivation speed and significantly increased his comprehension, but also enhanced his sensing ability. Therefore, Chu Chen was able to sense it. Without any hesitation, Chu Chen slapped the ground with his palm, and his body suddenly soared into the air. Almost at the same instant, a sharp, ghostly light shot through the place where Chu Chen's heart was, piercing into the ground over 10 meters away. Boom! A huge sound erupted as the ground was blasted open, creating a 5-meter-wide pit. The earth and rocks within were shattered to pieces. A black short dagger was embedded in the center of the pit, emanating a chilling, cold light. It was easy to imagine that if Chu Chen had been hit, he would have been turned to ashes. Who is it? Show yourself. The purple spirit sword appeared in Chu Chen's hand, and he stared coldly in the direction from which the black short dagger had come, suddenly slashing out with his sword. A scarlet sword light vanished into the darkness. Whoosh! A figure was forced out. It's you. Chu Chen glared at Hoyu, his eyes cold. Kid, you are quite lucky. The Thunder Spirit Blade couldn't kill you. Hoyu's expression turned sour. The Thunder Spirit Blade, besides being sharp, was also incredibly fast. This place is the Thunder Domain, where the light is dim, and heavenly thunder pours down continuously, providing the best camouflage for the Thunder Spirit Blade. Even so, it was dodged by Chu Chen, which made him quite furious. It seems you want to find Lu Yunfeng again. Chu Chen glanced at the Thunder Spirit Blade. It was quite valuable, and Hoyu probably couldn't possess it. It was likely a gift from Lu Yunfeng. Chapter 42. Save me. Hoyu coldly said. So what if I did? Offending senior brother Lu means your end will be utterly tragic. Chu Chen replied indifferently. Being Lu Yunfeng's lackey, your end will also be miserable. Oomph. Even if the Thunder Spirit Blade couldn't kill you, I can still kill you on my own. I am a 4th level Dan Condensation Realm Sword Cultivator, and my sword intent has reached the peak of the 3rd stage. I'm just a step away from entering the 4th stage. In the 4th level of the Dan Condensation Realm, I am already invincible. A bright long knife appeared in Hoyu's hand, its blade smooth and exuding a cold light. It was a yellow-grade, 7th-tier treasure knife. Lin Wanner was right. This thunder domain, filled with countless heavenly thunders, is indeed the best place for your burial. Hoyu slashed out with his knife, releasing the peak of his 3-stage sword intent, transforming it into a massive blade of light, slashing towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen remained unfazed, his purple spirit sword slashing diagonally, breaking through Hoyu's blade light and striking at Hoyu. Hoyu used his body technique to dodge the sword and slashed again. Although Hoyu only struck once, 3 blade lights manifested in the air, each 2 meters long and half a meter wide, resembling 3 massive broadswords. Chu Chen's strength was already superior to Hou Yu's, so he naturally didn't need to dodge. Chu Chen slashed out again with his sword, a beam of sword light crashing through the three-blade lights. Oomph. Hou Yu's brows furrowed, and then his body suddenly leaped up, delivering a heavy slash. The blazing sun three swords. Clang, clang, clang. In a single breath, Hou Yu executed 3 slashes, and 3 blade lights appeared in the sky, overlapping heavily to form a bright long knife that was a full yard long. This bright long knife, carrying the momentum to tear through everything, cleaved through the void and fiercely struck towards Chu Chen. Heaven's kill! Chu Chen's eyes were indifferent as he thrust out his sword. This sword did not release sword light. The rust-covered scarlet sword tip directly pointed at the bright long knife. Boom! At the moment the sword tip touched the blade, a burst of scarlet sword energy suddenly erupted from the sword tip, like a flood unleashed. Crack! The bright long knife was directly pierced through, turning into countless light points. Puffed. A blood hole appeared in Hou Yu's chest. It turned out that the sword energy passed through the long knife and pierced his heart. Hou Yu died with your eyes wide open, unable to believe Chu Chen was so powerful. Sword and knife are inherently oppositional. There's a saying that the sword is the king of 100 weapons, while the knife is the emperor of all tools. If your cultivation were a bit higher, and your knife skills were more advanced, you might pose a threat to me, but your skills are simply too poor. Chu Chen retracted the purple spirit sword. Shaking his head, being a lackey means one must have the awareness of a lackey. This thunder domain is not the best burial ground for me. It is most suitable for you. Chu Chen retrieved the Thunder Spirit Blade from the shattered pit. The Thunder Spirit Blade is a yellow-grade 7th-tier weapon. To be honest, in Chu Chen's eyes, this level is not very high, as most weapons used by North Courtyard students are already at yellow-grade 6th tier or above. However, the blade's characteristic of assassination greatly increases its value, even exponentially. Such an item will definitely be useful in the future, so Chu Chen stored it in his spatial ring. Chu Chen also stored Hou Yu's treasure knife in his spatial ring. Then he took out Hou Yu's personal spatial ring. Inside Hou Yu's spatial ring were over 500 low-grade elemental stones, and the rest were various miscellaneous items. Chu Chen collected them all. Then Chu Chen threw Hou Yu's corpse into an area dense with heavenly thunder. Rumble. The heavenly thunder struck down, and in an instant, Hou Yu's body was charred black, his features unrecognizable. Thus, even if others discovered Hou Yu's corpse, it would have nothing to do with Chu Chen. He could no longer stay on this mountain peak. Chu Chen had chosen this place earlier because it was open, concealed, and undisturbed. Lu Yinfeng dared to send someone to assassinate Chu Chen once, so he dared to send someone to assassinate Chu Chen a second time. Chu Chen needed to find a place surrounded by disciples for training. Leaving the mountain peak, Chu Chen quickly found a flat area halfway up the mountain. There were at least a dozen disciples training around the flat area, all about 100 meters away from Chu Chen, so they wouldn't disturb him, yet they could vaguely see him. After arriving at the flat area, Chu Chen continued his training. After 2 hours, he finally mastered the first form of Thunderbolt Fist, thunder roars in all directions. After another 6 hours, he mastered the second form of Thunderbolt Fist, thunder shakes the universe. By this time, a day and a half had passed. For the next day and a half, Chu Chen planned to stop training Thunderbolt Fist and focus on Shadow Clone Technique. Facing the 5th level of the Condensing Dan Realm expert from the Northern 7-star steps was already somewhat inadequate, and he had to master Shadow Clone Technique. After spending an hour, Chu Chen comprehended the essence of Shadow Clone Technique. Then Chu Chen entered the area struck by heavenly lightning. He wanted to train his body technique by dodging the attacks of the heavenly lightning. Of course, the area he chose wasn't particularly intense in terms of lightning strikes. If it were too intense, he wouldn't dare to enter, as that would be courting death. Upon entering those areas, Chu Chen channeled his whole body as elemental power into his meridians and began to operate the circulatory system. Whoosh! When the elemental power circulated through a certain cycle, Chu Chen's body suddenly disappeared from a spot. If someone with keen eyesight were present, they would see a faint black glow appear on the surface of his body, as if another Chu Chen was about to split away. While Chu Chen was training, The news of his upcoming battle with Qiu Mingyu spread completely. When everyone learned of this, they were astonished. Just recently, he had a duel with Lu Yinfeng, and now he was going to fight Qiu Mingyu. That kid, Chu Chen, was completely a battle maniac, never resting. Many male disciples, after realizing that this battle was because of Li Yuechan, were extremely eager. They all wanted to see Chu Chen being driven out of the Xuanzi 9th courtyard by Qiu Mingyu. Another day and a half passed. Chu Chen had already learned the first 2 forms of shadow clone technique. Not only did he acquire the special function of shadow clone technique, but his basic speed was also much faster than 7-star steps. Chu Chen was very satisfied with the results of his training over these 3 days. He stood up, shook off the dust from his body, and left the lightning domain. As Chu Chen left the lightning domain, a large number of disciples followed suit. They knew that today was the day of the showdown between Chu Chen and Qiu Mingyu, and they wanted to see the spectacle. On his way out, Chu Chen passed by the Blood Heaven Forest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ha 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 ha. Chu Chen once again heard the strange cries of the blood shadow coming from the Blood Heaven Forest. Chu Chen looked at the others, and they still appeared calm, clearly not having heard it. So noisy. Chu Chen was speechless, puzzled as to why the blood shadow only emitted sounds he could hear. This should be soul sound. Chu Chen speculated that this was the soul sound recorded in ancient texts, emitted through the soul to resonate with the opponent's soul, allowing them to hear it. However, soul sound was much more difficult to produce than the ordinary sound transmission. The blood shadow could still release soul sound while being trapped by the powerful sword formation, which showed how strong it was at its peak. Suddenly, Chu Chen heard a voice that made his eyes widen. Kid, save me, save me. Chu Chen confirmed that this was the voice of the blood shadow. Was it talking to him? The others here couldn't hear it all. If it was he talking to Chu Chen, then who was it talking to? Chu Chen was filled with confusion as to why the blood shadow wanted him to save it. The blood shadow was trapped by 9 powerful high-grade Qian artifacts in a sword formation. How could he save it? Chapter 43. Battle with Qiu Mingyu. Chu Chen was filled with confusion, but now was not the time to think about this, as he was about to battle Qiu Mingyu today, and there were probably many people waiting for him. Chu Chen walked straight past the Blood Heaven Forest. Kid, deep inside the Blood Heaven Forest, within the sword formation, the blood shadow shouted frantically, extremely agitated. The Qinghe Dao Academy had many martial arts squares. The location where Qiu Mingyu and Chu Chen agreed to duel was in a martial arts square located towards the south of the northern. Usually, this martial arts square would gather at most a few dozen people, but because Chu Chen was going to fight Qiu Mingyu, it had now gathered hundreds or even thousands of people. Need I say more? Chu Chen is bound to lose. I came here mainly to see how he gets taught a lesson by Qiu Mingyu. Many people mocked Chu Chen, and almost no one thought he had a chance. Qiu Mingyu had reached the top 8 in the Southern Assessment 2 years ago, and now his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Condensing Dan realm, with his sword intent reaching the pinnacle of the 4th stage, mastering sword techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. How could Chu Chen have a chance against someone like Qiu Mingyu? Look, Qiu Mingyu is here, someone shouted. Qiu Mingyu appeared on the square, surrounded by a group of people. His aura was even more profound than 3 days ago, and a sword energy seemed to be contained within him, but as he moved, it tore through the void. Indeed, Chu Chen will have no chance. Looking at Qiu Mingyu like this, everyone was even more convinced that Chu Chen would be done for. Look, Sister Yuechan is here too, the crowd suddenly exclaimed. 2 graceful figures landed on the other side of the square. One was quirky and lively, while the other was ethereal and celestial. It was Hong Ying and Li Yuechan. Damn, that scoundrel Chu Chen really has a close relationship with Sister Yuechan. A group of people lamented, believing that if Li Yuechan and Chu Chen had a bad relationship, she wouldn't come to watch the battle. Qiu Mingyu must defeat Chu Chen and drive him out of the Xuanzi 9th courtyard in disgrace. I want to let someone else have the goddess I can't have, a male disciple said fiercely. Damn it. Seeing Li Yuechan appear, Qiu Mingyu also clenched his fists. If only Li Yuechan had come for him, but unfortunately, she hadn't. Chu Chen, I want you to know what the price is for competing with me. Qiu Mingyu. For a woman. Fire burned in Qiu Mingyu's eyes. A group of people waited for nearly a cup of tea's time, but Chu Chen still hadn't arrived. What's going on? That guy Chu Chen isn't too scared to come, is he? Is he afraid of Chiu Mingyu? If he is afraid, why did he accept Chiu Mingyu's challenge in the first place? Such a person is really shameless. How could our Qinghedao Academy have such a person? A group of people began to attack Chu Chen. Shut up. Chu Chen won to be afraid of battle. Hong Ying couldn't take it anymore and stepped out of the crowd, sternly shouting at everyone. Sorry everyone, I'm late. A voice rang out, and Chu Chen finally arrived, followed by a large number of disciples coming out of the lightning domain. Chu Chen, you finally made it. Hong Ying was immediately delighted upon seeing Chu Chen. Sister Hong Ying. Chu Chen smiled slightly upon seeing Hong Ying, then looked at Li Yuechan behind her, paused for a moment, and still gave her a faint smile. Li Yuechan showed no reaction. She was not here solely for Chu Chen, but came to watch because their battle had ultimately erupted because of her. Chu Chen, you finally arrived. Have you packed your things? Are you ready to obediently roll out of the Xuanzi Ninth Courtyard? Chiu Mingyu stared at Chu Chen, mocking. Chu Chen smiled and said, I was just about to ask you if you prepared the Xian, you precious ginseng and purple blood spirit grass. Don't let it be embarrassing when you can't produce these two precious herbs later. Haha, don't worry, I'm well prepared. Chiu Mingyu grinned savagely and then flew onto a platform in the middle of the square, shouting sharply, Chu Chen, get your ass up here. Chu Chen, be careful. You must win. Both Sister Yuechan and I have high expectations for you. Hong Ying said seriously to Chu Chen. Chu Chen glanced at the expressionless Li Yuechan and then said to Hong Ying, Sister Hong Ying, don't worry, I'll try my best not to disappoint you. With a light step, Chu Chen landed gracefully on the platform, and just this move was quite impressive. However, the crowd did not cheer. Ha, Chu Chen, you finally stepped onto the arena. Do you know that I've been looking forward to teaching you a lesson for a long time? Chiu Mingyu sneered. Enough with the nonsense. I'm in a hurry. Chu Chen ziplit gan li. Arrogant. Seeing Chu Chen's calm demeanor, Chiu Mingyu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. I will beat you into serious injury with 3 punches, and then slowly torture you. Chiu Mingyu's inner elemental power erupted like a volcanic tremor. He pushed off with his toes, his body shot out like lightning, and a punch struck toward Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he raised his right fist to collide with it. Boom! The two fists collided, and a mighty shockwave erupted from the contact point, causing both Chiu Mingyu and Chu Chen to retreat over a yard. The elemental power is quite substantial. Chiu Mingyu squinted. Neither he nor Chu Chen used martial arts for that punch. It was purely a contest of elemental power. And it seemed that Chu Chen's elemental power was not weak at all. Breaking Mountain Fist. The Breaking Mountain Fist, a 9th-rank yellow-grade martial art, was chosen by Chiu Mingyu from the Northern Academy's Scripture Pavilion, and he had cultivated it to great success. Chiu Mingyu unleashed the Breaking Mountain Fist, and a punch sent forth a small yellowish mountain shadow on the surface of his fist, looking very heavy. Chu Chen's inner elemental power surged vigorously, flowing into the meridians of his right arm, and he punched out, thunder roaring across the world. Crack! In the void, a sharp, thunderous sound erupted, and a series of thunderous punches burst forth from Chu Chen's fist, cleaving through the air like lightning, transforming into a dazzling fist print enveloped in lightning. Boom! A heavy muffled sound, the arcs of lightning wreaked havoc, and Chiu Mingyu's punch was once again blocked by Chu Chen. Moreover, Chiu Mingyu was forced to retreat a step further than Chu Chen. Thunder roaring across the world? Li Yuechan's phoenix eyes suddenly widened. This is the first form of Thunderbolt Fist. He learned the first form in just 3 days? Hong Ying was also very surprised and said, Senior sister, I remember it took you 2.5 days to master the first form of Thunderbolt Fist. This kid's comprehension is too strong. Li Yuechan said, I indeed took 2.5 days to master the first form because I spent a whole day just understanding the essence. However, Li Yuechan paused and said, After I mastered the first form of Thunderbolt Fist, I wasn't as skilled as Chu Chen when I performed it. His punch, just now, was much more proficient than mine back then. Good kid. Chiu Mingyu frowned tightly. If you want to die, I will fulfill you. Chiu Mingyu launched another punch at Chu Chen. This time, he used a first-rank mysterious grade fist technique, Ocean-Breaking Fist. This was not from the Northern Academy's Scripture Pavilion, but something he learned from his own family. Chapter 44. You lost the mighty elemental power surge from Qiao Mingyu's fist like ocean waves, forming a cyan fist print that charged towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained calm as he punched out again, thunder shaking the universe. The sound of thunder erupted even more violently in the void, and the torrential, thunderous punch force whistled out from Chu Chen's fist, transforming into an even more brilliant, thunderous fist print. Boom! The two fists collided and both retreated. Although Chu Chen had not yet perfected the Thunderbolt Fist, Qiao Mingyu had also not fully mastered the ocean-breaking fist. In this punch exchange, Qiao Mingyu was unable to gain the upper hand. The surrounding people were very surprised. 3 exchanges of punches, all were blocked, and in one of them, Qiao Mingyu was even pushed back a step. Was Qiao Mingyu holding back? Or is Chu Chen inherently powerful? Li Yuechan's phoenix eyes were astonished, thunder shaking the universe. He even learned the second form of Thunderbolt Fist? Honging exclaimed, What he just used was the second form of Thunderbolt Fist. Li Yuechan replied, That's right. Li Yuechan thought, I took 2.5 days to learn the first form of Thunderbolt Fist, and my master said I was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. After all, an ordinary person would need at least a month to learn the first form. Chu Chen learned the first 2 forms in just 3 days. What does that make him? Then she sighed slightly. Indeed, when Chu Chen killed Ning Ruffun with the cultivation of the 7th level of the Gathering Element Realm, he was already the most monstrous genius I had ever seen. If he learned the first 2 forms of Thunderbolt Fist in 3 days, it seems normal. Qiao Mingyu was greatly astonished. Ocean-breaking fist was his most powerful fist technique, yet it could not suppress Chu Chen. How could Chu Chen's strength be so formidable? Remembering that he had just said he would seriously injure Chu Chen within 3 punches, his face felt hot. Oomph. Qiao Mingyu snorted coldly, his palm clenched. And suddenly, a shining long sword appeared in his palm. A yellow-grade 8th rank treasure sword, the Biyun sword. Kid, your strength is beyond my expectations. But fist techniques are not my forte. I am best at sword techniques. Once I unleash my sword techniques, you will have no chance to turn the tide. A mighty sword intent erupted from Qiao Mingyu's body, heavy as the sea. It was the peak level of 4 segments of sword intent. Chu Chen's body also erupted with peak level 4 segments of sword intent. He drew out the Zippo sword, and a chilling sword might emanated from it. Its momentum not at all inferior to that of the Biyun sword. After a period of sword washing, Zippo sword had now also reached the yellow grade 8th rank. Sorry, sword techniques are also my specialty. Chu Chen smiled slightly. Then let's see who is more skilled. Qiao Mingyu snorted coldly and suddenly flew out. Chu Chen also rushed out with his sword. Clang, 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 clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle. And this time the fight was clearly more intense than the previous exchange of punches. After all, with sword techniques unleashed, both of their combat powers had increased by more than 1 level. The arena echoed with the sound of fierce sword fighting. Sharp sword energies shot out, tearing through the air. After dozens of clashes, Qiao Mingyu still could not suppress Chu Chen. Qiao Mingyu suddenly retreated more than 10 steps, holding his sword with both hands, and struck down heavily at Chu Chen with a sword. Golden Hound howls at the moon. Roar, a loud beast roar reverberated through the void, and a sword light was cleaved out by Qiao Mingyu, which transformed into the shape of a golden hound in midair. The Golden Hound, a powerful mythical beast, was born in ancient times and once dominated an era in the Middle Ages. Countless martial arts have emerged from the Golden Hound. Fist technique, palm technique, sword technique, and finger techniques all have their origins. The Golden Hound sword technique is one of them. Chu Chen knew that this should be the first rank mysterious grade sword technique, Golden Hound sword technique, that Qiao Mingyu had mastered, as Hong Ying had mentioned before. Heaven's kill! Chu Chen unleashed the Blood Prison 9 swords, and a sword cleaved out. A blood-colored sword light shot forth. Puffed. The sword light pierced through the Golden Hound, and in the next moment, the sword light also dissipated. Golden Hound swallows the sun. Qiao Mingyu struck again. A Golden Hound surrounded by divine light lunged at Chu Chen to bite him. Heaven's wound. Chu Chen unleashed the Blood Prison 9 swords once more, and the blood-colored sword light shattered the Golden Hound. Golden Hound descends. Qiao Mingyu unleashed the 3rd form of the Golden Hound sword technique, And this time the golden hound he conjured reached a height of 10 feet. Its size doubled compared to before. Heaven's absolute. Chu Chen executed the 12th sword of the blood prison 9 swords. Heaven's absolute, still evenly matched with Qiu Mingyu. Damn it! Qiu Mingyu's brows furrowed into a shape. At this moment, Chu Chen in front suddenly disappeared. Qiu Mingyu's face tightened, his expression cautious to the extreme. Where did this kid go? Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures suddenly appeared ahead. Both identical to Chu Chen, both holding Zippo swords. Shadow Clone Technique. This is the famous movement technique, Shadow Clone Technique, from the Scripture Pavilion. Chu Chen left the Scripture Pavilion just 3 days ago and has already perfected the first form of Shadow Clone Technique. The characteristics of Shadow Clone Technique are much more obvious than Thunderbolt Fist, and the crowd immediately recognized it. Although Shadow Clone Technique is a first-rank, mysterious-grade movement technique, its cultivation difficulty is comparable to that of a second-rank, mysterious-grade technique. No one expected that Chu Chen had only left the Scripture Pavilion for 3 days and had already successfully cultivated the first form of Shadow Clone Technique. Hong Ying and Li Yuechan were utterly astonished. I originally thought that in these 3 days, Chu Chen had only mastered the first 2 moves of the Thunderbolt Fist. But unexpectedly, he had also successfully cultivated the first move of the Shadow Clone Technique. How did he allocate his training time? How much time did he spend on the first 2 moves of the Thunderbolt Fist? Among the images created by the Shadow Clone Technique, only one is the real body, while the others are false bodies. Both the real body and the false bodies can perform the same actions. The greatest effect of the Shadow Clone Technique lies in confusing the opponent. If the opponent chooses a false body, they will be doomed. Qiu Mingyu chose the left Chu Chen, and unfortunately, that was a false body of Chu Chen. Qiu Mingyu slashed out with his sword, shattering Chu Chen's false body into countless light points. Sorry, wrong choice. A cold laugh echoed, and a sword light rushed towards Qiu Mingyu from the right side. Qiu Mingyu couldn't dodge in time and received a deep 1-inch wound on his right shoulder, bleeding profusely. The wound had cut into the bone of Qiu Mingyu's right shoulder, causing him immense pain. He immediately distanced himself from Chu Chen, not daring to approach him. Damn brat, I will make you pay for this. Qiu Mingyu roared, channeling all his energy into the Baiyin sword, and then slashed out. Golden Hound dominates. Golden Hound dominates is the final move of the Golden Hound sword technique. The reason Qiu Mingyu had agreed to fight Chu Chen 3 days later was to cultivate this move. A massive Golden Hound materialized in the sky, shining brilliantly, vividly alive, with an aura even stronger than the 3 Golden Hounds he had released earlier. It emitted a terrifying roar that shook the eardrums and charged towards Chu Chen. Heaven's destruction. Chu Chen's real body appeared, and he slashed down with his sword. If it had been the previous Qiu Mingyu, perhaps he could have contended with Chu Chen's 13th sword of Blood Hell 9 swords by using Golden Hound dominates. But now, with his right shoulder injured and his strength diminished, how could he fully block Chu Chen? Bang! A loud boom echoed as the Golden Hound was once again pierced by Chu Chen's attack. Qiu Mingyu was sent flying back over 10 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Chu Chen disappeared again. The next moment, 4 images of Chu Chen appeared in the sky, all charging towards Qiu Mingyu. My God! The second move of the Shadow Clone Technique. Chu Chen had actually succeeded in cultivating the second move of the Shadow Clone Technique. What a terrifying speed of cultivation! The first move of the Shadow Clone Technique can create 2 images, while the second move can create 4 images. No one expected that Chu Chen had even mastered the second move of the Shadow Clone Technique. Hong Ying and Li Yuechan looked at this scene, completely at a loss for words. Qiu Mingyu's face turned pale as he executed a large area attack, shattering 2 of Chu Chen's images, but those were both false bodies. Chu Chen's real body struck with a sword directly at Qiu Mingyu's chest. Qiu Mingyu was sent flying dozens of meters back, smashing the arena and cracking it with countless fissures, a grotesque sword wound appearing on his chest, causing his breastbone to collapse completely. There was no doubt. He had been severely injured. Chu Chen descended from the sky, standing beside Qiu Mingyu, the purple soul sword pointed diagonally at him, his expression indifferent. You lost. Chapter 45. How to Save Blood Shadow. All the students in the square watched this scene, their hearts filled with shock. Who would have thought before this that Chu Chen could achieve victory? Yet reality had slapped them hard in the face. Not only had Chu Chen won, but he had also demonstrated terrifying talent. His monstrous comprehension of martial arts was breathtaking. Hand over the Xian Yu Bao Shun and the purple blood spirit grass. Chu Chen said flatly, "You." Xiao Mingyu, having lost too much blood, was looking very pale. However, aside from his paleness, his expression was also very grim. Losing to Chu Chen was even more painful than being killed. The battle was proposed by you, and the stakes were agreed upon by you. What? Do you want to back out? Chu Chen's tone was cold. Xiao Mingyu, are you still a man? Didn't you say this was a duel between men? Hong Ying jeered from below, seeming happier than anyone else that Chu Chen had won. Oof, take it. Xiao Mingyu waved his hand, and two spirit herbs flew out from his space ring, which were indeed the Xian Yu Bao Shun and the purple blood spirit grass. Remember, I won't let this go so easily. Wait until you can catch up to me, Chu Chen replied as he took the two spirit herbs. With the Devouring Emperor Scripture and the heavenly Dao Qilan Bone, in terms of cultivation, he would only catch up to others, and no one would catch up to him. At this moment, he could defeat Xiao Mingyu, and afterward, the gap between him and Xiao Mingyu would only grow larger. Xiao Mingyu snorted again, spat out some harsh words, and then left in a very disheveled state with the help of several lackeys. Having suffered serious injuries, he needed to recuperate well and could not engage in combat for a while. Chu Chen glanced at the other students, who, upon meeting his gaze, quickly avoided him. Soon, the students gradually dispersed. It was easy to imagine that as they left, news of today's battle would spread rapidly, and Chu Chen would become popular again for a while. Chu Chen walked over to Hong Ying and Li Yuechan, smiling. "Sister Hong Ying, I didn't let you down, did I?" Hong Ying extended her jade hand and patted Chu Chen's shoulder, smiling. "You didn't let me down. Good. Your performance deserves to pursue Sister Yuechan." Li Yuechan chided, "Hong Ying, what are you saying?" Hong Ying stuck out her pink tongue at Li Yuechan. Chu Chen knew that that incident had become a barrier between him and Li Yuechan, and she was still troubled by it. After chatting with Hong Ying for a few more moments, Chu Chen left. After Chu Chen departed, Hong Ying said to Li Yuechan, "Sister Yuechan, looking at the entire Qinghe Dao Academy, it should only be Chu Chen who is worthy of you. I'm not talking about his strength, but about his talent. His talent is absolutely top-notch in Qinghe Dao Academy." Li Yuechan replied, "Don't talk nonsense. I've never had feelings for him." Hong Ying looked at Li Yuechan with a strange expression, puzzled. Li Yuechan asked, "What are you puzzled about?" Hong Ying said, "I always feel that your attitude towards Chu Chen is a bit strange. In the past, even if you weren't interested in your pursuers, your attitude was never like this." Li Yuechan furrowed her brows slightly. Hong Ying suddenly said, "Sister Yuechan, just tell me how you met Chu Chen. I feel that the story of how you two met must be very interesting. Your attitude towards Chu Chen might have something to do with your encounter." Li Yuechan's ears flushed red, and this quirky girl had indeed guessed some key points with her wild speculations. "I'm too lazy to talk to you." Li Yuechan turned and left. Her ears turned red. Catching that Li Yuechan's ears were red, Hong Ying was greatly surprised and hurriedly chased after her. "Sister, just tell me. Just tell me." After returning to his courtyard, Chu Chen told Shen Yuqing about the outcome of today's battle. Shen Yuqing was very pleased upon hearing it and quickly prepared a delicious meal for Chu Chen to celebrate. After Chu Chen entered the room, he took out the Xian Yu Bao Shun and the purple blood spirit grass. Both were first-grade, top-grade spirit herbs, possessing immense energy. Chu Chen activated the Devouring Emperor Scripture and quickly devoured them. After an hour, he refined the two spirit herbs completely, breaking through to the second level of the condensed Dan realm, and his sword intent reached the 5th stage. His overall strength received a doubling boost. After having lunch, Chu Chen bid farewell to Shen Yuqing and headed for the Thunder Domain. The subsequent training of the Thunderbolt Fist and the Shadow Clone technique still required entering the Thunder Domain. On the way to the Thunder Domain, he passed through the Blood Sky Forest. "Keek, keek, keek. Kid, you finally came. Come save me. Come save me." Chu Chen once again heard Blood Shadow's strange cries. "How do I save you?" Chu Chen didn't want to enter the Blood Sky Forest again, but out of curiosity about the situation, he decided to go in and take a look. Because the Blood Forest is known as a forbidden area, no students dare to step foot in it on ordinary days. Moreover, due to the vast size of the Blood Forest, it is relatively difficult to seal off completely, so it has not been fully enclosed. From some concealed places, Chu Chen directly entered the Blood Forest. Following that sound, Chu Chen arrived deep within the Blood Forest and saw the Blood Shadow trapped in the sword array. The sword array released boundless sword power, sealing the Blood Shadow firmly inside. "Kid, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The Blood Shadow was very excited to see Chu Chen. Chu Chen got straight to the point and asked, "How can I save you?" The Blood Shadow said, "That pendant around your neck can save me." Chu Chen touched the pendant of the 9 layers of suppressing prison tower. "It can save you?" The Blood Shadow nodded. "That's right. Last time I attacked you, didn't that pendant help you counterattack me? The power released by that pendant left a trace on this sword array. After you left, I observed that trace carefully and found that it actually diminished some of the sword power of this array. If you summon that pendant again, I could definitely break free." Chu Chen asked, "So you mean to use this pendant to attack this sword array?" The Blood Shadow replied, "To put it simply, that's the idea." Chu Chen was very surprised. The 9 layers of suppressing prison tower could actually wear down this sword array. Chu Chen then asked, "Why should I save you?" The Blood Shadow said, "There are many reasons for you to save me. On one hand, I am handsome and charming. If you save me, it will leave the most splendid scenery in this world, contributing to it." Chu Chen looked at the Blood Shadow's ghostly appearance and was slightly taken aback. This Blood Shadow had an unusually thick skin. The Blood Shadow continued, "On the other hand, I am exceptionally talented, possessing extraordinary grace. During my prime, even the top experts of the Tianyan dynasty would lower their heads and walk around me when they saw me. If you save me, I will grant you endless opportunities and wealth, allowing you to transform from a mudfish into a soaring dragon." Chu Chen said, "But you are a bad person." The Blood Shadow was momentarily speechless and dissatisfied. "Who told you I am a bad person?" Chu Chen replied, "If you weren't a bad person, why would you be locked up here by the Qinghe Dao Academy?" The Blood Shadow cursed. "That's because I was betrayed. Damn it. That group of old guys from the Qinghe Dao Academy has trapped me here for 7 years. Once I get out, I will definitely kill them all." Chu Chen stared at the Blood Shadow. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. The Blood Shadow immediately changed his tone and said with a laugh, "Just kidding. I'm always kind-hearted, usually only eating vegetarian food. I feel sick at the sight of meat and never kill. After you save me, I will repay you and leave. And those old predecessors of your Qinghe Dao Academy will definitely live long and healthy. You can play by yourself." Chu Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. "Hey, little brother, don't go. Come back. Come back." The Blood Shadow shouted frantically while flying around in the sword array. His body collided with the sword array, and the array immediately released powerful sword power, making a cracking sound and repelling him, causing him to grimace in pain. But Chu Chen still did not return. "Damn it, you heartless little thing. You see someone in trouble and don't help. You see someone in trouble and don't help, right? You're not coming back, huh? Damn it. Once I get out, I will kill you first." The Blood Shadow cursed. After a few breaths, surprisingly, Chu Chen returned. The Blood Shadow's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tone, saying emotionally, "Little brother, I knew you wouldn't see someone in trouble and not help. I could tell you were a good person at first sight. I really didn't misjudge you." Chu Chen approached the sword array with the pendant, slowly getting closer. When he was about a meter away from the sword array, Chu Chen noticed that a trace of the sword power on the array had indeed diminished. Chu Chen quickly retracted the pendant, and that diminished trace of sword power quickly restored. Chu Chen turned to leave. The Blood Shadow was confused. "Hey, little brother, I just came to test if this pendant can really dissolve this sword array. You continue." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he completely disappeared into the depths of the forest and did not return. The Blood Shadow was stunned for a long time before finally cursing, "Damn it." Chapter 46. People from the Burning Heaven Palace. Chu Chen entered the Thunder Domain and found a suitable location to practice the Thunder Fist and Shadow Clone technique. Whether it was a technique or martial arts, the moves behind them were often the hardest to master, requiring a lot of time, and many martial artists would even get stuck at a certain level, unable to break through for years. But these were not problems for Chu Chen. 6 days later, he successfully practiced the last 2 moves of the Thunder Fist. After another 7 days, he also successfully practiced the last 2 moves of the Shadow Clone technique. Both martial arts reached perfection. During this time, the news of Chu Chen's battle with Xiao Mingyu spread and caused a sensation in the Qinghe Dao Academy, but Chu Chen, who was in the Thunder Domain, was unaware. After mastering the Thunder Fist and Shadow Clone technique, he returned to the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard. During his time in the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard, Hong Ying came to find him. It turned out that Hong Ying had completed a task for the Qinghe Dao Academy and received a reward to select a mysterious martial art from the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion. She had been keeping this reward unused. After seeing Chu Chen's battle with Xiao Mingyu and displaying the Shadow Clone technique, she felt it was very cool. So she went to the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion to select the Shadow Clone technique. After obtaining the Shadow Clone technique, she studied it herself, but now, more than 10 days had passed, and she still had no clue, not even mastering the first move, so she came to find Chu Chen for advice. Naturally, Chu Chen did not refuse Hong Ying and patiently shared his insights with her. With Chu Chen's guidance, Hong Ying made rapid progress. After 7 days, she learned the first move of the Shadow Clone technique, capable of creating 2 Shadow Clones, and she was immensely grateful to Chu Chen. During the training period, Hong Ying also brought Li Yuechan to the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard several times. This was because Hong Ying and Li Yuechan had a very good relationship. Sometimes when Hong Ying practiced, she hoped Li Yuechan would accompany her. Unable to refuse Hong Ying, Li Yuechan had come to the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard a few times. But she did not communicate much with Chu Chen. Hong Ying became increasingly curious about the relationship between Chu Chen and Li Yuechan. Given Li Yuechan's gentle personality, even if she didn't like Chu Chen, after spending so much time with him, they should have become friends. Why did it feel like Li Yuechan was deliberately avoiding Chu Chen and not speaking much to him? One day, when Li Yuechan was not around, Hong Ying asked Chu Chen, I want to ask you a question, and you must tell me honestly. Senior sister Hong Ying, I've already told you the essence of the Shadow Clone technique. What else is there that I haven't honestly told you? How did you meet senior sister Yuechan? We met during our trials. I know you met during trials. I want to know more details. Do you really want to know? I really want to know. We met on a sunny morning by a river in the Black Moon Mountains. And then? Isn't that detailed enough? Not detailed enough. We met by a river on a sunny morning in the Black Moon Mountains. You're trying to fool me. I'm not trying to fool you. You two never explain clearly. There must be a problem. What problem could there be? How would I know what problem there could be? Anyway, you two definitely have a problem. A big problem. Chu Chen did not reveal the truth to Hong Ying, and she was helpless. That day, outside the mountain gate of the Qinghe Dao Academy, a team arrived. There were a total of 30 people, each riding a magnificent beast. The beast was entirely crimson, as if it was draped in a layer of brilliant flames. Is this the Qinghe Dao Academy? As one of the 3 academies in the southern region of the Tianyin dynasty, this is actually my first time here. In the middle, on a magnificent beast, sat a boy about 18 years old. The young man had sharp eyes and a faint smile on his lips. Dressed in a flowing red robe that opened on both sides, he exuded an air of wildness and freedom. This was Li Yuechan, the one whom the young master had been longing for, currently within the Qinghe Dao Academy. Beside him sat a middle-aged man in gray, around 40 years old. Atop a majestic beast, the gray-clad middle-aged man smiled at the young master. Uncle Wei, do you think I can win over Yuechan this time? The young man asked the gray-clad middle-aged man. The gray-clad man replied, in the southern region, is there anything the young master desires that he cannot obtain? Moreover, this time we have grasped the lifeline of the Qinghe Dao Academy. If they wish to continue developing steadily, they must listen to us. Young master, you will definitely be able to win over Li Yuechan. Haha, with Uncle Wei's words, I am at ease. Let's go. Suddenly, a voice called out, who goes there? Stop immediately. The students guarding the mountain gate of the Qinghe Dao Academy quickly intervened. The young man waved his long whip, his voice deep and resonant. We are here to visit the Burning Heaven Palace. Burning Heaven Palace? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the students changed. This group had arrived at the Qinghe Dao Academy, drawing the attention of countless people. Burning Heaven Palace? is that one of the three palaces of the Tianyin dynasty in the southern region? The Tianyin dynasty's southern region has three sects, three palaces, and three academies, collectively known as the Nine Great Powers. Among the three palaces, the Burning Heaven Palace had the worst relationship with our Qinghe Dao Academy, often clashing over resources and territory. What is the Burning Heaven Palace doing here? The leaders seem to be Feng Yifeng and Wei Xiantong. Feng Yifeng is the youngest son of the palace master of the Burning Heaven Palace, and Wei Xiantong is one of the most powerful elders. They are big shots. The students of the Qinghe Dao Academy closely monitored the movements of the Burning Heaven Palace's group. In the Great Hall of Qinghe, the discussion hall of the Qinghe Dao Academy, which could also be considered the center of power, the Academy's president Yin Nanshan, along with many elders, were present. Looking at the group in the hall, their expressions were somewhat unfriendly. Junior Feng Yifeng, greetings to President Yin, the young Feng Yifeng said with a smile, slightly cupping his hands. Elder Wei Xiantong, greetings to President Yin, the gray-clad middle-aged man also paid his respects. No need for formalities. President Yin Nanshan waved his hand lightly at the two and then instructed someone to serve tea to them. Although the Qinghe Dao Academy and the Burning Heaven Palace had many conflicts, the necessary courtesies still had to be observed. Young Master Feng, Elder Wei, may I ask why you have traveled over mountains and rivers to come here? After the two finished their tea, Yin Nanshan asked. Wei Xiantong replied to Yin Nanshan. My young master Yifeng just turned 18 last month, has reached the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, and has perfected the Burning Heaven technique. What does President Yin think of young Master Yifeng's talent? A top-tier disposition. In fact, at Feng Yifeng's age, possessing such cultivation and mastery of such techniques could already be called top-notch talent. However, given the conflicts between the Burning Heaven Palace and the Qinghe Dao Academy, Yin Nanshan could not possibly praise Feng Yifeng, thereby boosting the Burning Heaven Palace's morale. Chapter 47. The Strange Sounds Echoing Through Qinghe Dao Academy. Wei Xiantong and Feng Yifeng both smiled slightly. Feng Yifeng said, to receive such praise from President Yin is truly an honor for me. Yin Nanshan said, young Master Feng. Elder Wei, if you have something to say, please speak directly. Wei Xiantong continued, President Yin, we have heard that there's a student named Li Yuechan in the Sword Dao Department of the North Courtyard of the Qinghe Dao Academy. She not only possesses extraordinary beauty, but also unparalleled talent, making her a rare genius. Upon mentioning Li Yuechan, the faces of many elders in the Qinghe Dao Academy showed expressions of appreciation. That girl Yuechan truly is a remarkable talent. Wei Xiantong smiled and said, young Master Yifeng is handsome and extraordinarily gifted, and Miss Yuechan is also stunningly beautiful with top-notch qualifications. If young Master Yifeng and Miss Yuechan were to be together, it would surely become a beautiful tale in the future. President Yin, I have brought young Master Yifeng here to propose marriage, hoping that the Qinghe Dao Academy can betroth Miss Yuechan to young Master Yifeng. The expressions of the elders in the Qinghe Dao Academy slightly changed. Feng Yifeng came to propose to Yuechan. A toad wanted to eat swan meat. Indeed, although Feng Yifeng's background, qualifications, and appearance were not lacking, in the eyes of the elders of the Qinghe Dao Academy, Li Yuechan was clearly far more precious. Moreover, given the long-standing conflict between the Qinghe Dao Academy and the Burning Heaven Palace, they viewed Feng Yifeng as a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Yin Nanshan said, if you have come for this matter, then please leave. Yuechan is focused on her cultivation and has no interest in matters of love. She will not agree. Wei Xiantong said, President Yin, if Miss Yuechan were to marry our young Master Yifeng, it would only be beneficial for the Qinghe Dao Academy, not detrimental. Their union would signify an alliance between our two great powers. In the vast southern region, we would have greater influence and be able to secure more resources. Yin Nanshan waved his hand and said, Elder Wei, there is no need to discuss this further. Our two great powers cannot form an alliance. President Yin, please do not be hasty in rejecting. I believe the Qinghe Dao Academy currently needs an ally, Wei Xiantong said meaningfully. After all, the current situation of the Qinghe Dao Academy is not very good. An elder of the Qinghe Dao Academy, with anger on his face, said, Our Qinghe Dao Academy's Sword Dao Blade Dao, and Martial Dao departments are all thriving, with countless talented students and strong individuals. How is the situation not good? Wei Xiantong, we have clearly rejected you. Please leave quickly. If we have to escort you out, it may not be a pleasant scene. Wei Xiantong shook his head with a faint smile, saying, surface prosperity cannot conceal the hidden crisis. Yin Nanshan asked, what do you mean? Wei Xiantong smiled and said, I have heard that the Tianxue Forest is a forbidden area of the Qinghe Dao Academy. The academy has forbidden students from entering under the pretext of danger, but has never told them what exactly is inside. Many do not know what secrets lie within the Tianxue Forest, but we in the Burning Heaven Palace happen to know a bit about it. There is a presence that has been suppressed by the Qinghe Dao Academy within the Tianxue Forest by a powerful sword formation. Upon hearing this, all the elders of the Qinghe Dao Academy, including Yin Nanshan, had their expressions drastically change. Wei Xiantong continued, that presence is not ordinary and far surpasses what the Qinghe Dao Academy can compare to. It shouldn't have been captured by the Qinghe Dao Academy, but somehow, 7 years ago, it was captured. I do not know what you at the Qinghe Dao Academy were thinking at that time. Perhaps you even had regrets. But now that things have developed to this point, you have no way out and can only continue to suppress it. If, and I emphasize if, the news of that presence being suppressed by the Qinghe Dao Academy were to spread and reach its faction, what do you think would happen? Would the Qinghe Dao Academy be erased from the southern region overnight? Or would it turn to dust in an instant? The expressions of the elders of the Qinghe Dao Academy were all extremely grim. How could he know the secret of the Tianxue Forest? Yin Nanshan remained relatively calm and replied, this president does not know what you are talking about. Just as Wei Xiantong was about to speak, suddenly, a series of eerie laughter echoed from somewhere within the Qinghe Dao Academy. Ha ha ha. This laughter was incredibly sinister, carrying an evil meaning. Resembling a beast roar or a ghost wail. It pierced the eardrums and made one's scalp tingle. This time, the sound was no longer the sole sound that only one person could hear, but an unrestrained, long howl that the entire Qinghe Dao Academy could hear. What is happening? What is this sound? Why is it so unpleasant? It sounds like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. It seems to be coming from the Tianxue Forest. The Tianxue Forest is a forbidden area of our Qinghe Dao Academy. The elders have repeatedly warned that it is filled with dangerous creatures. Could this sound be emitted by that dangerous creature? What exactly is that dangerous creature? What secrets lie within the Tianxue Forest? The students were shocked when they heard the sound, and they immediately turned their gazes towards the Blood Sky Forest, filled with confusion. In the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard, Chu Chen was teaching Hong Ying the shadow clone technique. Hong Ying executed the first form of the shadow clone technique, creating 2 figures that flew into the sky. However, as soon as they ascended, a series of eerie laughter echoed, startling Hong Ying and causing her to lose her focus. Her clones dissipated, and her real body stumbled, falling from the sky. But fortunately, Chu Chen caught her just in time. Otherwise, she would have fallen directly to the ground. My goodness, what is that sound? It's so unpleasant, Hong Ying exclaimed, covering her ears. It sounds almost inhuman. Li Yuechan also heard the sound, filled with confusion. Chu Chen frowned, wondering what was causing the blood shadow to act up. After a moment of discernment, Hong Ying said, that strange sound seems to be coming from the Blood Sky Forest. The Blood Sky Forest is known as a forbidden area. How could there be living creatures making such unpleasant noises? She looked at Chu Chen and asked Chu Chen, you went to the Blood Sky Forest to absorb the innate spiritual liquid. Did you hear that strange sound at that time? Do you know what it is? Chu Chen shook his head slightly, saying, I don't know. Li Yuechan stared at Chu Chen in confusion. When the strange sound appeared, she happened to be looking at him. She noticed that Chu Chen's reaction was a frown. A normal person would usually respond with confusion upon hearing such a sound. Why was Chu Chen frowning? Hong Ying said, I once heard some legends that there are terrifying monsters deep within the Blood Sky Forest. I don't know if it's true or not. If it is, that would be so frightening. I will have to avoid going to the Blood Sky Forest next time. In the Qinghe Great Hall, Wei Xiantong and Fun Yifeng listened to the sound and couldn't help but smile slightly. Wei Xiantong looked at Yin Nanshan, wondering if the dean would still deny it now. The reason Wei Xiantong knew about the blood shadow was that the Burning Heaven Temple had sent spies to infiltrate the Qinghe Dao Academy and learned about the anomalies in the Blood Sky Forest. Additionally, they had investigated some matters from 7 years ago, so they connected many dots and uncovered the secret of the Blood Shadow. The expressions of all the high-ranking officials of the Qinghe Dao Academy changed. The Blood Shadow had definitely heard their conversation and suddenly erupted with these sounds. The reason for its outburst was simple: to discuss the Qinghe Dao Academy. Wei Xiantong said, "If you marry Miss Yuechan to young Master Yifeng, the Burning Heaven Temple will keep this secret for the Qinghe Dao Academy." Boom! Just as Wei Xiantong finished speaking, the door of the Qinghe Great Hall was suddenly pushed open with great force. A figure shot in like a meteor. It was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, dignified and noble in appearance. This person was Li Yuechan's master, the elder Mu Fian of the Northern Academy. Although Mu Fian looked to be in her 30s, her actual age had reached 45. She held a sword in her hand, exuding a chilling aura, as if freezing the air. "You little people of the Burning Heaven Temple dare to covet my disciple. Do you even deserve it?" Mu Fian was furious. In the moment she entered the hall, her long sword slashed down. In an instant, an icy aura filled the hall. Countless strands of sword intent quickly condensed into a massive sword. This sword was 2 zhang long. Upon closer inspection, all the sword intent was sealed within the blade. This sword seemed like a small space. The space was sharp. This sword also radiated an aura capable of cutting through everything. Sword domain. Wei Xiantong narrowed his eyes. "Young master, be careful." He waved his hand to push Fan Yifeng 3 zhang away, then shook his arms. Boom! A vast amount of yuan power erupted from Wei Xiantong's body, gathering in front of him to form a massive golden disc. Boom! The sword struck the golden disc, and a tremendous roar erupted in the hall, with shockwaves raging. Yin Nanshan waved his hand to dissipate the shockwave, otherwise the hall will be damaged. The clash lasted for 3 breaths, and then the sword finally disappeared. Wei Xiantong waved his hand to disperse the golden disc and smiled faintly at Mu Fian. "Elder Mu, it seems your sword domain has made quite a bit of progress. In the realm of swordsmanship, after sword intent comes the sword domain. The sword domain can spread out, occupying a space, or condense into a sword of the sword domain. The sword Mu Fian just slashed out was a sword formed from the sword domain, extremely sharp and unmatched in power. Elder Mu." All the high-ranking officials of the Qinghe Dao Academy looked at Mu Fian. Mu Fian had a fiery temper and was extremely protective of Li Yuechan. If the Burning Heaven Temple wanted to target Li Yuechan, Mu Fian would never agree, no matter what. "Get out of the Qinghe Dao Academy immediately. My disciple will never marry Fan Yifeng." Mu Fian pointed her sword at Wei Xiantong and Fan Yifeng coldly. Wei Xiantong remained calm. "Do you have any other options? If the secret of that existence is exposed, who can protect you? Besides marrying Miss Yuechan to our young master, do you have any other solutions? There may be some things I haven't told you. Once our 2 forces ally, the Burning Heaven Temple will join you in suppressing that existence." He smiled again, "Of course. After the alliance, the Burning Heaven Temple, must be the leaders. The Burning Heaven Temple would not easily help the Qinghe Dao Academy resolve difficulties. Becoming the leader was their true goal. After all, once they became the leader, they would have absolute initiative in many matters. Moreover, it could be imagined that becoming the leader was just the first step in their oppression of the Qinghe Dao Academy. Afterward, they would repeatedly use the Blood Shadow to threaten the Qinghe Dao Academy for great benefits. Yin Nanshan's expression was very grim. He remained silent for a moment before saying solemnly, "Even if our Qinghe Dao Academy encounters difficulties, if the solution requires the disgraceful act of selling our talented young women, our Qinghe Dao Academy will never agree." Wei Xiantong sneered. "Dean, Yin has some backbone. However, don't speak so definitively. For such a significant matter, I think you may need to hold a meeting to consider it thoroughly. How about this? Dean Yin, you can discuss it among yourselves first. We can stay a few more days at the Qinghe Dao Academy. That's no problem, right?" Yin Nanshan did not refuse. He still needed these few days to think about how to resolve the issue and would need to coordinate with Wei Xiantong later. As for killing Wei Xiantong and Fan Yifeng, that was impossible. On one hand, killing these two would mean declaring war on the Burning Heaven Temple. On the other hand, the Burning Heaven Temple also knew the secret of the Blood Shadow. If these two were killed, the Burning Heaven Temple might, in anger, spread the secret, and the Qinghe Dao Academy would suffer a great loss. Seeing that Yin Nanshan did not refuse, Wei Xiantong smiled lightly and left with Fan Yifeng and others. After leaving the Qinghe Great Hall, Fan Yifeng said angrily, "That Mu Fian has such a fiery temper. If it weren't for Uncle Wei's timely intervention, I would have been injured." Wei Xiantong replied, "Mu Fian is just that hot-tempered. Her disciple, Li Yuechan, is completely the opposite. She is said to be a very gentle person. I'm sure young master will be satisfied." Upon hearing Li Yuechan's name, Fan Yifeng's face showed an expectant smile. "Uncle Wei, do you think they will agree?" Wei Xiantong said, "Do they have any other options? Between being destroyed and submitting to the Burning Heaven Temple, they can only choose the latter." Fan Yifeng said, "That's good. Uncle Wei, this is my first time in the Qinghe Dao Academy. I want to wander around. You can leave first." Wei Xiantong smiled. "Young master wants to go find Li Yuechan, right?" Fan Yifeng laughed. "She's about to become my woman. What's wrong with checking on my future wife?" Wei Xiantong laughed. "No problem. You few, take good care of the young master." "Yes." Leaving a few people by Fan Yifeng's side, Wei Xiantong took the others away. He also knew that the Qinghe Dao Academy wouldn't dare to touch them, so he wasn't worried about Fan Yifeng's safety. Qinghe Dao Academy, Sword Dao Department's Earth Grade area. Qiu Mingyu, who was resting, was startled awake by the strange cry of Blood Shadow, and then he received the news of Fan Yifeng and the others' arrival. "Fan Yifeng came for you, Chan?" Sitting up on his bed, after more than 20 days, his chest wound had healed about 70%, but he was still a bit weak temporarily and couldn't use a lot of Yuan power. "Absolutely true. Senior brother Qiu, I heard it from an elder." One of Qiu Mingyu's attendants said, "This Fan Yifeng is also your rival in love." "Rival in love?" Qiu Mingyu frowned slightly. This rival was no ordinary one. Ten of himself couldn't match up. After a moment of silence, Qiu Mingyu's gaze suddenly shifted, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Good. I have a way to take revenge on that dog, Chu Chen." Chapter 49. Fan Yifeng's Anger. After leaving the mountain where the Qinghe Grand Hall was located, the number of students gradually increased. Fan Yifeng was just about to find someone to ask where Li Yuechan lived when several students suddenly walked towards him. "Fan Xiao, Fan Xiao." The leading student was naturally Qiu Mingyu, who quickly approached Fan Yifeng with a big smile, calling out as he walked, "Who are you?" Looking at Qiu Mingyu, who had come before him, Fan Yifeng asked, "My name is Qiu Mingyu, a direct descendant of the Qiu family from Nanyan City. Though you may not know me, I know you, Fan Xiao." Qiu Mingyu was very proud in front of other students, but in front of Fan Yifeng, he was very humble. "Oh, so you're from the Qiu family of Nanyan City." The Qiu family of Nanyan City is a large family in the southern region, but compared to the 3 sects, 3 halls, and 3 academies, it falls short by a whole level. "Are you injured?" Fan Yifeng's gaze was sharp, instantly sensing Qiu Mingyu's physical weakness. "Just a small injury. No need for Fan Xiao to worry." Qiu Mingyu waved his hand and smiled. "I heard that Fan Xiao had graced us with his presence, so I specially rushed over. I wonder if there's anything I can assist you with, Fan Xiao." Fan Yifeng was quite satisfied with Qiu Mingyu's attitude and said with a faint smile, "But just in time. Do you know where Li Yuechan lives? Take me to find her." Fan Xiao wants to find Li Yuechan? Behind Fan Yifeng, several disciples of the Fengshan Hall proudly said, "Li Yuechan is going to become senior brother Fan's woman." Qiu Mingyu showed a shocked expression and said, "So that's it. Li Yuechan is famous in our Sword Dao department for her unparalleled beauty. Only a top genius like Fan Xiao can have her. I don't know where Li Yuechan lives. Fan Xiao, let's go." Soon, Qiu Mingyu brought Fan Yifeng to the Xuanzi number 8 courtyard, but the door of the courtyard was closed. Fan Yifeng released his divine sense and sensed that there was no one in the Xuanzi number 8 courtyard, frowning. "Not here? The door is closed. It seems she really isn't here." Qiu Mingyu furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Could be at that guy's place." Fan Yifeng heard this and asked, "Where?" Qiu Mingyu replied, "To be honest with Fan Xiao, Li Yuechan is revered as a goddess by all the students in our Sword Dao department, and she has countless admirers. However, Li Yuechan is aloof and pure, never responding to any admirer except for that one person. That person is named Chu Chen. He is a newly admitted student from the North Courtyard of the Sword Dao Department. Their relationship seems quite unusual. In the Qinghe Dao Academy, whenever he encountered difficulties, Li Yuechan has helped him multiple times, and there are even rumors that Li Yuechan has already fallen for him. Of course, whether this rumor is true or not has yet to be confirmed, but it is absolutely certain that Li Yuechan treats him differently than all the male students in the Qinghe Dao Academy. I've heard that in recent days, Li Yuechan has been going to Chu Chen's place with her junior sister to seek his guidance on cultivation issues. Perhaps Li Yuechan is there now. In recent days, Xiao Mingyu had sent people to observe the Xuanzi number 8 courtyard and knew that Li Yuechan and Hong Ying often practiced at Chu Chen's place. Chu Chen. Fun Yifeng's anger surged. He was a person with a strong desire for control. Ever since he first saw Li Yuechan years ago, he had been deeply infatuated with her. Now that he had grasped the handle on the Qinghe Dao Academy, he had directly regarded Li Yuechan as his woman, his possession. How could he not be furious now that his possession was close with someone else? Yuechan even brought her junior sister to seek his guidance on cultivation. That kid must be the strongest male student from your Sword Dao Department's North Courtyard. Fun Yifeng said. The strongest is far from accurate. He just recently entered the Dan condensation realm. However, his talent is undeniable. At just 16 and a half years old, his Sword Dao level is already not weaker than mine, and he entered the South Courtyard with the top score in the South Courtyard assessment. Fen Xiao can imagine how high his talent is. Let's put it this way. Many elders from the North Courtyard praise his talent. Looking at the 9 major forces in the southern region, he is definitely a prodigy. When he grows up, the 9 major forces in the southern region won't have any talents that can compete with him. In order to provoke Fun Yifeng's competitive spirit, Xiao Mingyu spoke highly of Chu Chen. No talent from the 9 major forces in the southern region can compete with him? Simply unaware of the heavens and the earth. Indeed, after hearing Xiao Mingyu's words, Fun Yifeng's anger suddenly flared up tenfold. Where does he live? Just next door, Xuanzi No. 9 Courtyard. This room was chosen by Li Yuechan for him. He is Li Yuechan's neighbor. Xiao Mingyu added fuel to the fire. Boom! Xiao Mingyu could even hear the sound of Fun Yifeng's anger exploding in his heart. Fun Yifeng said in a deep voice, "Take me there. Xuanzi número 9 Courtyard." Chu Chen was still teaching Hong Ying how to cultivate. Li Yuechan stood beside him, like a pure and holy ice mountain snow lotus. Bang! The door of the small courtyard was suddenly pushed open violently, and Fun Yifeng and his group rushed in. Chu Chen frowned, turned to look, and showed a puzzled expression. He did not recognize the leading man. Then his brow tightened slightly as he sensed that this man's aura was very strong, even not weaker than Li Yuechan's. In the sky, Hong Ying, who had already split into 2 figures, was disturbed by this loud noise and almost fell again. She hurriedly dispersed her shadow transformation technique and complained, "Who is it pushing the doors so hard? Don't you know how to be polite?" Li Yuechan also looked towards the door. Yuechan. Fun Yifeng saw Li Yuechan and suddenly felt delighted. The previous anger briefly vanished, leaving only excitement and awe in his eyes. Over the years, he had seen Li Yuechan's portrait countless times, but only by meeting her in person could he sense her beauty. Unblemished by the mundane, gentle and serene, yet breathtaking, as if a fairy had walked out a painting. Li Yuechan looked at Fun Yifeng, her phoenix eyes slightly raised. Fun Yifeng? Hong Ying exclaimed. Fun Yifeng, the son of the master of the Fenchin Hall? Li Yuechan nodded. Exactly. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's heart stirred slightly. Fun Yifeng was the son of the master of the Fenchin Hall and also a well-known genius in the southern region. He had certainly heard of his name. However, what was Fun Yifeng doing here? He glanced at the sneering Xiao Mingyu behind Fun Yifeng. Clearly, this had something to do with Xiao Mingyu. Yuechan, do you know? I have missed you so much in these 3 years. Fun Yifeng couldn't help but take a few steps forward, wanting to embrace Li Yuechan right now. His encounter with Li Yuechan stemmed from a trial several years ago. At that time, he was still young and was brought by an elder to a treasure land. Coincidentally, Li Yuechan was there too. During that trial, he only caught a few glimpses of Li Yuechan before she left. However, from that moment, he had imprinted Li Yuechan's dreamlike fairy image in his heart and fell in love at first sight. Now, Li Yuechan was even more beautiful than when they first met. Her temperament even more ethereal. Li Yuechan coldly said, "Fan Yifeng, please mind your words." Fan Yifeng replied, "What's wrong with that? Yuechan, you are about to become my woman." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying felt a wave of disgust. Many people like Li Yuechan, but it's the first time she's met someone as arrogant as Fan Yifeng. Chapter 50, Seven-Leaf Flow Orchid. Li Yuechan frowned slightly. Fan Yifeng's words made her very uncomfortable. "Fan Yifeng, if you came here to say these things, please leave." "Leave here?" Fan Yifeng's anger surged at her words. Li Yuechan was almost becoming his woman, yet it seemed she still did not accept him. Was this for that kid? Fan Yifeng fixed his gaze on Chu Chen. There were no other male students in the courtyard when they arrived. Who else could this person be but Chu Chen? Red Cherry and Li Yuechan both looked towards Qiu Mingyu. It must be Qiu Mingyu's doing. Chu Chen looked calmly at Fan Yifeng and asked, "What is it, young Master Fan?" Fan Yifeng, filled with rage, said, "You a mere second level of the condensation realm. What right do you have to lay a hand on Yuechan?" Chu Chen smiled. "I have no merits or abilities, but you do. Calling you young Master Fan is just out of courtesy. Don't make a fuss in my house." Although Fan Yifeng had a noble identity, Chu Chen remained neither servile nor overbearing in front of him. So what if he was the son of the Lord of the Fun Heavenly Hall? This was the Qinghe Dao Academy, and more importantly, it was Chu Chen's residence. If he wanted to cause trouble here, he wouldn't tolerate it. "You're looking for death." Fan Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Let us fight. Let us fight." Qiu Mingyu was overjoyed. He knew Chu Chen's character well. He appeared easygoing but had a proud backbone. Against Fan Yifeng, it would definitely be a clash, and there was no way they wouldn't come to blows. His only hope now was that both sides would fight. He was quite confident. If Fan Yifeng left without teaching Chu Chen a lesson, he would be unworthy of being the son of the Lord of the Fun Heavenly Hall. Red Cherry said, "Fan Yifeng, hurry up and leave. I still need to cultivate." Fan Yifeng replied, "Who are you?" Red Cherry said, "I am the granddaughter of the head of the Hong family in Hongyue City." Fan Yifeng shouted, "The Hong family of Hongyue City, a trashy power. You." Red Cherry was furious. Although the Hong family wasn't on the level of the 3 sects, 3 halls, or 3 academies, it had developed for hundreds of years in the southern region and was on the same level as the Qiu family. Seeing her best friend insulted, Li Yuechan frowned slightly and coldly said, "Fan Yifeng, please leave here." "Yuechan." Once again driven away by Li Yuechan, Fan Yifeng could no longer suppress his anger. His body trembled, and a circle of fiery red energy erupted from him, like magma. With an open palm, the space twisted as he struck down heavily towards Chu Chen. Boom! A massive crimson palm print suppressed Chu Chen, the fiery energy rolling and the temperature in the small courtyard rising rapidly. However, at the moment the crimson palm print struck towards Chu Chen, a crisp sword chant rang out. Beside Chu Chen, Li Yuechan drew her sword. At the moment she drew her sword, a sharp sword light shot out, directly slicing the crimson palm print in half. 9th level of the condensation realm? Qiu Mingyu felt the power of Li Yuechan's sword, and his heart trembled slightly. Wasn't Li Yuechan at the 8th level of the condensation realm? How did she break into the 9th level? Yes. Just yesterday, Li Yuechan had broken into the 9th level of the condensation realm. In the Sword Dao Department's Northern Academy, no other student dared to claim they could defeat her. She truly deserved the title of genius. "Yuechan, you actually attacked me for him." Fan Yifeng trembled with rage. Li Yuechan simply said coldly, "Don't disturb our cultivation." Boom! The fiery red energy in Fan Yifeng erupted. Staring at Chu Chen, he roared, "Kid, do you just hide behind a woman?" Chu Chen shrugged. "If someone is willing to shield me from the wind and rain, isn't that a blessing? Are you jealous, angry, or hateful? Or is it all 3? Kid, hiding behind Yuechan, you don't deserve her affection. Aren't you known for your monstrous talent? Do you dare let me verify that?" Fan Yifeng said. He wouldn't fight Li Yuechan. After all, just thinking about her fighting for Chu Chen made him uncomfortable. So he couldn't attack Chu Chen himself, and chose to send a disciple from the Fun Heavenly Hall to fight instead. Among the few people behind him, one was a disciple at the 6th level of the condensation realm. The 6th level of the condensation realm was, in his view, too high for dealing with Chu Chen. One move might knock him down, but there was no choice. This was the only disciple he brought from Wei Xiantong. He really wanted to teach Chu Chen a lesson. If Chu Chen agreed, he could take the opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson, letting the disciples of the Fun Heavenly Hall fight Chu Chen. Xiao Mingyu glanced at the sixth-level disciple and raised an eyebrow. Although the situation had taken a turn, with other disciples from the Fun Heavenly Hall dealing with Chu Chen, it wasn't a big problem. The sixth level of the condensation realm could still easily crush Chu Chen. Which one? Chu Chen asked. Fun Yifeng waved his hand. Yishan, a sturdy male disciple from the Fun Heavenly Hall, who looked to be over 17, immediately stepped out from behind Fun Yifeng. Chu Chen immediately recognized the disciple's cultivation level and smiled. Why should I agree to you? Aren't you supposed to be exceptionally talented? Why? Are you afraid of a disciple from the Fun Heavenly Hall at the sixth level of the condensation realm? It seems you not only have a bad reputation, but are also a coward. Chu Chen Laoget, you kicked my door and now want me to fight your disciple from the Fun Heavenly Hall. If I just agree, wouldn't that make me seem worthless? Give me some benefits. Benefits? Fun Yifeng sneered. Indeed, an ant. So think, so pity. Unfortunately, this benefit you can't take. Fun Yifeng clenched his hand, and a spirit herb appeared. It was an orchid with 7 emerald green leaves, each nearly a foot long, enveloped in a dreamy glow with a fragrant aroma. This is a second-tier lower-grade spirit herb, 7-leaf flow orchid. If you can defeat Ishan, I will give you this 7-leaf flow orchid. A second-tier lower-grade spirit herb? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. No wonder he was the young master of the Fun Heavenly Hall, able to casually take out a second-tier lower-grade spirit herb. Chu Chen smiled slightly. I agree. Chu Chen. Red Cherry quickly spoke up, not because she didn't trust Chu Chen. After all, after these days of cultivation, she had a clear understanding of his strength. However, Fun Yifeng and his group clearly had ill intentions, and if Chu Chen lost, it would be more than just a loss of face. Chapter 51. 5 Stages of Sword Intent. Chu Chen smiled slightly at Red Cherry and said, Senior Sister Hong Ying, weren't you encouraging me to accept challenges from others before? Red Cherry replied, This time is different. Chu Chen said, Senior Sister Hong Ying, don't worry. Just like last time, I won T let you lose face. Red Cherry couldn't persuade him any further. Let's go outside, Chu Chen said to Fun Yifeng. Outside the small courtyard, Chu Chen stood opposite Ishan. Ishan coldly sneered at Chu Chen, Kid, daring to compete for women with our brother Fun. You really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Chu Chen calmly replied. Then please tell me how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Hee, arrogant kid. As soon as Ishan finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled, and a powerful energy burst forth from him, making the air feel heavier. Raging Wave Fist. For his first punch, Ishan unleashed a powerful fist technique. As his fist was thrown, the mighty energy wrapped around it, quickly transforming into a blue fist imprint, as if formed from gathered seawater. Thunderous Roar. Chu Chen executed the first form of the Thunder Fist, striking out a punch that transformed into a thunderous fist imprint, colliding with Ishan's fist imprint. Boom! The void let out a loud sound as both fist imprints shattered simultaneously, causing Chu Chen and Ishan to each take a step back. Ishan is tall and sturdy, resembling a treasure tower. From his physique, one can tell that he is a strength-based martial artist. Raging Waves of the Furious Sea. Ishan strikes out again with a punch, this time with no substantial fist imprint, only pure fist power. The overwhelming force of his punch surges like ocean waves towards Chu Chen, and even from over 10 meters away, Chu Chen can feel a heavy pressure. Thunder shakes the universe. Chu Chen unleashes the second form of the Thunderbolt Fist, also throwing out a punch. With a loud boom, the punch force and imprint dissipate simultaneously, and Ishan's attack does not succeed. Boom! Ishan charges out again, using various fist techniques to strike at Chu Chen. Chu Chen counters with the Thunderbolt Fist, and after executing the first 2 forms, Thunder Roar in all directions and Thunder shakes the universe, he also uses the last 2 forms. Thunder Command to exorcise demons and Thunder God's Fatal Strike. The two engage in a fierce exchange. Fun Yifeng furrows his brow. Ishan is a disciple who primarily practices fist techniques, and even a peak disciple at the 6th level of the condensation pill realm wouldn't dare to confront him directly. He originally thought that Ishan could take Chu Chen down in one move, but to his surprise, Chu Chen can fight back so fiercely just by matching Ishan's punches, far exceeding his expectations of Chu Chen's combat power. A deep-seated rage gradually rises in his heart as he begins to sense Chu Chen's extraordinary talent. What if your combat ability is strong? Ishan hasn't even shown his full strength. Under Ishan, you will still suffer a crushing defeat. I am waiting to see you fail miserably, Fanny Feng said fiercely. In the combat arena, Ishan suddenly steps back 2 paces. He clenches his fists, and suddenly, a pair of silver metal gauntlets materializes on his hands. Ishan specializes in fist techniques, so his weapon is naturally the gauntlets. The gauntlets he wears are of the 8th tier of the yellow grade. Kid, forcing me to take this seriously means you have enough reason to be proud. Ishan roars, stepping forward in a powerful 3 strides. His body suddenly soaring into the air as he punches heavily towards Chu Chen. Silver Leopard Fist. A roar of a panther-like beast suddenly echoes in the air, and a silver ferocious leopard materializes from Ishan's fist, pouncing towards Chu Chen. Oh, the reason you're using all your strength is because you're afraid of being defeated by me? Chu Chen sneers coldly, gripping his palm as the purple soul sword appears. Ing! A crisp sound of sword chant rings out. The moment the purple soul sword is unsheathed, a crimson-purple sword light shoots out from it. This sword light strikes fiercely at the silver leopard, and with a snap, it slices the leopard in half. What a sharp sword! Ishan glances sideways. Perhaps you don't realize, but I am a sword cultivator. Chu Chen smiles calmly, and then takes the initiative to attack. Chu Chen unleashes the 9 blood prison swords, striking at Ishan one sword after another. Ishan immediately swings his fist to block, conjuring a series of ferocious silver leopards. As Chu Chen uses his sword techniques, he is unmatched in power, and, after only a brief moment of resistance, Ishan is nearly overwhelmed. After more than 20 sword strikes, Chu Chen's body suddenly disappears. At the moment of disappearance, 16 figures of Chu Chen appear in the sky. Another use of the shadow clone technique. 16. Looking at this scene, Xiao Mingyu instantly realizes that Chu Chen is using the shadow clone technique. As he had lost to it last time, he feels an overwhelming shock. Last time, Chu Chen could only release 4 clones, but this time he has managed to release 16. Could it be that Chu Chen has perfected the shadow clone technique? So soon, Ishan's hair stands on end as he feels a strong sense of crisis. If he does not respond well to this attack from Chu Chen, he might actually fail. Dancing leopards. Ishan swings both fists, and a torrent of Yuan force howls, condensing into nearly 30 silver leopards. However, each of these 30 leopards is only 1/10 the size of the silver leopards he had previously conjured. Clearly, in order to strike at Chu Chen over a wide area, Ishan has weakened the offensive power of each individual leopard. All the silver leopards charge at Chu Chen, piercing through 10 of his clones. But unfortunately, Chu Chen's true self is hidden among the remaining 6 clones. At this moment, Chu Chen's true self is already very close to Ishan. Heavenly kill. Now that he is close, Chu Chen does not need to use the strongest sword strike from the 9 blood prison swords, but instead unleashes the 10th sword. However, at the same time, he unleashes his powerful 5th stage sword intent. Boom! The 5th stage sword intent surges like a tide, combining with a blood-red sword light, crashing down violently towards Ishan. Ishan's scalp tingles as he hurriedly retracts his fist to block. A gigantic silver leopard stands in front of Ishan. But how powerful can Ishan's desperate punch be? Crack! In an instant, the massive silver leopard is cut in half. The blood-red sword light continues to slash down, and Ishan quickly crosses his hands to block. Bang! In an instant, Ishan is violently sent flying dozens of meters. Each of his gauntlets bears a distinct white mark. His chest and abdomen have terrifying wounds, blood pouring out. If it weren't for those gauntlets blocking, one can only imagine how badly he would have been cleaved. And while the external injuries are secondary, his internal injuries are severe. His organs shake violently, many of them sustaining cracks, with significant internal bleeding. Chapter 52, a matter from 7 years ago. Puff! Yishan lies on the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood and unable to get up for a moment. He looks pale at Chu Chen, his eyes still filled with disbelief. I actually lost. Yes, you lost. Chu Chen calmly sheaths his sword. Seemingly, the heavens aren't as high as you said, and the earth isn't as thick as you claimed. 5th stage sword intent. How could this kid possibly comprehend 5th stage sword intent? Yishan's defeat makes Fan Yifeng incredibly angry. However, what angers him even more than Yishan's defeat is that Chu Chen has unleashed the 5th stage sword intent. Many martial artists at the 2nd level of the condensation pill realm still only grasp the 1st stage of sword intent, with the more capable ones at the 2nd stage. Chu Chen is only at the 2nd level of the condensation pill realm and has comprehended the 5th stage sword intent. This sword path talent is extraordinarily monstrous. 5th stage sword intent, how infuriating. Xiao Mingyu is also shocked by Chu Chen's 5th stage sword intent, his face turning very grim. He had intended to use Yishan to teach Chu Chen a lesson, but unexpectedly, Yishan has lost. Haha, Chu Chen won. Hong Ying had known that Chu Chen comprehended the 5th stage sword intent, so she was not surprised. Earlier, she had some concerns about Chu Chen in this battle, but now only joy remains. As for Li Yuechan, she is also delighted that Chu Chen could defeat Yishan. Fan Yifeng. Chu Chen slowly walks towards the courtyard door, saying, "Hand over the 7-leaf flowing orchid." Fan Yifeng's face looks grim, but he still heavily throws the 7-leaf flowing orchid to Chu Chen. Chu Chen catches the 7-leaf flowing orchid and immediately puts it into his spatial ring, smiling faintly at Fan Yifeng, saying, "I'll graciously accept it." Chu Chen. Fan Yifeng coldly snorts. "You dare to lay hands on Yuechan? Do you think this is over? Oh, then what do you want?" Chu Chen replies nonchalantly, "Are you planning to attack directly in the Qinghe Dao Institute? Just to remind you, this is the Qinghe Dao Institute, not your Burning Heaven Hall." Oomph. Even if this isn't the Burning Heaven Hall, I still have to teach you a good lesson. Fan Yifeng waves his hand, and behind him, 4 deacons step forward. Fan Yifeng brought people from Wei Xiantong, and apart from Yishan, there are 4 deacons. If Fan Yifeng and those 4 deacons attack, Li Yuechan will definitely intervene. Fan Yifeng does not want to clash with Li Yuechan, which is why he sent Yishan to fight. Now that Yishan has been defeated, he cannot care about that anymore. Even if he has to confront Li Yuechan, he must teach Chu Chen a proper lesson. Boom, boom. 4 deacons exuded a powerful aura. "What do you want?" Li Yuechan shouted sternly, drawing her sword with a menacing sword aura. Seeing Li Yuechan draw her sword for Chu Chen, Fan Yifeng became even angrier and coldly commanded, "Attack." Boom! The 4 deacons immediately charged at Chu Chen. Their strength, of course, surpassed that of Li Yuechan, and they quickly bypassed her to kill Chu Chen. "Fan Tian Hall, you are being outrageous." At that moment, a cold voice rang out. A powerful sword intent suddenly slashed down from the sky. It was like a long rainbow hanging upside down. The momentum of the 4 deacons was instantly shattered. Their bodies sent flying dozens of meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. A dignified figure landed in the arena. It was Mu Fian. Master, Eldermu. Li Yuechan and Hong Ying were overjoyed to see Mu Fian. Hong Ying was only close to Li Yuechan and had not been taken as a personal disciple by Mu Fian. After Fan Yifeng and Wei Xiantong left, Yan Nanshan and the senior members had a brief discussion. After the discussion, Mu Fian came to Li Yuechan's residence and saw the scene outside Chu Chen's small courtyard. Immediately rushing over, "Elder Mu," looking at Mu Fian, Fan Yifeng's expression suddenly changed. "Get lost," Mu Fian coldly shouted. Fan Yifeng did not dare to provoke this hot-tempered elder and quickly led his people away in defeat. Xiao Mingyu. But before they left, Hong Ying sneered at Xiao Mingyu, saying, "Last time you were beaten by Chu Chen, your injuries haven't healed yet, and now you're starting to jump around again. Be careful of getting hurt again and not being able to get out of bed for half a year." Cough, cough. Xiao Mingyu awkwardly coughed a few times and quickly left. Fan Yifeng gave Xiao Mingyu a strange look. Mu Fian looked at Hong Ying and asked, "What happened?" Hong Ying immediately recounted the incident of Fan Yifeng seeking trouble. After listening, Mu Fian nodded and then deeply looked at Chu Chen. "As Li Yuechan's master, She was certainly aware of Chu Chen's first place in the Southern Courtyard assessment, and that he had become Li Yuechan's neighbor. Mu Fian asked Chu Chen, "Are you a disciple of Cang Yuan Sage?" Chu Chen replied, "Elder Mu knows my master." Mu Fian nodded, "I have had a few encounters." Chu Chen nodded and then clasped his hands together. Junior pays respects to Elder Mu. Mu Fian waved her hand at Chu Chen. Hong Ying asked Elder Mu, "Why did the people from Funtian Hall suddenly come to our Qinghe Dao Academy?" Moreover, Fun Yifeng shamelessly boasted that Sister Yuechan would soon become his woman. "It's really too arrogant." Mu Fian's face turned angry. "We'll talk about it when we go back." After Mu Fian and the others left, seeing her furious expression, Chu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, but he didn't think too much and returned to the small courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, Shen Yuqing quickly invited Chu Chen to lunch. Shen Yuqing couldn't participate in Chu Chen's matters and stayed in the courtyard to cook. On a small road in Qinghe Dao Academy, slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed, followed by a heavy crash. Qiu Mingyu was directly slapped by Fun Yifeng and sent flying more than 10 meters. Qiu Mingyu crashed heavily to the ground, with 5 red finger marks appearing on his face. But the most severe was his chest injury. Last time he fought Chu Chen had already struck him on the chest with a sword. Just now, Fun Yifeng's palm heavily struck his chest again, causing his injuries, which had not yet fully healed, to be torn open tenfold. He was once again seriously injured. Moreover, because this was a second injury, it was worse than the last time Chu Chen had hit him. He would need at least a few months to recover. "Fun Xiao." Qiu Mingyu covered his chest and said with an ugly expression, "You bastard. Using someone else's knife to kill. You dare to play this trick on me." After hearing Hong Ying's last words, Fun Yifeng could not possibly deduce that Qiu Mingyu had intentionally lured him to deal with Chu Chen. He was extremely furious. After all, he had lost such face in front of Chu Chen. "Fun Xiao, I'm sorry," Qiu Mingyu said in fear, but apart from apologizing, he couldn't say anything else. "Get lost." Fun Yifeng snorted angrily, unleashing his yuan power once again, sending Qiu Mingyu flying, and then he left in a huff. In the Xuanzi No. 8 courtyard, in the attic, only Mu Fian and Li Yuechan remained. Hong Ying was eavesdropping outside. "Master, why does your expression look so bad?" Li Yuechan felt uneasy. Mu Fian's face had been grim since leaving Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard. Mu Fian sighed and said, "Yuechan, let me tell you about an incident that happened 7 years ago." Chapter 53. 9 Xian Sword Prison Formation. Li Yuechan asked anxiously what happened. Mu Fian said, "One night, 7 years ago, an unexpected guest appeared outside Qinghe Dao Academy. He injured many students and deacons of Qinghe Dao Academy, and when the dean and the elders sensed his aura, they rushed out of the academy. When they arrived, they saw the students and deacons of Qinghe Dao Academy lying on the ground, and they were furious, engaging him in a fierce battle. That battle lasted the entire night. The dean and the elders paid a heavy price before finally subduing him. The dean suffered severe internal injuries because of it." Li Yuechan gasped slightly. Qinghe Dao Academy is one of the 3 sects and 3 halls of the 3 academies, so Yin Nanshan, as the dean, was definitely one of the most powerful in the entire southern region. Even the leaders of the other 8 major forces had to be extremely cautious in front of Yin Nanshan. The fact that Yin Nanshan, along with many elders, had to pay a heavy price to subdue that person showed how powerful he must have been. "Master, who was that person?" Li Yuechan asked. Mu Fian said softly, "After we subdued him, the dean began to interrogate him. Under heavy injuries, he revealed a name to us. Mu Fian used we, indicating that she had also participated in that top battle in the southern region." "What name?" Li Yuechan asked. "I can't tell you that name right now. The fewer people who know that secret, the better," Mu Fian replied. "In short, that person comes from a very powerful force that our Qinghe Dao Academy cannot provoke at all. In fact, not just us. Even if all 3 sects and 3 halls of the southern region combined, we still cannot provoke them. They could wipe out Qinghe Dao Academy with a wave of their hand." Upon learning of this person's background, we felt a great disaster was imminent and sought every possible way to remedy the situation. We even proposed to safely escort him out and offered endless heavenly materials and earthly treasures as an apology to beg for forgiveness. But in the end, what happened in the end? That person was too arrogant, shouting that he would definitely send an army to destroy us after returning. At this point, Mu Fian was visibly angry, saying indignantly, that person was so arrogant. Clearly, he was the one who injured our students and deacons, and we only acted against him afterward. Moreover, we only learned about his identity after the fight. How could he threaten to send an army to destroy us? This is utterly unreasonable. In the end, to protect Qinghe Dao Academy, the dean made the final decision to go all the way, because he understood that if they killed that person, his soul lamp would shatter. And the force he belonged to would definitely find out and locate Qinghe Dao Academy. Therefore, the dean suppressed that person in the Blood Sky Forest and set up the 9 Xian Sword Prison formation to seal him. So the strange sounds coming from the Blood Sky Forest were, because of him? Li Weichan asked. Mu Fian said not exactly. The Blood Sky Forest was originally a forbidden area, but the danger level was much lower than it is now. Putting him in the Blood Sky Forest was also because it was suitable for suppressing him. Hundreds of years ago, there was a bloody battle in the Blood Sky Forest. An endless blood energy seeped into the ground, drawing that blood energy into 9 Xian grade treasured swords, which greatly enhanced the power of the 9 Xian Sword Prison formation. Oh, Li Weichan just nodded and said, so what does this have to do with the Burning Heaven Palace's visit this time? Mu Fian sighed and replied, the Burning Heaven Palace somehow learned this secret. They are here to use this secret to threaten the Qinghe Dao Academy, demanding that you marry Feng Yifeng. If the Qinghe Dao Academy refuses, they will spread this secret and bring about its destruction. What? Li Yuechan's body trembled suddenly. She never expected that the purpose of the Burning Heaven Palace's visit was this. Moreover, they had grasped the lifeline of the Qinghe Dao Academy. Yes, this is the lifeline of the Qinghe Dao Academy. If this is not the lifeline, then what is? Have the Academy head and the others agreed? Li Yuechan asked tremulously. No, how could they possibly agree? Once they have this secret, the Burning Heaven Palace would dare to threaten the Qinghe Dao Academy a second time after the first. The Qinghe Dao Academy would never agree to the Burning Heaven Palace. Mu Fian said angrily. Then she looked at Li Yuechan seriously and said, moreover, Yuechan, I took you in when you were young. Although you're not my biological daughter, I have long regarded you as my own. No matter what, I will never let you marry Feng Yifeng and step into that fire pit of the Burning Heaven Palace. Mu Fian grasped Li Yuechan's shoulders and said earnestly, Yuechan, you must be assured, understand? However, Li Yuechan's expression still looked grim. After all, this matter concerned the survival of the Qinghe Dao Academy. How could she alone compare to the fate of the entire academy? Perhaps now, the academy head and the higher-ups were still holding firm, but as time passed, it was hard to say whether some of the higher-ups would relent. Li Yuechan's face turned pale. She was very beautiful. Her bright eyes seemed to contain a pool of autumn water. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a few strands of her dark hair. At that moment, she gave off a feeling of fragility and brokenness. Outside the room, Hong Ying had listened to their entire conversation, her face filled with anger, looking very grim, remaining silent for a long time. In the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard, Chu Chen had just finished eating and was preparing to refine the 7-leaf flowing orchid that Feng Yifeng had given him when Hong Ying came to find him again. Hong Ying, you're back to train so soon? Chu Chen smiled. Hong Ying shook her head. Chu Chen, I need to tell you something. What is it? Senior sister Hong Ying? Chu Chen noticed that Hong Ying's expression was off and became serious. Hong Ying told Chu Chen what she had heard. After listening, Chu Chen was also surprised. On one hand, he didn't expect the origin of the Blood Shadow to be so mysterious. On the other hand, he didn't expect the Burning Heaven Palace to use this to threaten the Qinghe Dao Academy. I don't know why I came to tell you this. After all, no one can change anything about this matter, but it's hard to keep it bottled up, so I came to find you. Hong Ying sighed. After saying that, she left. Chu Chen stood there, looking towards the direction of the Xuanzi No. 8 courtyard. In his mind, the image of Li Yuechan giving him the elder token of the northern courtyard surfaced, as well as the moment when she stood up for him during the assessment in the southern courtyard when Lu Yunfeng targeted him. He couldn't help but recall the absurd scene by the small river in the Black Moon Mountain Range. Chu Chen made a decision. Chapter 54. The Oath of the Great Tao in the Xuanzi No. 8 courtyard. Mu Fian had already left. Li Weichan sat alone in her room. Knock, knock. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the courtyard door. Li Weichan opened the door and saw Chu Chen. It's you? Chu Chen smiled. It's me. Li Weichan asked, what brings you here? Chu Chen replied, Senior Sister Li, Senior Sister Hong, Ing has already told me the purpose of Feng Yifeng and the others' visit. Li Weichan said, Mem. Chu Chen continued, Senior Sister, you probably don't wish to go to the Burning Heaven Palace, right? Li Weichan asked, what are you trying to say? Chu Chen said, all you need to tell me is whether you are unwilling to go to the Burning Heaven Palace. Li Weichan's relationship with Chu Chen was quite complicated. Although Chu Chen had made that decision, he still needed to ask Li Weichan for her final thoughts before he could act upon it. Li Weichan didn't understand what Chu Chen was trying to say, but still nodded and said, I don't want to. Chu Chen said, I just wanted to ask you. So that's it. I'll take my leave now. Senior Sister, you should rest early. After finishing, Chu Chen turned and left. Li Weichan watched his figure, still puzzled. Back in his small courtyard, Chu Chen immediately activated the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra to refine the seven-leaf flowing orchid. To undertake that dangerous task, he needed to raise his cultivation as high as possible. Half an hour later, the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra completely refined the seven-leaf flowing orchid, and his cultivation broke through to the third level of the condensation pill realm, with his sword intent reaching the peak of the fifth stage. Although the seven-leaf flowing orchid was already a low-grade second-tier spiritual herb, as his cultivation increased, the energy required for each breakthrough became incomparable to before. Moreover, breaking through the sword path realm was inherently more difficult than raising his cultivation, so his sword intent did not achieve a breakthrough. After refining the seven-leaf flowing orchid, Chu Chen grasped the ninefold suppression tower pendant around his neck. With a thought, his consciousness sank into the internal space of the ninefold suppression tower. In a boundless purgatory, countless terrifying black-red flames burned. The ninefold suppression tower stood tall, reaching the sky, towering between heaven and earth. What is Blood Shadow afraid of? Chu Chen murmured while looking at the ninefold suppression tower. Perhaps he is afraid of some energy inside you, he whispered, suddenly turning his gaze to those black-red flames. These flames should also be emitted from within you. At the very least, they are stained with your energy. I wonder if he is afraid. But how could he get in? Chu Chen racked his brains to try and draw out those flames, but there was no way. He could only give up. Late at night, outside the Blood Sky Forest, every few dozen meters a student stood guard. Even further away, there were elders stationed. The roar of Blood Shadow had caused a stir throughout the academy. Plus, the Burning Heaven Palace was here for Blood Shadow. The Qinghe Dao Academy had to send people to seal off the Blood Sky Forest. A figure dressed in black night gear, with only a pair of eyes visible, suddenly appeared outside the Blood Sky Forest. Sure enough, the guards are strict, the figure murmured to himself. He had been lurking outside the Blood Sky Forest for a long time, finally spotting the weakest point in the guard. Here, within 100 meters, there were 3 students, all at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. The figure activated his movement technique, and, with a flash of elemental power, his body suddenly vanished. A gentle wind blew past the outer edge of the Blood Sky Forest. Did you feel something? One student asked another. No, did you sense something? The other student replied. I didn't either. The first student shook his head and then looked at the farthest third student. Dogzy, is there any movement on your side? The third student waved his hand. Everything's normal. Inside the Blood Sky Forest. After breaking through the blockade, the figure sprinted for several hundred meters. His movement technique was excellent. He didn't step on the ground, as that would leave footprints. Instead, he stepped on the leaves. Each time he stepped on a leaf, he only pressed it down half an inch before his body was already crouched and leaping forward. At this moment, no students could be seen behind him. The figure exhaled softly and continued forward. Finally, he arrived at the center of the Blood Sky Forest. Here, a sword formation composed of 9 powerful mysterious grade swords emitted dazzling light. Within this sword formation, Blood Shadow was moving like a wandering ghost. Upon sensing someone approaching, Blood Shadow fixed his gaze and was overjoyed. Kid, why are you here? The figure in black cautiously observed his surroundings, ensuring there were no other figures present before pulling down the black mask, revealing Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked at Blood Shadow and smiled faintly, saying, "I've come to fulfill your wish." "Fulfill my wish?" Blood Shadow exclaimed with joy. "Little brother, have you changed your mind?" "I knew it. You should have changed your mind. I am so handsome and charming. Without me, how many wonderful things would be lost in this world, and how much boredom would increase. Besides, I possess countless riches that I will bestow upon you, little brother, allowing you to soar to great heights." Blood Shadow joyfully rolled around in the sword formation, accidentally touching it. The power of the sword formation burst forth, causing him to scream in pain, but Blood Shadow was still immensely happy. "Stop." Chu Chen, uninterested in Blood Shadow's self-praise, said, "I have a few conditions." "What conditions? Tell me. I can even pluck the stars and the moon for you." Blood Shadow moved closer to the edge of the sword formation, his eyes shining as he looked at Chu Chen. "The first condition is that after I save you, you must not harm me." The reason Chu Chen didn't let Blood Shadow go last time was largely due to Blood Shadow's overwhelming strength. Releasing him would mean no guarantee of safety for Chu Chen. However, this time, for the sake of Li Wuchan, he had no choice but to do so. "Rest assured, little brother, you are my savior. Why would I harm you? I promise I won't hurt you." Blood Shadow replied. "You swear it." "Fine, I swear." Blood Shadow immediately made an oath. He separated a wisp of his soul energy, allowing it to flow in his palm. In an instant, that wisp of soul energy dissipated, as if resonating with the heavens and earth, while Blood Shadow mumbled continuously. Ordinary oaths are useless to martial artists, but the Great Tao Oath is different. The Great Tao Oath resonates with the heavens and earth, pointing directly to one's true heart. If violated, it plants a seed of inner demons, causing martial artists to suffer. Lightly, their mindset won't be fulfilled, making it hard to advance, and severely, they could go mad, suffering for life, or even dying. The Great Tao Oath can be made with the blood of one's heart or with one's soul. Blood Shadow was already in a weakened state, so he swore with his soul at that moment. "Is that enough?" Blood Shadow asked. Chu Chen nodded. "The second condition is that after we get out, you will teach me the powerful techniques and martial arts you remember. As long as I need it and you have it, you cannot keep it to yourself." Blood Shadow waved his hand, saying, "To me, martial arts are as good as waste paper. No problem." Blood Shadow continued to swear. Then Chu Chen said, "The third condition is that after we leave the sword formation, you must not seek revenge on the Qinghe Dao Academy and must not do anything to harm the Qinghe Dao Academy." The Qinghe Dao Academy was where Chu Chen practiced. If it were destroyed, wouldn't that mean he would lose his place to cultivate? Furthermore, his master, Cang Yuan Sage, used to be an elder of the Qinghe Dao Academy. For his own sake, and for Cang Yuan Sage, he didn't want the Qinghe Dao Academy to be in danger, let alone be destroyed. Impossible. Absolutely not. But upon hearing this, Blood Shadow immediately jumped up, saying, "I can agree to the first two conditions, but this condition is absolutely unacceptable. Those old geezers from the Qinghe Dao Academy have imprisoned me in this godforsaken place for 7 years. 7 years. Do you know how I've spent these 7 years? No water to drink, no girls to flirt with, not even a breeze can come in. I've turned into a primitive man. I've been looking forward to getting out and destroying the Qinghe Dao Academy. How could I agree to this condition?" Chu Chen said calmly, "I know some about why you fought with the experts of the Qinghe Dao Academy 7 years ago. Don't think you were innocent. If you hadn't attacked the Qinghe Dao Academy students first, would they have gone after you? Moreover, they even apologized to you afterward. But you refused to accept it. What else could they do?" Blood Shadow replied, "What about me for these 7 years? Who will compensate me for the youth I've lost?" Chu Chen said, "You, of course. You made the mistake. Who else could compensate you?" Blood Shadow shouted, "Impossible." Chu Chen said, "Fine, then stay here." After saying that, Chu Chen turned to leave. "Wait," Blood Shadow called out. "What?" Chu Chen replied, "Didn't a group of people come to your Qinghe Dao Academy today? I vaguely heard them threatening the Qinghe Dao Academy with me. Even if you don't release me, those people might." Chu Chen chuckled, saying, "How did you hear that?" "Only the good things, not the bad ones? Blood Shadow asked. What do you mean? Chu Chen explained. They indeed want to use your secret to threaten you. But they don't intend to release you. They don't have that capability. They said that if the Qinghe Dao Academy agrees to cooperate with them, they will join forces with the Qinghe Dao Academy to suppress you again. At that point, they might suppress you for 10 years or even 100 years. All right, have fun by yourself. What? This is outrageous. Blood Shadow was furious, but after thinking, he felt that what Chu Chen said made sense. Wait, Blood Shadow shouted again. Chu Chen turned around. This is your last chance. If you don't decide, I want to come back. After struggling for a long time, Blood Shadow said, I agree to you. Revenge? He really wanted revenge, but he absolutely did not want to stay here any longer. After 7 years, he had had enough. If he had to stay for another 10 or 100 years, he estimated he would suffocate from being cooped up and die of loneliness. Good. A wise choice. Chu Chen nodded with a smile, then returned to the outside of the 9 mysterious sword prison formation. Remember your oath. If you violate it later, don't blame me for not reminding you, Chu Chen said, taking down the 9-story prison tower pendant and slowly bringing the 9-story prison tower closer to the 9 mysterious sword prison formation. In Blood Shadow's eyes, there was immense anticipation. After 7 years, he could finally regain his freedom. As the 9-story prison tower approached the 9 mysterious sword prison formation, a hissing sound erupted as if thunder was cracking. The energy on the surface of the formation gradually began to dissolve, creating tiny cracks and holes. In the blink of an eye, Blood Shadow felt that the 9 mysterious sword prison formation had been broken halfway. However, after breaking halfway, the speed of breaking the formation obviously slowed down, because the power of the formation grew stronger as it went on, far beyond what it was at the beginning. Suddenly, Chu Chen's clothing was ripped open by a crack, as if injured by sword energy. Chu Chen frowned slightly, wondering what was happening. Blood Shadow shouted, Kid, you have to hold on. Although what you have in your hand is a treasure that can easily break this sword formation, your strength is too low. When this thing breaks the formation, some of the recoil power will be transmitted to you, causing you to be injured. You must hold on. So that is how it is. Chu Chen realized that Blood Shadow made sense. He indeed felt a wave of recoil power coming through the 9-story prison tower. Chu Chen adjusted his breathing and continued to break the formation. More cracks appeared on the surface of Chu Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cracks covered his robe. Oof. A muffled grunt suddenly escaped Chu Chen's mouth. A wisp of blood flowed from his body. With the increase of the recoil power, not only did it tear his robe, but it also injured his flesh. And because the 9 mysterious sword prison formation was a sword formation, the recoil power manifested as sword energy, causing him sword wounds. More sword wounds appeared on Chu Chen's body. 3, 5, 7, 10 severe pains continuously stimulated Chu Chen's body. Soon, the sword wounds on Chu Chen's body reached dozens. Chu Chen was originally wearing black clothing for night travel, but at that moment, he had been stained red by the flowing blood, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Chu Chen let out a painful roar. The intense pain he felt was comparable to being pierced by 1,000 cuts, akin to the punishment of Ling Shi. Kid, you must hold on. You must hold on. The formation is about to break. Blood Shadow was extremely anxious, constantly shouting. Chu Chen's eyes were filled with blood, and his body felt as if it were about to be torn apart. He couldn't help but think of Liu Chen again, that poetic and picturesque woman. Because of a ridiculous incident back then, she had helped him multiple times afterward. He absolutely could not let her marry the burning heaven palace. Oof. Chu Chen grunted, gritting his teeth. No matter how many blades pierce me, I will stand firm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As time passed, the blood flowing from Chu Chen's body increased. Finally, bang! With a muffled sound, the 9 profound sword prison array was broken by Chu Chen. His body also trembled slightly, almost unable to hold on. Bang, bang, bang. With the array broken, the 9 powerful Xian-grade swords lost their support and all fell to the ground from the void. At this moment, Blood Shadow stood in the void, no longer concealed. He was free. Chapter 56. The Fiery Prison. Blood Shadow was not a monster, nor was he any other species. He was a man. He wore a tattered blood-red robe, his body very thin, his hair messy, and his face covered in dust, making it impossible to discern his exact age. Blood Shadow looked around at the world, still somewhat stunned, as if he didn't expect to walk out of the formation 7 years later, still in disbelief. Ha ha ha! I am free! I am free! Then he laughed wildly to the sky, his posture extraordinarily unrestrained and arrogant. Kid! Suddenly, Blood Shadow looked at Chu Chen, his pupils a deep crimson, flashing with inexplicable colors. Come on, if you're not afraid of being struck by lightning, then come. Chu Chen, now very weak and covered in blood, looked at Blood Shadow. Hee hee. Blood Shadow cackled, still daring to negotiate with me. Yes, I dare not harm you, but playing with you is still possible. Blood Shadow said as he walked towards Chu Chen. I will play with you and then fulfill my promise. Chu Chen's expression became somewhat unnatural. He believed that Blood Shadow would not harm him, but the playing that Blood Shadow mentioned would definitely not be comfortable for him. Blood Shadow came to Chu Chen's front and extended his hand. At that moment, the ninefold prison tower pendant around Chu Chen's neck suddenly erupted with a strong light. Then a massive suction force surged out, unexpectedly pulling Blood Shadow inside. Where am I? Where am I? Let me out! Let me out! The frantic cries of Blood Shadow came from within the ninefold prison tower. Chu Chen was taken aback and quickly sank his consciousness into the ninefold prison tower. In the boundless purgatory, endless black-red flames burned. At this moment, a portion of the black-red flames formed a prison. Blood Shadow was inside that prison. When Chu Chen's consciousness entered, he saw this scene and his face involuntarily froze. Then a surge of ecstasy washed over him. He knew that the ninefold prison tower had a restraining effect on Blood Shadow, so he had previously wanted to lure out the black-red flames inside, but had not succeeded. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the ninefold prison tower directly absorbed Blood Shadow and trapped him. Is it because it sensed that Blood Shadow was going to harm me? Kid, what is this thing? Blood Shadow rushed towards the fiery prison, but in an instant, the intense burning sensation forced him back. He felt that the power of these flames was even stronger than the sword array formed by those 9 Shin grade swords. Can't you feel it yet? Chu Chen smiled like the Blood Shadow suddenly saw the towering tower standing in the center of the purgatory, reaching the sky, and trembled, saying, "This is the pendant hanging around your neck. Wow, I already sensed that your pendant was an extraordinary item. It truly is a terrifying treasure." Blood Shadow had seen countless treasures in his lifetime, but he had never seen anything like the ninefold prison tower. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the ninefold prison tower. That pressure made him feel very small. This flame is the power of that tower. Sensing the flame's aura, which was almost the same as that of the towering tower before him, Blood Shadow also deduced that the flame came from the ninefold prison tower. You guessed it. Chu Chen smiled. Kid, let me out, we can discuss things. Blood Shadow felt despair in his heart. He never imagined that just after escaping the sword array, he would fall into another prison. The most speechless part was that this prison's power was far beyond that sword array, specifically designed to restrain him. If it weren't for your dirty deeds, would my pendant have absorbed you? It's your own fault. Chu Chen Vito. Little brother, I was wrong. Can I apologize to you? Let me out. Blood Shadow regretted it and wanted to cry. Well, I can't trust you anymore. You should stay inside obediently. Since there was no way to restrain Blood Shadow, Chu Chen had initially thought about directly letting him out. But now that Blood Shadow was trapped inside the ninefold prison tower, there was no need for Chu Chen to let him out. What place could be safer than inside his ninefold prison tower? Little brother, I was wrong. I really realized my mistake. Blood Shadow kept begging for mercy. I still prefer the rebellious look you had when you first came out. Where's your arrogance? Chu Chen mocked. I dare not be arrogant anymore. I was really wrong. Blood Shadow shouted. However, Chu Chen ignored him and withdrew his consciousness from the ninefold prison tower, leaving Blood Shadow to yell inside. Chu Chen looked at the 9 Shin grade swords on the ground, feeling somewhat tempted, but he did not pick them up. These swords must be tainted with the aura of the sword array, and holding them might lead to being tracked by the higher-ups. Chu Chen's consciousness returned to the ninefold prison tower, and this time Blood Shadow had quieted down a lot. Compared to hating Chu Chen, Blood Shadow felt more regret about his own foolish actions. Do you have any way to send out a voice and condense a bloodlight when we are about to leave the Blood Sky Forest? Chu Chen asked Blood Shadow. What do you mean? Blood Shadow asked. Just say that you know you were wrong back then and don't want to seek revenge on the Qinghe Dao Academy anymore. As for the bloodlight, it should present that you have already left. If Blood Shadow just escaped like that, the Qinghe Dao Academy would definitely be anxious, not knowing when he would bring people to destroy the academy. Only by having Blood Shadow do this could the Qinghe Dao Academy be reassured and truly eliminate this crisis. This was a step that Chu Chen had planned long ago. I can do it, Blood Shadow said. If I do this, can you let me out? Are you negotiating with me? It seems I need to remind you that while I may not be able to defeat you outside this small tower, I can summon those flames inside the small tower. Blood Shadow's body trembled. Then he said, all right, I agree. However, I sense that the blockade around this forest is very tight. In your current bloodied state, how can you get out? I can tell that you don't want the Qinghe Dao Academy to know that you solved this problem. Don't worry about that. Just do as I say. All right. Blood Shadow had no choice but to nod. Although Blood Shadow was trapped inside the ninefold prison tower under Chu Chen's control, he could still release some energy to the outside world. Inside the fiery prison, Blood Shadow formed hand seals, and a dazzling blood light shot out from the ninefold prison tower pendant, merging into the ground where the sword array had originally been. Chu Chen took a clean set of clothes from his spatial ring and carefully wiped away all the bloodstains on the ground, ensuring that not a single trace or breath was left before he left. Chapter 57. The Embarrassment of the Burning Heaven Palace. Chu Chen quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Blood Sky Forest. As the night deepened, the Qinghe Dao Academy's blockade of the Blood Sky Forest became increasingly tight, with many students, stewards, and even elders patrolling in shifts. In Chu Chen's current state, it was indeed very difficult to get out. Chu Chen called out lightly to Blood Shadow, and Blood Shadow immediately snapped his fingers. Boom! In the depths of the Bloodshed Forest, where the sword formation was originally located, a burst of bloodlight suddenly exploded. A tremendous explosion echoed. The ground was blasted into a large pit with a diameter of over 10 meters, and countless layers of soil and rocks flew everywhere. Following this, from the exploded bloodlight, a blood rainbow shot up into the sky, disappearing into the firmament in the blink of an eye. At the moment the blood rainbow ascended, a series of sharp laughter resounded throughout the entire Bloodshed Forest. The descendants of the Qinghe Dao Academy exclaimed, "The true body has finally come out. Originally, I wanted to wipe out your entire clan, but unfortunately, I'm still too kind. After thinking for a long time, although you old geezers were at fault 7 years ago, I am not without blame either. Forget it. I will let you go this time. The grievances between you and me are hereby erased. I am leaving." Hearing the words of the Blood Shadow, Chu Chen felt a bit helpless. The Blood Shadow was indeed so carefree. What was going on? What was that sound? Something shot up into the sky. Could it be the monster deep within the Bloodshed Forest? All the students, deacons, and elders who had sealed off the Bloodshed Forest saw this scene. The students and deacons were very surprised, while the elders' expressions changed. Everyone immediately entered the Bloodshed Forest. An elder commanded, and all at once, everyone rushed into the Bloodshed Forest. Chu Chen lay hidden in a secret spot, and when the crowd reached his distance, he immediately charged out, joining the group, shouting, "What happened in the Bloodshed Forest? You scare me to death." In the blazing prison, the Blood Shadow blinked lightly. "You brat." A group of elders entered the depths of the Bloodshed Forest. Seeing the massive pit and the 9 scattered Xian-grade swords on the ground, they remained silent for a long time. Then they instructed the students to leave, while Chu Chen returned to his small courtyard. Upon returning to the Xian No. 9 courtyard, Shun Yuqing was completely startled by his blood-soaked appearance, repeatedly asking what happened. But Chu Chen told her not to worry or mind it, assuring her he was fine. Chu Chen immediately washed his body with warm water and applied golden wound medicine. Some of these injuries had reached his bones, but fortunately, none had affected his internal organs. With the application of golden wound medicine and taking healing elixirs, he would recover after resting for a while. That evening, Yin Nanshan led a large number of high-ranking officials to the Bloodshed Forest. shocked by the massive pit that had been blasted open. Yin Nanshan asked an elder, "Did you see him leave with your own eyes?" The elder replied, "Dean, I saw a blood rainbow shoot up into the sky. In the bloodshed forest, besides him, who else could ascend to the heavens in the form of a blood rainbow?" Yin Nanshan asked, "Did you not catch a glimpse of his figure?" The elder smiled bitterly. "Dean, that's a tough question for me. You know how powerful he is." Yin Nanshan continued, "Were the words he spoke true?" The elder solemnly stated, "All the students outside the bloodshed forest heard it. If the dean is worried I might be wrong, you can ask several more students. Every word I said, even every character, is absolutely true. He really said he wouldn't seek revenge on us." Yin Nanshan took a deep breath and gently closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, we poured all our efforts into laying down this 9-shin sword prison formation, thinking we could suppress him for several more years. But he directly broke through the formation with his strength, truly formidable. Yet his pride, his arrogance, we witnessed it 7 years ago. Imprisoned by us for 7 years. How could he behave as if he has changed? Would he really be so kind as to not seek revenge on us? It is hard to say. After all, people can change. He is considered a once-in-a-generation genius, and there will always be a time when he gains enlightenment. Perhaps after being in this sword formation for 7 years, he has truly come to understand some truths, which is why he said such things. Now that he has escaped and has not caused us trouble, no matter what, I still want to believe he has genuinely changed. The high-ranking officials engaged in a heated discussion, each contributing their thoughts. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. The blood shadow has indeed changed. Of course, they did not rule out other possibilities, but as high-ranking officials of the Qinghe Dao Academy, they prefer to believe in the positive aspect. Yin Nanshan opened his eyes, exhaling lightly, and a smile appeared on his face. After some contemplation, he was also more inclined to believe in the positive side. The greatest hidden danger that has plagued our Qinghe Dao Academy for so many years has finally been resolved. He sighed softly, his expression weary yet filled with endless joy. The next day, in the morning, Qinghe Great Hall, Wei Xiantong, Fun Yifeng, and others came again to find Yin Nanshan and the others, preparing to pressure the Qinghe Dao Academy. Wei Xiantong smiled lightly. "Dean Yin, how have you considered it? As long as you marry Li Yuechan to young Master Yifeng and recognize the Blazing Heavenly Hall as the leader. The Blazing Heavenly Hall can help the Qinghe Dao Academy resolve that crisis." Yin Nanshan replied, "Crisis? What crisis? Our Qinghe Dao Academy is flourishing. There doesn't seem to be any significant crisis at the moment." Wei Xiantong smiled. "Dean Yin, we are both straightforward people, so there's no need to beat around the bush. The existence suppressed in the depths of the bloodshed forest, that is the lifeline of your Qinghe Dao Academy." Yin Nanshan responded, "What existence has our Qinghe Dao Academy suppressed? The bloodshed forest was filled with various blood energy due to a fierce battle hundreds of years ago, making the vitality of heaven and earth chaotic and difficult for people to absorb, which is why it was designated as a forbidden area. There is nothing special inside." Wei Xiantong frowned slightly. "If you insist on discussing it this way, it won't be fun." An elder from the Northern Academy of the Qinghe Dao Academy said, "Wei Xiantong, are you really not understanding us? Fine, since you're so persistent, we will take you to the bloodshed forest to have a look." Wei Xiantong laughed heartily. "I couldn't ask for more." In the depths of the bloodshed forest, in front of the shattered massive pit, Wei Xiantong's face turned ashen. How could this be? This place still has remnants of sword intent. Clearly, it was where the sword formation was located, but where is the blood shadow? Where did he go? Although the bloodshed forest was designated as a forbidden area, occasionally some elders would come in a train. Last night, an elder happened to enter the train, and the sword intent exploded, creating a large pit. Yin Nanshan intentionally left this large pit to inform Wei Xiantong that the blood shadow was no longer here. Yin Nanshan sneered, "Elder Wei, is there any problem?" Chapter 58. The War of Sealing Kings. The expressions on the faces of Wei Xiantong and Fun Yifeng were extremely grim. In that moment, various speculations flashed through Wei Xiantong's mind. Was the blood shadow transferred? Impossible. The reason they suppressed the blood shadow here was precisely because the blood energy underground in the bloodshed forest could reinforce that formation. Not to mention, during the transfer, it could very likely cause the formation to collapse and allow the blood shadow to escape. Even if it were truly transferred, there was no place more suitable for suppression than the bloodshed forest. Was the blood shadow killed? That was even more impossible, unless the Qinghe Dao Academy was tired of standing in the southern region for too long. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill the blood shadow. He flashed through various speculations in his mind, but none of them made sense. In the end, only an unnatural cold smile appeared on his face, admiring. The Qinghe Dao Academy truly has good methods. Although he did not know why the blood shadow disappeared, he was sure this was a trick played by the Qinghe Dao Academy. Yin Nanshan said, "Elder Wei, what are you talking about? The Qinghe Dao Academy is peaceful and harmonious. There is no need for any tricks." Wei Xiantong narrowed his eyes. Is the Qinghe Dao Academy not afraid that the blazing heavenly hall will spread the news? Yin Nanshan replied indifferently. Elder Wei brought the son of the blazing heavenly hall's master to propose marriage but failed, and in your embarrassment and anger, you publicly claim that our Qinghe Dao Academy harbors a calamity. Does Elder Wei think the world will believe what you said, or will they think you are slandering us? Good. Wei Xiantong snorted coldly. This time, the blazing heavenly hall has suffered a loss. Young master, let's go. He was extremely certain that the Qinghe Dao Academy had played a trick, but he could not guess what kind of trick the other party had played, nor what measures they had. Fan Yifeng's face was ashen, but with things having come to this, he had no choice but to follow Wei Xiantong away. Stop! An elder from the Northern Academy suddenly shouted. You came to my Qinghe Dao Academy without any evidence, acting so arrogantly, and now you think you can just leave casually? It's not that easy. Clang! Wei Xiantong, catch the sword. As soon as the elder finished speaking, a sharp sword light flew towards Wei Xiantong from not far away, its overwhelming sword intent tearing through the sky. It was Mu Fian. She had drawn her sword. Wei Xiantong's expression changed drastically, and he quickly struck out with his palm, unleashing a powerful force that shattered Mu Fian's sword light. Boom! However, the next moment, 4 or 5 more elders from the Northern Academy rushed out, launching a fierce assault like a torrential storm towards Wei Xiantong. Although Wei Xiantong was not weak, he could not possibly contend with so many elders. In no time, he was forcefully defeated, covered in wounds, his internal organs dislocated, looking as disheveled as a beggar. After sending Wei Xiantong flying, Mu Fian fixed her gaze on the bewildered Fan Yifeng and slashed out with her sword again. You, this sham of a person, dare to lay your hands on my disciple? Do you think you are worthy? Even though Mu Fian used only 10% of her strength, Fan Yifeng was far from being able to block it. Bang! Fan Yifeng was instantly sent flying, his clothes torn in the middle, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Young master, run! Wei Xiantong knew they had bullied the Qinghe Dao Academy too harshly yesterday. Now that the situation had reversed, Qinghe Dao Academy would definitely not hold back in teaching them a lesson. He didn't dare to say anything harsh and hurriedly grabbed Fan Yifeng, sprinting away from the Blood Sky Forest. Yin Nanshan did not stop their departure. He merely looked down at the large pit, a sigh on his face. This problem that had troubled them for 7 years had been resolved just like that. After leaving the Blood Sky Forest, Fan Yifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked in a disheveled manner, Wei uncle, what is going on? Where's that guy? Why isn't he in the Blood Sky Forest? Wei Xiantong's face was grim as he replied, Young master, I don't know either. The only thing I can be sure of is that the Qinghe Dao Academy definitely took action against that existence, and it most likely happened last night. A disciple from the Burning Sky Hall said, Young master, Elder Wei, it seems there was some commotion in the Blood Sky Forest last night. I heard it was very lively. Fan Yifeng shouted angrily. Why didn't you come to inform us? Wei Xiantong waved his hand and said, Young master, don't blame him. Even if we had known last night, what could we do? Would the Qinghe Dao Academy let us in? Who? Fan Yifeng let out a long breath, his expression filled with unwillingness. Then what should we do? Wei uncle, I still haven't got my yuech on. Wei Xiantong reassured him, Young master, don't worry. Since we confirmed that the Qinghe Dao Academy dares not kill that existence, this matter is not over yet. After we return, We will ask the hall master to investigate properly. One day we will come back. Li Yuechan will definitely not escape your grasp. Fen Yifeng nodded. Okay. Then wait a moment. Come with me to a place. Where to? Young master, we need to leave Qinghe Dao Academy quickly. Just follow me. The Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. Chu Chen sat in the attic, taking off his outer garments and preparing to apply some ointment to his wounds. Suddenly, a group of very disheveled people arrived. Chu Chen, get out here. Fen Yifeng, riding on a majestic beast, stopped outside the Xuanzi number 9 courtyard and shouted angrily. Wei Xiantong and the rest of the Burning Sky Hall also stopped outside the Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. Hearing the voice, Chu Chen poked his head out of the window on the second floor, and seeing Fen Yifeng and the others in such a sorry state, he smiled slightly. Oh, isn't this young master fun? What happened? Your clothes are in tatters. What are you doing up there on your mount? Planning to leave? Aren't you going to play a bit longer? Seeing their disheveled appearance, Chu Chen knew that the matter had already been resolved, and they had been kicked out. You brat. You got guts, daring to mock me. Fen Yifeng shouted angrily at Chu Chen. Do you know about the King's Sealing War? King's Sealing War? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, he knew about this war. It was a grand event jointly held by the 3 sects, 3 halls, and 3 academies of the southern region. Held once a year, aimed at promoting martial exchanges among the geniuses within the 3 sects, 3 halls, and 3 academies, allowing them to experience the strong competition among their peers and grow faster. Although named the King's Sealing War, it did not actually involve sealing kings. In the King's Sealing War, the top several outstanding geniuses could obtain specific titles, becoming renowned in the southern region, akin to kings of the younger generation, hence the name. Of course, there were restrictions on participation. Among the 9 major forces, some geniuses could not participate. For instance, in the Qinghe Dao Academy, students from the Tian Academy could not participate, and only students from the Northern Academy could join. Among the 3 sects and 3 halls, core disciples could not participate, and only inner disciples could. This was because many Tian Academy students and core disciples had already participated once, and allowing them to participate again would be unfair. Chapter 59, Li Yuechan. I'll help you apply medicine I know. What's the matter? Chu Chen replied. There are only a little over 80 days left until this year's King's Sealing War. Although I don't want to admit it, your talent is indeed quite good. In over 80 days, as long as you work hard, you might be selected by the Qinghe Dao Academy to participate in the King's Sealing War. Fen Yifeng said fiercely. I will also participate in this year's King's Sealing War. I will be waiting for you inside. As long as you participate, I will make you understand what kind of price you will pay for provoking me yesterday. Fen Yifeng held a grudge against Chu Chen for his actions yesterday. He had initially planned to disgust Chu Chen by bringing Li Yuechan to him after the Qinghe Dao Academy agreed to their marriage, as this punishment would be the most ruthless for someone like Chu Chen who pursued Li Yuechan. But now, with the plan to use blood shadows to threaten the Qinghe Dao Academy having failed, he was uncertain when he would be able to have Li Yuechan or take revenge on Chu Chen. Therefore, he deliberately came to find Chu Chen before leaving. He sincerely hoped to teach Chu Chen a lesson in the King's Sealing War. Chu Chen smiled. You have such confidence in me? Fen Yifeng replied. If you can't even secure a spot in the King's Sealing War, what's the difference between you and a coward, a waste? Of course, if you're afraid to see me and dare not go to the King's Sealing War, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Chu Chen smiled. Whether I go to the King's Sealing War is still undecided. However, I can tell you that it has nothing to do with you, whether I go or not. Hard-headed, Fen Yifeng retorted. You thief from the Burning Sky Hall. Why are you still lingering in my Qinghe Dao Academy? Clang! A clear and crisp sword chant sounded, and a powerful sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Mu Fian appeared not far away, glaring angrily at Wei Xiantong and Fen Yifeng. Wei Xuantong's expression changed, thinking, this crazy woman is back again. Let's go, young master, hurry. Wei Xiantong urged. Chu Chen, I'll be waiting for you in the King's Sealing War. Fen Yifeng shouted angrily before leaving with Wei Xiantong and the others. Mu Fian glanced at Chu Chen without saying a word and directly entered the Xuanzi number 8 courtyard. In the Xuanzi number 8 courtyard, on the attic, Li Yuechan was troubled, having closed her senses and immersed herself in cultivation. It was precisely because of this that she did not hear the commotion from the Xuanzi number 9 courtyard just now. Yuechan! Yuechan! Mu Fian entered the room, waking Li Yuechan up. Master, what is wrong? Is there something? Li Yuechan opened her beautiful eyes and saw Mu Fian's ecstatic expression, feeling puzzled. Mu Fian grabbed Li Yuechan's fragrant shoulders and said, Yuechan, it's all right now. It's all right. You don't have to be forced by those bastards from the Burning Sky Hall anymore. You don't have to marry that dog son Funny Feng. Li Yuechan was taken aback, her face suddenly filled with joy. Master, what are you saying? Please say it again. Mu Fian immediately told Li Yuechan in detail about the disappearance of the blood shadow. After listening, Li Yuechan felt an immense joy in her heart. But in the next moment, her expression froze. The figure of Chu Chen involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Could it be him? She thought of Chu Chen. To be precise, she thought of yesterday's Chu Chen. During the day yesterday, Chu Chen had come to ask her if she was willing to marry into the Burning Heaven Palace. And he even asked twice. When she replied that she was unwilling, he left. She was puzzled by this, but did not know what Chu Chen was thinking. However, that night, the blood shadow disappeared, and this difficulty at the Qinghe Dao Academy was resolved. Chu Chen had come to ask her during the day, and the blood shadow disappeared at night. Was it just a coincidence? Moreover, yesterday at the Xuanzi number 9 courtyard, when the blood shadow let out that first strange roar, she noticed that Chu Chen's reaction was to frown, which was not the normal reaction of someone hearing such a roar for the first time. It was more like someone who had heard it before. Additionally, Chu Chen had previously gone to the heavenly blood forest to absorb the innate spiritual liquid. All these memories surged together, intertwining the figure of Chu Chen in her mind. She was almost certain that this was related to Chu Chen. Mu Fian looked at Li Yuechan, who was in a daze, thinking that Li Yuechan was overly delighted and felt extremely happy. Soon, Mu Fian left, and Li Yuechan also got up to leave. Aunt Shun, is Chu Chen here? Li Yuechan arrived at the Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. During these days, accompanying Hong Ying to practice in the Xuanzi number 9 courtyard, her relationship with Shun Yuqing had improved, and she already called her Aunt Shin. Oh, Yuechan, Xiao Chun is here, upstairs. Are you looking for him for something? You can go find him, Shun Yuqing said with a smile, genuinely fond of this girl. Okay. Aunt Shun. Li Yuechan smiled lightly and gently walked upstairs. Shun Yuqing glanced at Li Yuechan's back, smiled, and left the Xuanzi number 9 courtyard. In the attic, Chu Chen had already heard Li Yuechan's voice and quickly put on his outer robe, shoving the wound medicine into the drawer. He was still applying the wound medicine. As Li Yuechan walked up, the sunlight streamed through the window, casting a long and graceful shadow of her on the floor. Chu Chen looked at Li Yuechan and smiled. Senior sisterly, do you have something to discuss? Li Yuechan stared at Chu Chen and got straight to the point. Was it you? Chu Chen replied. What do you mean it was me? Li Yuechan said. You came to find me yesterday, and the blood shadow suddenly disappeared last night. Was it you? Chu Chen smiled. Just about to speak when Li Yuechan's expression suddenly changed. She sensed the faint blood energy emanating from Chu Chen and his weakness. Li Yuechan flicked her fingers, and her yuan power surged, causing Chu Chen's outer robe to be lifted. A series of scars resembling sword energy appeared, some only an inch long, while others about a foot long, hideous, and conspicuous, like worms covering Chu Chen's front and back. The red wounds were spread across his body, with some still congealing with blood droplets. Li Yuechan's eyes trembled violently. Yesterday, when fighting with Yishan, Chu Chen had not been injured at all. After one night, he suddenly sustained such severe injuries. Did he get injured when he went to find the blood shadow last night? Was it injuries sustained for me? If previously Li Yuechan had only an 80% certainty that it was Chu Chen's doing, now she was 100% sure it was him. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. After the absurdity with Chu Chen that day, she had deliberately avoided him. Yet now, Chu Chen sai hao ba. Since Li Yuechan had already discovered his injuries, there was no point in denying it anymore. Li Yuechan said, why bother? Chu Chen ziplit? A token from the North Courtyard Elder, standing up during the South Courtyard assessment. Senior sister has helped me before. How could I let you marry into the Burning Heaven Palace? Li Yuechan's heart trembled again, and she fell silent. Then, Li Yuechan looked towards a drawer beside her, opened it, took out a bottle of wound medicine, and softly said, I'll help you apply it. Chu Chen paused, but did not refuse. The morning sun rose from the eastern sky, casting soft and bright rays of sunlight. The sunlight streamed through the small window into the small room on the second floor of the attic. Inside, the young man was bare-chested, covered in scars, while the young girl held a bottle of wound medicine in one hand and gently applied it to the wounds on the young man's back with the other. When she reached a painful spot, the young man slightly trembled, but a gentle smile appeared on his face, indicating it was okay. The young girl frowned slightly and became even gentler in her application. They did not speak. The sunlight was warm, the morning light gentle, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. It was beautiful. After applying the wound medicine, Li Weichan helped Chu Chen put on his outer robe. When her fingertips touched Chu Chen's skin, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, and Chu Chen also shivered a little. Following that, Chu Chen secretly shook his head. Why was he still trembling? Hadn't he and Li Weichan already? After Chu Chen finished dressing, Li Weichan asked, "How did you solve that problem?" Chu Chen replied, "That's my secret. Senior sister, can I keep it to myself?" Li Weichan asked, "Will it come back?" Chu Chen said, "It might come back, or it might not, but I can guarantee that it won't harm the Qinghe Dao Academy again." Li Weichan nodded and then said, "Don't worry, this is your secret. I won't tell anyone." Li Weichan got up to leave, but just as she was about to go downstairs, she suddenly turned back and said to Chu Chen, "Take care of your injuries." "Okay." Chu Chen nodded gently. Inside the ninefold prison tower, at this moment, the blood shadow suddenly let out a series of strange calls. "Kid, so you came to release me for this girl. Not bad. You were willing to endure the backlash of the sword formation and get yourself so badly injured just for her." Although the blood shadow was sealed in the flame prison, he could still sense the outside world. Chu Chen, of course, could hear the blood shadow's voice, but he was too lazy to respond. The blood shadow sighed, so called to risk everything for a beauty, to be injured for a fair maiden. "Kid, your actions are indeed commendable." Chu Chen said, "Could you not commend me? If I hadn't done this, you would still be trapped in the sword formation." The blood shadow rolled his eyes. "Being in your flame prison isn't any better than being in the sword formation. However, I must say, this girl is indeed beautiful. I've seen thousands of beauties in my life, but among them, this girl is top-notch in terms of appearance. I truly didn't expect that such a talented girl could be born in this corner of the southern domain of the Tian dynasty. Kid, do you like this girl?" Chu Chen was too lazy to respond. "Not going to speak. Then you're admitting it. Kid, I must say you are really a useless person. If you like her, just go and take her down. If it were me 7 years ago, I would have already rolled in bed with those beauties. And you," while she tenderly applied medicine to your back, "it must have been at least a tea's worth of time, right? In such a long time. You couldn't even dare to hold her once. You are simply a disgrace among men. I truly feel ashamed to be in your prison. Hurry up and release me. Staying in your prison is really embarrassing." Chu Chen said lightly, "The last sentence is what you really want to say, right?" The blood shadow chuckled. "So, what do you say? If you release me, I absolutely won't think of you as a disgrace. Dream on." Chu Chen left a single sentence, and his consciousness sank into the ninefold prison tower. Looking at Chu Chen's consciousness appearing before the flame prison, the blood shadow said, "Kid, you're a bit cruel. I was trapped by that sword formation for 7 years, and you didn't even let me out to breathe? You just breathe out when? Well, I just came out of the sword formation. That doesn't count. All right, stop dreaming and stay obediently in my pendant. I'll consider letting you out when I feel you're no longer a threat. But when will that be? Wait. Fine. Blood Shadow has finally accepted the fact that he can't get out in a short time. Then you can bring some water in for me. I've not bathed for 7 years, and I'm itching all over." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen immediately jumped back and exclaimed, "Damn, Blood Shadow probably has never been looked down upon for hygiene issues in his life," and he was immediately furious. "Do you think I want this?" Chu Chen quickly left the ninefold town prison tower and fetched 4 or 5 buckets of water. He tried to see if he could pour the water in the ninefold town prison tower and found out that he indeed could. So he immediately sent the water to Blood Shadow. Chu Chen was not lying to Blood Shadow. Inside the ninefold town prison tower, he could indeed manipulate those flames. Chu Chen controlled the flames to send the water inside. Blood Shadow took a careful wash, inside and out, and it took more than half an hour for Chu Chen to hand him a brand new red robe. After Blood Shadow put on the red robe, Chu Chen turned around, and at that moment, he was slightly surprised. Blood Shadow had a tall and slender body, and although his face was thin, one could still see some remnants of his past handsomeness. One could imagine that Blood Shadow must have been very dashing in the past. However, what surprised Chu Chen was not Blood Shadow's looks, but that he appeared to be only around 30 years old. You're so young? What do you mean young? I'm very old, okay. If anything, I'm just starving. Blood Shadow retorted angrily. How dare you peek at me while I bathe? I was talking about your age. At least I'm over 10 years older than you. You're still so young. Why do you call yourself this, Lord? I thought you were some ancient relic, like hundreds of years old. You don't understand anything. It sounds so cool when I say this, Lord. Do you want me to have others call me young master? That sounds stupid. What kind of power do you come from? If I told you, it would scare you to death. Tell me. I won't tell you. You don't have a right to know. Blood Shadow's refusal to disclose his background was actually to prevent Chu Chen from devising any strategies against him once he found out. This was one of Blood Shadow's secrets. Perhaps one day, Chu Chen would learn this secret, but Blood Shadow would definitely not tell him now. Chu Chen understood Blood Shadow's thoughts and didn't bother to pursue the matter. Give me some food. I've not eaten for 7 years. I'm starving. Chu Chen's consciousness left, went downstairs, and entered the kitchen. After some rummaging, he found that all the leftover food had been eaten, and there were only 2 white steamed buns left in the cupboard. Chu Chen brought the white buns into the Ninefold Town prison tower. Just these 2 buns? Are you kidding me? Eat it or not. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. I'll eat, Blood Shadow said, almost crying, and took the 2 buns, devouring them hungrily. This is outrageous. The first meal I have after being imprisoned for 7 years is buns. My life is so hard. During this time, Chu Chen continued to recover from his injuries. Hong Ying came to find Chu Chen to cultivate the shadow clone technique, but before he could reply, Li Wuchan took the initiative to tell Hong Ying that Chu Chen was in seclusion, so she shouldn't disturb him. After telling Hong Ying this, Li Wuchan took the opportunity, while Hong Ying was not around, to sneak into the Xuanji No. 9 courtyard to help Chu Chen apply medicine. She also brought several bottles of high-quality wound medicine and medicinal liquids, which helped Chu Chen recover very quickly. With Li Yuechan's careful care, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. Li Yuechan was indeed very gentle. It's hard to imagine any man not liking such a gentle and beautiful girl. However, Chu Chen also knew that it would be difficult for him to be with Li Yuechan, because to this day, he still didn't know if Li Yuechan held any resentment against him because of their previous misunderstanding. During this time, Chu Chen also delivered meals to Blood Shadow multiple times. Whatever delicacies Shen Yuqing made, Chu Chen would deliver to him, treating Blood Shadow no differently. After a while, Blood Shadow's emaciated body gradually became stronger. Chu Chen truly saw his true appearance from 7 years ago. He was indeed a handsome young man. 10 days passed, and Chu Chen's injuries finally healed completely. Chu Chen's consciousness sank into the Ninefold Town prison tower and said to Blood Shadow, "Can you teach me martial arts now?" The reason he hadn't asked Blood Shadow before was that his injuries weren't healed, making it unsuitable for martial arts cultivation. Blood Shadow replied, "Sure. Do you want technique or martial arts?" "Martial arts. I have techniques." "Oomph. What kind of garbage technique do you have that can compare to my techniques?" Chu Chen smiled. If anyone dared to say that the Sky Devouring Emperor Scripture was garbage, Blood Shadow would probably be the first. "Just give me the martial arts." In the end, after Chu Chen's insistence, Blood Shadow provided the martial arts. "What martial arts do you want?" "A sword technique and a finger technique." Chu Chen primarily practiced swordsmanship, so he would definitely want a sword technique. At the same time, he was also somewhat interested in finger techniques, so he wanted one of those too. "Don't be greedy. Just learn these 2 for now." "You also practice swordsmanship?" "Well, your Qinghedao Academy is divided into sword, knife, and martial arts departments, and you're in the sword department. Take these 2 martial arts and have a look." Chu Chen threw paper and a pen to Blood Shadow. After recalling, Blood Shadow wrote down the sword technique and finger technique and tossed it back to Chu Chen. Chu Chen glanced at it. It was only at the 7th rank of the Profound Realm. "Only?" Blood Shadow scoffed. "Kid, what realm are you in? Do you think you're a Zhuangyang Realm Warrior or a Stargate Realm Warrior? If you want to exceed the 7th rank of the Profound Realm, I do have some, but with your meager cultivation, can you even cultivate it? How much power can you unleash?" "Sword, 7 and Desolate Thunderfinger." Although they're only at the 7th rank of the profound realm, honestly speaking, if you can cultivate one of these martial arts within a year, I would have to call you big brother. Hearing this, Chu Chen nodded slightly. 4 low-level warriors, cultivating high-level techniques and martial arts is very difficult. The reason he could operate the Sky Devouring Emperor Scripture was purely because it was directly passed down from the Sky Devouring Sword Demon, Sword 7 and Desolate Thunderfinger. Although they haven't reached the height of Earth level at the Condensation Dan realm, most martial artists possess martial arts at the low-level Profound realm, typically from the 1st to the 3rd rank. Sword 7 and Desolate Thunderfinger still have a crushing advantage over them. If he cultivated these 2 martial arts, he would also have the upper hand in martial arts when facing them. Then let's go with these 2 martial arts. Chu Chen took the 2 martial arts. Kid, which one do you want to cultivate first? Blood Shadow asked playfully. Both together, Chu Chen replied. Both together? You got guts. Blood Shadow said. The Sword 7 is not an ordinary sword technique. It was created based on the 7 wonders of nature, divided into 7 styles. At your level, it would probably take 3 months to successfully cultivate one style. As for Desolate Thunderfinger, it is divided into 4 styles, but it's equally hard to cultivate. Kid, I really look forward to your cultivation results. The first style of Sword 7 is called Thunderbolt Sword Slash, created by ancient sword masters observing the thunder in the world. As for Desolate Thunderfinger, there's no need to say more. Both martial arts are related to thunder. So Chu Chen tidied up and went straight to the Thunder Domain. In the Thunder Domain, he found a place, activated the heavenly Dao Qilin Bone, and immediately began to comprehend the essence of Sword 7. After 2 hours, he grasped the essence of the first style of Sword 7 and started practicing the sword. Chu Chen stood in an open area, holding the purple soul, and thrust the sword out. Swish! The sword light moved extremely fast, tearing through the air. Blood Shadow, staying in the fiery prison, watched this scene with interest. Since he was bored, watching Chu Chen practice swordsmanship was his entertainment. Chu Chen thrust the sword dozens of times, similar to normal thrusts. But on the 81st thrust, a hint of thunder arc suddenly burst forth from his sword. In the fiery prison, Blood Shadow was nearly jumping up. Sword arc! Sword arc! How could this kid unleash the sword arc so quickly? The sword arc was a small development in the Thunder Sword Slash. Back then, Blood Shadow was also proud and had chosen to cultivate Sword 7 at the 3rd level of the Dan Condensation realm. He was also regarded as a peerless talent in the sword path. Even he took a full day and night to unleash his first sword arc. However, Chu Chen only executed 81 sword strikes, and even counting the time spent comprehending Sword 7 earlier, it was just over 2 hours. Yet he managed to unleash the sword arc. Such terrifying speed left Blood Shadow in shock. This was a realm of thunder. That sword arc must have fallen from the thunder in the sky, not something this kid could have unleashed. I must be seeing things. Blood Shadow denied it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, after Chu Chen executed dozens of sword strikes, he suddenly unleashed another sword arc whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. After executing dozens more sword strikes, he unleashed yet another sword arc. Chu Chen kept striking, and soon he was unleashing a sword arc almost every time. Upon closer inspection, one could find that the intervals between Chu Chen unleashing the sword arcs were getting shorter, and the frequency of unleashing the sword arc was increasing, until finally, it seemed he could unleash a sword arc with every strike, and the purple soul sword became incredibly brilliant. Damn! Blood Shadow was nearly dumbfounded. Soon, 3 days passed. Chu Chen stood on the ground, gripping the purple soul sword tightly, and slashed down with a single sword strike, Thunder Sword Slash. Boom! A dazzling purple-golden sword light, seemingly condensed entirely from lightning, extended over 10 meters long and heavily struck the ground, directly creating a gaping ravine dozens of meters long. Watching this scene, Blood Shadow was completely confused. Where am I? Chapter 62. The Power of the Qilin. Back then, Blood Shadow took a full half-month to master the first style of Sword 7. Now, Chu Chen had only taken 3 days to master the first style, completing it in just 1/5 of the time Blood Shadow had spent. Blood Shadow was extremely shocked and truly felt Chu Chen's monstrous martial arts talent. Kid, you're just a small student from Qinghe Dao Academy. How could you possess such incredible sword talent? Blood Shadow carefully sensed Chu Chen's body and suddenly widened his eyes. Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone. You actually possess the legendary Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone. The Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone is a legendary physique that Blood Shadow had heard of before. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that Blood Shadow could see the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone he possessed. However, he smiled slightly and did not speak. No wonder you have such powerful sword talent. Possessing the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone means your comprehension ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. How could you not have strong sword talent? Blood Shadow exclaimed. However, Blood Shadow was mistaken about one point. The reason for Chu Chen's strong sword talent was not only due to the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone, but also because of the Heaven Devouring Emperor Scripture. As the innate technique of the Heaven Devouring Sword Demon, the Heaven Devouring Emperor Scripture was a sword technique, with an imperial grade sword technique. Chu Chen's efficiency in cultivating sword techniques far exceeded that of ordinary people. As for fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, and others, the Heaven Devouring Emperor Scripture was not as helpful as it was for sword techniques, but with the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone, it could still yield extraordinary results during the cultivation of those martial arts. Chu Chen said playfully, I remember someone saying that if I could cultivate one of the martial arts within a year, they would call me Big Brother. At this rate, I could succeed in a few months. That person wouldn't go back on their word, right? Blood Shadow looked up at the heavy black-red flames and said, Huh? Did someone say that? Who said it? I don't remember. Hee hee. Chu Chen smiled in response. But seriously, I truly didn't expect you to possess the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone. This physique, even I have never seen before. Blood Shadow recalled. I remember from ancient texts that the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone, besides having strong comprehension ability and fast cultivation speed, can also release powerful Qilan power. Kid, have you released it? How powerful is that Qilan power? No, my strength isn't enough. To release the Qilan power of the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone, I need to break through a few more small realms first. Chu Chen shook his head. As the owner of the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone, how could Chu Chen not know that it could unleash Qilan power? Moreover, the Qilan power released by the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone comes in different levels. However, his cultivation was too low to even unleash the most basic Qilan power. Of course, this was also because the Qilan Bone he possessed was the Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone. If it were the ordinary Qilan Bone that Lu Yunfeng had taken from him, the situation would be different. The ordinary Qilan Bone could also unleash Qilan power, and the threshold was very low. In other words, at this time, Lu Yunfeng could unleash Qilan power. I see, Blood Shadow murmured. Kid, you're really lucky. The higher the threshold for release, the more advanced this Heavenly Dao Qilan Bone is. To be honest, even I'm a bit envious of your physique. Chu Chen Chuka. Then you can continue to be envious. After mastering the Thunder Sword Slash, Chu Chen continued to cultivate Wild Thunder Finger. After several days, he successfully cultivated the first style of Wild Thunder Finger, and after nearly 10 more days, he also mastered the second style. During this period, he had also broken through to the sixth segment of Sword Intent. This was to be expected, as it had been nearly a month since he had raised his Sword Intent to the peak of the fifth segment. At this point, Chu Chen prepared to leave the Thunder Domain. The second style of Sword 7, called the Green Rainbow Sword Slash, would be cultivated faster in a place where a rainbow spanned the sky. And in the Thunder Domain, there would naturally be no rainbow. Chu Chen found a pond not far from the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard, where he saw a rainbow and immediately began to cultivate. In the Blade Path system, North Courtyard, Lin Wanner and several students stood outside a magnificent pavilion, their eyes fixed on the second floor of the pavilion. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from within the pavilion. A golden divine beast phantom, several meters long, suddenly materialized in the air above the pavilion. With deer antlers, tiger eyes, a deer body, dragon scales, and an ox tail, the scales on its body shimmered with a metallic brightness, giving a sense of power and mystery. Standing in midair, it seemed to press down on everything. It was the Qilan power. Lin Wanner exclaimed in delight. Brother Feng has exited seclusion. A student trembled in awe. According to ancient records of spirit beasts, in ancient times, The Qilin was ranked alongside dragons, phoenixes, Xuanwu, and Pai Xiao as one of the 5 great auspicious beasts. Now the Qilin has long been extinct, with only remnants like the Qilin bone remaining in the world. I have finally seen the legendary Qilin. This Qilin power is indeed extraordinary. Even from dozens of meters away, I can feel a soul-shaking might. If this Qilin were to attack me, I would probably be instantly torn apart without any means of resistance. The surrounding students echoed. I would have no means of resistance either. The power of ancient auspicious beasts is terrifying. Suddenly, the Qilin phantom disappeared. Lu Yunfeng walked out from the pavilion, dressed in white, spotless. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on your further advancement in strength. Lin Wanner immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Lu Yunfeng reached out and wrapped his arm around Lin Wanner's waist, saying, Wanner, I missed you so much during this time. That kid Chu Chen must be dead by now, right? Everyone's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Wanner said fiercely, Chu Chen is not dead. However, Ho Yu is dead. Someone found Ho Yu's corpse in the Thunder Domain, battered and bruised. It must have been Chu Chen who killed him. But since he died in the Thunder Domain, there's not a shred of evidence. And we can't do anything about Chu Chen. What? Lu Yunfeng frowned. After sending Ho Yu to assassinate Chu Chen, he had intended to wait for good news from Ho Yu. But since he had reached a critical point in his cultivation, he chose to enter seclusion first. Today, I emerged from seclusion, filled with joy, eager to know just how miserable Chu Chen's death was. But I didn't expect to receive such news. Damn bastard. He really has a big fate. Lu Yunfeng clenched his fists, his expression cold. Reporting to Senior Brother Lu. At this moment, a student from the Knife Path Department of the Northern Courtyard walked in from outside the courtyard, saying, Elder Lu has arrived. Uncle C has returned? Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Fenger. Outside the courtyard, a robust, middle-aged man strode in with a commanding presence. He wore a large purple robe, exuding an aura of authority and sharpness. A sharp energy emanated from his body, which was not the aura of a sword, but that of a knife. This man was named Lu Zhen, an elder of the Lu family and also an elder of the Knife Path Department of the Northern Courtyard of the Qinghedao Academy. Greetings, Elder Lu. The students greeted respectfully. Greetings, Unklisi. Lu Yunfeng cupped his hands towards Lu Zhen. Chapter 63. Lu Zhen. Lu Yunfeng asked, Uncle C, when did you return? Just returned less than an hour ago. Lu Zhen sensed Lu Yunfeng's aura and praised, good. Peak of the 8th layer of the condensed Dan realm. It won't be long before you step into the 9th layer of the condensed Dan realm. Truly worthy of being the top genius of our Lu family. You flatter me. Unklesi, Lu Yunfeng smiled. Lu Zhen's expression suddenly turned cold as he said, I've heard about Yunfei's incident. That kid named Chu Chen actually dared to kill Yunfei. He must have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. I will definitely tear him apart. Not long ago, Lu Zhen led a group of geniuses from the Knife Path Department of the Northern Courtyard for training outside and had only just returned. Upon hearing the news that Chu Chen had killed Lu Yunfei, he was filled with rage and walked towards Lu Yunfeng. That kid truly deserves to die, Lu Yunfeng said. After he killed Yunfei, I also sent someone to assassinate him, but he managed to evade it and even counterkill my man. Lu Zhen said, how unreasonable. Yunfei, like you, is one of the top geniuses of our Lu family. Whether our Lu family can rise again depends on both of you, but that kid actually killed Yunfei. I will not let him go. Lu Yunfeng replied, why would Uncle C need to take action against such an insignificant bug? There's still more than a month until the date of my life and death battle with that kid. By then, I will personally take his head. Lu Zhen said, though you say so, I can't wait any longer. But don't worry, I've already thought of a way to deal with him. With a bug like him, how can he compete in a life and death battle with you? He doesn't deserve it. With just a little trick, I can make him regret coming to this world. Oh, Uncle C has already thought of a way to deal with him? Of course. Lu Yunfeng laughed heartily and then said, since Uncle C already has a method, then go ahead and do it. Uncle C, rest assured, although Yunfei was killed, which caused our Lu family to lose a genius, with me here, I will definitely bring glory to the Lu family. Lu Yunfeng's body trembled, and a golden bone glowed on his chest. An incredibly powerful aura erupted, and above his head, a Qilin stood tall, roaring towards the sky. Is that a Qilin bone? Lu Zhan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Yunfeng smiled and said, "Exactly." Lu Zhan exclaimed with joy, "Feng, when did you awaken this?" Lu Yunfeng felt no need to hide anything from Lu Zhan. After a pause, he said, "To be honest, Uncle C, I dug this out from Chu Chen and grafted it onto myself. That kid can actually cultivate a qilin bone?" Lu Zhan was slightly surprised, then laughed wildly. "Ha, good. You dug well. Such trash doesn't deserve to have a qilin bone. A treasure like the qilin bone should belong to a genius like you." "Awesome. You've actually obtained a piece of qilin bone. Our Lu family has produced a peerless genius. Our Lu family has hope for glory." Lu Zhan was so excited he could hardly contain himself. In the Sword Path Department, the northern courtyard residence in the Xuanzi area, a small stream flowed down from the mountains, gathering into a pond under a green peak. A rainbow arched over the pond, as if forming a colorful bridge over the water. Chu Chen was practicing swordsmanship by the pond, his figure moving swiftly, his sword technique crisp and efficient, his movements agile and light. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt a powerful aura approaching him. He stopped. Whoosh! Lu Zhan appeared in front of Chu Chen, accompanied by his several students. "You are Chu Chen?" Lu Zhan's face was filled with anger, and killing intent surged in his eyes. "Indeed. May I ask who this senior is?" Chu Chen could sense Lu Zhan's strength, but what made him wary was Lu Zhan's killing intent. "Who is this person? Why is he so intent on killing me?" "I am Lu Zhan, elder of the Knife Path Department of the Northern Courtyard, elder of the Lu family, and also the uncle of Lu Yunfei and Lu Yunfeng." Lu Zhan snorted coldly. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes. Some strong figures from prominent families hold positions in the upper echelons of the 9 great forces, and Lu Zhan was clearly one of them. "Ah, so you're Elder Lu. What business do you have?" Chu Chen's wariness intensified. "What business? You killed my family's genius Lu Yunfei, and you dare to ask me what business I have?" Lu Zhan said angrily. Chu Chen replied, "Elder Lu, I did kill Lu Yunfei, but it was a life-and-death battle, and it was agreed beforehand that neither side could pursue the matter regardless of the outcome, with everyone as witnesses. It was a fair competition." Lu Zhan retorted, "Fair? That competition was never fair. The life of our Lu family's genius is not something your kind of bug can compare to. If Yunfei's life is gold, then your life is but scrap metal. Such a competition cannot be called fair. You dared to kill Yunfei. I would love nothing more than to tear you apart." Killing intent erupted from Lu Zhan. Chu Chen frowned and said, "Elder Lu, you are a dignified elder of the Knife Path Department of the Northern Courtyard. Are you really going to attack a mere student of the Northern Courtyard?" The blood shadow within Chu Chen roared, "This old man doesn't follow the rules. Kid, go. Hurry up and take him down. Kill him." Chu Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Do what? He could easily take me down." At that moment, Lu Zhan had already charged towards Chu Chen. A powerful aura erupted from him, his body shooting forward, thick killing intent enveloping Chu Chen. Chu Chen frowned, but in an instant, his brows relaxed because he sensed a familiar aura. The owner of that aura, while not someone he knew very well, would surely not stand by idly. Bang! A sharp sword light slashed toward Lu Zhan from midair, moving at incredible speed. Lu Zhan sensed the sword light and had to turn in midair, slapping down with his palm. A blade light was actually struck out by him. Bang! The sword light and blade light collided, both shattering. Mu Fian appeared in front of Chu Chen and said to Lu Zhan, "Lu Zhan, what are you doing? How can you attack a mere student of the Northern Courtyard?" Lu Zhan looked at Mu Fian, his expression slightly changing, and said, "Mu Fian, this is my business. Stay out of it." Mu Fian sneered, "Stay out of it? Huh. You, a dignified elder of the Knife Path Department, are bullying a student of the Sword Path Department, and you still want me to stay out of it? Do you think I'm easy to mess with?" Chapter 64. Space Rift. Mu Fian helped Chu Chen for 2 reasons. The first reason was that Chu Chen was a student of the Sword Path Department, and she, as an elder of the Sword Path Department, could not allow Lu Zhan from the Knife Path Department to bully her students. The second reason was that Hong Ying and Li Yuechan often went to find Chu Chen for training, and even for their sake, she would not stand by and do nothing. Lu Zhan angrily said, "Do you know his relationship with my Lu family? He killed our genius Lu Yunfei." Mu Fian replied indifferently, "I've heard, but I heard that they were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Oomph. Lu Xun snorted coldly. But he also knew that Mu Fian had a fiery temper, and with her here, it would be impossible for him to deal with Chu Chen. However, Lu Xun never intended to kill Chu Chen here anyway. The elder killed the student for no reason, which is a grave taboo in the Dao Academy and will lead to punishment. How could Lu Xun make such a low-level mistake? He just wanted to teach Chu Chen a lesson. He had already thought of a way to deal with Chu Chen. With Elder Mu here, he could let you off this time. Lu Xun looked at Chu Chen and said indifferently, 3 days ago, a spatial crack suddenly appeared on the back mountain of the Qinghe Dao Academy. According to the elder's exploration, a small secret realm has formed inside. However, the elders have only conducted preliminary explorations, and they haven't clarified the specific environment inside. The Dao Academy plans to develop that small secret realm into a trial ground for the students if the environment is acceptable. They intend to send some students inside for detailed exploration. Now, I command you to go to that secret realm tomorrow for exploration. Explore the secret realm? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. The Tianshan continent had experienced a very glorious period in ancient times, with various divine beasts and powerful figures gathering, strong beyond measure. However, it was also a very chaotic time, with frequent wars erupting between heaven and earth. Those wars shattered the spatial cracks, some of which have lasted for countless years and remain to this day. Some of those spatial cracks are just pure spatial rifts, while others have formed peculiar spaces inside. In today's world, many sects will find those spatial cracks within their own sects and will try to exploit them for their disciples' trials. Mu Fian frowned and said, impossible. The spatial crack is filled with danger, and there are even some unknown monsters inside. Sending Chu Chen in is practically sending him to his death. Lu Xun sneered. Are you afraid Chu Chen will die in there? What about the other students? Aren't their lives worth anything? Mu Fian said, the monsters are not the most terrifying. What if you send a large number of students to ambush Chu Chen inside the spatial crack? Lu Xun, with thick skin, replied, I am upright and never do such things. Mu Fian said, impossible. Moreover, what right do you have to command Chu Chen? Lu Xun took out a token from his spatial ring and sneered, Elder Mu, I'm sorry, but half an hour ago, I received the Academy's authorization to handle this matter fully. Except for the Tian Academy students whom I cannot mobilize, I can mobilize any student from the martial arts department, sword department, or blade department, and they must not disobey. Otherwise, I have the right to punish them severely. After returning to the Qinghe Dao Academy, Lu Xun first heard about Chu Chen killing Lu Yunfei, and then learned about the spatial crack that appeared 3 days ago. He felt this was a great opportunity to kill Chu Chen, and after a brief consideration, he went to the Qinghe Great Hall to volunteer to lead the students in this task. The higher-ups of the Qinghe Great Hall were unaware of his true intentions and did not stop him, handing the task token over to him. Mu Fian stared at the token, her expression changing. You, Lu Xun sneered, Elder Mu. I heard that when the Academy first asked which elder wanted to take on this task, you were the first to turn and leave. Who can you blame for that? Elder Mu. At this moment, Chu Chen spoke up. Thank you for standing up for me. However, since this task was assigned by Elder Lu, I will accept it. Chu Chen was unaware that Lu Xun would use this task against him. But since Lu Xun was in charge of this task, if he did not follow his orders, Lu Xun would have a reason to act against him. Moreover, if all the students entered that secret realm, he wasn't particularly afraid. The secret realm was equivalent to a small world. Once inside, he could swim freely and with his various means. It wouldn't be so easy for those students to deal with him. Most importantly, such secret realms generally contain various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Currently, Chu Chen lacked such resources, so entering and searching thoroughly might be a great opportunity for him to significantly enhance his cultivation. Haha, Chu Chen, you really have guts. All right, since you agreed, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Remember, gather at the back mountain. Don't skip out, or I won't let you off easily. Seeing Chu Chen agree, Lu Xun laughed heartily and turned to leave. With things having come to this, Mu Fian could not say much more. After all, Chu Chen was not very close to her. Their connection was mainly through Li Yuechan and Hong Ying. Chu Chen, be careful once you go in. The exploration of the secret realm will take a long time, and Lu Xun is ruthless and vengeful. He won't let you off easily. Mu Fian left with these words. Thank you. Elder Mu, Chu Chen said lightly, clasping his fists, watching her leave. Exploring the secret realm. This is what I enjoy the most. The excited voice of Blood Shadow came from within the ninefold prison tower pendant. Chu Chen said, "You seem quite excited, but for me, it's full of killing intent." Blood Shadow replied, "Isn't that perfect? If you die, I can come out." Chu Chen sneered, "You think too much. I am the master of the pendant. If I die, no one can open it, and you'll be trapped inside forever." "Really?" "Of course." Chu Chen cursed. "Do you really want me dead?" "Hee hee. Isn't it just a longing for freedom? You must consider all possibilities. You have to understand me." "Well, you can think about it slowly. I won't let you out." "Don't." Chu Chen and Blood Shadow were bickering all the way back to the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard. Tomorrow, he would enter the secret realm, so there was no need to practice swordsmanship. Chu Chen aimed to adjust his state to the peak. Chapter 65, Back Mountain that night. Hong Ying and Li Yuechan came to find Chu Chen. After Mu Fian and Chu Chen left, they returned to the Xuanzi No. 8 courtyard. Hong Ying was also in the Xuanzi No. 8 courtyard, and she mentioned that she wanted Li Yuechan to accompany her to find Chu Chen for training tomorrow. Mu Fian then revealed that Chu Chen would be going to the spatial crack the next day. "Chu Chen, you actually agreed to that old Lu Zhen to go to the spatial crack. Lu Zhen definitely won't let you off in there," Hong Ying said to Chu Chen. Li Yuechan shook her head at Hong Ying. Chu Chen had no choice. Lu Zhen took that task token, so he is in charge of the task. Sigh. The Lu family has no good people. Whether old or young, it's all the same. Hong Ying sighed heavily, then clenched her right hand, and a stack of talismans appeared. "Chu Chen, this is a swift talisman. Once activated, it can double a warrior's speed." She clenched her left hand, and another stack of talismans appeared. "This is a defense talisman. Once activated, it can also double a warrior's defense. I give you these 2 stacks of talismans. You must preserve your life in that spatial crack." The spatial crack would definitely be extremely dangerous. So Chu Chen did not refuse and reached out to accept the 2 stacks of talismans, smiling. "Thank you, Senior Sister Hong Ying." Hong Ying smiled at Li Yuechan. "Senior Sister Yuechan, you should also take out the gift you prepared for Chu Chen." Li Yuechan paused for a moment, then clenched her jade hand. And 6 or 7 round beads also floated from her hand. These beads were all purple gold in color, some larger and some smaller. Even the largest was only about the size of a walnut. "This is a silver lightning bomb, made from pure lightning elemental energy combined with special metal materials. The explosion's power is very strong. These few silver lightning bombs range in power from the 6th to the 9th level of the condensing Dan realm. And I give them to you." "Silver lightning bombs?" Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. This was a good item, incredibly precious. Currently, Chu Chen still had 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones left. Among the silver lightning bombs given by Li Yuechan, one of the largest could threaten even the 9th level of the condensing Dan realm. But to be honest, even if Chu Chen doubled his 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, he still couldn't buy one of these. Chu Chen did not refuse, took it, and smiled. "Thank you, Senior Sister Li. Chu Chen, you must protect your life. I only lack the final move of the shadow separation technique, and I'm still waiting for you to teach me how to cultivate it." After a round of admonitions from Hong Ying and Li Yuechan, they turned and left. After leaving the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard, Hong Ying stared at Li Yuechan, chattering all the way. Li Yuechan was speechless and said, "Hong Ying, what are you chattering about?" Hong Ying said, "Senior Sister Yuechan, I've noticed that you've been nicer to Chu Chen lately." Li Yuechan replied, "Is it because I gave him the silver lightning bomb? Don't forget, you also gave him a talisman." Hong Ying said, "But it's not just the silver lightning bomb. When I left your room before, I heard you ask Elder Mu if you could also enter the spatial rift. But Elder Mu said that with the King's battle approaching, you need to cultivate well to improve your strength, so he didn't let you go. And what other reason could you have for wanting to go to that spatial rift? Isn't just to help Chu Chen and protect him from those dangers? TSK. Thinking back to the time when you and I went to the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard, you hardly spoke to Chu Chen as if you were deliberately avoiding him. But now you're willing to enter the spatial rift for him. Senior Sister, your attitude towards him has changed quite a bit." Hong Ying stared at Li Yuechan intently. "Senior Sister, you wouldn't have started to like him, would you?" Li Yuechan's pretty face flushed, and the next moment she said seriously, "Even if he is a stranger." Having been neighbors for so long, we could become friends. Besides, he'd been cultivating at his house for quite a while. I'm just in a good mood lately. Hong Ying said, "You're blushing." Li Wuchang glared at her. Hong Ying said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. But speaking of which, last time the people from the Burning Heaven Hall suddenly left, and I don't know why that monster in the Blood Heaven Forest disappeared. Not only are you in a good mood, but I'm also feeling great. In the Blood Heaven Forest, upon hearing about the Blood Heaven Forest, Li Wuchang couldn't help but recall the figure covered in scars, and her heart rippled slightly. The next day, in the morning, Chu Chen bid farewell to Shun Yuqing and headed to the back mountain. The back mountain of the Qinghe Dao Academy was adorned with many verdant peaks, vast in area and picturesque. In a flat area of the back mountain, this was the gathering place for the students of Qinghe Dao Academy for this mission. When Chu Chen arrived here, the first thing that caught his eye was a spatial rift suspended in the sky. It was over 10 meters long, several meters wide, surrounded by a pure white color, with some gray and black mixed in the middle. Under the spatial rift, on the wide flat ground, gathered hundreds of figures. These figures were all students selected from the Martial Arts Department, Sword Path Department, and Blade Path Department. Among them, the Martial Arts Department had the most, followed by the Blade Path and Sword Path Departments. This was normal in the Qinghe Dao Academy. The Sword Path and Blade Path Departments only recruited those who primarily practiced sword and blade techniques. The Martial Arts Department, however, accepted anyone regardless of their primary focus. In terms of numbers, the students in the Martial Arts Department were 10 times that of the Sword Path and Blade Path Departments. Chu Chen, you finally arrived. A voice sounded coldly, and a chilling gaze fixed on Chu Chen. It was Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner, you're here too? Didn't they say this mission only selected students from the North Courtyard? How did you qualify to come in? Chu Chen looked at Lin Wanner. Humph. Open your eyes and see. I'm now a student of the North Courtyard of the Sword Path Department. Lin Wanner took out a token for North Courtyard students. Is it through connections again? Without connections, you wouldn't be able to enter, would you? I'm not saying anything bad, but Lin Wanner, you really are a complete waste. Chu Chen thought to himself, realizing that it must have been Lu Yinfeng who helped Lin Wanner gain this connection to enter the North Courtyard. You, Chu Chen, say whatever you want. Once we enter the spatial rift, you will undoubtedly die. I'll be watching to see how you die. When you die, I want to see if you'll kneel at my feet again, begging for mercy like before. Lin Wanner said angrily. Lu Zhen had not originally arranged for Lin Wanner to enter, but after Lin Wanner heard about it, she discussed it with Lu Yinfeng and took the initiative to come in. At that time, Chu Chen had clearly been stripped of his sword veins, sword bones, sword heart, and Qilin bones, but now he had suddenly risen to prominence, and the speed of his rise left them all dumbfounded. They were convinced that Chu Chen must still have secrets. Lin Wanner's purpose in entering was to extract those secrets from Chu Chen after he died. If they obtained Chu Chen's secrets, perhaps they could undergo a transformation again. Chapter 66. Blue Blood Fusion Fruit Junior Sister Wanner. Why do you need to be angry over this person? Once he steps into this mission, he is already a dead man. A man stepped forward, well-built, and exuding a faint aura of blade intent. Chu Chen sensed that this person's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. You're right, Junior Sister Wanner. With trash like him, I could kill 5 with a single punch once we enter the spatial rift. Once we're in, all your grievances and anger can be released. Another man stepped forward. He was quite robust, but did not emit blade intent, instead radiating a powerful aura. My blade loves to drink the blood of geniuses. I've heard that this person has shown monstrous talent in both the South and North courtyards of the Sword Path Department. I want to see what the blood of such a genius tastes like. A woman stepped forward, her appearance above average, but her face bore a seductive demeanor. From that seductive face, Chu Chen sensed a very dangerous aura. 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. Chu Chen discovered that this woman and the robust man both had a cultivation level at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. In total, there were 3 9th level condensed Dan realm cultivators. May I ask who the 3 of you are? Chu Chen said indifferently. Blade Path Department, North Courtyard by Haoyue, said the man with the faint blade intent. Martial Arts Department, North Courtyard, Shaolin, said the robust man. Blade Path Department, North Courtyard, Ji Romeng, said the woman with the seductive face. You were all specially sent in by Elder Lu, right? Chu Chen said indifferently. By Hao Yue, with the faint blade intent, said. Elder Lu said that whoever can kill you can become his personal disciple. The robust Xiao Lin said, I'm from the martial arts department, so I can't become Elder Lu's disciple, but Elder Lu promised that if I kill you, I'll receive a great reward. Chu Chen said, we haven't even entered the spatial rift yet, and you're so straightforward about it. Don't you think you're being a bit too bold? Ji Romeng, with her seductive face, said, there are over 100 people here, and more than 40 of them are here to kill you. Only 60 of them are genuinely here to do the mission. You can ask those 60, do they dare to speak out? Hearing Ji Romeng, the 60 or so people all took a step back, not daring to get involved in this mess. Meanwhile, the other 40 or so stepped forward, looking at Chu Chen with unfriendly expressions. Chu Chen scanned these people coldly, saying, more than 40 of you, and there are 3 at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. What a big move. From what Chu Chen knew, the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm was already the pinnacle among the students of the 3 major departments in the North Courtyard. 3 9th level condensed Dan realm cultivators leading over 40 people to deal with him was indeed a significant undertaking. At this moment, Chu Chen felt a bit heavy. However, it was too late to turn back. He could only face whatever came his way bravely. Whoosh! A streak of light shot from afar, crossing the void and appearing in an instant. It was Lu Zhen. As soon as Lu Zhen arrived, his gaze locked onto Chu Chen, his eyes tightening slightly, and a killing intent spread out. Kid, you do have some guts. Chu Chen said indifferently, since I promised Elder Lu, I naturally cannot go back on my word. Ha ha ha. Enough guts. Enough boldness. Lu Zhen laughed heartily, then turned to Bai Haoyue, Ji Romeng, Xiao Lin, and the others, saying, what I instructed you yesterday. You all understand, right? The 3 replied in unison, understood. In the secret realm, crises abound. We must work together and help each other. If any brothers fall inside, all we can do is mourn for them. Mourn? Chu Chen sneered. You really have a kind heart. Lu Zhen said, indeed. Although the secret realm is full of dangers and dying inside is quite normal, you still need to help each other. After all, you are all from the same school. Lu Zhen waved his hand, and beams of light flew out from his spatial ring, landing in the hands of each disciple. These were recording discs, about the size of an adult's palm. This is a recording disc, which has the function of capturing images. Your task this time is to record everything you see in the secret realm on the disc. The more detailed, the better. And since this is a task, there will be rewards. Each participating disciple will receive 100 low-grade Yuan stones. The disciple who records the most scenes on the disc will be the first in this task and will receive an additional reward, a second-tier high-grade spiritual fruit, the Blue Blood Fusion Spirit Fruit. Lu Zhen clenched his hand, and a blue spiritual fruit appeared in his palm. Upon closer inspection, there were crimson colors swirling inside the fruit, resembling blood. An alluring fragrance wafted from the fruit. What? The Blue Blood Fusion Spirit Fruit. Everyone was shocked. The Blue Blood Fusion Spirit Fruit, a second-tier high-grade spiritual fruit, is very beneficial for cultivation. They usually have no chance to see it, nor do they have enough low-grade Yuan stones to purchase it. Unexpectedly, the Academy would offer such a Blue Blood Fusion Spirit Fruit as a reward. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. After Lu Zhen finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a beam of blade light shot out, striking the surface of the spatial crack. Immediately, a layer of blade intent spread out, dispelling the seal of the crack. When there was no one around, this spatial crack was naturally sealed, and it was only now opened. Your task time is 1 month. Remember, after 1 month, no matter how many scenes you have recorded, you must come out. I hope you can enter safely and come out safely. The last sentence was naturally said by Lu Zhen specifically for Chu Chen, just to disgust him. Yes, Elder. The disciples nodded and immediately flew into the spatial crack. As they entered, their bodies instantly disappeared. Kid, don't worry. Such spatial cracks generally have teleportation functions. Once you go in, those little guys may not be able to find you. Blood Shadow advised inside the 9 layers prison tower. Chu Chen nodded slightly and was the last to rush into the crack. The world spun, and everything went dark. When Chu Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different world. This world resembled a primitive forest. The sky was high and the earth vast, with ancient trees reaching the sky. In the distance, the roars of some fierce beasts could be heard, completely different from the Qinghedao Academy. The most distinctive feature of this world was its aura. The aura of this world gave Chu Chen a sense of vastness and heaviness, not as fresh as the Qinghedao Academy. Indeed, this spatial crack had been drifting in the world for an unknown number of years. It had been a long time. Chapter 67, Pursuit at this moment. Chu Chen was standing in a dense forest. He looked ahead, took out the recording disc, infused it with his Yuan power, and the disc immediately burst into light, capturing the surrounding scenery. After recording the scene here, Chu Chen was about to leave. However, at that moment, a sudden sound of rushing wind came from behind him. Chu Chen frowned, and his body instinctively shot out. Boom! A large red python lunged at him, landing exactly where he had been standing and biting off a large chunk of the ground. This is a native of the spatial crack. This is a second-tier monster, the Xian Yin python. The Xian Yin python is a beast that lives within the spatial crack. Even in the present day, this type of monster still exists. Clearly, many monsters in the past were similar to the monsters of today. Do you consider me a tasty meal? You're in for bad luck for targeting me. The Xian Yin python is considered weak among second-tier monsters, only equivalent to a human's third stage in the condensation pill realm. Chu Chen smiled faintly and shot out. The Xian Yin python lunged toward him. Bang! The two brushed past each other, and a spray of blood erupted as Chu Chen blasted a hole through the python's 7-inch mark. The Xian Yin python fell to the ground, dead as could be. Chu Chen took out the monster's Yuan essence and quickly refined it using the Devouring Emperor Scripture. For Chu Chen now, an ordinary second-tier monster's Yuan essence provided minimal help, but his cultivation still increased slightly. After refining the Xian Yin python's essence, Chu Chen was about to leave. But at that moment, he heard some noises again. This didn't seem like the noise of monsters. It was more like the noise of humans. Chu Chen's eyes moved, and he immediately flew up to a large tree to observe. Through the gaps between the trees, he saw 3 figures. One was holding a knife, one a sword, and one was barehanded. What a coincidence! Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. These 3 people were from the same group as Shaolin, by Hao Yue and Ji Romling. Unexpectedly, he encountered them right after being teleported here. Hurry up! That kid should be right ahead. We are very close. The 3 shouted and quickly approached Chu Chen's direction. Soon, they arrived at the site of the earlier battle. The Xian Yin python? It's already dead. It must have been killed by that kid. The Yuan essence is gone, but the python's corpse is still warm. That kid definitely hasn't gone far. Chase after him. One person spoke, and the 3 immediately pursued forward. One was at the 6th stage of the condensation pill realm, and 2 were at the 5th stage. They could handle it. Chu Chen quickly tracked the 3. Who's behind us? Behind, the sound of rushing wind became urgent, and the 3 immediately turned around. But as soon as they turned, they saw Chu Chen. To be precise, they saw many Chu Chens, because Chu Chen had already used the shadow clone technique. Chu Chen, it's that kid. Good. He came to find death voluntarily. The 3 were overjoyed and launched a joint attack. Boom! Many of Chu Chen's figures were shattered, but his real body withstood one attack and charged in front of the 3. The purple soul sword came out of its sheath. A purple light flashed, directly piercing the head of a 5th stage condensation pill disciple. Then the purple soul sword slashed to the right, as the first disciple's head was severed. The head of another 5th stage condensation pill disciple was also cut off by Chu Chen, instantly killing 2 5th stage condensation pill disciples. Chu Chen, the 6th stage condensation pill disciple, slammed a palm toward Chu Chen. Chu Chen struck out with his left hand, which was not holding the sword. Bang! He directly knocked this disciple several meters away. Chu Chen, you dare to kill our people. Do you know we are Elder Lu Zhen's people? The 6th stage condensation pill disciple shouted angrily. What a joke! You all want to kill me, and you dare to blame me for counterattacking. Chu Chen stared at this 6th stage condensation pill disciple, sneering. This spatial crack is indeed the best burial ground. Dying here is quite normal. None of you can pursue accountability. Umph. Arrogant and conceited. Even if it's just me alone, I can easily wipe you out. The sixth-stage condensation pill disciple roared, drew his treasured knife, and slashed at Chu Chen. The heavens and earth were filled with snow. Countless dazzling knife lights, resembling snowflakes, slashed toward Chu Chen, mixed with terrifying force segments of knife intent. This disciple was a knife cultivator from the knife path. A small trick. Chu Chen smiled faintly and slashed down with his sword. A red-purple sword light, like a giant sword, heavily slashed down. Swish! In an instant, the sky full of knife lights shattered, and this disciple fell straight to the ground, a huge sword wound appearing in his chest, dead with eyes wide open. After breaking through to the third stage of the condensation pill realm and mastering 6 segments of sword intent, Chu Chen's strength surged. An ordinary 6-stage condensation pill disciple couldn't even withstand his serious sword strike. Chu Chen collected the spatial rings from the 3 individuals and discovered that there were quite a few low-grade essence stones, totaling over 2,000, as well as several spirit herbs on them. Chu Chen quickly refined these spirit herbs using the Devouring Emperor Scripture, then turned and left the area. Shortly after Chu Chen departed, 6 figures rapidly appeared at the scene. Upon seeing the obvious sword wounds on the 3 individuals, the 6 frowned. Such clean and decisive sword wounds must have been inflicted by that brat. How dare he come and kill all 3 of us right away? He went that way. Chase him. We must make him pay dearly. The 6 looked in the same direction and quickly ran out. Chu Chen navigated through the forest, encountering several blocking beasts along the way, which he eliminated one by one, collecting their essence. Suddenly, Chu Chen sensed several powerful auras surging from behind him. These were not the auras of beasts. Moreover, these auras were laced with murderous intent. Chu Chen frowned and deliberately changed direction. However, not long after, he sensed those auras again. They were still rapidly closing in on him. More people from Illusion faction? Chu Chen concluded that these must be more people sent by Illusion. Could it be that there was something on him that they could track? It would be one thing if just the first 3 found him. But the second wave of people found him so quickly after he changed direction. There must be something on him that they could track. Is it this tracking disc? Chu Chen looked at the tracking disc in his hand. It was the only thing he had on him that was issued by Lu Zhan, and it was normal for it to have been tampered with. That brat reacts quite fast, Shui Ying commented. There's something inside that can locate you. As long as that old fellow's people have their tracking discs, they can locate you. Hurry and throw it away. It's something that could cost you your life. Throw it. Chu Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. I can't bear to part with it. Chapter 68. Counterattack. What do you want to do if you don't throw it? Shui Ying asked. Chu Chen let out a cold laugh, continuously changing direction, passing through a dense thicket and arriving at a flat area. This flat area, surrounded by bushes, was relatively concealed. Chu Chen took out the purple soul sword and, with a few strikes, created a deep pit in the ground. Then he took out the tracking disc and also retrieved the silver lightning bombs given to him by Li Yuechan. Looking at these silver lightning bombs, Chu Chen thought for a moment and took out one about the size of a pigeon egg, exhaling forcefully and stuffing it directly into the tracking disc. This one should be enough to deal with an 8-fold condensation realm. No need to waste the one for the 9-fold condensation realm. Saying this, Chu Chen threw the tracking disc into the deep pit, then filled the pit with dirt and stomped on it a few times to ensure it had a cover-up effect. Brat, you're quite cunning. Shui Ying's sinister laughter echoed from the 9-fold prison tower pendant. But I like it. Chu Chen ignored Shui Ying's unpleasant laughter and swiftly darted out of the thicket, hiding in the canopy of a towering ancient tree, waiting for his prey to arrive. Not long after, whoosh, whoosh, several sounds of wind cutting through the air rang out. 6 figures suddenly appeared outside the thicket and flew directly toward the flat ground. Chu Chen noticed that among the 6, 1 was at the 8-fold condensation realm, 3 were at the 7-fold, and 2 were at the 5-fold. Chu Chen's my. The reason he didn't use the silver lightning bomb that could deal with the 9-fold condensation realm was that he feared the incoming people wouldn't reach that level. The cultivation levels of these individuals indeed satisfied him. If executed well, he could annihilate them all. Soon, the 6 charged into the flat area inside the thicket. One person took out their tracking disc and sneered, It stopped moving once it sensed here. This brat must be underground. Another person coldly laughed. He changed direction 5 or 6 times on the way, clearly aware that we could track him. But he thinks hiding underground will prevent us from tracking him? The Earth cannot block the sensing of the tracking disk. The sixfold condensation realm student said, this ground clearly shows signs of having been dug. He must be below. I'll make a signal, and we'll strike together to ensure he leaves no bones behind. Good. The other 5 nodded in unison. Powerful forces began to gather on them. Some drew swords, others raised long spears, and some clenched their fists. Attack, commanded the sixfold condensation realm student, and with a stomp of his foot, their combined might surged like a tidal wave toward the ground. Boom! A massive sound erupted, as if a great earthquake had occurred in that flat area. Dust and smoke rose, and the ground had been blasted into a pit nearly 2 yards deep by the 6. Is he dead? The 6 gathered closer, staring intently at the deep pit. In the pit lay a solitary tracking disc, its interior seemingly flickering with a dazzling silver light. Huh, where's the blood? Even if Chu Chen was blasted to bits, there should be blood splattered everywhere, right? But the crowd saw not a drop of blood on the surrounding dirt. Not good. The eightfold condensation realm student sensed a dangerous aura and quickly shouted, boom! At that moment, a massive explosion erupted from the deep pit. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if a sea of thunder had exploded within the pit. The diameter of the pit doubled from the explosion, with countless cracks spreading outwards, reaching lengths of over 10 yards. Cries of horror erupted as the dust settled, revealing that the 2 fivefold condensation realm students had disappeared, blown to pieces. Among the 3 sevenfold condensation realm students, 2 had also vanished, similarly blown apart. Only one remained, but his right arm was severed, his left leg blown off. Covered in blood, sitting helplessly under a bush, the earlier scream had come from him. The eightfold condensation realm student, though not dead, was also severely injured. Several wounds appeared on his front, deep enough to see bone, some even exposing his internal organs, drenched in blood, as if he had just endured torture. You little brat, you tricked us. The eightfold condensation realm student howled, realizing that it must have been Chu Chen's doing. Finally coming to this conclusion wasn't too foolish. Chu Chen no longer needed to hide. He descended from the massive tree crown and landed opposite the eightfold condensation realm student. Chu Chen. The eightfold condensation realm student glared at Chu Chen, enraged. You little scoundrel. Insulting is not nice. You should know some manners. Chu Chen sensed a sword intent emanating from this student and said, you're from the sword arts department, right? So, you're also helping Lu Zhen to kill me? Oof. The elder of Lu Zhen holds a high position, and senior brother Lu Yunfeng has a noble status. The Lu family is a powerful clan in the southern domain. Killing you not only earns them a personal favor, but also a great reward. Why not kill you? What does it matter that you're from the same department? You have nothing to do with me. I see. Chu Chen unsheathed the purple soul sword. Then you can head on your way. Hee. I am an eightfold condensation realm warrior. Even if I'm severely injured and my combat power is less than 20%, you, a mere threefold condensation realm, cannot kill me. On the contrary, I can still slay you. The eightfold condensation realm student laughed maniacally. Chu Chen gripped his sword. A mighty sword intent surged forth. Arcs of lightning like energy flickering on his sword. Swoosh. He swung his sword. Sword 7. Thunderous sword slash. A thunder-like purple-golden sword light slashed toward the eightfold condensation realm student. Seeking death. The eightfold condensation realm student let out a cold laugh, drawing his sword to slash. A beam of sword light surged forth. Bang! In an instant, his sword light shattered. As the head of another person fell to the ground, a massive sword path appeared behind him, tearing the earth apart. The 7th grade sword technique of the Xian level is quite extraordinary. This student was already severely injured, making him naturally no match for Chu Chen. Without even glancing at the headless student, Chu Chen approached the heavily injured 7th layer Ning Dan realm student sitting under the bushes with his sword in hand. What do you want to do? The student looked at Chu Chen with a face full of terror. Can your recording discs sense each other? Chu Chen asked. Chu Chen, don't dream. I won't tell you anything. The student still held some defiance. Swish. Swish! Chu Chen struck down with 2 swords, severing his remaining left arm and right leg, turning the student into a mere human stick. Our recording discs cannot sense each other. Chu Chen, just kill me. Kill me. The student screamed in agony. With a swift motion, Chu Chen horizontally slashed, and the head flew off. After killing this person, Chu Chen collected the spatial rings of the 6 individuals. Although a few students had their bodies blown to bits, their spatial rings remained intact. After taking their spatial rings, Chu Chen immediately left. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Chu Chen left, figures began to fly towards the location. Soon they arrived. It was a group of people sent by Lu Zhen. Leading them was none other than Shaolin, one of the 3 ninth-layer Ning Dan realm experts from the martial arts division. Shaolin's eyes coldly fixated on the corpses on the ground as he said, "Damn it, I'm a step too late." A student with a grim expression said, "Xiao Shixiang, we can't sense him anymore." Shaolin snorted. That kid is quite quick to react. He has already noticed something is wrong with the recording discs, so he set up an ambush for these people. The students asked, "What should we do, Xiao Shixiao? What should we do?" Shaolin replied, "Search. Keep searching. In any case, we must kill this person. I'm very tempted by the rewards Elder Lu mentioned." After Chu Chen left, he found a cave in this secret realm. He hid inside the cave, sealing the entrance with rocks and trees, then placed some night pearls on the cave walls, instantly illuminating the space. Chu Chen took out the spatial rings of those individuals and retrieved their recording discs, 9 in total. He released the images from 8 of the recording discs, then used one of them to record all those scenes. Yes, that's the plan. They want to kill me, so I'll just take their recording discs. With the images from over 40 people's recording discs combined, it should definitely secure the top spot for this mission. I won't even need to personally record the scenes. Chu Chen smiled faintly. He continued to examine the spatial rings. Although there weren't many top-grade spirit herbs, there were quite a few ordinary spirit herbs. There were also plenty of low-grade essence stones. After absorbing and cultivating, it should be enough for Chu Chen to raise his cultivation level. Without hesitation, Chu Chen began refining their cultivation resources. In just half a night, he broke through to the 4th layer of the Ningdan realm. "Damn kid, how's your absorption speed so fast?" In a 9th-layer prison tower, Blood Shadow was astonished, watching as the resources transformed into surging energy flowing into Chu Chen's body. The speed at which Chu Chen refined heavenly materials and earthly treasures was shocking. "It's thanks to my cultivation method," Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. "What exactly is the cultivation method you practice? It's so powerful," Blood Shadow asked. "Can't say," Chu Chen replied. "Oomph." Blood Shadow snorted. Although he had already broken through, Chu Chen didn't plan to go out anytime soon. The people sent by Lu Zhen must be frantically searching for him. Moreover, there was still plenty of time for this mission. He decided to quietly cultivate for now, waiting until they became anxious. With his cultivation breakthrough, it was time for Chu Chen to focus on his martial arts. He began practicing the 2nd form of Sword 7 in the cave. The 2nd form of Sword 7 is best practiced under a rainbow, but it can be practiced elsewhere too. It just takes a bit longer. After 6 days, Chu Chen successfully mastered the 2nd form of Sword 7. 7 days later, he also mastered the 3rd form of Desolate Thunderfinger. This terrifying speed of cultivation made Blood Shadow exclaim in amazement. Chu Chen's overall strength had increased geometrically. After more than 10 days, it was time to see how they were doing. Chu Chen left the cave. After leaving, he traversed several mountain peaks, killing numerous beasts and collecting their beast essence. About an hour later, he arrived in an extremely dense forest. Here, several hundred meters away, he suddenly heard 2 voices. I don't know what Brother Shaolin is thinking. In a place like this where not even birds would want to stay, how could Chu Chen possibly be hiding here? We've been searching for him for more than 10 days. If we could find him, we would have found him already. Stop complaining. Isn't it all because of Lin Wan? Brother Shaolin was going to let us rest, but she suddenly appeared here. She couldn't wait to find Chu Chen, so she made Brother Shaolin send us to search. Oomph, that flirt Lin Wan. If she hadn't hooked up with Brother Lu Yinfeng, could she climb so high? Shoo, lower your voice. If Lin Wan hears this, be careful for your life. Let us just look around casually and go back. I bet that kid Chu Chen is probably hiding somewhere else, scared to death. Shaolin, Lin Wana. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed. Chu Chen quietly approached the source of the voices. In that dense forest, 2 fifth-layer Ning Dan realm students were preparing to leave. Suddenly, one of the students saw a flash of cold light from a blade in front of him. The glimmer of the blade approached closer and closer. In an instant, it directly severed his head. Who? The other student drew his treasured sword, startled. Haven't you been looking for me all this time? What? Don't you recognize me? Chu Chen revealed himself. Chu Chen. The student was shocked, completely filled with fear. After searching for so many days and not seeing Chu Chen, how could he suddenly appear? His luck was truly terrible. Shaolin and Lin Wan are both here? Chu Chen asked. Yes, they are. The student exclaimed. Chu Chen, please spare me. I beg you, spare me. Brother Xiao is in this forest. If you kill me, Brother Xiao will definitely not let you go. Tell me the details. How many of you are there? Chu Chen demanded. The student was so scared he was nearly about to wet himself, and hurriedly revealed everything. It turned out that more than 10 days ago, there were only 5 or 6 people with Shaolin. Over these 10 days, the number of people searching for Chu Chen had increased to more than a dozen. Today, they came to this forest, and Shaolin initially wanted to let them rest. But they encountered Lin Wan, who couldn't wait to kill Chu Chen, so she made everyone spread out to search for him in this forest. As for Shaolin and Lin Wan, they were resting in the center of the forest. Ji Rumeng and Bai Hao Yue, 2 ninth-layer Ning Dan realm experts, were not present. The secret realm was too vast, and they were searching elsewhere. I see. After hearing this, Chu Chen swiftly ended the student's life with a sword. Chu Chen did not expect that he would encounter Shaolin and Lin Wan so soon after leaving seclusion. The thought of Lin Wan being so close filled him with murderous intent. He had promised himself that one day he would extract Lin Wan's sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart, and reclaim them. As for Shaolin, that 9th-layer Ning Dan realm expert was tough to deal with. Even though Chu Chen had broken through, he wasn't confident he could confront him head-on. However, it wasn't entirely impossible to deal with him. Chu Chen murmured. A sharp light flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. Before dealing with Shaolin, he needed to take care of the others first. Chu Chen's gaze shifted as he moved towards the west side of the dense forest. His movements strange and silent. Hundreds of meters away, 3 students were roasting meat over a campfire. Although Shaolin had sent them to find Chu Chen, they were currently slacking off. Suddenly, a beam of sword light struck. Before the 2 students could react, their heads were severed by the sword light. The 3rd student finally caught sight of Chu Chen, but then, in his view, Chu Chen's figure grew taller, shifting from eye level to a perspective of looking up. It turned out that his head had also been cut off by another beam of sword light that followed. Still in the west, a few hundred meters away, there were 2 more students. They were diligently calling out that they needed to find Chu Chen and kill him quickly to avoid wasting their training time. Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot through, piercing through their chests. Chu Chen continued to strike and ambush. The students searching for Chu Chen outside didn't have time to make a sound before he had slain them. At this moment, Chu Chen approached the center of the dense forest. In his perception, there was still a small team in the center. He needed to eliminate this small team before he could enter the core area of the forest to find Shaolin. This small team consisted of 3 people, 2 at the 6th level of the condensing pill realm and 1 at the 7th level. Swish! Suddenly, a beam of sword light burst out from the nearby bushes, instantly severing the heads of the 2 6th level condensing pill realm students. The 7th level student saw Chu Chen's figure and was horrified, shouting, "Senior Brother Xiao, Chu Chen is here! Chu Chen is here!" Chu Chen did not stop him. He charged towards the 7th level condensing pill student. With a slash, the 7th level student instantly had his right arm severed. A silver light appeared in Chu Chen's hand as he struck down towards the shoulder of the 7th level student. Boom! The silver light directly entered the body of the 7th level condensing pill student, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared in his shoulder, blood gushing out. His body flew backward, pale and severely injured. "Senior Brother Xiao! Senior Brother Xiao! Come save me! Come save me!" The 7th level student, horrified, got up and fled towards the core area. Chu Chen did not stop him. In the core area, two figures rushed in swiftly. One was fast, the other slightly slower. The fast one was naturally Shaolin, and the slower one was Lin Wanner. Chu Chen has come, Shaolin asked urgently upon seeing the 7th level condensing pill student. Yes, senior brother Shao, come save me. Come save me. The 7th level student exclaimed in horror. Shaolin and Lin Wanner, who was following behind, both spotted Chu Chen a couple of 100 meters away. Shaolin laughed heartily. Ha, Chu Chen, you turtle, you finally appeared. Do you know how hard I've been searching for you these past few days? Lin Wanner also mocked. Chu Chen, you bastard, you finally showed up. Good. Today, with senior brother Shao here, I will ensure that you become nothing but bones. Dead without a whole corpse. Today, I want to see how you will kneel at my feet, begging for your life. Chu Chen did not respond, standing a few 100 meters away, keeping his distance from them. Shaolin did not want to wait any longer and charged directly at Chu Chen. The 7th level condensing pill student was caught in between him and Chu Chen, just as Shaolin was about to brush past the 7th level condensing pill student. Chu Chen suddenly clenched his fist. Something hidden within the 7th level condensing pill student's body was pulled. In an instant, it exploded. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as if a small thunder sea had been detonated. Endless lightning burst forth. The 7th level student was directly obliterated. Shaolin was also blown away in an instant. Shaolin flew dozens of meters, crashing heavily onto a large rock, shattering it to pieces. Dozens of grotesque cracks appeared in front of him, with blood gushing out. Several joints in his body had been blown apart, and his internal organs shook violently. Puffed. Shaolin spat out a mouthful of black blood, coming from his internal organs. His organs had begun to fracture. He was seriously injured. Chu Chen. Shaolin stared at Chu Chen in disbelief. The Silver Thunder Bomb, a welcome gift for you. How is it? Are you satisfied? Chu Chen looked at Shaolin. The Silver Thunder Bomb he used was the strongest one among all the Silver Thunder Bombs given to him by Li Yuechan. Its power could reach the 9th level of the condensing pill realm. Logically speaking, this bomb should have taken away half of Shaolin's life. However, Shaolin's injury clearly hadn't reached that level. Chu Chen examined closely and discovered that Shaolin was wearing a defensive inner armor under his outer clothing. It was this defensive inner armor that had absorbed part of the explosive force. However, the defensive inner armor had already been blown apart with dozens of grotesque cracks, showcasing just how terrifying the explosive power was. Moreover, although Shaolin had not lost half his life, he was now severely injured. His combat power had definitely decreased. The threat to Chu Chen had diminished. You! Shaolin roared in anger, the intense pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. In the distance, Lin Wanner, due to her slower speed, was not affected. Watching this scene, she was completely stunned. She hurriedly asked, Senior brother Shao, can you still deal with Chu Chen? At this moment, if Shaolin said he couldn't, she would leave immediately. No problem. I'm wearing the inner armor. The inner armor has at least blocked half of the damage, although I'm still severely injured. Killing Chu Chen won't be a problem at all. Shaolin replied. That's good. Lin Wanner breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Chen, you despicable bastard. How dare you plot against me? Originally, I just wanted you dead without a whole corpse, but now I will torment you thoroughly, letting you suffer the worst tortures before you die. Shaolin raged, his hair disheveled as he charged at Chu Chen. He formed hand seals with both hands, creating a black magic seal that directly pressed toward Chu Chen from afar. Chu Chen clenched his fist and struck out. Thunder Fist, third form, Thunder Commanding Demons. A thunderous fist imprint directly shattered that black magic seal. Shaolin had already appeared right in front of Chu Chen, clenching his palm as a 2-meter-long black war spear condensed in his hand, striking down towards Chu Chen. Death Spirit War Spear. Shaolin's yellow grade, 9th tier weapon. The purple soul sword appeared. Chu Chen met it in midair. Boom! A sharp sound of metal clashing erupted in the air. Shaolin and Chu Chen were both knocked back. The purple soul sword, now with nearly 1/3 of its rust removed, had also reached the yellow grade 9th tier. Chapter 71. Killing Shaolin having been blocked, Shaolin hurled out another spear. Chu Chen also turned back, swinging the purple soul sword, and they clashed fiercely. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of weapons clashing filled the dense forest continuously. Dazzling sparks flew as their figures shifted, and in the blink of an eye, they had collided dozens of times, hundreds of times, each strike aimed at each other's vital points, but only blocked by the other. After hundreds of clashes, the two pulled back. Suddenly, Shaolin retracted his war spear, forming hand seals with both hands, blood luo seal. In an instant, a blood-red large handprint appeared in front of him. The handprint was surrounded by endless blood energy, as if it had been birthed from a sea of corpses and blood. The large handprint slammed towards Chu Chen, and the overwhelming blood energy surged towards him, making him feel incredibly nauseous and sick. Chu Chen activated the sixth-stage sword intent, immediately blocking out the nauseating aura, then brought his left hand's index and middle fingers together, bending them to point, unleashing the Desolate Thunder Finger, Desolate Thunder Strike. As he did so, a purple-golden lightning light gathered at the fingertips of his double fingers, which then erupted into a massive beam of finger light. This beam was entirely composed of condensed thunder, releasing a destructive aura, like a lightning spear, fiercely stabbing towards the blood hand seal. The Desolate Thunder Strike. This was the first move of the Desolate Thunder Finger. Crack! The lightning strike collided with the blood hand seal, and with a crack, the blood hand seal was torn apart, while Shaolin was also shaken back several steps, his face filled with shock. But how could Shaolin know that the Desolate Thunder Finger was ranked at the 7th level of the mysterious grade? The Blood Luo Seal was a martial art of the 2nd level of the mysterious grade. Usually, when Shaolin used the Blood Luo Seal, he could suppress Chu Chen. But in his severely injured state, how could Shaolin use this technique to suppress Chu Chen again? Shaolin suddenly spread his arms, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, causing the space in front of him to twist. When the distortion reached its peak, Shaolin suddenly opened his hands and fiercely struck out at Chu Chen, using the Sky Rift Divine Palm. Shaolin did not practice swords or knives. A necromancer's battle spear was merely a weapon for him. He had not immersed himself too much in weaponry. However, he had profound attainments in fist and foot techniques. He had studied many martial arts, including palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, and seal techniques. The Sky Rift Divine Palm was one of them. Two massive palm prints roared towards Chu Chen, tearing apart the surrounding space as if being ripped apart by a tremendous force. Chu Chen felt that these two palm prints were even stronger than the previous blood hand seal, and he directly unleashed the second move of the Desolate Thunder Finger. The Desolate Thunder Force. A beam of thunderous finger light shot forward, with endless thunder exploding around it, resembling powerful black energy tearing through the void. Boom! The Desolate Thunder Force also shattered the two palm prints. Shaolin retreated again, and this time he spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering damage from the recoil. Damn brat, I cannot be defeated by you. Shaolin nearly went insane, charging towards Chu Chen. When he was about 50 meters away, he leaped high into the air, soaring several dozen meters up. He then pounced down at Chu Chen, throwing a heavy punch with his right hand, breaking the Sky Fist. A massive fist imprint pressed down towards Chu Chen, nearly the size of a small mountain, blocking out the sunlight and completely enveloping Chu Chen, casting a huge shadow on the ground, with Chu Chen standing in that shadow. Chu Chen squinted, pushing the 6th-stage sword intent to the limit, and the purple soul sword shimmered with brilliant lightning arcs. He then directly slashed upwards with his sword. Whoosh! A radiant, thunder-like sword light surged towards the mountain-sized fist imprint. Thunder Sword Slash. This was the first move of Sword 7. Boom! Driven by the 6th-stage sword intent to activate Sword 7. This was undoubtedly Chu Chen's most powerful combat method at the moment. As this sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color. The Thunder Sword light directly split the mountain-sized fist imprint in half. The fist imprint exploded with a muffled sound. Shaolin's body suddenly flew backward. Boom! Shaolin crashed into the ground over 100 meters away, raising a thick cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a massive wound appeared on Shaolin's chest. This wound was worse than any injury he had received before, nearly penetrating his body, and numerous lightning arcs continued to leap around the wound, making him feel as if he were being struck by lightning. Chu Chen's body flickered and appeared in front of Shaolin. Chu Chen, you. Shaolin raised a hand, staring at Chu Chen. He could never have imagined that he would be defeated by Chu Chen. However, before he could finish speaking, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth, and he slashed down with his sword. The hand that Shaolin raised, along with his head, was sent flying, blood gushing. Originally, with Chu Chen's strength, he could never be a match for Shaolin. After all, Shaolin was at the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm and a genius of the martial arts system. The status of a genius meant he was not just any 9th level Dan condensation, and his combat power surpassed most others at the same level. However, after being severely injured by the silver lightning bolt, he could not escape the fate of death. Although he could struggle a bit, it was futile. He could only be killed by Chu Chen. After killing Shaolin, Chu Chen looked to the other side, where Lin Wanner was no longer visible. Lin Wanner was clever. Several breaths ago, seeing that Shaolin was about to be defeated, she had already run away in advance. Can you escape? Chu Chen sneered, sensing Lin Wanner's figure, and activated the shadow clone technique, quickly pursuing her. Lin Wanner had reached the core area of this dense forest and was about to continue fleeing when, in an instant, a beam of sword light shot out, directly striking her back. Whoosh! A long wound, at least 2 feet long, appeared on Lin Wanner's back, and she was knocked flying, crashing to the ground. Lying on the ground, the blood flowing from the wound on Lin Wanner's back instantly stained her clothes red, and with her disheveled hair, she looked utterly miserable. She let out a piercing scream, the intense pain making her unable to endure. Run! Why aren't you running? Chu Chen appeared several meters away from Lin Wanner, looking down at her with a cold smile. Chu Chen. Lin Wanner saw Chu Chen, and despair enveloped her heart. She could never have imagined that there would be a day when she would be lying beneath Chu Chen's feet. At the moment you betrayed me, you never considered that there would be such a scene, right? For a woman as despicable as Lin Wanner, Chu Chen would not easily kill her. He would also inflict mental torment on her, as that would slightly relieve the hatred in his heart. Chapter 72. Revenge on Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner looked around, fully understanding that no one could save her today. At that moment, her heart was filled with immense regret. Why did I come to this secret realm to kill Chu Chen? If I had stayed outside, beside Lu Yunfeng, none of this would have happened. No, there is still a chance. I still have one opportunity. The old Chu Chen was so infatuated with me, right? Although I betrayed him once, causing him to harbor hatred for me, I don't believe he has completely lost all feelings for me. As long as I can sweet-talk him a bit, he might still continue to dote on me like before, doing everything for me, becoming my loyal follower. Thinking of this, Lin Wanner immediately put on a pitiful expression and said, Chu Chen, do you know? The way I treated you back then was forced by Lu Yunfeng. If I hadn't done that, he would have killed me. I was left with no choice. Can you forgive me? Moreover, you loved me so much back then. If you knew that I had to do that to avoid being killed by Lu Yunfeng, you probably wouldn't need me to take action. You would have harmed yourself, right? I just didn't want to see you hurt yourself, so I chose to take action myself. It was for your own good. Chu Chen, I've been in so much pain these days. I pretended to be nice to Lu Yunfeng, but I was always looking for a chance to return to your side. Recently, I said some unpleasant things to you, but that was because Lu Yunfeng's people were by my side. I had no choice. Now Lu Yunfeng's people are all dead, and I have finally returned to your side. Chu Chen, let us be together again. I am determined. I don't want to wait until later to be with you. I want to be with you right now. Lin Wanner spoke many words in one breath. These words left Chu Chen slightly stunned. A talent. Lin Wanner truly is a talented individual. Indeed, for Lin Wanner, there's no lowest point, only lower. She kept refreshing her limits again and again. Fine, then come over. Return to my side. Chu Chen looked at Lin Wanner with a half-smile. Lin Wanner was overjoyed. Useful. I knew it. This fool still has feelings for me. Great. It won't be long before I can manipulate him again. Lin Wanner struggled to crawl over to Chu Chen's side. Then she turned around and said to Chu Chen, Chu Chen, your sword energy just accidentally hurt me. Can you help me bandage it? I know you didn't mean it, so I won't blame you, and you don't need to feel guilty. Chu Chen nodded, okay. Chu Chen lowered his head, his hand reaching directly into the wound on Lin Wanner's back, and with a burst of force, he violently tore her wound open. Crack! Ah! Blood gushed out, and Lin Wanner let out a piercing scream. Chu Chen withdrew his hand, and at this moment, he was already holding a 3-foot-long meridian in his hand. The meridian was sword-shaped. It was the sword meridian. Chu Chen's sword meridian. Chu Chen, didn't you forgive me? Lin Wanner turned her head, the intense pain making her face almost twisted, prominent veins bulging. Lin Wanner, you really are a shameless person. Even at this moment, you still say such things to me. Chu Chen sneered. If it were the old me, I might have been deceived by your words. But unfortunately, since the moment you betrayed me, I am no longer the same person. Now, a devilish smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. I just want to strip your tendons, dig out your bones, and pull out your heart to repay you and Lu Yunfeng for what you did to me, and take back what rightfully belongs to me. Chu Chen, you. Lin Wanner was shaken to the core, feeling both anger and fear. At this moment, she deeply understood that she could no longer deceive Chu Chen. Chu Chen, please. I'm begging you, spare me. I apologize. I will make amends. Thinking about being skinned and having her heart dug out, Lin Wanner was suddenly surrounded by immense fear, her whole body trembling. If apologies were useful, why would I work so hard to cultivate? Chu Chen sneered, taking out the purple soul sword and stabbing it into another spot on Lin Wanner's back. That spot on Lin Wanner's back was directly cut open by Chu Chen, and then he reached in, forcefully pulling out a bone about the size of half a palm. Sore bone. Lin Wanner's screams were deafening, but Chu Chen showed no mercy, lifting her body over to face him. Then Chu Chen tore. Crack! Lin Wanner's clothes were torn apart, revealing her jade-like body, soaked in blood. I have to say, Lin Wanner's figure and skin were indeed good. Even stained with blood, it still exuded a jade-like luster. However, looking at this body now, Chu Chen felt nothing but disgust. The purple soul sword stabbed down, piercing through her chest, and then Chu Chen dug out the sword heart that originally belonged to him. Sword meridian, sword bone, sword heart. At this moment, these 3 items had all returned to Chu Chen's hands. Lin Wanner was still screaming, but her screams were growing weaker. The sword meridian, sword bone, and sword heart were not real flesh and blood, but the fruits of the sword path condensed within the body by a sword practitioner. With these 3 items taken, Lin Wanner's body was almost hollowed out, and since her vitality was not strong to begin with, how could she possibly survive? Chu Chen, you dare to kill me. Just you wait, Feng Ge will never let you go. Feng Ge will definitely avenge me. In her dying moments, she spat out these resentful words intermittently. Chu Chen looked at her coldly, and with a slap of his left hand, a massive palm imprint whistled out, directly turning Lin Wanner's body into a pile of meat paste. Don't worry, during the life-and-death battle, I will quickly bring Lu Yunfeng to accompany you. Chu Chen said lightly. Speaking of which, after this secret realm task ends, it won't be long before the life-and-death battle between Chu Chen and Lu Yunfeng begins. After completely killing Lin Wanner, Chu Chen looked at the sword meridian, sword bone, and sword heart in his hand. A hot feeling surged in his eyes. These are things that originally belonged to him. Finally, they returned to his hands. Kid, you're ruthless. What kind of grudge or hatred does this woman have with you that you would tear her pieces? I think, since you already ripped her clothes, why not take the opportunity to have your way with her? Although this woman can't be called stunningly beautiful, she is still passable. Kid, I think you're really wasting something. The voice of Blood Shadow came from the 9 layers of Hell Tower, sounding quite unrestrained. Chu Chen shrugged. Mind your own business. Oh, quite arrogant, Blood Shadow shouted. In the end, unable to resist Blood Shadow's crazy questioning, Chu Chen told him about his relationship with Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfeng. After all, he still needed to kill Lu Yunfeng later, and he couldn't stand being questioned repeatedly by Blood Shadow. Damn, so this woman is really a shameless person. She betrayed you and just said that kind of thing. It makes me want to come out and kick her corpse, Blood Shadow shouted. But Chu Chen was too lazy to respond to him. Blood Shadow chuckled awkwardly, then said, but that's not right. Didn't you say your sword meridian, sword bone, sword heart? and Qi and Bone were all taken? How come I seem fine now? Your sword path talent is something even I want to praise. Chu Chen replied, it's my cultivation method that helped me restore the sword meridian, sword bone, sword heart, and Qi and Bone. Your cultivation method helped you? In the flame prison. Blood shadows, eyes widened. A cultivation method that helped Chu Chen recover. Such a thing, even he had never heard of or seen. He was convinced that Chu Chen was not lying. The more he thought about Chu Chen's cultivation method, the more astonished he became. What kind of cultivation method was so miraculous? Kid, what exactly is the cultivation method you practice? Chu Chen did not answer. Hey, let's chat. You have something I'm curious about. You should feel honored. Chu Chen took Lin Wanner's space ring and returned, collecting Xiao Lin and the other disciple space rings as well. He didn't check them and left directly. About a day after Chu Chen left, a group of figures suddenly rushed into the dense forest. Leading them were Ji Romeng and Bai Haoyue, along with more than 20 other disciples. Looking at the bodies of Xiao Lin and the others, the expressions of Ji Romeng and the others turned grim. Even Xiao Lin was killed. How could this be? Bai Haoyue frowned. In this secret realm, no one else could kill Xiao Lin, nor would they dare to. In fact, in their imagination, even Chu Chen couldn't kill Xiao Lin. But the only one who dared to kill Xiao Lin in this secret realm was Chu Chen, so they concluded that Xiao Lin died at Chu Chen's hands. It shouldn't have been killed with true strength. Ji Romeng pointed to the chest of Xiao Lin's headless corpse, where there were charred wounds. And these wounds were not sword wounds. So that's how it is, silver lightning bomb. By how you had deduced. Did he still have silver lightning bombs? By how you have felt a bit wary. Not sure, Ji Romeng said. But does that mean we want to kill him just because he has them? Silver lightning bombs that can injure someone at the 9th level of the condensation realm are very precious. I'd rather believe he has other silver lightning bombs than believe he has silver lightning bombs that can injure someone at the 9th level of the condensation realm. You're right. Bai Haoyue said, even if he has silver lightning bombs, we must kill him. We have already promised Elder Lu that we cannot return empty-handed. But the problem now is, even if we want to catch that kid, it won't be easy to find him. The secret of the shadow projection disc has already been discovered by him. Ji Romeng was silent for a moment before frowning and saying, then I'll have to sacrifice a bit of myself. Remember, I've paid quite a price to kill Chu Chen. So when we return to discuss rewards, I should get the bigger share first. Ji Romeng formed a seal with her hands, and in an instant, streams of black gas emanated from her palms, forming lifelike black birds that flew into the sky. Her face also turned pale for a moment, as if she had lost a part of her essence blood. This was the 10,000 birds tracking technique, a type of tracking secret art. The black birds would fly into the sky, find the target, and relay the information back to the user's mind. To put it simply, the black birds served as the user's eyes. However, this secret art was difficult to cultivate and consumed a lot of energy, which was why Ji Romeng had not used it until now. Seeing Xiao Lin being killed, she felt a sense of urgency and chose to activate it. The 10,000 birds tracking technique? Bai Haoyue observed Ji Romeng performing this secret art and nodded, saying, Ji Romeng, if you can find Chu Chen, then taking the bigger reward first is fine. Meanwhile, after leaving the dense forest, Chu Chen took half a day to find a hidden cave. Once inside, he immediately retrieved his original sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart. Looking at these sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart, a wave of familiar feelings surged within Chu Chen, but he was also troubled. Although these things originally belonged to him, under the repair of the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra, he had already acquired new sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart. How should he deal with these? In fact, Chu Chen wanted to merge them into his body, but there was no way to do that. At that moment, the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra within his body suddenly operated autonomously. The next moment, the sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart in Chu Chen's hands transformed into brilliant light points that directly entered his body. The light points from his sword veins merged into Chu Chen's sword veins. The light point from the sword bones merged into Chu Chen's sword bones. The light points from the sword heart merged into Chu Chen's sword heart. The integration of these light points made Chu Chen's sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart seem to expand and thicken. Chu Chen felt that certain important aspects of his life had returned, and his life seemed a bit more complete. His life state had undergone a qualitative improvement. Incredible. It can absorb them like this. Blood Shadow said, "Isn't this your technique helping you again?" "Yes," Chu Chen nodded. Blood Shadow continued, "You said that Lu Yunfeng stole your Qilin bone. How long until your duel?" "Not long after the secret realm training ends." "Good. Qilin bone against Qilin bone. I'm really looking forward to your duel. Kid, you better put up a good fight." Chu Chen began to sort through his spoils. Among the dozen or so space rings, there were quite a lot of cultivation resources. He started absorbing those resources for cultivation. 2 hours later, Chu Chen's sword intent broke through to the 7th stage. But his cultivation level didn't see much improvement. He continued to enter seclusion. 7 days later, he emerged from the cave. His realm had not broken through, but his overall strength had surged due to the improvement in his sword path realm. At this point, 20 days had passed since the training mission began. Chu Chen left the cave and continued his journey. 2 days later, he arrived at a mountain gorge. Here, he saw a group of powerful demon beasts fighting fiercely among themselves. Chapter 74. The Crimson Egg by the Mountain Gorge. 6 or 7 demon beasts were engaged in a fierce and bloody battle. In a short while, 3 weaker demon beasts were killed by the others, their heads smashed, chests torn open, and hearts ripped out. The remaining 4 demon beasts continued to fight. Chu Chen watched this scene with some surprise. Why were they fighting? "Hey, there's an egg over there." Chu Chen noticed a crimson egg in front of several demon beasts, about the size of a human head, with several peculiar ripples on its surface. It was clearly an egg of a demon beast. However, from a distance, Chu Chen couldn't recognize which demon beast's egg it was. Were they fighting over this egg? Chu Chen discovered that the 4 demon beasts were actually charging towards the egg, but they could only take a few steps before being knocked down by other beasts, preventing them from reaching the egg despite it being only a few dozen feet away. Did they want to eat this egg? It was not uncommon for demon beasts to eat the eggs of other demon beasts. Seeing the greedy looks on these beasts, Chu Chen understood they were fighting for the right to devour the egg. Before long, 3 more demon beasts were killed. Only 1 remained, severely injured and barely alive. This demon beast struggled to reach the egg, but just as it was about to touch it, Chu Chen appeared in front of it and pointed a finger. With a burst of primal energy, a blood hole appeared in the beast's head, and it collapsed instantly. "Sorry, I also want to see this egg." Chu Chen retracted his hand and then turned to pick up the egg. Why is it so heavy? While it looked inconspicuous from afar, it felt incredibly heavy to lift. At least several thousand pounds, like holding a small meteorite. What kind of egg is this? Chu Chen examined it carefully, but couldn't recognize it. On one hand, it was challenging to determine the type by just looking at the egg without considering the demon beast. On the other hand, many demon beasts in this secret realm had not been recorded in the current world. So if this egg was from one of those beasts, Chu Chen naturally wouldn't recognize it. The main body, well-versed in many things, couldn't identify what kind of demon beast this egg belonged to. Blood Shadow also examined the egg, but couldn't determine its type. However, the main body could feel that this egg was extraordinary, containing rich vitality and certainly delicious. "Kid, hurry up and roast this egg. I'll eat 70% and you can have 30%. If that's not possible, I'll take 60% and you can take 40%. Chu Chen rolled his eyes at Blood Shadow in his mind. However, looking at the egg, he was indeed tempted. He wanted to taste what this egg was like. Just as Chu Chen was about to roast the egg, the pendant of a 9-tiered prison tower around his neck suddenly emitted a gentle glow and, without any external force, flew out of his inner garment, pointing directly at the egg. At the same time, the egg began to tremble autonomously, as if the glow emitted by the pendant excited it. Chu Chen widened his eyes. He was well aware of how extraordinary the 9-tiered prison tower was. The fact that this egg could trigger a reaction from it indicated that it was anything but ordinary. Blood Shadow was also taken aback. Being trapped within the 9-tiered prison tower pendant, it understood the terror of the tower. "This egg is quite special," Blood Shadow remarked. "Indeed special. Since it is so special, I won't eat it." Chu Chen was no fool to eat something that could provoke a reaction from the 9-tiered prison tower. Remembering how excited the egg was about the 9-tiered prison tower, Chu Chen immediately took the egg and entered the internal space of the 9-tiered prison tower. In the boundless purgatory, Blood Shadow was trapped in a fiery prison. Seeing Chu Chen's consciousness holding the egg walk in, Blood Shadow smiled and said, "Kid, put that egg in here. Let me see if I can hatch it." Chu Chen shook his head and said, "No, I'm afraid you'll eat it." "I won't. I swear I absolutely won't eat it." Ignoring it, Chu Chen directly took the egg and walked into the first layer of the 9-tiered prison tower. The first layer of the 9-tiered prison tower was still that blood-colored, boundless battlefield. Chu Chen carefully placed the egg in the center of the first layer and then walked back out. "I hope you can hatch soon. I hope you won't disappoint me once you do," Chu Chen murmured. Blood Shadow watched this scene and thought to himself, "Damn it, if this egg really hatches, it's probably going to be extraordinary. Even I, trapped in a fiery prison, can feel such a strong surge of energy. This egg went directly into this tower, so the energy it feels must be even more powerful. Wrapped in the energy of this tower, the egg will definitely be astonishing when it hatches." After leaving the 9-fold town prison tower, Chu Chen extracted all the demon essence from the demon beasts on the ground. Among these demon beasts, several had reached the 8th level of the condensation realm. After refining their demon essences, Chu Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the 4th level of the condensation realm. Then, Chu Chen continued his journey and training. Just as he set off, a black little bird swooped over above the mountain gorge, silently, with only its small eyes flashing in eerie light. A day later, Chu Chen arrived in a dense forest. As he walked through the forest, a sudden loud noise came from behind. Chu Chen recognized it as the sound of wind breaking, and it was the wind of a person, not a demon beast. At the same time, he sensed a large amount of killing intent. Killing intent. Chu Chen frowned and suddenly sprinted away. Boom! Suddenly, a large number of black little birds appeared in the sky above him, resembling a cloud of darkness. As he ran, these birds quickly followed his direction and soared swiftly. "Ha ha! Chu Chen, there's no need to escape anymore. You have already been locked on by my 10,000 birds tracking technique. Every bird in the sky is my eye. The secret realm is vast, but now you are right under my nose. How can you escape?" Ji Ruming's voice echoed. Then all the figures behind him emerged, led by Ji Ruming and by Hao Yue, along with more than 20 students from the 3 major factions. 10,000 birds tracking technique? Chu Chen looked up at the black birds in the sky, his brows furrowing. Although he had been cautious during his training these past few days, even erasing his presence, he never expected to be discovered. Moreover, the remaining people from Lu Town were all here. The situation was not looking good. 10,000 birds tracking technique cease. Ji Ruming formed seals with her hands, and all the birds above immediately vanished. Now that they had discovered Chu Chen, there was no need to use this technique anymore, as maintaining it would also consume her energy. At this moment, the students from the 3 major factions were only a few dozen meters away from Chu Chen. Bai Hao Yue stared at Chu Chen, sneering, "Chu Chen, surrender. When we hadn't found you, you could roam freely, but the moment we find you, your death is inevitable." Death? Who's to say who will die? Although the situation was urgent, Chu Chen's aura remained strong. He activated the shadow clone technique and suddenly flew forward. The shadow clone technique not only allowed him to create clones, but also enhanced his speed. "Ha, you want to run?" Seeking death. Bai Hao Yue drew a broad long knife, slashing it out, sending a chilling blade light towards Chu Chen. Upon feeling the incoming blade light, Chu Chen's expression changed. He clenched his palm, and a talisman appeared. This was the defensive talisman that Hong Ying had given him. It could double his defense. He pressed the talisman against himself, and a nearly transparent shield formed around his body. At the same time, Chu Chen tightly gripped the purple soul sword and slashed backward. This sword was the second style of Sword 7, the Azure Rainbow Slash. A beam of azure light shot out towards the back. With 7 segments of sword intent combined with the Azure Rainbow Slash, Chu Chen's strength was already formidable. However, compared to Bai Hao Yue, a top genius of the 9th level of the condensation realm, he was undoubtedly no match. With a loud bang, the azure light was shattered by the blade light, which struck Chu Chen's defensive shield, sending him flying and eliciting a muffled groan as his organs trembled violently. But at that moment, as his organs shook, Chu Chen immediately took out another talisman from a spatial ring and pressed it against his calf. This was the swift movement talisman that Hong Ying had given him, which could double his speed. Whoosh! Chu Chen's speed increased, and he darted ahead. Defensive talisman? Swift movement talisman? This kid is well prepared. No wonder Xiao Lin and the others died at his hands. He has many tricks, Ji Rumeng said coldly. But any trick is meaningless before us. Everyone, move at full speed. We must kill him today. Under Ji Rumeng and by Hao Yue's leadership, the group continued to chase after Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen's speed was fast, Ji Rumeng and by Hao Yue were even faster, gradually closing the distance. Ji Rumeng produced a knife that looked very delicate, thin as a cicada's wing. She slashed it, sending a very thin blade light towards Chu Chen. Along the way, 2 trees large enough for 6 people to hug were silently cut down by the blade light. Their severed ends smooth as a mirror, showcasing the sharpness of the blade light. Thunder sword slash. Chu Chen did not dare to be careless and activated the 7 segments of sword intent to unleash the thunder sword slash. Boom! A massive collision sound erupted, and the thunder sword light shattered. The blade light struck the defensive shield, directly breaking it and leaving a wound on Chu Chen's back that penetrated to the bone. Damn it! The piercing pain surged towards Chu Chen. He gritted his teeth and took out another swift movement talisman and defensive talisman from a spatial ring and pressed them on himself, continuing to flee. The energy of the swift movement talisman and defensive talisman would gradually deplete, but fortunately, Hong Ying had given him a lot, and Chu Chen was very grateful to her at that moment. Of course, he also thanked Liu Echan. A silver lightning bomb appeared in Chu Chen's hand, and he hurled it backward. The silver lightning bomb exploded, not injuring Ji Rumeng and by Hao Yue, but affecting them slightly. The silver lightning bomb could only injure those at the 8th level of the condensation realm, so it seemed he truly had no bombs that could threaten those of the 9th level on him. By Hao Yue sneered. If Chu Chen had any silver lightning bombs that could injure those of the 9th level, he would have used them just now. We don't need to be wary of him anymore. Continue the pursuit. By Hao Yue and Ji Rumeng continued to chase. Chu Chen was continuously pulled closer by them, as they launched long-range attacks at him. Chu Chen kept using new defensive talismans and swift movement talismans while also throwing the remaining silver lightning bombs. Boom! Boom! The sounds of explosions echoed as the silver lightning bombs did not injure by Hao Yue and Ji Rumeng, but they did affect them, slightly reducing their speed and allowing the later students to catch up. Sparks continuously erupted in the forest, blowing apart trees and overturning the ground. In this pursuit, Chu Chen sustained more and heavier injuries. Dozens of wounds appeared on his back, with more than half injuring his bones. His organs trembled violently, causing dislocation and cracks. Fortunately, Chu Chen possessed the heavenly Dao Qilin body, which gave him resistance to damage far beyond that of ordinary people. Otherwise, anyone else would have collapsed under such injuries. Suddenly, a patch of dense forest appeared before Chu Chen. The color of this forest was surprisingly red, as bright as blood. It resembled the blood forest of the Forbidden Land of the Qinghe Dao Academy. Chu Chen instinctively sensed danger in this forest. However, if he wanted to bypass this forest, he would have to walk several hundred meters, and by the time he circled around the grove, Ji Rumeng and the others would have certainly caught up. Go! Chu Chen made a quick decision and dashed into the forest. However, just as Chu Chen rushed into the forest for a dozen meters, he suddenly stopped. 1 meter ahead of him was a murky swamp. A large number of blood-colored leaves lay on it, making it hard to be noticed. Chu Chen observed carefully and discovered that the swamp was filled with blood-red little worms. Those small bugs, which Chu Chen had never seen before, exuded a sense of danger. Perhaps they were unique species from ancient times, and they were dangerous species. Chu Chen dare not fly over them, instead taking a detour of more than 10 meters before charging forward. When Chu Chen dashed across the swamp, by Hao Yue, Ji Rumeng, and others arrived outside the dense forest. Looking at the blood-red forest, they too felt a wave of dangerous energy. A large number of students came from behind, asking why the two were not moving. The two hesitated for just a moment before nodding and continuing the chase. If Chu Chen wasn't afraid, what did they have to fear? They had to kill Chu Chen today. If he escaped, who knew when they would find him again? Go! Yerumem nodded. and a large group of students charged forward like they were pumped up. Two students didn't pay attention to their feet and suddenly stepped into the swamp. The swamp? Their feet sank in, but they didn't care what was a swamp. They just needed to fly out. They used their movement techniques to fly out of the swamp. But something shocking happened. As their feet left the swamp, a large number of blood-red bugs, resembling worms, covered their feet. Sizzle. Don't underestimate these small bugs. You couldn't even see their mouths, yet they were gnawing at the flesh of the two students. Accompanied by the sizzling sounds and the students' screams. Their feet were soon reduced to mere skeletons. The blood bugs crawled onto their bodies, biting their thighs, abdomens, chests, and faces. Some bugs even bit their eyeballs, causing blood to spur out. Chapter 76. Driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf in no time. The two students were reduced to two skeletons, falling from the sky into the swamp, sinking into it. Ji Romung, by Hao Yue, and the others were stunned. However, what changed their expressions even more was what came next. A large number of blood bugs were disturbed, flying out of the swamp and entangling the surrounding students. In an instant, many more students were climbed upon by these blood bugs. Be careful. Everyone be careful. Ji Romung and by Hao Yue shouted. A swarm of blood bugs flew toward the two, who urged their energy and struck to defend. Boom! As their energy exploded, a large number of blood bugs were shattered, but then more blood bugs came flying, putting them in danger and making it hard to defend. Bang, bang, bang. The students scattered, and blood bugs exploded continuously, with more students turning into skeletons and falling. After a dozen breaths, the blood bugs finally became sparse and no longer posed a threat. However, the number of students had rapidly decreased from over 20 to just a few. Damn it! Ji Romung and by Hao Yue were extremely angry. If it weren't for Chu Chen, how could they have suffered such heavy losses? We've only delayed for a dozen breaths. Let us continue the chase. By Hao Yue shouted sternly. Ji Romung and by Hao Yue led the way again. After several dozen breaths, they saw Chu Chen's figure once more. Chu Chen also turned and saw them. Noticing the holes in their clothes and the significantly reduced number of figures in their group, Chu Chen knew they had certainly endured the calamity of the blood bugs. However, the remaining strength of the enemies was still very formidable, and the situation was not optimistic. Chu Chen used a speed talisman to run frantically, but Ji Romung and by Hao Yue gradually closed the distance. Chu Chen used a defense talisman, sending out silver thunderbolts for defense and attack. Even so, he was still continuously injured by their blades, and his wounds had accumulated to a severe level. Soon, both his speed talisman and defense talisman were used up, leaving only one last silver thunderbolt capable of injuring someone at the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm. What to do? Should I confront them head-on? Chu Chen frowned. But at that moment, a huge cave suddenly appeared ahead. Even outside the cave, Chu Chen felt a considerable, dangerous aura. That aura was not weaker than Ji Romung and by Hao Yue. There must be a powerful beast residing there. Got it. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He threw the last silver thunderbolt into the cave. Boom! A powerful sound immediately erupted from within the cave, and a strong lightning burst forth. Roar! Following that, a furious beast roar erupted from the cave. Whoosh! 2 beams of energy shot out from the depths of the cave, incredibly powerful. Chu Chen had already prepared, twisting his body and moving out of the cave's range. However, Ji Romung and by Hao Yue, who were rushing in from behind, faced these 2 beams head-on. So strong. Ji Romung and by Hao Yue frowned and quickly drew their blades, unleashing 2 beams of blade light to tear apart those 2 energy beams. At that moment, a giant beast also charged out from the cave. It was a strange beast. Its peculiarity lay in its long neck, which had 2 heads. Its heads resembled those of a wolf and a cow. Its entire body was crimson. Exuding a menacing aura. It measured 7 zhang in length and 3 zhang in height. What kind of beast is this? So strange. Ji Romung couldn't help but ask, as it seems such a beast had never appeared in the current world. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a 2-headed demon wolf. I've seen it in ancient texts. It's a species from ancient times that has become rare in the current world. The 2-headed demon wolf is considered quite powerful among beasts of the same rank. although it is only at the peak of the 9th level of the condensed-on realm. Its combat power within that realm is likely unrivaled. Bai Haoyue spoke gravely, as he had seen descriptions of this kind of beast. Hee, you two can have fun with this beast. Chu Chen, sensing the beast's might, smiled. The so-called borrowing a knife to kill, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. It's just like this. However, at this moment, the wolf had turned into a tiger, and Ji Rumeng, Bai Haoyue, and the others had become the wolves. After saying this, Chu Chen left. Only a fool would stay here. Kid, where do you think you're going? Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue shouted, rushing out. Whoosh whoosh. But the next moment, the two massive heads of the two-headed demon wolf opened their mouths, spraying two brilliant beams of energy toward the two. As soon as the two-headed demon wolf emerged, it saw the two severing its energy beams, naturally perceiving them as enemies attacking its lair. The two-headed demon wolf was inherently brutal, and it never showed mercy to its enemies. How could it let them go? With no choice, Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue had to swing their swords again to block. Clang clang, two beams of blade light shot out, tearing apart the two energy beams. However, this only made the two-headed demon wolf even more hostile toward them. Ji Senior Sister, Brother Bai, what is going on? The remaining students arrived, questioning in confusion. Kill. Let us kill this beast together, then we'll kill Chu Chen. Ji Rumeng shouted loudly. The two-headed demon wolf was too brutal. She had already given up on the possibility of negotiating with it. They had to kill the two-headed demon wolf to continue pursuing Chu Chen. Whoosh whoosh. The two-headed demon wolf's even stronger attacks surged forth again. Ji Rumeng, Bai Haoyue, and the other students engaged in a fierce battle with the two-headed demon wolf. In the distance, Chu Chen had already run 10 miles. Turning around, he could still hear the terrifying sounds of battle coming from deep within the forest. Chu Chen was delighted. This was enough for Ji Rumeng and the others to drink a pot full. You all keep fighting. I'll come back later to pick up the pieces. Chu Chen smiled slightly, found a secluded cave, entered without leaving any traces, and began to recover. He had sustained severe injuries, and even if he wanted to pick up the pieces, he needed a certain level of strength. Now, he had to fully focus on improving his strength and healing his injuries. Chu Chen had many healing herbs and treasures on him. Under normal circumstances, recovering from injuries as severe as his would take at least several days to show significant improvement, as refining healing herbs and treasures also required time. In less than 2 hours, Chu Chen had already recovered from his most serious injuries. With the Devouring Emperor Scripture, his speed in refining heavenly materials and earthly treasures was incredibly fast, unimaginable to ordinary people. It was time to see how the others were faring. Chu Chen left the cave and headed towards the battlefield of the others. When Chu Chen arrived at the battlefield, he found it completely deserted, and the two-headed devil wolf was nowhere to be seen. However, he sensed that fighting was still occurring in another location, with the terrifying sound of Yuan force explosions. Clearly, Ji Rumeng and the others were still engaged in battle with the two-headed devil wolf. They had simply moved the battlefield elsewhere. Chu Chen immediately made his way towards the source of the Yuan force explosions. Chapter 77. Total Annihilation. Chu Chen quickly arrived at the scene, which was also located within the dense forest. He saw that Ji Rumeng, Bai Haoyue, and the others had dwindled to just 6 people. The 6, including Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue, were heavily wounded, their bodies covered in numerous scars. The two-headed devil wolf was also covered in wounds, with over 100 knife marks visible on its massive body. The longest wound was 2 zhang long, nearly slicing its body in half. Good. Chu Chen was pleased. He was satisfied with the outcome of the battle. He continued to wait. On the battlefield, Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue both looked extremely grim. Damn beast. Let us see who can outlast him. The two-headed devil wolf, with its combat strength at the 9th level of the condensation realm, was nearly invincible. Even with 5 or 6 ordinary warriors at the 9th level of the condensation realm, they would struggle to defeat it. Luckily, Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue were not only at the 9th level of the condensation realm, but were also geniuses. Otherwise, 2 ordinary 9th level warriors would have been killed by the two-headed devil wolf long ago. Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue exchanged glances and understood each other's plan. Ji Rumeng then said to the remaining 4 students, "You all go and distract it for us." The 4 students trembled in fear. "Go," Ji Rumeng urged with a harsh tone. Gritting their teeth, the 4 students finally charged forward with their weapons, unleashing a barrage of attacks. As they released their attacks, Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue took to the air, their bodies transforming into streaks of light as they charged towards the 2-headed devil wolf. Roar! The 2-headed devil wolf let out an enraged roar, shooting 2 beams of light from its mouth that pierced through the chests of the 2 students. It then charged forward, knocking the other 2 students away, who fell to the ground and coughed up blood, never to rise again. Their organs were crushed, their bones shattered. The injuries were too severe, and they died. At this moment, the 2-headed devil wolf lunged at Ji Rumeng, but the streak of light that was Ji Rumeng suddenly vanished. Then, Ji Rumeng appeared behind the 2-headed devil wolf. Snow falls on earth. Ji Rumeng struck out with her sword. The sword light fell like heavy snow, all pouring down on one of the 2-headed devil wolf's heads. Puff, 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 puff. One of the heads of the 2-headed devil wolf was left riddled with wounds, ultimately severed by the sword light. The other head lunged at Bai Haoyue. Bai Haoyue did not dodge. He had long been prepared and struck out with his sword against the 2-headed devil wolf. Black moon covers the sky. A black sword light slashed down on the 2-headed devil wolf's neck, nearly severing it in half. At that moment, Bai Haoyue followed up with another strike. Crack! The 2-headed devil wolf's head was finally severed from its body. Boom! If it had only lost one head, the 2-headed devil wolf could have survived and, after some time, regrown the second head. But with both heads severed, it could no longer live, crashing to the ground with a flood of blood, like a mountain collapsing. Phew! Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue landed on the ground, both exhaling deeply. The 2-headed devil wolf was indeed a tough opponent, having reduced their team to just the 2 of them, both severely injured. Damn Chu Chen! They both harbored intense hatred for Chu Chen. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have suffered so badly. How much combat strength do you have left? Bai Haoyue asked. At most, 2 tenths, Ji Rumeng replied. I also have at most 2 tenths. Bai Haoyue said. Should we continue to chase or leave to recover our injuries? Ji Rumeng pondered for a moment and said, let's leave first. It wasn't that they were afraid of Chu Chen, but the dangers in the secret realm were too many. If they encountered a threat like the 2-headed devil wolf while pursuing Chu Chen, whether they could withstand it next time was uncertain. Swoosh! Just then, a dazzling sword light came at them, aimed directly at their heads. Both of them felt their hair stand on end and quickly swung their swords to block. Crack! The sword light tore through the incoming sword attack. So, you're leaving? Not looking for me anymore? Chu Chen appeared, smiling. Chu Chen, Ji Rumeng, and Bai Haoyue were both pleasantly surprised. They had originally thought Chu Chen had already taken the opportunity to escape and hide. But unexpectedly, he had actively revealed himself. Don't give up halfway. You haven't killed me yet. How can you just leave? Chu Chen said with a faint smile. Seeing the cold smile on Chu Chen's face, Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue knew he was planning to counterattack while they were injured. They both smiled in response. Want to counterattack us? Chu Chen, you're too early to celebrate. Even though we are severely injured, it won't take much effort to kill you. Bai Haoyue said, it's all your fault for causing us to lose so many people. Once I capture you, I will definitely tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes. You won't die easily, Ji Rumeng declared. Then come. Chu Chen, wielding the purple soul sword, instantly launched an attack. As soon as he struck, he used the first move of Sword 7, the Thunderbolt Sword Slash. 7 segments of sword intent, combined with the Thunderbolt Sword Slash, crashed towards Bai Haoyue. Boom! Bai Haoyue raised his sword to block, but in an instant his sword light was torn apart, and his body was sent flying back several meters. What powerful strength! Bai Haoyue was shocked. A sword light flew towards Chu Chen. It was Ji Rumeng's attack. Chu Chen used the shadow clone technique, creating numerous clones. Dozens of clones were destroyed by this sword strike, but Chu Chen's true body remained unharmed. With a single finger, Chu Chen pointed. Wild Thunder Strike, a massive finger beam, like a thunderbolt, struck Ji Rumeng, sending her flying as well. Ji Rumeng's eyes widened. We underestimated him. Let us work together. The two joined forces to attack Chu Chen. Powerful sword lights and formidable sword techniques surged towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen engaged them in fierce combat. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of continuous fierce fighting erupted in the forest. Ji Rumeng and Bai Haoyue's injuries were, after all, too severe. If not treated, they would worsen every second. At that moment, as they battled Chu Chen, the rate of deterioration was undoubtedly accelerating. After more than 200 exchanges, the two began to show signs of defeat. Constantly being forced back by Chu Chen. Wild Thunder Finger, Thunder Destruction style. With one swing, Chu Chen knocked aside Bai Haoyue's long sword and executed the third move of Wild Thunder Finger, the Thunder Destruction style, stabbing out. The dazzling finger beam pierced through Bai Haoyue's throat, and then the thunder exploded with a bang, obliterating Bai Haoyue's entire head. Azure Rainbow Sword Slash. Stepping back over 10 paces, Chu Chen immediately unleashed the second move of Sword 7, the Azure Rainbow Sword Slash. A brilliantly shining azure sword light struck Ji Rumeng back. Before Ji Rumeng could react, Chu Chen's body had already passed her. A drop of blood dripped from Chu Chen's sword, while a line of blood appeared on Ji Rumeng's snow-white neck. The bloodline expanded, gushing forth like a spring. Ji Rumeng clutched her neck and collapsed to the ground, following in by Haoyue's footsteps. Chapter 78. Leaving the space rift having successfully killed both of them, Chu Chen felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Lu Zhan had sent so many people to kill him, thinking he was sure to succeed. Little did he know that all those he sent had now been completely eliminated by himself. Chu Chen walked to the corpse of the two-headed demon wolf and waved his sword to extract the demon essence. Holding the essence of a top-tier second-level demon beast felt different. The energy was violent and surging. Chu Chen was very satisfied. He also took the spatial rings from Ji Rumeng, Bai Haoyue, and others. Then, he returned the same way, collecting the spatial rings of other students who had died in the dense forest. After finishing collecting the spatial rings, he carefully checked them and extracted all the resources that could be cultivated. After that, Chu Chen left the dense forest. Cultivation requires time, and this dense forest was full of dangers. Chu Chen certainly could not cultivate there. He found a cave and entered it to begin his cultivation. This time, he spent 3 days refining the essence of the two-headed demon wolf and a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He broke through to the 5th level of the Dan condensation realm, and his sword intent reached the 8th segment. The breakthrough in cultivation was quite smooth, but the breakthrough in sword intent was a bit forced. He used up all his cultivation resources to achieve it. With the improvement in his cultivation and swordsmanship, the resources needed for breakthroughs in these two aspects were no longer comparable to before. At this time, there were still several days left until the task ended, and Chu Chen was not in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the cave to focus on seclusion, mainly practicing the 4th style of the Wild Thunder Finger. After several more days, the 4th style of the Wild Thunder Finger was almost mastered. By this time, it was also the day the task was supposed to end. Chu Chen walked out of the cave and arrived at a flat ground. At this moment, a spatial rift appeared in the northwest direction. Chu Chen saw a large number of students flying in from all directions and entering the spatial rift. It was obvious that Lu Zhan was controlling the spatial rift from outside. As long as one stepped into the rift, they could leave this secret realm. Chu Chen followed and flew in. At the back mountain of the Qinghe Dao Academy, a spatial rift lay suspended in midair. Shadows of students shot out from the rift. Lu Zhan stood below with a cold smile. A month had passed, and Chu Chen's corpse had probably turned to dust by now. Just as he was thinking this, a tall figure suddenly shot out from the spatial rift. Chu Chen. Lu Zhan's eyes widened in shock. This figure was none other than Chu Chen. The other students present were also astonished. They had originally thought that Chu Chen would be killed by Ji Rumeng, by Haoyue, Shaolin, and others in the spatial rift. But unexpectedly, he had come out alive. However, some students' expressions changed slightly. In the days spent in the secret realm carrying out the task, they had seen the corpses of some students sent in by Lu Zhan one after another. Now, that Chu Chen was alive. It was highly likely that he had killed those corpses. Elder Lu, I must be disappointing you, Chu Chen said sarcastically to Lu Zhan. You shouldn't be alive. Lu Zhan exclaimed incredulously. Chu Chen smiled and said, I encountered some beasts in that secret realm. They were not only evil but also foolish. They couldn't kill me and ended up losing their own lives. He pretended to sigh and said, perhaps it's just that I'm destined to survive. After all, my luck is quite good. His words were double-edged. Beasts could refer to his pursuers as well as the demon beasts. Who knew what he was actually referring to? Impossible. Lu Zhan could naturally hear Chu Chen's meaning. But how could he believe that Ji Romong, Bai Hao Yue, and others were dead? Lu Zhan stared intently at the spatial rift, determined to wait for Ji Romong, Bai Hao Yue, and others to come out so he could ask them clearly. But he waited for a long time. Even after the last student came out, he had to wait for an additional cup of tea's worth of time. Ji Romong, Bai Hao Yue, Shaolin, and others still had not come out. In fact, not just these three, but none of the more than 40 students he sent out had returned. Had they all been killed by Chu Chen? How could that be possible? Lu Zhan was furious, trembling like a sieve. The surrounding students were also horrified. More than 40 students had all been killed by Chu Chen, Yi Rumeng, Bai Hao Yue, and Shaolin were all powerful beings at the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm. Had Chu Chen really killed them? Chu Chen, you are truly ruthless. You actually killed so many people. Lu Zhan's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Chu Chen, though he was extremely unwilling to believe it. It was impossible for over 40 students to have all perished due to demon beasts. It had to be related to Chu Chen. He must have employed some means to cause their deaths. Chu Chen feigned innocence and said, Elder Lu, what are you talking about? What do you mean I killed them? I didn't even see them in the secret realm. There were too many powerful, ferocious beasts in the secret realm. I narrowly escaped death multiple times. Perhaps they encountered powerful demon beasts and couldn't return. How could I believe that? Lu Zhan shouted angrily. In his fury, he directly reached out to grab Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression changed, and he couldn't help but shout, You shameless old man. Elders cannot attack students without cause. This is the Academy's rule. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Zhan had chosen not to deal with him personally before, but instead sent others to handle him during this task. Unexpectedly, now in his rage, Lu Zhan disregarded the Academy's rules. Chu Chen prepared to activate the shadow clone technique to escape. But at that moment, a clear and crisp sound of a sword cry rang out. A beam of sword light shot in from the distant sky, directly aiming at Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan punched to shatter the sword light, but his own momentum was also obstructed. Chu Chen, you really came out alive. Hong Ying's delighted voice rang out. Li Weibai was beside Hong Ying. Upon seeing Chu Chen, a hint of surprise appeared on her flawless face. In front of them was Mu Fian. The sword just now was launched by Mu Fian. Hong Ying had been counting the time and knew that today was the day the secret realm task would end. She was aware that even if Chu Chen came out alive, he would surely face Lu Zhan's targeting. So, she asked Mu Fian to go to the back mountain to help Chu Chen. Naturally, Mu Fian agreed to Hong Ying's request. However, what surprised Mu Fian was that actually, a few days before Hong Ying made her request, Li Weibai had already asked her to come and help Chu Chen today. This left Mu Fian somewhat astonished. Her own disciple had never shown any feelings towards any male students, at most only having ordinary fellow-disciple relationships. Why did she specifically request to assist Chu Chen? When did her own disciple also have good friends among the opposite sex? Chapter 79. Angry Lu Zhan. Mu Fian. It's you again. Looking at Mu Fian, Lu Zhan was furious. The last time, it was Mu Fian who stopped him from teaching Chu Chen a lesson, and now she was back. Was Mu Fian deliberately opposing him? As an elder of the North Academy, how dare you attack a student of the North Academy? Lu Zhan, what do you think the Academy rules are? Mu Fian said, Academy rules? Lu Zhan snorted coldly. Do you know that this kid killed more than 40 students who enter the mission in the secret realm? More than 40. What does this mean? It's a massacre. Chu Chen has committed an unforgivable crime. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, Mu Fian, Li Weibai, and Hong Ying were all shocked. Hong Ying was extremely curious about the truth of Lu Zhan's words and quickly sent a message to Chu Chen. Chu Chen did not hide anything from Hong Ying and replied to her. After hearing Chu Chen's response, Hong Ying gasped. More than 40 had indeed been killed by Chu Chen. Mu Fian said coldly, I want to ask you, why would Chu Chen kill them without reason? Lu Zhen's expression faltered. The reason they were killed by Chu Chen was that they wanted to kill Chu Chen. But if he said that, it would mean Chu Chen was not at fault, because retaliating when being pursued is not a crime. How would I know? Lu Zhen said. Perhaps this kid simply has a bloodthirsty nature. Bloodthirsty? Mu Fian sneered and said, if those people went to kill Chu Chen and were killed in return, then Chu Chen is not guilty. Furthermore, in the secret realm, dangers are everywhere. It's highly likely they were killed by the dangers within the realm. You have no evidence, so how can you accuse Chu Chen of murder? I see you're just upset that your trusted subordinates were completely wiped out while Chu Chen is still alive and well, and you want to kill Chu Chen, which is why you are slandering him. You. Lu Zhen angrily pointed at Mu Fian. As an elder, to openly slander a student like this, you are unworthy of being an elder. Mu Fian continued. Elder Mu is absolutely right. Chu Chen timely added fuel to the fire. Lu Zhen let out a long hum. He knew that with Mu Fian here, he couldn't deal with Chu Chen no matter what. If things escalated and went to the dean, he would likely be punished for violating the rules of the Qinghe Academy. Seeing that Lu Zhen was completely at a loss, Chu Chen said, then please, Elder Lu, hurry up and evaluate the ranks for this task. I still need to get home. Lu Zhen, helpless, had no choice but to start evaluating the ranks. Everyone took out their recording discs and displayed the recorded scenes in front of Lu Zhen. The terrains were different, and the scenery varied, but they all depicted scenes from the secret realm. Those who remembered fewer places recalled only a few, while those who remembered more could recall 10 or even dozens of places. I suppose the first place must be the student who recorded 52 places. Lu Zhen thought to himself. Once this task is over, I will immediately return and carefully plan how to deal with Chu Chen. Wait, I haven't taken out my recording disc yet. Seeing that Lu Zhen was about to announce the results, Chu Chen hurriedly said, then hurry up and take it out. Lu Zhen snorted. Chu Chen immediately took out his recording disc, infused it with Yuan power, and released the scenes within. Boom! In an instant, everyone was stunned. Hundreds of places. Chu Chen's recording disc released over 800 places, almost covering 2/3 of the total area of the secret realm. Everyone was astonished. Where did Chu Chen find the energy and speed to record so many places? Kid. Lu Zhen's eyes widened as he said, how could you possibly remember so many places? Did you grow eyes all over your body? Chu Chen laughed and said, I didn't grow eyes all over my body. I just happened to find dozens of recording discs in the secret realm and recorded all the scenes from them into my disc. Happened to find dozens of recording discs? Without a doubt, those recording discs belonged to Ji Romong, by Hao Yue, and others. By saying this, Chu Chen was openly provoking Lu Zhen. Sure enough, Lu Zhen's eyes turned red. Lu Zhen was about to erupt in anger, but then his eyes shifted, and he asked, where are those recording discs? I threw them away. No, I smashed them before throwing them away. Anyway, I guess no one would want them. Chu Chen smiled. Lu Zhen's face turned furious. He had hoped to obtain those recording discs as evidence of Chu Chen killing those students, but now that Chu Chen claimed to have destroyed them, it made Lu Zhen very angry. Elder Lu, is there any problem with me taking first place with this result? Lu Zhen said nothing. Chu Chen said, what? The dignified Northern Academy Elder of the Sword Path, are you really going to embezzle the rewards meant for the students? Embezzle. This is framing a charge. Lu Zhen coldly snorted, and the blue blood fusion divine fruit appeared in his hand. Then he aimed it directly at Chu Chen and shot it. This shot was fierce, and while Chu Chen wouldn't die if he caught it, he would be injured. However, just as the blue blood fusion divine fruit was halfway through, Mu Fian reached out and firmly caught it. Mu Fian handed the blue blood fusion divine fruit to Chu Chen and mocked Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen, is this all the narrow-minded tricks you have? Lu Zhen did not respond to Mu Fian, but coldly snorted at Chu Chen. Chu Chen, just wait. This matter is not over. I will definitely avenge Yun Fei. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and left. The students all looked at Chu Chen. Each of their eyes was filled with astonishment, and then they turned to leave. They knew that Chu Chen had completely angered Lu Zhen. Although Lu Zhen left now, he would definitely think of other ways to deal with Chu Chen in the future. After everyone left, only Chu Chen, Li Yuechan, Hong Ying, Mu Fian, and others remained in the area. Thank you, Elder Mu. Chu Chen cupped his hands in gratitude to Mu Fian. Mu Fian nodded lightly and asked, "Did you really kill those students?" "I killed at most half. The rest were mostly killed using the beasts." Chu Chen replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Mu Fian was surprised. Although he only killed half, the other half was killed using tactics, which showed more wisdom and strategy. A genius with terrifying talent is frightening, but a genius with both wisdom and strategy is even more terrifying. Without a doubt, Chu Chen belongs to the latter. And I also have to thank Senior Sister Hong Ying and Senior Sister Yue Chan. If it weren't for the talisman treasures given by the two of you, I might not have successfully survived this ordeal. Chu Chen looked at Yue Chan and Hong Ying with sincere gratitude. Hong Ying smiled and said, "It's nothing. What kind of relationship do we have? I'm still waiting for you to teach me the fourth style of the shadow clone technique." Li Yuechan Nudajanli. Mu Fian looked at Li Yuechan and asked, "What talismans did Yuechan give?" Hong Ying said, "Senior Sister Yuechan gave a silver lightning bomb." Mu Fian said, "I don't think I ever gave Yuechan a silver lightning bomb." Hong Ying replied, "Senior Sister Yuechan bought it just before Chu Chen was about to enter the space crack." Mu Fian slightly clicked her tongue in surprise. "Especially want to buy it?" She took a closer look at Li Yuechan and Chu Chen, but didn't say anything further. Chapter 80. Is Li Yuechan moved? Hong Ying asked Chu Chen. "Chu Chen, how many days are left until your life and death battle with Lu Yunfeng?" Chu Chen didn't answer, but Li Yuechan accurately said, 5 days. Chu Chen nodded. It really was 5 days. Only 5 days left. Hong Ying's face became serious. "Do you know that Lu Yunfeng broke through to the 9th level of the Dan Condensation Realm just a few days ago?" Chu Chen shook his head slightly, but he wasn't too surprised by this. Lu Yunfeng's talent was already comparable to Lu Yunfei back then, and now, with his Qilin Bone, his talent surpassed that, so breaking through to the 9th level of the Dan Condensation Realm was normal. "Can you fight against someone at the 9th level of the Dan Condensation Realm?" Hong Ying asked. "I can fight against someone at the 9th level of the Dan Condensation Realm, but Lu Yunfeng is different from other 9th level Dan Condensation Realm cultivators." Chu Chen paused and said, "However, Senior Sister Hong Ying, you don't need to worry too much about me. In that battle, not only does Lu Yunfeng want to kill me, but I also want to kill Lu Yunfeng, so I will prepare seriously. There is a significant gap between the Dan Condensation Realm and the Yang Transformation Realm. So even though by Hao Yue, Shaolin, Ji Romong, and other geniuses have reached the 9th level of the Dan Condensation Realm, they still cannot possess the combat power of the Yang Transformation Realm. But Lu Yunfeng is different." Chu Chen understood that Lu Yunfeng would definitely be able to cross the threshold to the Yang Transformation Realm. Therefore, the current Chu Chen was still not Lu Yunfeng's opponent. However, Chu Chen still had the Blue Blood Fusion Divine Fruit, which was his last hope. Sigh. Hong Ying sighed heavily. Back when you challenged him, he was only at the 7th level of the Dan Condensation Realm. Who would have thought he could break through 2 levels in such a short time? If only time could go back to then. If you hadn't challenged him, everything would be fine, but unfortunately, nothing could change now. I can only hope that you can win then. At this point, Hong Ying suddenly stopped. Yes, Lu Yunfeng had broken through from the 7th level of the Dan Condensation Realm to the 9th level. But Chu Chen had also broken through from the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan Realm to the 5th level of the Dan Condensation Realm. If Lu Yunfeng made her sigh like this, then what would Chu Chen's achievement be considered? Then, the group left. Mu Fian went off to handle other matters, while Chu Chen and the other 3 returned to their respective courtyards. When Chu Chen returned to the Xuanji No. 9 courtyard, Shen Yuqing looked at him with immense joy and quickly went out to buy a lot of delicious food to prepare for him. She constantly checked Chu Chen's body to confirm that he was unharmed. It was only in Shen Yuqing's presence that Chu Chen could feel a familial warmth, allowing him to let down all his defenses. That afternoon, after dinner, Chu Chen prepared to refine the Blue Blood Fusion Divine Fruit. At that moment, a loud kick echoed at the door, and a male student holding a long knife shouted from outside, "Chu Chen, get out here." Chu Chen frowned, leaped down, and landed in front of the courtyard door. The male student before him was dressed in knife arts attire, with a strong and robust build, exuding a menacing aura. His cultivation level had actually reached the 9th level of the Condensation Pill Realm, and he appeared even more formidable than Ji Ramon and Bai Hao Yue. Who are you? And why did you kick my door? Chu Chen, Thou Wen. Who am I? The male student bellowed. I am Bai Hao Feng, the elder brother of Bai Hao Yue. You killed Hao Yue in the secret realm. I am here to avenge him. Before Bai Hao Feng finished speaking, he swung his knife at Chu Chen. In a chilling knife, qi surged from the blade, tearing through the air. If it were the previous Chu Chen, he wouldn't have dared to confront it head-on. However, after breaking through to the 5th level of the condensation pill realm, the 9th level was no longer an insurmountable peak for him. He clenched his palm, and the purple soul sword appeared, intercepting the attack with a clang, deflecting the long knife. At that moment, Li Yuechan, hearing the commotion, flew over from the Xuanjino, ate courtyard and shouted, Bai Hao Feng, what are you doing? Bai Hao Feng, seeing Li Yuechan, was momentarily dazzled by her stunning beauty, but quickly shouted, This bastard, Chu Chen, killed my second brother Bai Hao Yue in the secret realm. I want to kill him to avenge my brother, Chu Chen Ziplit, which I have yours saw me kill Bai Hao Yue. Bai Hao Feng shouted, I naturally didn't see it, but who else could have killed Hao Yue besides you? Chu Chen countered. What about the demon beasts? Bai Hao Feng retorted, Do I believe that? Chu Chen said, You naturally don't believe it. But I don't have time to play with you right now. Bai Hao Feng declared, I'm not here to play with you. I'm here to take your life. Taking my life depends on your strength. In this situation, do you think you have a chance to kill me? Chu Chen responded, 5 days from now is the date of my decisive battle with Lu Yunfeng. Since you want to kill me, why not fight me first before my battle with Lu Yunfeng in 5 days? Killing Bai Hao Feng now would violate the courtyard rules. Killing him on the life and death platform would be different, as it would be a matter of life and death. On the other hand, Chu Chen was busy refining the blue blood fusion divine fruit and didn't want to waste time with Bai Hao Feng. All right, Bai Hao Feng nodded heavily. Since you want to plan this way, I agree. Chu Chen, wait for me. I will definitely tear you to pieces to avenge Hao Yue. After saying that, Bai Hao Feng turned and left. After Bai Hao Feng left, Li Yuechan said, Bai Hao Feng is not only Bai Hao Yue's brother, but also Lu Zhen's confidant. He must have been sent by Lu Zhen. Li Yuechan's guess was very accurate. Bai Hao Feng was indeed sent by Lu Zhen. Previously, Bai Hao Feng was out training and hadn't returned, so Lu Zhen had sent his brother to kill Chu Chen instead of him. Today, upon learning that his brother died in the secret realm, he couldn't hold back. Lu Zhen understood Bai Hao Feng's character well and immediately sent him to kill Chu Chen, and he came right away. Originally, he thought that even if he violated the courtyard rules, he had to eliminate Chu Chen. But since Chu Chen proposed a fight in 5 days, he naturally wouldn't refuse. If he could kill Chu Chen without breaking the rules, he would gladly do so. Chu Chen lightly nodded, thanking Li Yuechan for her assistance. Li Yuechan shook her head. What does it matter that I came out just once? She turned to leave. However, just as Li Yuechan turned around, she suddenly glanced back at Chu Chen and paused for a moment, saying, Chu Chen, you must stay alive in 5 days, okay? Chu Chen looked up and met Li Yuechan's bright eyes. Those eyes were very clear, like a pool of transparent water. Chu Chen's heart trembled slightly, and he gently nodded. I promise you, senior sister. Only then did Li Yuechan leave. In the pendant of the 9 heavy prison tower, a voice from Blood Shadow echoed. Impressive, kid. Is this what they call retreating to advance? Chu Chen asked, retreating to advance? Blood Shadow replied, when she came to your house to apply medicine for you. That was a perfect opportunity for you to embrace her, but you acted like a wooden block and remained unmoved. Isn't that retreat? But now, she clearly has some feelings for you. You didn't embrace her, yet she developed feelings for you. Isn't that retreating to advance? Chu Chen was taken aback by these words. Did Li Yuechan have feelings for him? With her personality, he couldn't quite gauge whether she did. However, for some reason, Chu Chen felt a slight expectation in his heart that she might have feelings for him. Returning to his room, Chu Chen immediately utilized the Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra to refine the blue blood fusion divine fruit. In just half an hour, he refined the fruit, breaking through to the 6th level of the condensation pill realm and elevating his sword intent to the peak of the 8th level. Breaking into the 9th level wouldn't be easy. The 9th level of sword intent was already referred to as the sword marquee level. Chu Chen wasn't sure if there were any sword marquee in the Northern Academy of Sword Arts. After his cultivation breakthrough, Chu Chen began practicing the martial arts Desolate Thunder Finger and Sword 7, while also using Sword Intent to refine the Purple Soul Sword. The Purple Soul Sword had already reached the 9th rank of the yellow grade for some time. Chu Chen could feel that it wouldn't be long before it advanced to the Xian grade. Meanwhile, on Lu Yunfeng's side, Lu Yunfeng had also heard about the events in the secret realm and was furious. Chu Chen, I want to kill you. He never expected that so many people would enter, only to be killed by Chu Chen. Even Lin Wanner was killed by Chu Chen. Senior Brother Lu, I just received news that Bai Haofeng will also have a life-and-death battle with Chu Chen in 5 days. Although Chu Chen is detestable, he probably won't even pass Bai Haofeng's test, let alone be your opponent, one of Lu Yunfeng's lackeys said. Bai Haofeng? Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. I actually hope that Chu Chen can pass Bai Haofeng's test. I want to personally torture him and break his bones one by one, tear him to pieces. As Lu Yunfeng roared in anger, a faint roar of a qilin echoed from within him. 5 days passed. Chu Chen successfully practiced the 4th form of Desolate Thunder Finger and the 3rd form of Sword 7. Additionally, the rust on the Purple Soul Sword had been significantly removed, radiating a brilliant purple color. Chu Chen could feel that the Purple Soul Sword had qualitatively changed from before. He smiled slightly. Everything was prepared to the utmost extent. It was time to resolve the grievances with Lu Yunfeng. On the morning of the 5th day, Hong Ying and Li Yuechan came to find Chu Chen. Shen Yuqing understood how important this battle was for Chu Chen and followed them as well. Chu Chen stepped towards the life and death platform, filled with passionate enthusiasm. The life and death platform. It was located in a massive martial arts square. At this moment, a large number of figures gathered in the martial arts square, all there to watch this battle. No one believed that Chu Chen had any chance of winning. However, this battle involved a top genius of the knife arts like Lu Yunfeng, so they were still very much looking forward to it. In the monotonous life of cultivation, one always needs some excitement. Watching others fight to the death is indeed a form of excitement. Not only the students from the 3 major factions came, but many elders also arrived. Lu Zent was naturally present, standing alongside Lu Yunfeng and Bai Haofeng. Mu Fian had also arrived early, even before Chu Chen and Li Yuechan. In addition, there were some other elders from the North Academy who were also looking forward to this battle. After waiting for a moment, Chu Chen and his group finally arrived. Chu Chen is here, someone exclaimed, and everyone turned their gaze toward Chu Chen in unison. Kid, you finally made it. Lu Yunfeng fixed his gaze on Chu Chen, a chilling smile appearing on his face, accompanied by an astonishing killing intent. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. How could I not come? Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. Lu Zhen coldly said, Chu Chen, today, this place will be your burial ground. No one can save you. You will surely descend into the abyss. Chu Chen sneered, old man. I don't know if I'll descend into the abyss, but after you die, you definitely will. Although Lu Zhen was of a higher generation than Chu Chen, given their current relationship, what did it matter if he called him an old man? Bai Haofeng suddenly jumped out from beside Lu Zhen, shouting sharply, Chu Chen, it's time to fulfill your promise and fight me. Huh? Why does Bai Haofeng also want to fight Chu Chen? Hey, you don't know? Bai Haoyue died in the secret realm, and Bai Haofeng thinks it was Chu Chen who did it, so he went to challenge Chu Chen. But Chu Chen didn't want to waste time with him, and proposed to fight Bai Haofeng first before battling Lu Yunfeng today. A life-and-death battle? Yes, a life-and-death battle. Then it seems that Chu Chen probably won't have the chance to face Lu Yunfeng. After all, Bai Haofeng is so powerful, being among the top 5 in the North Academy S Sword Path. I was looking forward to seeing Chu Chen fight Lu Yunfeng. The crowd murmured. Most did not expect Chu Chen to battle Bai Haofeng first. Once on the life and death stage, life and death are determined by fate. If you die, don't let anyone complain on your side, Chu Chen said with a faint smile. Arrogant. Get on the stage. Bai Haofeng felt deeply insulted, leaping onto the life and death stage. When he landed, the entire stage trembled violently, showcasing his overwhelming momentum. Chu Chen remained calm, spinning his body and leaping onto the stage. Clang! Bai Haofeng swiftly drew a shiny long knife from his spatial ring. Its rank was astonishingly at the 9th level of the yellow grade. Kid, today I will use your blood to honor my brother. I will make you understand the dire consequences of offending me and killing my brother. Bai Haofeng shouted coldly as he leaped high. Boom! At that moment, 7 peaks of sword intent surged from within him, sweeping in all directions. Bai Haofeng suddenly slashed down with his knife. A massive blade of light, 15 meters long, coalesced in the shape of a long knife, aimed at Chu Chen's head. Crashing down. This strike, it was infused with his fierce, killing intent. Carrying all his strength, it aimed to cut Chu Chen in half with one blow. Chu Chen's expression remained unchanged, and with a flash of purple light in his palm, the Ziqing sword was drawn. Gripping the sword tightly, he slightly spread his feet, lowered his center of gravity, and then suddenly slashed upward at an angle. Swoosh! It was as if heaven and earth were torn apart by this sword. A dazzling purple sword light shot towards the sky, instantly striking the massive knife light released by Haofeng. Boom! At the moment of collision, a deafening sound erupted between heaven and earth, and the violent sword energy and blade energy surged outward, tearing apart the space within 100 zhang. Boom! Suddenly, Bai Haofeng's massive knife light shattered. The purple sword light surged toward Bai Haofeng. Bai Haofeng didn't even have time to react. The purple sword light had already struck him. Crack! A rain of crimson blood sprinkled from the sky. Bai Haofeng's body was directly split in half, falling to the ground. One half of the corpse still tightly gripped the treasured knife. The faces of the two halves were filled with intense disbelief. How is this possible? A single sword killed Bai Haofeng. Bai Haofeng was a peak expert in the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm of the sword path. How could Chu Chen split him in half with just one sword? Everyone in the audience was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Li Yuechan, Hong Ying, and others widened their beautiful eyes in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lu Zhen, Lu Yunfeng, and others couldn't help but narrow their pupils significantly. Clearly, they did not expect such a result. On the stage, after killing Bai Haofeng, Chu Chen slowly turned his head to look down from the life and death stage. He pointed the Ziqing sword diagonally at Lu Yunfeng, and with a slight movement of his lips, a voice filled with bone-chilling killing intent echoed across the heavens and the earth, word by word. Lu Yunfeng, get up here. Chapter 82. Fierce battle with Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng, get up here. What cold voice this was. The chilling killing intent contained within it made many shiver. Immediately, pairs of eyes turned to Lu Yunfeng. No one knew how this usually proud super genius of a North Academy-S sword path would respond. Under Chu Chen's gaze, Lu Yunfeng slowly stood up, looking at Chu Chen with cold eyes, and said, "Do you think that killing Bai Haofeng give you the right to fight me? Originally, I was a bit sorry that after Bai Haofeng killed you, I wouldn't be able to torment you myself. This way is good. I can personally slay you." Lu Zhen coldly commanded, "Feng go, and shred him to pieces." "Don't worry, fourth uncle." Lu Yunfeng nodded lightly, his body flashing, appearing on the life and death stage. "Chu Chen, do you know? I'm very surprised that you've come this far," Lu Yunfeng said. Could he not be surprised? That boy, who had been tortured to the brink of death by them, not only miraculously survived, but had now grown to this level. To be honest, Lu Yunfeng now deeply regretted not having decisively cut off Chu Chen's head back then. Unfortunately, at that time, they were high and mighty, filled with arrogance, believing that someone like Chu Chen could never rise again. Unexpectedly, the latter indeed turned things around. "Surprised?" Chu Chen said coldly. "There's even more to surprise you. Like taking your life." "Ha ha!" Lu Yunfeng laughed wildly. "Taking my life? You think you're worthy of saying such things? Killing Bai Haofeng really made you feel fearless, huh? Do you know that even if you kill Bai Haofeng, the gap between us is still very large? You should know about the Zhuanyang realm, right? After I broke through to the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm, I once faced a Zhuanyang realm expert with one palm, forcing him into a disadvantage. With my strength, how can you compete with me?" As he spoke, Lu Yunfeng's expression suddenly turned fierce. "You have killed Lu Yunfei and Lin Waner one after another. Now, it's time for me to take my revenge." Boom! Lu Yunfeng's body shook, and a powerful surge of elemental energy suddenly erupted from within him. This elemental energy was as violent as an ocean, wreaking havoc and exploding across a large area of the life and death stage. Lu Yinfeng had only recently broken into the 9th level of the Dan Condensation realm, and to be honest, he was probably still in the early stage of that level. But the elemental energy he unleashed was stronger than most peak 9th level Dan Condensation realm experts, even comparable to a first level Zhuanyang realm expert. The Qilin Bone had greatly enhanced his physical quality and total elemental energy. Fighting a first-level Zhuanyang realm expert at the 9th level of the Dan Condensation realm was not difficult. Boom! Lu Yinfeng stepped forward, his body shooting out like an arrow. And in midair, he clenched his fist and smashed it toward Chu Chen. Crack! The void cracked beneath his fist, making a sharp sound. Ahead! Chu Chen's clothes fluttered as he was pushed back by this punch. Chu Chen remained unafraid, his eyes cold, and he also punched out. Boom! Chu Chen anchored himself in place, landing a punch on Lu Yunfeng's fist. Snap! In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted from the life and death stage. A mighty shockwave surged forth. In just the first exchange of blows, every spot on the surface of the life and death stage exploded. Although the explosions were not deep, they clearly demonstrated the power of the clash between the two. Boom! After the collision, both of them trembled and retreated over 10 steps. The crowd was astonished. Just moments ago, Lu Yinfeng claimed that his combat power had reached the first level of the Transformation Yang realm, and after witnessing Lu Yunfeng's punch, they indeed believed he had achieved that level. Facing such a fierce attack from Lu Yinfeng, Chu Chen should have been defeated or severely injured by a single strike. How could he possibly block it? Was it possible that splitting by Hao Feng in half with a sword was still not the limit of Chu Chen's power? Lu Yinfeng was also taken aback. By exchanging punches with Chu Chen, he could deeply feel Chu Chen's strength. The latter's punch had indeed negated all of his power. I really underestimated this kid, Lu Yinfeng thought to himself, a surge of intense anger rising within him. He then clenched his palm, and a black treasured blade appeared in his hand. Although the blade was black, it gleamed with a cold light, appearing exceptionally sharp. The hilt was carved in the shape of a Qilin head. This was a first-tier, profound-grade treasure blade, the Qitian blade. Originally, this blade had another name, but after Lu Yinfeng obtained Chu Chen's Qilin Bone, he remade the hilt and named it the Qitian blade, believing that this would better reflect his identity as a Qilin Bone bearer. Boom! Holding the Qitian blade, Lu Yinfeng, from over 20 meters away, swung it down heavily towards Chu Chen. Rumble! At the moment of the slash, the peak-level blade intent of the 8th segment erupted from his body, enhancing the long blade and manifesting a massive long blade in the void. This enormous long blade tore through everything, crashing down towards Chu Chen, a first-tier profound-grade treasure blade. Peak-level blade intent of the 8th segment. As everyone sensed the grade of Lu Yunfeng's treasure blade and the violent blade intent he released, they couldn't help but secretly marvel at how terrifying this strike was. Has he drawn his weapon? Seeing Lu Yinfeng move so quickly, Chu Chen remained calm. In his palm, the purple soul sword materialized. A dazzling purple light radiated once more. Then, a vast sword intent surged skyward. A violent sword, carrying that immense sword intent, also struck heavily towards Lu Yinfeng. Swish! In the void, a massive sword light also slashed down towards Lu Yunfeng. When it collided with Lu Yunfeng's enormous blade light, a tremendous sound erupted in the world. Endless blade energy and sword energy splashed out, enveloping not only the life and death stage, but also wreaking havoc below it. Retreat! Retreat! The students below the martial arts square, who were closest to the life and death stage, were all horrified and retreated in fear. Some elders reacted swiftly, blocking the splashing blade energy and sword energy with a wave of their hands, preventing the square from becoming a complete mess. Crash! After this astonishing collision on the life and death stage, the massive blade light and sword light actually dissipated again. Lu Yinfeng and Chu Chen stood beneath the myriad points of elemental energy, filled with fighting spirit, and surprisingly, neither was injured. Chu Chen's weapon was also a first-tier profound-grade weapon. Chu Chen's sword intent had also reached the peak of the 8th segment. Everyone was astounded as they sensed the might of the purple soul sword and the sword intent emanating from Chu Chen. They then looked deeply at Lu Yinfeng. Previously, They thought Chu Chen would have no chance against Lu Yunfeng. But now, they believed that for Lu Yunfeng, this battle would be hard-fought. For Chu Chen's combat power exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 83. The emergence of martial arts. Lu Yunfeng's expression changed. He had not anticipated that in terms of sword intent and weaponry, Chu Chen would not be inferior to him. Seeking death. Lu Yunfeng resolutely did not believe that Chu Chen was his match. He stomped his foot and directly charged at Chu Chen with his blade. Chu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he raised his sword to engage him. Clang, 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 clang. The two clashed, their blades and swords colliding, creating an intense sound on the life and death stage. Their figures filled the entire surface of the life and death stage, and in just a few breaths. It was unclear how many strikes they had exchanged. The crowd only knew that they had collided no less than 100 times. After several more breaths, Lu Yunfeng still could not take down Chu Chen. Lu Yunfeng suddenly took the initiative to create distance, bringing his right hand fingers together and pointing at Chu Chen from afar. Silent Destruction Finger, a second-tier profound-grade martial art, famously known in the Qinghe Academy's Knife Path Division's northern courtyard. A thick beam of finger light shot towards Chu Chen. Watching this beam, Chu Chen's expression did not change. He similarly brought his right hand fingers together and pointed at Lu Yunfeng. A thick beam of lightning finger light struck towards Lu Yunfeng. Wild Thunder Finger. Boom. The finger lights collided in the void and then shattered. Chu Chen did not retreat. Instead, Lu Yunfeng stepped back a step. Lu Yunfeng had only used a basic technique from Silent Destruction Finger, while Chu Chen employed the second technique of Wild Thunder Finger. And given the difference in martial art levels, it was natural for Lu Yunfeng to be shaken back. Lu Yunfeng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately placed his right hand over the blade, gripping it with both hands, and struck down at Chu Chen fiercely. Blood-cold blade technique. Clang! A blood-colored blade light surged through the heavens and struck down at Chu Chen. Oh my! Lu Yunfeng used the blood-cold blade technique so quickly. Blood-cold blade technique is a third-tier profound-grade blade technique. It is also one of the top blade techniques in the northern courtyard of the Knife Path Division. Chu Chen actually forced Lu Yunfeng to use it so soon. It seems Lu Yunfeng also found Chu Chen quite troublesome. The crowd was shocked. Whether it was the Sword Path Division or the Knife Path Division, the highest level martial art stored in the Scripture Pavilion only reached the third-tier profound grade. The blood-cold blade technique was precisely the third-tier profound-grade blade technique mastered by Lu Yunfeng. Since Lu Yunfeng used the blood-cold blade technique, Chu Chen would naturally respond with Sword 7. Thunder Sword Slash. Chu Chen unleashed the first move of Sword 7, slashing with his sword. A massive sword light like thunder struck towards the blood-colored blade light. Boom! The sword light and blood-colored blade light collided, both shattering apart. Blood-cold blade technique. Blood raining from heaven. Lu Yunfeng slashed again, and this time the strike did not produce a massive blade light. Instead, a multitude of blood droplets suddenly condensed within a 100-meter radius above the life and death stage. These droplets trembled violently and shot explosively towards Chu Chen. Upon closer inspection, these droplets elongated mid-flight, each transforming into a blood-colored short blade. Facing this rain of blood-colored short blades, Chu Chen again swung his sword. The second move of Sword 7. Azure Rainbow Sword Slash. A massive azure sword light slashed toward the endless blood-colored short blades. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed incessantly as the enormous azure sword light forcefully carved a gash several dozen meters long in the sky. Within this gash, all the blood-colored short blades shattered. There were also many blood-colored short blades around the gash, but when they flew down, they all missed Chu Chen, falling harmlessly to either side of him. Lu Yunfeng's eyes narrowed again, and he tightened his grip on a long blade, striking down with another blow, blood-cold blade technique. Ice blade slaughtering the world. Endless cold air suddenly spread through the sky, ultimately coalescing into an enormous blade light. This blade light seemed to be entirely formed from condensed ice, radiating an extremely chilling aura. Because it was blood-colored, this chill felt even more sinister. Ice blade slaughtering the world was the final move of the blood-cold blade technique, and also its strongest move. Boom! The massive ice blade struck down at Chu Chen fiercely, the bone-chilling cold making Chu Chen's hair stand on end, but Chu Chen remained unafraid, slashing out diagonally at the ice blade with his sword. Stunning cloud, sword slash. Stunning cloud, sword slash. It is exactly the third form of Sword 7. Boom! A dazzling white sword light, nearly transparent, reflects the clouds in the sky, yet it is extremely sharp. After the sword light materializes, it shoots towards the ice blade with incredible speed and force, far surpassing the Qinghong sword strike. Rumble. A massive sound erupts from the heavens and earth as the ice blade and sword light collide heavily. In this collision, the ice blade shatters first. After the ice blade breaks, the size of the sword light is reduced by half, and then it continues to strike at Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng's expression changes, and he quickly slashes out a knife to block. Bang! Another blade light collides with the sword light, ultimately shattering it. However, at this moment, the sword light is too close to Lu Yunfeng. Thus, the shockwave from the shattered sword light still sends Lu Yunfeng flying. Lu Yunfeng is knocked back more than 10 meters. Has Lu Yunfeng fallen into a disadvantage? Everyone finds it hard to believe. After fighting until now, Lu Yunfeng has actually fallen into a disadvantage. They can see that Lu Yunfeng, even having used the blood-cold blade technique, has exerted his strongest power. With such a Lu Yunfeng falling into a disadvantage, how powerful must Chu Chen be? Chu Chen is too formidable. Hong Ying's lips parted in surprise, saying, I never expected he could force Lu Yunfeng into a disadvantage. What kind of sword technique is he using? I've never seen it before. Li Wuchan is also astonished, and then says perhaps it is something he acquired during his training outside. Mu Fian realizes that Chu Chen's sword technique has surpassed the third level of the Xian grade, and says it could also be something his master left for him. Who in the entire Qinghe Academy could match his master? Mu Fian looks at Shen Yuqing and smiles. It must be what Qin Jianzi left for him, right? Shen Yuqing shakes her head and smiles. Elder Mu, I'm just a mortal, and I don't know. On the life and death platform, Lu Yunfeng's expression is quite grim. He never expected Chu Chen's combat power to be this strong. Suddenly, he forms seals with both hands, and endless blood-colored gas rises from his body, gradually transforming into a massive handprint. This enormous handprint hovers in the sky, releasing an immensely powerful aura. Blood Heaven Demon Seal. Suppress. Blood Heaven Demon Seal. A third-level Xian grade martial art, is not owned by the Qinghe Academy, but by the Lu family. For a high-level condensed Dan realm martial artist, it is quite challenging to master a third-level Xian grade martial art with their utmost effort. Lu Yunfeng not only masters the blood-cold blade technique, but also the Blood Heaven Demon Seal, which is quite astonishing. Chapter 84. Qilin Bone Heavenly Path. Qilin Bone, the massive handprint sweeps towards Chu Chen in the air, carrying a momentum that seems capable of suppressing the heavens and earth. What martial art is this? Some people realize that this seems to be a third-level Xian grade martial art, and they are very surprised. Previously, he had already used the blood-cold blade technique, and now he is using this great handprint. Could it be that Lu Yunfeng has mastered 2 third-level Xian grade martial arts? Chu Chen's eyes are cold, and then his right hand's index and middle fingers come together again as he thrusts towards Lu Yunfeng. Desolate Thunder Finger, Thunder, Fall style. Desolate Thunder Finger only has 4 styles in total. The Thunder Fall style is precisely its 4th style, demonstrating its power. A gigantic thunderous finger light materializes in the sky and points towards the massive handprint. Boom! When the two collide, a dull sound echoes again. Then, one can see that the enormous hand palm has actually been pierced through by this thunderous finger light, creating a large hole. The massive thunderous finger light passes through the hole and shoots straight at Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng is stunned. How is Chu Chen's finger this powerful? Its strength surpasses that of his handprint by at least 30%. Lu Yunfeng, wielding his long knife, instantly slashes out 3 strikes to stop it. The knife lights stack upon each other, crashing into the thunderous finger light. The thunderous finger light is momentarily hindered, but then rushes forward again, ultimately colliding with Lu Yunfeng's body. Clang! Puffed! Lu Yunfeng blocks with the Qitian blade in front of his chest, and the thunderous finger light collides with it, producing a loud sound. Lu Yunfeng's body is suddenly knocked back, and he spits out a mouthful of blood mid-air. The Qiqian blade has absorbed much of the force for him. Otherwise, his injuries would be even more severe. Spitting blood? Everyone stares at Lu Yunfeng in disbelief. Although it's just blood, not yet severe injuries. Lu Yunfeng has already used 2 third-level Xian grade martial arts consecutively, so he likely has no more powerful means left. Since he has no stronger means, and his current techniques cannot match Chu Chen's, if the battle continues, Lu Yunfeng is very likely to be defeated. Everyone sighs inwardly. Who would have predicted such a result before? Yet, this outcome is gradually becoming inevitable. Fenger, don't hold back anymore. Use your ultimate move and kill him. Lu Zhan has never doubted the outcome, for he knows how terrifying Lu Yunfeng's trump card will be. However, seeing Lu Yunfeng spitting blood, he is also enraged and urges Lu Yunfeng to directly kill Chu Chen. Ultimate move? Hearing this, everyone is astonished. Does Lu Yunfeng have other means? On the life and death platform, Lu Yunfeng lets out a furious roar. Being forced to spit blood by Chu Chen is simply a humiliation for him. Good. Chu Chen, you have forced my hand. Lu Yunfeng screams in rage, suddenly shaking his arms. A strong, brilliant golden light bursts from his body. Roar. As the golden light erupts, an angry beast roar emanates from him, and everyone can see with their own eyes that a strange beast suddenly materializes above his head. Deer horns, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, cow tail. It is indeed a Qilin. What is this? Is this a Qilin? I have seen descriptions of Qilin in ancient texts. The crowd is astonished. Qilin bone. Some elders watching are left with their mouths agape. What? Qilin bone? Someone inquires. Indeed, this is the Qilin bone. This is the power of the Qilin released through the Qilin bone. An elder exclaims in shock. Lu Yunfeng possesses Qilin bone. The conclusion that Lu Yunfeng possesses Qilin bone quickly spreads throughout the square. Upon learning that Lu Yunfeng has Qilin bone, everyone is shocked. Qilin bone is an incredibly remarkable physique. The possessor not only experiences a tremendous increase in cultivation speed and significant improvement in martial comprehension, but can also unleash the power of the Qilin. Lu Yunfeng's talent was already high. With the addition of Qilin bone, his natural endowment can be described as monstrous. Looking across the entire Northern Academy of the Blade Path, there is probably no one who can compare to him. Even in the entire southern region, in terms of talent, he is undoubtedly a prodigy. Mu Fian and others are alarmed. This is the power of the Qilin, and Chu Chen is in danger. The power of the Qilin will increase with the cultivation level of the possessor. Although Lu Yunfeng's cultivation is still too low right now, the power that Qilin bone can unleash will certainly be stronger than the previous Blood Cold Blade technique and Blood Heaven Demon Seal. Lu Yunfeng's Qilin power poses a significant challenge for Chu Chen. Chu Chen, just wait to die. Lu Zhan's confidence in Lu Yunfeng comes from Lu Yunfeng's Qilin bone. Staring at the massive golden Qilin above Lu Yunfeng's head, a deep hatred spreads in Chu Chen's eyes. That is his precious bone. It was forcibly taken away by Lu Yunfeng. Using my precious bone against me. Lu Yunfeng, you really are calculating. Chu Chen says coldly. Lu Yunfeng dares not raise his voice and transmits his thoughts. Chu Chen, just wait. I want to enjoy the expression on your face as you die under your own Qilin bone. Then you'll be disappointed. The Qilin bone is not only yours. Chu Chen replies calmly, shaking his body. A loud roar similarly emanates from within him. Suddenly, a massive strange beast appears above his head. This strange beast also has deer horns, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, and cow tail. It is also a Qilin. However, unlike the Qilin released by Lu Yunfeng, this Qilin is blood red. Usually, the power released by a regular Qilin bone has only one level, which increases with the improvement of one's cultivation. But the Heavenly Dao Qilin bone is different. It has 3 levels: Blood Moon Qilin, Eternal Tribulation Qilin, and Immortal Qilin. In the past, Chu Chen was unable to unleash it due to his low cultivation level. Now, he is able to release the power of the Blood Moon Qilin. Another Qilin? Could it be another Qilin bone? Chu Chen also possesses a Qilin bone. This Qilin of Chu Chen looks too much like Lu Yunfeng's Qilin. Everyone immediately deduces that Chu Chen also has a Qilin bone. But why is Chu Chen's Qilin blood red? Its color is different from Lu Yunfeng's Qilin. Everyone is extremely puzzled. Although they confirmed that Chu Chen also possesses a Qilin bone, they do not understand the heavenly Dao Qilin bone. This shows that the knowledge of blood shadow is much stronger than theirs. Li Yuechan and Hong Ying's mouths were agape, almost able to fit an egg. After practicing with Chu Chen for so long, they just realized that he had hidden his constitution. Qilin bone. How is that possible? How could you still have a Qilin bone? Lu Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face horrified, with 1,000 doubts in his heart. Chu Chen's Qilin bone had clearly been dug out by him. So why is it appearing again now? What is impossible? It was dug out and then reborn. And the newly formed Qilin bone is even more powerful than the previous one. Chu Chen coldly smiled at Lu Yunfeng, saying, "Lu Yunfeng die?" As soon as Chu Chen's voice fell, the massive blood-red Qilin above his head charged towards Lu Yunfeng with a roar. "Oomph! I don't believe it. I don't believe that your Qilin bone is real. Even if it is a Qilin bone, it is still fake. Only the one on me is the true Qilin bone." Lu Yunfeng nearly went mad, roaring as he pressed down with both hands, and the massive golden Qilin above him also charged at Chu Chen. Boom! The golden Qilin collided with the blood-red Qilin in midair, producing a tremendous sound. Blood-red light and golden light surged wildly from the void. In the sky, it seemed as if two seas of light were formed. One was golden light, and the other was blood light. What a formidable power! Some elders had already set up a layer of elemental power restrictions in advance to prevent the shockwave from affecting the observing students. As the shockwave swept over their restrictions, they couldn't help but be astonished. The power contained in these two Qilins was truly overwhelming. Lu Zhen looked at the two colliding figures and coldly snorted, saying, "How can a fake Qilin bone contend with a real Qilin bone? Boy, let's see how you die at Feng'er's hands." Boom! Crack! Just as Lu Zhen coldly snorted, the sound of cracking echoed through the void. Everyone focused their gaze and saw cracks appearing on the golden Qilin released by Lu Yunfeng. First one crack. Then in the next moment, 1,000 cracks covered the body of the golden Qilin. At the same time, the blood-red Qilin released by Chu Chen roared, suddenly tilting its head back and biting down on the neck of the golden Qilin. Bang! The golden Qilin instantly shattered into countless pieces of golden light. Roar! The blood-red Qilin roared again, its roar deafening as it charged toward Lu Yunfeng. Bang! Lu Yunfeng couldn't dodge in time and was knocked back dozens of meters. He felt as if he had been struck by an iron mountain. All the joints and bones in his body felt as if they were shattered, and his internal organs were severely damaged. He crashed onto the life and death platform, creating a nearly 10-meter diameter dent, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which even contained bits of his internal organs. Serious injury. There was no doubt it was a serious injury. How is this possible? On the life and death platform, Lu Yunfeng felt the injuries within him and looked up at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that Chu Chen, whose Qilin bone he had already dug out, would actually regenerate a Qilin bone. Moreover, this Qilin bone seemed to be stronger than his own. Chu Chen sneered. The Blood Moon Qilin, although it is only the first level of the heavenly Dao Qilin bone, how powerful is the heavenly Dao Qilin bone? It is not something an ordinary Qilin bone can compare to. Therefore, even though the Blood Moon Qilin is just the first level of the heavenly Dao Qilin bone, its power is not something Lu Yunfeng's released Qilin power can match. Back when you and Lin Wanner conspire to harm me, seize my sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart, and even dug out my Qilin bone, did you ever think this day would come? Chu Chen spoke, his eyes cold, his voice almost a roar, wanting to vent all the resentment and hatred he had accumulated over the past few months. What? Lin Wanner and Lu Yunfeng conspired to take away Chu Chen's sword veins, sword bones, sword heart, and Qilin bone? The Qilin bone on Lu Yunfeng's body is actually Chu Chen's original one. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Chu Chen, I hate it. I regret that after digging out your bone, I didn't give you another stab. If I just stabbed you in the neck back then, there wouldn't be such a situation now. I truly regret not killing you completely back then. Lu Yunfeng had completely gone mad at this moment, roaring in a twisted manner. What? Lu Yunfeng really dug out Chu Chen's bone back then. Upon hearing Lu Yunfeng's words, everyone's eyes widened. They never expected that the Qilin bone on Lu Yunfeng's body actually came from Chu Chen. Digging out someone's precious bone is no different from taking someone's life. Moreover, such behavior is akin to that of a thief. They did not expect that the usually refined Lu Yunfeng could be so vicious and hypocritical. At this moment, they all felt a deep disdain for Lu Yunfeng. As for why Chu Chen's precious bone, which had originally been dug out, could regenerate, many believed it might be because Lu Yunfeng didn't dig deep enough, or perhaps, even though the Qilin bone was taken away, the source still remained. And that source gave birth to a new Qilin bone. They did not understand. But this is not important. What everyone feels most strongly now is disdain and disgust toward Lu Yunfeng. Hong Ying and Li Weichan were both shocked. They never expected that such a thing could happen to Chu Chen. A hint of deep heartache flashed in Li Weichan's beautiful eyes. Chu Chen stared at Lu Yunfeng and said, "You dug out my bone back then. Now you should return it to me." Chu Chen quickly flew towards Lu Yunfeng, clearly intending to take Lu Yunfeng's bone. "Kid, you dare!" Lu Zhan's eyes widened like copper bells. Everything happening today was beyond his expectations. But how could he let Chu Chen take Lu Yunfeng's bone? "Lu Zhan, this is a battle between the two of them. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to intervene." But at the moment Lu Zhan rushed out, Mu Fian had already charged at Lu Zhan. Mu Fian slashed with her sword, and the sword light transformed into countless sword energies, enveloping Lu Zhan. "Mu Fian, don't block my way!" Lu Zhan shouted angrily, drawing out his precious blade and engaging in a battle with Mu Fian. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of swords and blades produced incredible energy. Everyone watched the fierce battle between the two and couldn't help but exclaim, "Two elders from the North Academy are actually fighting?" However, at this moment, the most exciting scene was still on the life and death platform, and their gazes were all focused on it. On the life and death platform, Lu Zhan was blocked by Mu Fian. So Chu Chen was not disturbed at all. Chu Chen approached Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng looked at Chu Chen, finally panicking inside, and for the first time, fear showed in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Chu Chen, what do you want to do? You want to dig out my bone? You dare. You dare. That is my bone." He turned his head, staring at Lu Zhan, and shouted heart-wrenchingly, "Fourth uncle, save me." But Lu Zhan couldn't easily break through Mu Fian's blockade. "Your bone?" Chu Chen laughed. At this point, he still had the audacity to say that it was your bone. "Lu Yunfeng, you really leave me speechless." Chu Chen slapped Lu Yunfeng, injuring him further, rendering him unable to move, then flipped Lu Yunfeng over, facing away from above. Chu Chen took out a dagger. Then he raised his head, took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually filled with blood red. The great enmity from that day could finally be avenged today. Chu Chen stabbed the dagger fiercely down towards Lu Yunfeng. Chapter 86. Lu Yunfeng's corpse has gone. The dagger pierced deeply into Lu Yunfeng's back, the sharp tip almost penetrating his body completely. Then Chu Chen made a heavy slash, and everyone could clearly hear the sound of Lu Yunfeng's flesh being torn apart. Was this cruel? Yes, it was. But this was exactly what Lu Yunfeng had done to Chu Chen back then. As the saying goes, return evil for evil. Those who harm others will always be harmed in return. "Oh, Chu Chen, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me." Even the highest of people, when faced with death, will ultimately show a cowardly side, because their hearts are inherently despicable. Lu Yunfeng was just like that. Now you realize your mistake? It's too late. Chu Chen sneered, withdrawing the dagger and making a horizontal slash. Crack! Flesh was once again torn apart. Lu Yunfeng screamed in agony. The crowd listened to Lu Yunfeng's cries, and while they were shocked, there was no sympathy. What they felt was only respect for Chu Chen. They believed that after today, the name Chu Chen would spread throughout the entire three major factions. In the three major factions, no one would think of Chu Chen as a soft persimmon anymore. After making 4 cuts on Lu Yunfeng's back, Chu Chen finally extracted the Qilin bone. The golden Qilin bone was only the size of a palm, releasing a brilliant glow. Suddenly, the Devouring Emperor Sutra activated on its own. This Qilin bone transformed into specks of golden light, entering Chu Chen's body and merging with the heavenly Dao Qilin bone within him. Just like before with the sword veins, sword bones, and sword heart. At that moment, Chu Chen felt that his life had become much more complete. It seemed that the last missing piece of his life had been filled in. On the ground, Lu Yunfeng was already on the brink of death. Chu Chen flipped Lu Yunfeng over, and Lu Yunfeng finally uttered a defiant remark. Chu Chen, I won't let you go even as a ghost. You'd better become a ghost first, Chu Chen said, and with one sword strike, thousands of sword lights erupted, all landing on Lu Yunfeng. Boom! Lu Yunfeng turned into a pile of minced flesh, then into meat sauce, and finally into a shower of blood. Lu Yunfeng's spatial ring had already been taken by Chu Chen. Seeing Lu Yunfeng's body in pieces, Lu Zhan was completely enraged. Chu Chen, I will tear you to shreds. His eyes turned blood red, and an incomparably terrifying aura of blades erupted from him. The aura expanded, occupying a vast space. This was the blade domain. Old man, you've released the blade domain, Shui Ying laughed within the 9-layered hell tower. Lu Zhan, enough. Lu Yunfeng and Chu Chen are in a life-and-death battle. Regardless of the outcome, neither side's people can refuse to accept it. An elder from the northern courtyard stepped forward. Lu Zhan, stop. As an elder of the northern courtyard, you cannot lead the way in breaking the rules, another elder said. Lu Zhan, please stop. The courtyard rules must be followed by everyone, a third elder added. Chu Chen possessed the Qilin bone and had killed Lu Yunfeng despite being at a lower cultivation level. Everyone could see that his talent was superior to Lu Yunfeng's. These northern courtyard elders had already been convinced by Chu Chen and forbade Lu Zhan from harming him. The 3 northern courtyard elders not only spoke to stop him, but also released their own momentum, which combined with Mu Fian's. Even if Lu Zhan was furious, he had no choice. Moreover, they were right. The courtyard rules were in place. Unless Lu Zhan wanted to go against the dean, he couldn't deal with Chu Chen. After weighing the situation, Lu Zhan finally withdrew. He stared the life-and-death platform, wanting to collect Lu Yunfeng's remains, but there were no remains left. He was completely gone. Chu Chen, good. You are very good. You killed Yun Fei and then killed Yun Feng, taking down 2 of my Lu family's top talents. Just wait. My Lu family will not rest until one of us is dead. After dropping a harsh word, Lu Zhan turned and left with a pale face. This old man. If given the chance, I must kill him. Chu Chen squinted, thinking to himself, being targeted by such a powerful opponent is always uncomfortable. If given the chance, he really wanted to kill Lu Zhan. I can help you. Let me out, and I will help you kill him. Shui Ying's voice interrupted Chu Chen's thoughts. Chu Chen was too lazy to respond to Shui Ying. Thank you, Elder Mu. Thank you to the several elders. Chu Chen expressed his gratitude to the elders. Mu Fian nodded lightly. Saying this, Lu Zhan wanted to break the rules. We old fellows definitely wouldn't be happy about it. Chu Chen, you are quite impressive. Possessing the Qilin bone, why were you so low-key before? Your master, Qing Yunzi, taught a good disciple. It's a pity he couldn't see it. The elders all laughed. Chu Chen humbly replied that the elders were flattering him. Master, Chu Chen approached Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing reached out to touch Chu Chen's head, saying with relief, It's good that you're fine. After that, Chu Chen returned with Shen Yuqing and the others, and everyone dispersed. On the way back, Hong Ying excitedly asked Chu Chen when he awakened the Qilin bone and how it regenerated. Chu Chen concealed some things and casually made up some stories to appease her. Compared to Hong Ying, Li Wuchan was obviously much more reserved, but she was also clearly curious, so she listened attentively. They all returned to their respective residences. As expected, this battle spread quickly, shocking the entire Qinghe Dao Academy. Even the dean, Yan Nanshan, was alerted. 6th level of the Condensing Dan Realm, killing the 9th level of the Condensing Dan Realm. This Chu Chen's growth rate is astonishing. As the dean, whenever a genius emerged in the academy, someone would inform him. Previously, when Chu Chen became first in the Southern Courtyard Assessment, someone had mentioned him, so he had some impression of Chu Chen, but it was only a fleeting one. He never expected Chu Chen's growth rate to be so fast, and that he had awakened such a rare bone as the Qilin bone. Elder Lu, has the quota for the king's battle been confirmed? Yin Nanshan asked an elder. The elder replied, it was originally confirmed, and one of them was Lu Yunfeng. But now Lu Yunfeng is dead. Yin Nanshan said, then give that quota to Chu Chen and let him participate in the king's battle. Good. The elder nodded. Lu Yunfeng has been killed by Chu Chen. Who else should participate in the king's battle, if not Chu Chen? Chu Chen was still unaware that he had already been confirmed for a spot in the king's battle. At this moment, he was in his room, sorting through the spoils from Lu Yunfeng's spatial ring. Kid, I have an opportunity for you. Do you want it? At that moment, Shui Ying's voice suddenly came through. Seeing that Chu Chen had killed Lu Yunfeng, he couldn't help but be moved by Chu Chen's talent. Once, he had a regret. Now, he wanted to fulfill Chu Chen's potential. Opportunity? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Tell me more. Shui Ying said, it's a secret realm. Secret realm? Is it like the spatial rift behind the Qinghe Dao Academy? No, that secret realm behind your Qinghe Dao Academy is nothing. Chu Chen became interested. Tell me in detail. Shui Ying said, do you think I would want to come to this godforsaken place in the south domain of your Tianyan Empire? It's only because I discovered traces of a secret realm that I came here. Is that secret realm in the south domain? It is in the south domain. Blood Shadow said, unfortunately, I haven't entered that secret realm yet. When I passed by the Qinghe Taoist Academy, I was ambushed by the old guys from your Qinghe Taoist Academy and have been imprisoned there for 7 years. However, even though I haven't been there, I know that the secret realm is extraordinary and contains earth-shattering opportunities. Chu Chen said, then tell me, where is it? Not yet. Chu Chen, Blood Shadow, I just thought of letting you explore that secret realm to fulfill my wish, but I never said I would tell you right now. So what the hell are you saying? Kid, I'm not telling you now because your strength is too low. If you go in, you're likely to die, all right. You still don't appreciate it. All right. Chu Chen nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen said, then give me some other opportunities first. What opportunities? Martial arts. I've already finished learning Desolate Thunderfinger, and I've mastered 3 moves of Sword 7. Now, I have plenty of time to learn martial arts. Back then, you said my cultivation was low and only gave me 7th grade martial arts. Now that my cultivation has broken through several realms, you have to give me higher grade martial arts. Virtue. Blood Shadow shot Chu Chen a glance, wanting what? A palm technique and a body technique, please. For palm techniques, Chu Chen didn't have anything handy. As for body techniques, Shadow Clone Technique is a bit low level. Of course, Shadow Clone Technique still has infinite uses. Its clone feature is very effective in actual combat. However, mastering a higher level body technique wouldn't be a bad thing. Blood Shadow pondered for a moment and then transcribed 2 martial arts. Chu Chen took a look and saw that the 2 martial arts were titled Roaring Dragon Palm and Purple Shadow 9 Breaks. Both Roaring Dragon Palm and Purple Shadow 9 Breaks are 9th grade martial arts. This level is enough for you to chew on right now. The introduction of Roaring Dragon Palm is already very clear. What I want to tell you is about Purple Shadow 9 Breaks. Unlike your Shadow Clone Technique, which has several styles, it only divides into small, medium, large, and perfect stages. Purple Shadow 9 Breaks is different from other body techniques. Most other body techniques are mainly for evasion and confusion, while Purple Shadow 9 Breaks has an attacking function. Body technique attacks. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and quickly opened Purple Shadow 9 Breaks. After a brief look, he understood that Purple Shadow 9 Breaks could build momentum while evading the opponent. The small stage of Purple Shadow 9 Breaks can build 3 parts of momentum for the martial artist. The medium stage can build 6 parts. The large stage can build 10 parts. And the perfect stage can build 20 parts. That is to say, double. Imagine this. When you suddenly double your strength in battle, how bewildered would your opponent be? Wouldn't they be crushed by you? That's why Blood Shadow said Purple Shadow 9 Breaks has an attacking function. Good body technique. Chu Chen then looked at Roaring Dragon Palm and decided to cultivate Purple Shadow 9 Breaks first, then study Roaring Dragon Palm. After providing the martial arts, Blood Shadow had Chu Chen bring in a few jars of fine wine and began drinking by himself. Chu Chen continued to sort through the spoils in Lu Yunfeng's spatial ring. There were many low-grade elemental stones in Lu Yunfeng's ring and quite a few cultivation resources. Although there were no resources that could directly help someone break through, absorbing the resources in the ring would definitely allow Chu Chen's cultivation to improve. Next, Chu Chen began to cultivate. 5 days later, he mastered the 4th move of Sword 7. 7 days later, he mastered the 5th move of Sword 7. He was ready to cultivate Purple Shadow 9 breaks. At this time, Mu Fian suddenly came to find him, saying that the dean decided to give him a spot in the King's Sealing Battle. King's Sealing Battle? Upon hearing this name, Chu Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He remembered that when Fun Yifeng left, he had urged him to participate in the King's Sealing Battle, wanting to deal with him there. At the time, he didn't take it seriously and hadn't thought about vying for anything. Unexpectedly, now the spot for the King's Sealing Battle had fallen to him. It must be because of his battle with Lu Yunfeng that attracted the dean's attention and earned him this spot. The top talents from the 3 sects, 3 halls, and 9 major forces will all participate in the King's Sealing Battle. Chu Chen wanted to see their prowess, so he did not refuse. Chu Chen almost instinctively asked if Li Yuechan would also participate. Mu Fian nodded, saying she would also participate. After Mu Fian finished speaking, she left. However, before leaving, she turned back to Chu Chen and said, "Kid, you care about my disciple quite a bit." Chu Chen paused and smiled. "I'm friends with senior sister Yuechan." Mu Fian raised her fist, showing a fierce expression, but Chu Chen could tell that she was not really fierce. "All right, your marriage has been agreed upon by the elders. The rest depends on your own efforts," Blood Shadow said. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Acting. Still acting. There are 10 days until the King's Sealing Battle. But according to Mu Fian, they will set off 3 days in advance. So Chu Chen still has 7 days of cultivation time at the Qinghe Taoist Academy. He started studying Purple Shadow 9 breaks. 5 days later, Purple Shadow 9 breaks reached the small success stage, but his cultivation and sword intent broke through first. During this time, he had been absorbing the resources in Lu Yunfeng's spatial ring for cultivation, so the breakthrough was expected. His cultivation broke through to the 7th level of the condensed Dan realm. His sword realm broke through to the 9th level of sword intent. 9th level sword intent. This is the sword intent of a sword marquis. Chu Chen has now become a sword marquis. At this moment, a voice suddenly roared in Chu Chen's mind. Sword Marquis achieved the first major realm of Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra. The elemental explosion is unsealed, accompanied by the roar of this voice. A torrent of complex information surged into Chu Chen's mind. After digesting this information, Chu Chen was left in a daze. Chapter 88. Who seriously injured Blood Shadow back then? Cultivation methods and martial arts are different. Martial arts are mainly used for attack. Cultivation methods are primarily used to purify elemental power, accelerate cultivation speed, or for other special uses, and are not primarily for attack. However, most powerful cultivation methods in the world also possess some attacking ability. But Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra, besides allowing Chu Chen to absorb and refine resources at an astonishing speed, had always been somewhat lacking in attack. This had left Chu Chen puzzled for a long time. Just now, after receiving this information, Chu Chen understood. It turns out that it was not that Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra lacked attacking ability, but rather that his sword realm had not reached a certain level. Devouring Heaven Emperor Sutra has a total of 9 major realms. The characteristics of these realms are that each realm's opening can instantly increase a martial artist's elemental power 10-fold. The first realm increases 10-fold. The second realm increases 20-fold. The 9th realm increases 90-fold. The requirement to open the first realm is that the sword cultivator must become a sword marquis. Upon learning this information, Chu Chen was completely exhilarated. Just imagine, when you are fighting an enemy, if your elemental power suddenly increases 10-fold, what could the enemy do? Thinking of this scenario, Chu Chen was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Truly an imperial-level cultivation method. It doesn't show its power until it strikes, and then it gives me something big, Chu Chen said happily. However, after digesting it, Chu Chen also knew that the duration of such realm openings is limited. The higher the sword realm, the longer the duration. For someone like Chu Chen, who has just entered the 9th level sword intent and is still the weakest sword marquis, the duration would be very short. 2 days passed. Chu Chen cultivated Purple Shadow 9 breaks to small success. At this moment, it was the day of the King's Sealing Battle. Li Yuechan and Hong Ying arrived at the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard. Sister Hong Ying, Are you also participating in the king's sealing battle? Chu Chen said. Hong Ying glanced at him and said, I actually want to participate in the king's war, but with my current strength, is it possible? Besides the students participating in the king's war, the academy also specially sent some students to observe the battle, hoping they could gain inspiration and insights from the fights of those top talents. I am one of the students going to observe. I see. Chu Chen looked at Li Yuechan and found that she exuded a completely different aura from that of the condensed Dan realm. He couldn't help but ask Sister Yuechan, what is your realm? First level of the Turning Sun realm. Li Yuechan replied, I broke through 3 days ago. Not just me. Ever since you went to the back mountain for the secret realm task, those students who hope to participate in the king's war have been quietly working hard. Some who were previously stuck at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm have now also broken through to the Turning Sun realm. Li Yuechan paused and said, Lu Yinfeng is very strong, but he is not the strongest in the entire North Academy. This was a reminder to Chu Chen that there are many strong individuals. If the Qinghe Academy is like this, what about the other 8 major forces? Chu Chen nodded. Teacher, I'm going. Chu Chen had already informed Shen Yuqing that he would participate in the king's war, so after greeting her, he left the Xuanzi No. 9 courtyard. Shen Yuqing watched Chu Chen leave, and a small black wooden box suddenly appeared in her hand. It was the small wooden box that Qinji Yunzi had left for Chu Chen. Shen Yuqing caressed the box. The 3 arrived at the square. They saw a huge cloud ship resting in the square. The cloud ship can be regarded as a special spiritual artifact. After adding resources, it can fly, attack, and defend. It is the preferred mode of transportation for many major forces. Upon boarding the cloud ship, Chu Chen saw nearly 30 figures already standing on the spacious deck. Hong Ying informed Chu Chen that among those people, only 6 would participate in the king's war. The others were there to observe. This time, the Qinghe Academy had 8 students participating in the king's war, including Chu Chen and Li Yuechan. Among them, there were 4 from the martial arts department, 1 from the blade department, and 3 from the sword department. The proportion of top talents in the martial arts department is far less than that of the sword and blade departments, but it has the advantage of a larger number. The number of students in the martial arts department is 10 times that of the students in the sword and blade departments. With such numbers, having 4 spots is quite normal. Originally, the blade and sword departments each had 2 spots. After Lu Yinfeng was killed by Chu Chen took Lu Yunfeng's spot, leaving the blade department with 1 and the sword department with 3. That is Yi Kai from our sword department. At the peak of the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm, that is Gu Han from the blade department, who has just broken through to the 1st level of the Turning Sun realm. Hong Ying introduced the participants to Chu Chen. These are from the martial arts department: Hong Ziheo, Gu Fei, Yun Shanshan, and Zhu Yuma. Hong Ziheo and Yun Shanshan are at the 1st level of the Turning Sun realm, while Gu Fei and Zhu Yuma are at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm. As soon as Hong Ying finished introducing these participants, they all came over to greet Chu Chen. After Chu Chen killed Lu Yunfeng, they had witnessed his strength and regarded him highly. Yi Kai smiled broadly, appearing carefree. Gu Han, on the other hand, was slightly indifferent, but he held no hostility towards Chu Chen. Not every top student in the blade department of the North Academy is from Lu Zhen's faction. After all, there are many elders in the blade department. Gu Han is a direct disciple of one of the North Academy's elders. Unfortunately, this time, as we participate in the king's war, we must unite against external foes to win honor for the academy. Otherwise, I would really like to have a good fight with you. His words were filled with pure fighting spirit, devoid of any chill. Chu Chen nodded, thinking there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The martial arts department's Hong Ziheo and Gu Fei looked at Li Yuechan with admiration in their eyes. They greeted her, but only received a lukewarm response, leaving them feeling a bit embarrassed. "Ha! You are all here." A loud voice rang out as Yin Nan Shan, accompanied by 6 or 7 elders from the North Academy, landed on the deck. Each of them exuded an incredibly powerful aura, shaking the hearts of those present. Mu Fian was among them. "Greetings, Dean and esteemed elders." The students cupped their hands in salute. "No need for formalities," Yin Nanshan said. Inside the 9th level of the prison tower, Blood Shadow suddenly said to Chu Chen, "This guy is your dean. So is he the strongest in your Qinghe Academy?" Chu Chen replied, yes. If the dean is not the strongest, then who is? He is a sword king. Not only is he the strongest in the Qinghe Academy, but he is also one of the top powerhouses in the entire southern region. Wait a minute. Blood Shadow slapped his forehead. If he is the strongest, then who is it that knocked me out and severely injured me? What do you mean? 7 years ago, didn't I clash with your Qinghe Academy? Here is what happened. I was searching for clues to that secret realm and passed by the Qinghe Academy. Some blind students questioned me, and given my noble status, I couldn't tolerate such questioning, so I attacked them. But just after I injured them, a shadow appeared behind me. I didn't even have time to react or see his face before he knocked me out and left me severely injured. When I woke up, I saw Yin Nanshan and his people coming, and I fought with them. I was outnumbered in my severely injured state and was captured by Yin Nanshan and his group. If I were at my peak, I could have taken them all on with one hand. I always thought your Qinghe Academy was hiding other strong people, but you say Yin Nanshan is the strongest? You must be joking. Hearing this, Chu Chen was also stunned. Yin Nanshan is the dean. He is indeed the strongest in the Qinghe Academy. So who is it that injured Blood Shadow? Chapter 89. Qianlong City Blood Shadow released his soul power to sense the entire Qinghe Academy and indeed did not feel any stronger aura, which left him extremely astonished. While Blood Shadow was surprised, Yin Nanshan spoke. The King's War is not only your honor battle, but also the honor battle of the entire Qinghe Academy. Hong Ziheo, Gufei, Yin Shanshan, Zhu Yumao, Guhan, Yi Kai, Li Yuechan, and Chu Chen. You must strive in the King's War to reach the final 6, understand? The 6 who perform best in the King's War can obtain specific titles that will make them famous throughout the southern region. With nearly 100 participants from the 9 major forces, each being a top talent, yet only 6 can be chosen, it shows how fierce the competition is. Yes, Dean. The 8 students replied in unison. Yin Nanshan nodded, his gaze finally landing on Chu Chen. He thought, this kid has such low cultivation, yet his vitality is so abundant. He is indeed the owner of the Qilin Bone. Let us set off. As Yin Nanshan's voice fell, the massive cloud ship suddenly soared into the sky and flew northwest. On this cloud ship, not only were there students, elders from the North Academy and Yin Nanshan, but also many stewards and even elders from the South Academy, who were adding resources to the cloud ship's propulsion system to power it for flight. The starting point for the King's War is in Qianlong City, a city located in the central region of the southern domain. Qianlong City does not belong to the 9 major forces, but it is also a well-known force in the southern domain, with strength comparable to that of the Hongyue City of the Hong Ying family and the Nanyun City of the Qiumingyu family. Due to Qianlong City's location in the central region of the southern domain, the King's War has been held there for many years, and it has thus become even more famous. During the annual King's War, a large number of martial artists from the southern domain flock to Qianlong City to witness the prowess of the southern domain's top talents. Inside the cloud ship, there were nearly 100 rooms. Although not large, they were sufficient for short-term accommodation. The students entered their rooms one after another to cultivate, seizing this last bit of time to improve themselves. Chu Chen also entered a room to practice the Roaring Dragon Palm. After practicing Purple Shadow 9 breaks to minor success, it will be difficult to reach intermediate success in a short time, so it was time to practice Roaring Dragon Palm. As a 9th grade martial art, Chu Chen didn't say how high he wanted to practice it, but even mastering its first move would become a killer move for him. The cloud ship flew swiftly, arriving at Qianlong City at noon 2 days later. Beneath the high sky, the students emerged from their rooms and stood on the deck, looking down. They saw a massive city below, and even from a distance, they could sense the bustling crowd within it. It was evident that a large number of martial artists from the southern region had gathered in Qianlong City. The cloud ship gradually lowered its altitude, heading towards the Lord's Mansion, and finally landed above a vast square in front of the Lord's Mansion. The team from Qinghe Dao Academy has arrived. Dean Yan, esteemed elders, Songyan Dao Academy and Lingyun Hall have also just arrived. The city lord is in the reception hall accompanying Dean Xiao and Hall Masterling. Dean Yin, esteemed elders, please follow the old man to the reception hall. An elderly steward with a beaming smile quickly approached. Normally, The city lord should personally welcome the leaders of the 9 major forces upon their arrival. However, since the arrival times of the 9 forces were not the same, leaving the reception hall to greet others would neglect those already present. Therefore, they could only greet whoever arrived first. Old Xiao is here too? So soon? Good, good. Take this dean to the reception hall. Yin Nanshan laughed heartily. The relationship between Songyun Dao Academy and Qinghe Dao Academy was quite good. You all take the geniuses from Qinghe Dao Academy to their accommodations. After instructing a few attendants, the steward immediately led Yin Nanshan and the elders away. And soon they disappeared from sight. Gentlemen and ladies, please follow us. The attendants continued to receive Chu Chen and the others with great respect. The team from the Barbarian Demon Sect has arrived. Sectmaster Man, please come in. The city lord is waiting for you in the reception hall. Remember to take the geniuses from the Barbarian Demon Sect to their accommodations. Suddenly, another large cloud ship arrived, and under the guidance of another steward, a group of powerful figures immediately disembarked and headed toward the reception hall. A group of young talents stepped out of the cloud ship and headed towards the accommodations. At this moment, Chu Chen and the others were about to leave the square when they heard the commotion and turn around. Coincidentally, the group of young talents, also led by several attendants, was walking towards them. Chu Chen from the Barbarian Demon Sect fixed his gaze on this group of young talents and murmured softly. This is one of the 3 sections. The characteristic of this sect is that their physical strength is particularly formidable. He could sense a faint murderous aura emanating from these young talents. Moreover, it seemed that this sect had some unresolved issues with Qinghe Dao Academy. Although the conflict between Qinghe Dao Academy and them was not as severe as with the Burning Heaven Hall, both sides had fought over interests in the past. This was normal. The 9 major forces had some grievances, whether positive or negative. For instance, the relationship between Qinghe Dao Academy and Songyun Dao Academy was quite good. Oh, the people from Qinghe Dao Academy have also arrived quite fast. There were about 40 young people in this group. Among them, 10 came to participate in the battle, while 30 came to watch. The participants outnumbered those from Qinghe Dao Academy by 2. This was not due to any preferential treatment for the Barbarian Demon Sect, but rather because Qinghe Dao Academy deliberately sent only a few people. The rules of the King's Sealing Battle stipulated that each sect could send up to 15 disciples to participate. However, Yin Nanshan believed that only a few would ultimately receive titles. So what was the point of sending too many? If they lost too badly, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Historically, there have been instances where some forces sent 15 people to participate, but none made it into the top 10, ending up as a laughingstock. In recent years, the 9 major forces rarely sent the full 15. After carefully selecting within their sects, they sent as many as they deemed capable, without filling the ranks with subpar participants. Among the disciples of the Barbarian Demon Sect, there were 6 at the 9th level of the Condensation Realm, and 4 at the 1st level of the Transformation Realm, with 1 at the peak of the 1st level, seemingly just a step away from the 2nd level. Hong Ying seemed to know them well, and whispered to Chu Chen that the peak Transformation Realm disciple was named Meng Jin. He was the strongest disciple in the inner sect of the Barbarian Demon Sect, and a strong contender for a title in this King's Sealing Battle. Not too late. You all have arrived as well. On Xiao responded lightly. Given the rivalry between the Barbarian Demon Sect and Qinghe Dao Academy, his attitude towards the Barbarian Demon Sect was naturally indifferent. What? You only sent 7 students from Qinghe Dao Academy to participate in the battle. A disciple of the Barbarian Demon Sect noticed that only 7 of the Qinghe Dao Academy disciples had reached the 9th level of the Condensation Realm or above, and he naturally thought that was all they had sent. 8. Hong Zihao replied indifferently. Such information would be disclosed before the battle, so there was no need to hide it. 8. The disciples of the Barbarian Demon Sect all turned their attention towards Qinghe Dao Academy and found that only Chu Chen and Hong Zihao were side by side, clearly indicating that Chu Chen was the 8th participant. A disciple of the Barbarian Demon Sect looked at Chu Chen and mockingly said, "You even sent someone at the 7th level of the Condensation Realm? TSK? Has your Qinghe Dao Academy weakened to this extent?" Chu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He hadn't even spoken yet. and the fire was drawn towards him? Chapter 90. Chu Chen, kneel before me. Yin Shan Shan said lightly. Our dean chose Chu Chen for a reason. You don't need to concern yourselves with it, nor do you need to interfere. Ha! The disciple of the barbarian demon sect who had previously mocked Chu Chen said, just a waste. You sent such a waste to the battle. It seems your Qinghe Dao Academy has directly given up on this king's sealing battle. You, Hong Ying, was furious. What the other party said was simply too much. Clang. The response to this disciple was a sharp flash of blade light. It was actually Gu Han who had unleashed it. Gu Han was cold by nature, but representing Qinghe Dao Academy, he had to stand united against outsiders. When the disciples of the barbarian demon sect insulted Chu Chen, he resolutely took action. Boom! Meng Jin, with a sturdy physique like an iron tower, threw a punch, and the powerful fist force erupted, instantly tearing through the blade light. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as two disciples at the first level of the transformation realm made their moves. The disciple who mocked Chu Chen felt a chill. He had just broken through to the 9th level of the condensation realm, and if he were hit by that blade, it would be disastrous. A murderous aura flashed in Meng Jin's eyes as he said to Gu Han. He just said that person was a waste. You were too hasty to act. Don't you think that's a bit harsh? The disciple jumped up and replied, right? What's wrong with stating the facts? You even sent a waste at the 7th level of the condensation realm to participate. Isn't that giving up on the king's sealing battle? Afraid of being laughed at? If you're afraid of being laughed at, then don't send such a waste. It's hilarious. At first, I thought he was here to watch. His words elicited a round of laughter from the barbarian demon sect disciples. Hearing this, everyone from Qinghe Dao Academy was enraged. You're going too far. Li Weichan spoke coldly, a chilling sword intent emanating from her. Yi Kai, Hong Ziheo, and the others all wore stern expressions. Sister, you don't need to get angry. Chu Chen stepped forward. Chu Chen. Seeing Chu Chen step forward, Hong Ziheo and the others did not stop him. Chu Chen had killed Lu Yunfeng, and his combat power was probably not far off from theirs. You call me a waste, and it seems you are quite confident in your strength. Chu Chen looked at the disciple from the barbarian demon sect who had mocked him. Not particularly confident. I know I can't compete with the 6th strongest in the king's sealing battle. The disciple smiled arrogantly, but compared to a waste like you, I'm at least 20 times stronger, no problem. Chu Chen said, good, since that's the case, let us have a match. If you lose to me in one move, kneel down and shout 3 times that you are a waste. To lose to Chu Chen in one move. The disciples of the barbarian demon sect were stunned. This kid must be out of his mind. At the 7th level of the condensation realm, he dared to claim he could defeat someone at the 9th level in one move. Has he gone mad? You guys from Qinghe Dao Academy know how to play. Not only did you send a waste to participate, but you also sent a lunatic. Are you here to add some fun to the king's sealing battle? Meng Jin held a strong animosity towards Qinghe Dao Academy because he has an elder in a high position in the Manmo sect. Many years ago, during a conflict between the Manmo sect and the Qinghe Dao Academy, that elder was injured. Let's talk. Just say whether you agree or not. Yi Kai said nonchalantly, having great confidence in Chu Chen. Agree. How could we not? Han Yu, fight him, be a bit ruthless. It's fine if you break a couple of bones. Meng Jing said fiercely. Good. Senior brother Meng. The Manmo sect disciple named Han Yu sneered at Chu Chen and said, Kid, I admire your courage. If you can really defeat me in one move, not to mention kneeling and calling out 10 times, even 100 times would be fine. You said it 10 times. Chu Chen replied, I said it. A gentleman's word is hard to chase. Han Yu and Chu Chen stepped forward, and the people on both sides made space for them. Han Yu also wanted to defeat Chu Chen in one move and seriously injure him, so he didn't plan to hold back much strength. Boom! Han Yu's body trembled, and a strong aura of killing intent erupted from his body, swirling upwards and enveloping him completely. Break mountain. Han Yu punched out. Endless killing intent gathered like a rolling flood, converging into a black fist imprint. Accompanied by his body charging forward, the black fist imprint also pressed down towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression remained calm. He clenched his palm, mobilizing his inner energy, and without using any martial arts, he charged directly at Han Yu with his own strength. Boom! The two collided. Han Yu's black fist imprint instantly shattered. Chu Chen's fist struck Han Yu's fist, making Han Yu feel as if he had crashed into an iron mountain. A tremendous force surged into Han Yu's body. In an instant, Han Yu's right arm fractured and several of his right ribs snapped. His body flew backwards, soaring over 10 meters before rolling several times to a stop. After stopping, he spat out a mouthful of blood, the pain from his broken bones causing him to wail in agony. How is this possible? Meng Jing and the other disciples of the Mamo sect were all dumbfounded, completely not expecting this outcome. In their minds, Han Yu should have effortlessly defeated Chu Chen. Did Han Yu underestimate him so much that he didn't even use 10 of his strength? But that shouldn't be the case. Looking at Han Yu's momentum, he had at least used 80 of his strength. The students from the Qinghe Dao Academy, however, were gloating. 80 of strength? Liu Yanfeng was defeated by Chu Chen. Using 80 of strength? Are you looking for a beating? Kneel down and fulfill your promise, Chu Chen said indifferently. Han Yu's strength, among the Mamo sect's participating team, was at the bottom. If we talk about combat power, you might even be a little worse than by how you were back then. Han Yu clutched his painfully injured right rib, unable to stand up, his face filled with rage. What do you mean by you? Hurry up and fulfill your promise. I'm very busy. Chu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Under everyone's gaze, Han Yu did not dare to go back on his word and had no choice but to kneel on the ground, shouting 10 times that he was useless. And watching this scene, the faces of the Mamo sect members turned ashen. Kneeling on the ground was Han Yu. But who else was getting slapped in the face besides Han Yu? There were also them. Chapter 91. I never look at the owner when beating dogs after Han Yu finished calling out. He was helped up by several observing disciples of the Mamo sect and returned to their team. Meng Jing looked at Han Yu, his eyes filled with anger, seemingly blaming him for bringing such disgrace to the Mamo sect. Let's go. After slapping Han Yu's face, Chu Chen and the others did not linger and turned to leave. Stop. Meng Jing shouted to stop them. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Chu Chen turned his head and asked, You think you can just leave after injuring a disciple of my Mamo sect like this? Is it that easy? As he spoke, Meng Jing threw a punch at Chu Chen. At the moment the punch was thrown, a torrent of energy transformed into a black flood, pouring towards Chu Chen. This energy was all the power of the punch, possessing the ability to tear mountains apart and shatter the earth. Meng Jing, don't go too far. Hong Zihua and Yun Shanshan stepped forward one after another, each unleashing a palm strike to dissipate Meng Jing's punch power. Meng Jing attacked again, stomping his foot, already within 5 meters of Chu Chen. At this moment, Li Yuechan made her move. A sharp sword light slashed towards Meng Jing. Sword Marquee. This sword light contained powerful sword intent. Chu Chen instantly sensed that this was sword intent at the 9th level. Li Yuechan had also become a sword marquee. This sword light blocked Meng Jing's second wave of attack, forcing him back. Li Yuechan said coldly, Meng Jing, if you want to fight here, I don't mind. However, I suggest we wait until the King's battle to fight. Meng Jing frowned slightly and said, Li Yuechan, it seems you're the most threatening person in your Qinghe Dao Academy team. After a pause, he glared at Chu Chen and said, Fine, I'll give you face. Let's settle it in the King's battle. Your name is Chu Chen, right? Before the King's battle has even started. You've injured a disciple of my Mamo sect. Just wait. In the King's battle, we will take good care of you. I'm looking forward to it. Clearly, it was the Mamo sect that provoked Chu Chen first, and before the fight, it was Meng Jing who had let Han Yu hurt Chu Chen. Yet after Chu Chen injured Han Yu, Meng Jing couldn't accept it. For someone like this, Chu Chen really didn't want to comment, so his response was equally sharp. After Chu Chen finished speaking, the people from the Qinghe Dao Academy left. Meng Jing and the others clenched their fists, their anger still unresolved. Throughout the whole process, the servants of the City Lord's mansion did not speak to stop them. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop it, but that they didn't dare to. Which of the top 10 forces geniuses didn't have a noble status? How could these servants dare to intervene in their disputes? Upon reaching their residence, each person had their own room. Chu Chen's room was next to Li Yuechan's. Each room had been cleaned thoroughly by the maid, and the table was filled with precious spirit fruits. Chu Chen casually picked one up and took a bite. It tasted quite good. Blood Shadow called out from inside the 9-level suppression tower. Kid, hurry and let me try a couple of bites. Are you thirsty? Very thirsty. So Chu Chen gave the entire plate of spirit fruits to Blood Shadow. Then, Chu Chen continued to study the Minglong palm. That night, the Shui Ming Hall and Nanyang Dao Academy also arrived, but there were still several forces that had not yet arrived. The next morning, the Finchin Hall arrived. The team from Finchin Hall, besides the Hall Master and some Inner Door Elders, was led by the combat participants, namely Fun Yifeng. As soon as Fun Yifeng arrived at Qianlong City, he couldn't wait to inquire about the combatants from the Qinghe Dao Academy. Upon hearing that Chu Chen was also participating, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly led everyone to the residence of the Qinghe Dao Academy. Chu Chen, come out. Even outside the residence of the Qinghe Dao Academy, Fun Yifeng shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire Qinghe Dao Academy's residence. The students of Qinghe Dao Academy all came out one after another. Chu Chen and Li Yuechan also walked out from their rooms. Yuechan, looking at Li Yuechan's stunning beauty, Fun Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but call out softly. Fun Yifeng, please call me by my full name, Li Yuechan said coldly. Yuechan, you. After not seeing Li Yuechan for a long time, Fun Yifeng was furious at the first encounter. He then turned his gaze to Chu Chen, sneering, Kid, well, I said to let you participate in the King S battle. It was just to provoke you. I didn't expect you really got a spot for the King S battle. So, do you want to prove it to me? Not want to be looked down upon by me? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen smiled and said, Who gave you that confidence? Kid, what did you say? You dare to talk to senior brother Fun like that? The disciples of Finchin Hall shouted one after another. Fun Yifeng was the second son of the Hall Master of Finchin Hall, and they all looked up to him. Looking at Chu Chen's realm, which was only at the 7th level of the Dan Condensation realm, they were actually very surprised. The 7th level of the Dan Condensation realm actually got a spot for the King S battle. Is Qinghe Dao Academy joking? Hong Zihua and the others guessed the reason for Fun Yifeng's targeting of Chu Chen. Fun Yifeng's pursuit of Li Yuechan is well known. And with Li Yuechan's close relationship with Chu Chen, almost the closest among all male students in Qinghe Dao Academy, how could Fun Yifeng not target Chu Chen? Want to hear it again? I said, who gave him such confidence to say something so laughable? Chu Chen replied calmly. Fun Yifeng's expression turned cold. Kid, you're still as arrogant as before. Senior brother Feng, let me teach this kid a lesson for you. A disciple from the Burning Heaven Hall stepped forward. He was one of the observing disciples this time, with a cultivation level at the 8th level of the core formation stage. He had heard about Chu Chen competing with Fun Yifeng for Li Yuechan and thought that if he could teach Chu Chen a lesson, he might win Fun Yifeng's favor. Fun Yifeng glanced at this disciple and nodded in agreement. If the observing disciples could beat Chu Chen to the ground, that would be the best humiliation for him. Watching this scene, Hong Zihao and the others shook their heads again. Great, another embarrassment is coming. Kid, daring to argue with senior brother Feng. I think you're tired of living. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson, so you know the cost of arguing with senior brother Feng. As soon as the disciple from the Burning Heaven Hall finished speaking, a bright light flashed in his palm, and a long spear appeared. Gripping the spear tightly, he unleashed all his power and heavily swung it down at Chu Chen. The spear descended like a raging tide. This strike carried an incredibly powerful weapon's might, with a blue light extending from the spear tip, as if it could slice through heaven and earth. The spear moved incredibly fast, and in an instant, it was right above Chu Chen's head. But Chu Chen reacted even faster. He slightly turned his body, and the spear tip grazed his shoulder, landing at his feet and deeply embedding itself into the ground. The disciple yanked the spear back fiercely. Chu Chen extended 2 fingers and lightly flicked the spear shaft. Clang! The long spear trembled violently, and a powerful shockwave surged out, directly shattering the disciple's hands. The disciple quickly let go. Chu Chen then swung a palm. A phantom palm print, formed from Yuan power, heavily struck the disciple's face. Puffed. Blood gushed from the disciple's mouth and nose, and several teeth fell out as he was sent flying, crashing down in front of the Burning Heaven Hall's team. Chu Chen withdrew his hand, his expression calm. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you must look at its owner. but when I beat a dog, I never look at its owner. Clang. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense. It was as if one could hear the gritting of teeth from the disciples of the Burning Heaven Hall. Chapter 92. Bloodline of the Spirit King Feng Yifeng shouted angrily, Kid. Seeing Feng Yifeng furious, Hong Ziheo, Yi Kai, and the others all stood up. Feng Yifeng was very powerful. Having reached the peak of the first level of the Turning Yang realm, his combat strength was definitely not weaker than Meng Jin's. Li Wuchan said, Feng Yifeng, please leave immediately. Causing trouble in our Qinghe Dao Academy's living area is your wrongdoing. Chu Chen was too lazy to waste time with Feng Yifeng and said, any issues can be resolved in the King's Sealing Battle. Even if you, Feng Yifeng, want to fight me in the King's Sealing Battle, I won't frown. You want me to fight you? You think you're worthy? Feng Yifeng sneered. With so many people in the Burning Heaven Hall, just picking one would be enough to deal with Chu Chen, and he wanted to fight him himself? Did he think he could gain fame by using him? Did he have that qualification? Chu Chen, just wait. In the King Sealing Battle, I will definitely make you understand the cost of offending me. I want you to come smiling and leave crying, and you might not even get the chance to cry. Feng Yifeng's intention was merely to come and see Li Yuechan and Chu Chen. Now that he had seen both, he had nothing more to stay for, and after finishing, he took his people back. Watching Feng Yifeng and his group leave, Hong Ziheo and the others couldn't help but look at Chu Chen, just arriving in Qianlong City. And already people from the Barbarian Demon Sect and Burning Heaven Hall were looking for him. Although these people had specific reasons to approach Chu Chen, he seemed to be having a particularly bad luck. Was this the so-called trouble-attracting physique? All right, let us go in and rest, continue adjusting our state. Yi Kai chuckled, and everyone returned to their rooms. At noon that day, the Cang Yuan sect and the Wen Tian sect also arrived. At this point, the 3 sects, 3 halls, and 3 academies were all present. 3 sects, Wen Tian sect, Cang Yuan sect, and Barbarian Demon sect. 3 halls, Burning Heaven Hall, Ling Yun Hall, and Shui Ming Hall. 3 academies, Qinghe Dao Academy, Songyun Dao Academy, and Nanyang Dao Academy. The servants of the city lord's mansion informed Chu Chen and others that there would be a banquet held that evening at the city lord's mansion. The official King's Sealing Battle would commence the next day. Chu Chen and the others understood that this was to allow the geniuses from the 9 major forces to have a simple understanding of each other before the competition the next day. Such a banquet was a great opportunity to witness the top talents of the southern region, and no one would refuse. 3 more hours passed, and evening arrived. The group from Qinghe Dao Academy headed to the banquet venue. The banquet was held in a grand hall, brightly lit, and many figures were already present. Some young talents, holding wine cups, mingled among the crowd, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Chu Chen, when the people from the Barbarian Demon Sect entered and saw the group from Qinghe Dao Academy, their expressions were unfriendly, particularly towards Chu Chen, their eyes filled with coldness. What a coincidence to meet again so soon. Chu Chen smiled faintly at the leader, Meng Jin. What a coincidence. Tomorrow will be even more coincidental. Meng Jin left a harsh remark and led his team to take their seats. Chu Chen, Feng Yifeng also appeared with the people from the Burning Heaven Hall. Chu Chen ignored them and sat down at a nearby table, pouring himself a drink. Feng Yifeng narrowed his eyes, but said nothing further and led his team away. Soon, more young talents entered. Hong Ying continued to play her role as a know-it-all, introducing to Chu Chen the group seated over there, who were from Shui Ming Hall. The strongest among them was by Ting Yu, at the peak of the first level of the Turning Yang realm, and her combat strength was formidable, capable of challenging others at higher levels within the Turning Yang realm. Chu Chen noticed a girl in white, her appearance striking. Although she couldn't compare to Li Yuechan's otherworldly beauty, she was still quite attractive. Her aura was long and gentle as water, appearing delicate and weak. But underestimating her would be a mistake. As a team leader of a sect, she was definitely not a soft persimmon. The group seated over there belonged to Songyun Dao Academy. The relationship between Songyun Dao Academy and Qinghe Dao Academy was very close, and they had even held discussions privately. This time they sent 9 people to compete. The strongest among them, also at the peak of the first level of the Turning Yang realm, named Mo Yun. The group seated over there was from Nanyang Dao Academy. Although Nanyang Dao Academy and Xinghe Dao Academy both belonged to one of the three academies, their relationship wasn't as close as ours. Instead, they were closer to the Burning Heaven Hall. They had 11 participants, led by a student named Lin. At the peak of the first level of the Turning Yang realm, the group seated over there belonged to Ling Yun Hall, with the team leader named Xiangzhen, who had just reached the first level of the Turning Yang realm and was far from the peak. However, he possessed a special bloodline, the Spirit King bloodline, which enabled him to exert considerable combat strength. He was definitely a strong contender for the top 6. Spirit King bloodline? Chu Chen's gaze shifted. The Spirit King bloodline was also a special bloodline, said to allow its holder to unleash the true form of the Spirit King, greatly increasing their combat strength. He looked at Xiangzhen, dressed in white, whose appearance was striking, making it hard to imagine he possessed the Spirit King bloodline. Just an ordinary bloodline. If you have to compare, it's at most on par with the Qilin Bone, far inferior to your heavenly Dao Qilin Bone. The blood shadow urged from within a 9-story prison tower, "Kid, hurry up and bring me a few jars of that fine wine from your table. I can already smell its fragrance." But that's not easy to send. Chu Chen Ziplit, are you stupid? Just send it in directly. Who would know you sent it into that pendant? Others would definitely think you put it in the spatial ring. You make it sound easy. This is a banquet. Chu Chen thought to himself, but his hands didn't stop moving. Suddenly, a bright light flashed on the table, and several jars of fine wine disappeared in an instant. Everyone thought Chu Chen had put them into the spatial ring and looked at him with strange expressions. This is a banquet. Just drink it. Why are you packing it up? Even if you want to pack it, the banquet hasn't ended yet. This wine is so good that I can't help myself. You all continue. Chu Chen awkwardly smiled and rolled his eyes at Blood Shadow in his heart. Blood Shadow took a big sip and sighed, "Good wine. Now, don't just sit there rolling your eyes. I'm even willing to tell you about that secret realm." "How considerate of me." Han Ying continued. "The people sitting in that place are from the Asking Heaven sect. The 9 top forces in the southern region have never had a definitive ranking. In one era, one force may be the strongest, while in another era, it could be another force. In this generation, the overall strength of the Asking Heaven sect is the strongest among the 9 forces. They have sent the most participants to this battle, reaching a total of 13. Among the participants,